Ding congratulations! You, along with players Mu Chun and Ruo Shi, have slain Dark Dragon Emperor Guno. Level 255 star Super Divine Boss, earning a reward of 280 billion experience points. As the system notification echoed in his ears, the colossal form of the Dark Dragon Emperor plummeted from the sky, crashing down before Zhang Yi in a final defiant collapse. Bending down beside the boss's lifeless body, he eagerly rummaged through the mountain of spoils that had fallen, his hand grasping a gleaming fragment of a golden scroll. The last piece. At last, I've gathered them all, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. With that, he opened his spatial backpack and retrieved the other 8 identical fragments, merging them together in his hands. The pieces coalesced into a complete golden scroll. Then congratulations! You have acquired the 255 star super artifact Dragon Blood Scroll. Elated by the hard-earned scroll, Zhang Yi turned around, only to be pierced through the chest by a sharp blade. His smile froze instantly as he looked at Mu Chun, who stood before him, the sword impaling his body. Mu Chun, I'm sorry, brother. The Dragon Blood Scroll, along with Ruo, I will safeguard it well, Mu Chun said, withdrawing the blood-stained sword from Zhang Yi's body. Beside him, the mage girl Ruo Shi, clad in a white robe, watched calmly as Zhang Yi collapsed to the ground with a soft thud. Ding, you have been attacked by player Mu Chen's skill critical slash, losing 32,680,000 health points. The system has detected that you have no remaining resurrection opportunities. You are now deceased. As the final notification from the system echoed, Zhang Yi, lying in a pool of blood, gradually closed his eyes. Mu Chun crouched down, intending to claim the Dragon Blood Scroll from Zhang Yi's grasp, only to witness the scroll, soaked in his blood, disintegrate into specks of golden light that merged with Zhang Yi's body. In an instant, Zhang Yi's form transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. What has happened? Mu Chun stared blankly at the bloodstain left on the ground, lost in a daze. In a rental apartment in Lehigh City, a young man abruptly sat up and beat, I'm Mu Chun. Ruo, why did you betray me? Zhang Yi roared, filled with an overwhelming sense of resentment and fury, only to realize the peculiar surroundings he found himself in. Where am I? He paused momentarily, hastily leaping from the bed to survey the somewhat familiar, yet foreign confines of the cramped apartment. Isn't this the place he had rented when he first started working after graduation? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him as he glanced at the calendar on the bedside table, which read, August 28th, 2025, Zhang Yi was stunned. He had been reborn. Still grappling with disbelief, he rushed into the living room and turned on the television. As expected, every channel was broadcasting the same news. The world gate of apocalypse will open in 2 hours and 12 minutes. Players from all around the globe, are you ready? Rushing to the window, I opened it to witness countless promotional vehicles adorned with apocalypse posters slowly traversing the streets, blaring their horns. Passers-by engaged in lively conversations, all centered around apocalypse, while the buildings above were draped in its promotional materials. At this moment, Zhang Yi finally dared to believe he had indeed been reborn. He returned to the year 2025, precisely on the day apocalypse commenced, 8 years after the onset of the apocalyptic world in 2033. In 2025, a major online game titled Apocalypse was officially announced for public testing. This game was a collaborative effort between the renowned domestic gaming company, Tianyan Group, and over 100 foreign publicly listed gaming companies, bringing together thousands of top-tier game designers from around the world. With an investment of 300 billion renminbi and 5 years of development, it was set to revolutionize the gaming landscape. Breaking away from traditional gaming norms, it was said that Apocalypse would allow players to enter a virtual world through specialized gaming equipment, immersing them fully in thrilling and perilous scenarios with a 100 virtual experience. Moreover, Tianyan Group announced that players could convert the in-game currency they earned into real RMB based on exchange rates. These two groundbreaking features ignited a global frenzy following the announcement in May 2025 that the public testing of Apocalypse would commence at the end of August. However, what no one anticipated was that the eagerly awaited global synchronized public testing of Apocalypse would herald a catastrophic disaster engulfing the world. Zhang Yi recalled his past life. On August 28, 2025, the day of Apocalypse public testing, all players who entered the game encountered a common issue. They could not exit, forever trapped within the game. No one understood how this occurred, only that dying in the game meant true death. Humanity faced its apocalypse. Do not think that avoiding the game would spare you from this disaster. Those who did not enter the game were the first to perish. The initial discovery was made by a player during a quest when they encountered an NPC that bore an uncanny resemblance to a friend from the real world. Furthermore, nearly every NPC in the game was modeled after individuals who had not entered the game, implying that those individuals might have been erased by the apocalypse system and transformed into NPCs within the game. In his past life, Zhang Yi, a player within the game, survived for 8 arduous years in the apocalypse world, surprisingly not falling to the formidable alien races and monstrous beasts, but instead meeting his demise at the hands of his closest friend and the woman he cherished most. Now, in this new life, Zhang Yi vowed to ensure that this treacherous duo would pay dearly for their actions in his previous existence. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, only 2 hours remained before the grand unveiling of Apocalypse at 8 o'clock. Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Yi sprang to his feet, hastily donning his shorts and flip-flops before dashing out of his residence. He sprinted towards a nearby convenience store, Old Lee's convenience store. In his previous life, prior to the game's launch, several sensational news stories had captured the attention of the entire internet. Zhang Yi distinctly remembered one such tale. A certain plump gamer, while purchasing instant noodles at the inconspicuous Old Lee's convenience store in Linhai City, had discovered a legendary talent card, a limited edition from Fortune Group, hidden within his noodles, one of only 10 in existence worldwide. Chapter 2. The Divine Talent Card in the World of Apocalypse. Each player is randomly endowed with a talent skill by the system upon entering the game, which significantly influences their future. The disparity between a player blessed with a divine talent at the outset and one who starts with an ordinary talent is akin to the chasm between a top scholar and a struggling student. Although the gap in talents can be bridged later by a player's attributes and skills, the initial advantage of those gifted with divine talents in the early stages is unfathomable to ordinary talent players. In Apocalypse, the quality of talent skills is categorized as ordinary, premium, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. Reports indicate that in the previous life, no more than 20 players globally began with a divine talent, among which 6 were fortunate enough to acquire a divine talent card before the game's commencement. To promote this game, the Tianyin Group randomly distributed 10 cards worldwide, ensuring that players who possess them will undoubtedly start with a divine talent. These cards were disseminated a month in advance and were cleverly concealed in the mundane aspects of everyday life, often in inconspicuous places, awaiting players to discover them by chance. Within a month leading up to the public testing of Apocalypse, 5 divine talent cards had already been unearthed, due to the freedom of trade prior to the game's onset. It is reported that the value of a single divine talent card has exceeded 1 billion RMB. Wealthy players abound, and for the allure of an extraordinary beginning, these affluent individuals seem indifferent to the sum involved. This demonstrates the tremendous popularity the game achieved even before its public launch. As the game of Apocalypse commenced and the arrival of the Apocalypse was unveiled, players who had spent exorbitant amounts acquiring divine talent cards reveled in their fortune. Those who, with a mere 1 in a billion chance, sold their cards were left in profound regret, with some contemplating the gravest of actions. In the world of Apocalypse, money holds no value. The individual who discovered the 6th divine talent card, a hefty fellow, purchased instant noodles from Old Lee's convenience store, ultimately selling the card for an astounding 1.5 billion renminbi. It is remembered that when the location of the divine card was publicly announced, Zhang Yi, who lived merely a few hundred meters from Old Lee's store, was racked with regret. Why wasn't he the one buying instant noodles? In this life, Zhang Yi resolves to change this fate, aspiring to become the one who acquires the 6th divine talent card for himself. To his astonishment, as he rushed to Old Lee's convenience store, he encountered a rotund man clad in shorts and flip-flops, emerging from the store with a bucket of Master Kong noodles and a bottle of iced tea. Good heavens! It is this very man, and in his hands, the Master Kong noodles worth 1.5 billion renminbi. Zhang Yi's heart raced with excitement as he hurried towards the rotund man. "Brother, sell me your noodles for 100. The man looked utterly bewildered. "What?" Zhang Yi, in a flurry, escalated his offer. "I'll buy that bucket of noodles from you for 1,000. I'll transfer it to you via WeChat." In the midst of his fervent words, Zhang Yi had already retrieved his phone, opening the scanning interface. The bewildered man also produced his phone, displaying the WeChat payment interface. A notification pinged. 1,000 RMB received. Is this fellow out of his mind? The rotund fellow pondered to himself, bewildered, as he handed a bucket to Zhang Yi. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi excitedly tore open the instant noodles in front of the chubby man, only to discover nothing. How could this be? The divine talent card was supposed to be here. Wasn't it from this portly individual? Yet, Zhang Yi distinctly recalled that the overweight man had won the prize just after 6 o'clock. It had to be him. As Zhang Yi stood there, momentarily stunned, he noticed a delivery worker emerging from Old Lee's convenience store, carrying 2 full boxes of instant noodles. The delivery person addressed the chubby man, stating, "I'll ride my electric bike to deliver them to your home, placing them right where you instructed." The rotund man responded with an approving thumbs-up gesture. Now it was Zhang Yi's turn to be bewildered. In his impatience, he couldn't help but exclaim to the chubby man, "Are you out of your mind? Why buy so many instant noodles? ISN Apocalypse about to launch. Are you really planning for a week's worth of meals?" The chubby man remained equally perplexed and asked Zhang Yi, "Do you want to buy some? I can sell them to you for 800 each." "No way," Zhang Yi retorted, wishing he could kick this foolish man. Had he known the chubby guy would purchase so many, he wouldn't have rashly spent 1,000 yuan on a single bucket of noodles. However, he was convinced that the divine talent card must be among these instant noodles. With gritted teeth, Zhang Yi opened his phone. 2 boxes of noodles, totaling 24 buckets. The payment of 24,000 yuan had been received. The chubby man was utterly flabbergasted, thinking to himself that this guy must either be out of his mind or extraordinarily wealthy. Even the delivery worker was taken aback. Suddenly rich, the chubby man waved the half-empty bottle of iced tea at Zhang Yi and said, "I still have half a bottle. Want it for 500? "No," Zhang Yi exclaimed, clutching the 2 boxes of noodles from the delivery worker, and hurriedly dashed back to his residence. For these 2 boxes of noodles, Zhang Yi had nearly depleted all his savings accumulated from years of labor, yet he understood that, in comparison to the divine talent card, even 1.5 billion was but a fleeting illusion. With an overwhelming sense of urgency, he began swiftly opening the noodle buckets, and after unwrapping over 10 of them, he finally found a golden card nestled within a bucket of the old vine pickled cabbage noodles. He had no idea how that chubby man managed to open this particular bucket just 2 hours before the game launch. But Zhang Yi knew his hands were trembling with anticipation. With the 6th divine card discovered, the tracking system implanted by Tianyan Group was immediately publicized across the internet, causing the Apocalypse forum to erupt in chaos. Meanwhile, the chubby man, still en route home, was reveling in his good fortune of having unexpectedly gained over 20,000 yuan. When he stumbled upon the news on his phone, the iced tea slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground, leaving him utterly stunned in place. Unfazed by the commotion, Zhang Yi promptly took the golden card to his room and inserted it into the designated slot on the game helmet he had meticulously prepared. All that remained was to wait an hour and a half for the launch of Apocalypse. Outside, the world buzzed with excitement, as internet cafes were packed to capacity, and countless individuals returned home from work, eagerly refreshing the official website, anticipating the grand opening of Apocalypse. Zhang Yi gazed out at the vast expanse of the sky, letting out a deep sigh. In his previous life, he had survived for 8 years within the game, yet he never truly comprehended how the Apocalypse governed this world. He understood, however, that to endure in the world of the Apocalypse, one must cultivate strength. Having grown up in an orphanage, Zhang Yi, even upon his rebirth, were no attachments. His singular focus was on one question: how to become powerful. As night fell, the clock struck 8, and at last, the moment had arrived. Zhang Yi settled before his computer desk, launching the Apocalypse game interface, donning his gaming helmet, and logging into the game. Chapter 3. I bring the bloodline of the dragon. Ding, the game is loading. Logging into the 8th service area. Please wait. In the midst of darkness, Zhang Yi heard the sound of a system notification. The world of the apocalypse is divided into 34 major zones, each representing one of the 34 provincial-level administrative regions of the country. Players are automatically assigned to the zone corresponding to the province or city they first log into. In his previous life, Zhang Yi was also in the 8th zone. Thus, he was well acquainted with the myriad opportunities it offered. Soon after, another notification echoed in his ears. Ding, please set your game ID and choose a faction. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yi input his previous ID, as he deemed such details trivial and had little desire to concoct fanciful names. Regarding the faction, there was no need for the system to elaborate. He promptly selected the human faction. In the world of the apocalypse, factions are divided into 3 categories: humans, alien races, and beasts. As the game's narrative revolves around these 3 principal factions, Apocalypse is a modern warfare game that unfolds in the mid-21st century, where extraterrestrials invade Earth through wormholes, launching an assault on humanity. The ensuing conflict wreaks havoc on the Earth's ecological environment, causing all non-human life forms afflicted by environmental contamination to mutate and develop self-awareness, thus joining the fray in the battle for territory. As the apocalypse dawns, resource depletion renders firearms ineffective, ushering a return to the age of cold weapons. The distinctions among the 3 factions are as follows. Joining the alien faction grants players a 20 increase in monetary rewards from daily monster hunting or quests, while the beast faction provides an additional 20 experience gain, and the human faction enhances reputation rewards by 20. Zhang Yi, armed with the wisdom from his past existence, understood that reputation was the most vital asset in the world of apocalypse. Additionally, he had also been part of the human faction in his previous life, granting him a comprehensive grasp of the quests and opportunities available to humans. After completing the selections for his ID and faction, a melodious notification chimed. Ding, esteemed God-level talent card player, congratulations on acquiring the randomly bestowed God-level talent, God-level enhancement. God-level enhancement. God-level talent description. The bearer will enjoy a 100 success rate for equipment enhancement. Upon witnessing the talent he had obtained, Zhang Yi's spirits soared. A 100 success rate for equipment enhancement. This talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Only players who had experienced the game could comprehend the perils of equipment enhancement, which was a notorious pitfall in Apocalypse. In this game, all gear could be enhanced using enhancement stones, with each enhancement boosting the basic attributes of the equipment by 10. The maximum enhancement level is 25, but as the level increases, the success rate diminishes, decreasing by 4 with each level. The success rate plummets to a mere 1 when attempting to enhance from 24 to 25. Achieving 25 unlocks a powerful equipment talent. In his previous life, countless players had been left in tears over the trials of equipment enhancement. Having acquired the extraordinary talent of divine enhancement, Zhang Yi felt an exhilarating surge of power. In his previous life, he was only bestowed with a meager talent that granted a mere 1 increase in skill damage, which was utterly ineffectual for an archer relying on basic attacks and speed to inflict harm. Just then, another system notification chimed. Ding. The Dragon Blood Scroll has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining Dragon Bloodline. The Dragon Blood Scroll, the formidable power he had received just before his demise in the last life, had inexplicably accompanied him into this rebirth. Zhang Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. In the world of Apocalypse, there existed a race that transcended the 3 major factions, revered as the mightiest by those who came after the Dragon Race. The Dragon Race was not among the factions available for players to choose from, remaining an enigmatic and formidable entity existing in a neutral state within the Apocalypse realm. In his previous life, until the very moment of his demise, only 3 players across the globe had garnered the Dragon Race's recognition and become members over an arduous span of 8 years. The Dragon Race represented an aspiration that countless players in the Apocalypse world yearned for, and in his previous life, Zhang Yi, alongside his brother-in-arms Mu Qin and his beloved Lin Ruo, collaborated with over 100 elite players, dedicating an entire year to slay the 9-headed Supreme Dragon Emperor boss of the Dragon Race. Ultimately, their team was reduced to just the 3 of them. Yet they painstakingly gather the 9 shards to forge the scroll. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhang Yi opened an interface. Dragon Bloodline, LV1. Each upgrade grants a unique golden skill exclusive to the dragon race and passive enhancements. Owner, Inua Qing Chung passive. All attributes growth 5 stars exclusive skill. Hell Dragon Flame, LV1. Golden passive. Each time a basic attack or skill is executed, there is a 0.1 chance to trigger and summon a Hell Dragon. Unleashing Hell Dragon Flame across a 100-meter radius, inflicting 150 of your attack power as true damage to all enemies within range, and imposing an unpurifiable burning state lasting 5 seconds, causing 30 of your attack power as true damage per second. Skill level will increase with the bloodline level. Upgrade requirements. Human Reputation 0-2000. Alien Reputation 0-2000. Demon Reputation 0-2000. Description: the supreme race of the apocalypse world. Those possessing the dragon bloodline will receive initial recognition from the dragon race, gain access to its formidable skills, and upon reaching LV10, the bloodline holder will qualify to join the dragon faction. Goodness. Truly worthy of the 255-star super artifact, the dragon bloodline obtained through the Dragon Blood Scroll granted Zhang Yi a top-tier golden skill right from the start. Moreover, it bestowed a passive enhancement of 5 stars to all attributes. Little did you expect, Muchin, that the very thing you sought through any means possible has now been brought back by me. A gradually arrogant smile blossomed upon Zhang Yi's face. In this lifetime, Zhang Yi possesses the audacity to be arrogant, endowed with the bloodline of dragons and a divine-level talent from the outset, coupled with an overarching mastery of the apocalypse world, making it nearly impossible for him not to soar. Upon seeing the requirements for upgrading his dragon lineage, Zhang Yi couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his choice of the human faction. Just then, the system's notification chimes once more. Ding. Character establishment complete. Player, 1 promise, captivating city. Welcome to the game world of Apocalypse. This week's survival mission has been released. You may view the details in the mission interface. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. As the system's notification faded from his ears and his gaze shifted, Zhang Yi found himself within a derailed train. This familiar scene filled him with excitement. Indeed, his birthplace was the same as in his previous life. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that several other players were gradually respawning in the same carriage. The time in the apocalypse world is synchronized with that of the real world. As night fell, through the train window, illuminated by the flickering streetlights, he could see colossal spiders and scorpions scattered across the railway, feasting upon the carcasses of animals and humans, emitting a chilling cacophony of gnawing sounds. Chapter 4. The game begins amidst the remarkably immersive gaming environment. The other players in the same compartment as Zhang Yi were eagerly pressed against the windows, their eyes alight with excitement as they gazed at the biomechanical spiders outside, exclaiming in awe. Player A. The level of virtual realism is astounding. This game is truly impressive. Player B. Indeed, it feels just like the real world. Spending $10,000 on this gaming headset is absolutely worth it. Player C. Aren't you all frightened? It feels so terrifying. Player D. What is there to be afraid of? It's just a game. Listening quietly to the discussions of his fellow players, Zhang Yi shook his head. These individuals had yet to realize that the current world was far more than a mere game. In his memory, the inaugural survival mission of the apocalypse was seemingly to seek a safe zone. He casually opened the mission interface. And indeed it was as he recalled, this week's survival mission. Locate the safe zone. Nightmare level. Background. Extraterrestrial forces have invaded Earth, and the beastmen have risen in strength, plunging the world into a crisis. Mission description. Please follow the mini-map to find safe zone number 886 in District 8, Hope Town. Within Hope Town, your safety will be significantly ensured. Remaining time, 3 hours 58 minutes. Mission reward. 1 resurrection opportunity. Failure penalty. Death. Resurrection opportunities can negate death. 2 cardinal rules of survival in the world of apocalypse. 1. Always ensure you possess at least 1 resurrection opportunity. Do not take risks without any, for if you die with a resurrection opportunity, you can come back to life. However, if you perish without one, it is final. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had succumbed to a lethal blow from Mu Qin after exhausting his resurrection opportunities before confronting the Dark Dragon Emperor, Yaguno, leaving him no chance for reprieve. 2. Complete the survival missions issued by the system each week. In Apocalypse, the player's main storyline revolves around survival tasks every Monday. A unified survival mission is released for all players. Completing the mission within the week grants a reward of a resurrection opportunity, while failure results in the forfeiture of one opportunity. Should players fail to complete the survival mission on time without any resurrection opportunities, they face erasure by the system. Weekly survival missions are categorized into 3 tiers: normal, elite, and nightmare. As players complete missions, their level increases, and they must accomplish all 3 tasks each week to ensure safety while accumulating rewards of up to 3 resurrection opportunities. Since today is Sunday and the inaugural day of the server launch, this week's survival mission has been elevated directly to nightmare level and will not be upgraded further. The task interface closed, revealing the attributes screen before Zhang Yi. Inua Qin Cheng. Level: 1 profession, none race. Human resurrection attempts: 1, cumulative. Maximum of 5, talent. Divine enhancement, divine talent. Strength: 3 growth. 15 stars, affects physical attack, where 1 point of strength equals 1. 5 physical attack. Intelligence: 3 growth. 15 stars, affects magical attack. Endurance: 2 growth. 15 stars, affects defense. Agility: 3 growth. 15 stars, affects speed and critical hits. Vitality: 5 growth. 15 stars, affects health and energy, where 1 point of vitality equals 15 health points and 5 energy points. Physical attack power: 5 physical defense power, 3 magical defense power, 3 health points, 75 energy points, 38 experience points, 100 life skill. Basic exploration: can view the attributes of monsters no higher than 3 levels above oneself. Consumes 1 energy point. Special status: Dragon Bloodline LV1 description: a newcomer who has just stepped into the world of Apocalypse, filled with curiosity about everything. Before transitioning to a new profession, a player's 5 attributes start with an initial growth of 10 stars. However, Zhang Yi, having acquired the Dragon Bloodline, enjoys a passive boost of 5 stars to all attributes, granting him an impressive head start compared to his peers. His attributes are significantly higher than those of other novices. In his inventory, apart from the system's gift of 10 level 1 health potions that restore 50 health points each, he possesses only a Novice Great Sword. Novice Sword. Quality: 1 star physical attack power, 3 profession restriction, none level requirement, 0 description, a weapon suitable for beginners. While it may not deal substantial damage, it can help you avoid grappling with the fearsome monsters outside. Regrettably, without any enhancement stones on hand, Zhang Yi is unable to utilize the power of divine enhancement. Glancing at the time, it is now 8:03 p.m. If he cannot enter a safe zone before midnight, he will squander the initial resurrection opportunity graciously bestowed upon every player by the system. Having experienced this once already, Zhang Yi is acutely aware that reaching the safe zone is no simple feat. Otherwise, the survival quest would not be classified as nightmare-level difficulty. At this moment, as the game officially commenced, players within the carriage could no longer contain their excitement. One bold player, brandishing a greatsword, leapt from the train window to engage the monsters. In his line of sight, a young man with yellow hair was the first to dash out of the train, brazenly approaching a large spider that was feasting on the carcass of an animal. Before long, a scream pierced the air. The yellow-haired youth, having provoked the level 3 spider, met his demise, causing the novice sword gifted by the system to drop from his lifeless body, which swiftly transformed into a beam of white light, returning to the carriage. Until they reach the safe zone, the carriage serves as the resurrection point for Zhang Yi and his fellow players. After consuming a revival opportunity to return to the carriage, the young man with yellow hair stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "Why is this giant spider so formidable?" No sooner had he uttered these words than another middle-aged male player in the carriage pointed at the spider that had just vanquished him and remarked, "With so many level 1 spiders around, why did you choose to engage that level 3 one?" The young man paused for a moment, only then noticing the crimson ID above the spider's head. LV3 biochemical spider. Oh no, I didn't see that. However, he reassured himself. It's merely a game. After all, they are all level 1. Dying holds little consequence. I can always return. With that, the young man once more leaped through the window. Meanwhile, the other players in the carriage, filled with excitement, brandished their great swords and surged out, charging towards the level 1 biochemical spiders ahead. Only Zhang Yi remained unhurried, choosing not to exit the carriage immediately. Instead, he stood beside a window and retrieved a safety hammer. As the hammer landed in his grasp, it instantly transformed into a formidable black iron hammer. Ding, you have acquired the equipment, rough iron hammer. Observing the hammer in his hand, which boasted an additional 5 points of attack power, a satisfied smile spread across Zhang Yi's face. Although it was also a 1-star equipment like the novice sword, this level 1 hammer surpassed the novice sword by 2 points in attack power. In the early stages, such a 2-point difference in attack power should not be underestimated. Chapter 5, Top Tier Enhancement, 25. Regarding the transformation of the safety hammer into game equipment, Zhang Yi had learned of this phenomenon in his previous life. At that time, the only safety hammer in the carriage was inadvertently picked up by a player who converted it into a weapon, causing Zhang Yi and the other players to be envious. With that hammer, which boasted an attack power exceeding that of the novice swords held by others by 2 points, that player emerged as the first among their batch of new players to escape the train station. Thus, equipped with the iron hammer, Zhang Yi's attack power surged from 5 to 10 points, allowing him to exit the carriage with an air of calm. The moment he stepped out, a potent stench assailed his senses, causing several female players nearby to wrinkle their noses in disgust. However, Zhang Yi had long since grown accustomed to such odors. It was evident that these novice players could barely contend with the level 1 giant spiders, as the level 1 bio spiders possessed a mere 6 points of attack power, 0 defense, and 50 health, pathetically weak attributes. As long as they did not engage in reckless encounters like the player with the yellow hair, they would be safe from peril. These newly introduced experienced monsters, set by the system, would not attack players unless provoked, a feature that significantly ensured the safety of novice players in the early stages. Unlike the other players who rushed towards the giant spiders as if they were treasures, Zhang Yi chose to circumvent the areas infested by these spiders. Hammer in hand, he made his way to the waiting hall of the train station. Guided by the mini-map, he discerned that the shortest route to the safe zone was a straight path along the railway tracks. Therefore, his detour to the waiting hall was fueled by ulterior motives. At the entrance of the waiting hall, Zhang Yi encountered a giant spider that was distinct from the previous black ones. This one was red. He casually cast a detection spell. Bio Spider. Normal physical monster level. 2. Talent. Poison. Normal talent. The Bio Spider's attacks have a 1 chance to poison the target, causing a loss of 10 of the Bio Spider's attack power and health every second for 5 seconds. Physical attack. 10. Physical defense. 2. Magical defense. 1. Health. 90. Description. A spider mutated by the pollution of the apocalyptic environment, exceptionally fierce. However, as long as you do not provoke it, it will not attack you. This giant spider seems rather unusual. In the world of the apocalypse, not only players but also monsters possess talents. Upon reading the data panel's description, Zhang Yi became increasingly convinced this was the one. He had stumbled upon this opportunity by chance. In his previous life, it was only after he had spent over 2 hours painstakingly reaching the safe zone of Hopetown that he heard from players within the safe zone mention that there was a beneficial monster in the waiting hall of the train station, which, when slain, could yield treasure chests. Reportedly, that player had forgotten to check the map and, by sheer coincidence, thought that leaving the train station must be through the waiting hall, resulting in their encounter with the beneficial monster. According to the player's account, he sacrificed his life once, defeating the welfare monster in 2 attempts, ultimately earning a treasure chest which seemingly contained a plethora of valuable items. In this life, Zhang Yi arrived at the waiting hall ahead of everyone else. Thus, the welfare monster was destined to be his. While a level 1 player challenging a level 2 biochemical spider may seem daunting for the average gamer, it posed no challenge for Zhang Yi, who possessed the dragon bloodline and wielded a formidable iron hammer. Consequently, his gaze fixed upon the level 2 biochemical spider resting at the entrance of the waiting hall. Adhering to the principle that the spider would not initiate an attack unless provoked, Zhang Yi approached, iron hammer in hand. With a resonating thud, he struck the towering biochemical spider, which stood at least a meter tall. A roar erupted as a red damage number appeared above the spider's head. 8. The 5-star growth from the dragon bloodline, coupled with the iron hammer, enabled Zhang Yi's attack power to nearly double that of a novice swordsman equipped with standard gear, inflicting considerable damage upon the level 2 spider. Taken by surprise, the biochemical spider swiftly swung its 8 furry legs, turning to face Zhang Yi with its gaping maw poised to bite. Zhang Yi deftly evaded, countering with another strike that dealt an additional 8 points of damage to the creature's head. Although not a top-tier player in his previous life, he had acquired some fundamental movement skills. Thus, while skillfully dodging the spider's attacks, Zhang Yi sought opportunities to strike with his hammer. After all, should he suffer an attack from the spider, his meager defensive 3 points would result in a loss of 7 health points, and if the poison talent were triggered, an additional 5 points would be at stake. Resources were scarce in the early game, and the potions gifted by the system were not intended for such moments. In the span of half a minute, Zhang Yi landed 10 strikes, reducing the spider's health by 80 points. With the final blow, a golden critical damage struck. 16. With a ferocious roar, the biochemical spider collapsed at Zhang Yi's feet. Ding, you have slain the biochemical spider, gaining 2 experience points. As the spider perished, a resounding thud echoed, revealing a gleaming treasure chest that fell from its carcass. Indeed, a treasure had been dropped. Overjoyed, Zhang Yi crouched down to unveil the 1-star treasure chest. Ding, congratulations on opening the 1-star treasure chest. You have received level 1 enhancement stones, X30. In the world of Apocalypse, treasure chests function similarly to lottery tickets, categorized by rarity according to their star ratings. The higher the rating, the more extraordinary the rewards. For Zhang Yi, endowed with the godly enhancement talent, the 30 enhancement stones from this chest were a most fortuitous boon. With great anticipation, Zhang Yi eagerly employed enhancement stones to fortify the colossal hammer in his grasp. Each enhancement consumed a level 1 stone, and a series of melodious chimes resonated in his ears. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, rough iron hammer, has been upgraded to 1. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your equipment, rough iron hammer, has been upgraded to 2. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, rough iron hammer, has been upgraded to 25. You have unlocked the exclusive talent, severe wound. He then revisited the attributes of the rough iron hammer. Rough iron hammer, 25. Quality, 1-star physical attack, 18, 13. The figure in parentheses denotes the enhancement bonus, class restriction, none level requirement. 1 exclusive talent, severe wound, passive. The wielder inflicts an additional 30 points of damage with each attack. Description: do not underestimate this hammer. It can effortlessly shatter your novice sword into fragments. Chapter 6. 2 hammer strikes defeating the giant spider with merely 25 enhancement stones. A piece of unadorned equipment was elevated to the pinnacle level of 25. This was a capability that countless elite players in the previous life could only dream of. Yet Zhang Yi, reborn into this realm, possessed it in reality, although strengthening a low-level 1-star piece of equipment from the early stages to 25 seems rather trivial, given the low base attributes of such inferior gear, even at its highest enhancement. The increase in effectiveness would remain modest. Zhang Yi, endowed with the divine enhancement talent, was unconcerned by this fact. At the very least, this 25 hammer would enable him to traverse effortlessly to the safety zone. And he recalled that the first player to reach the safety zone in each area would be rewarded handsomely by the system. Moreover, even if this equipment would soon become obsolete, once Zhang Yi attained a higher level and acquired a superior weapon, the matter of 25 enhancement stones would be inconsequential. With the divine enhancement at his disposal, 25 equipment would be within his grasp whenever desired. Notably, the talent, Severe Wound, unlocked by enhancing this hammer to 25, was indeed formidable, augmenting the wielder's attack damage by 30 points, effectively granting Zhang Yi an additional 30 points of attack power. surpassing even the primary attributes of this weapon. Possessing this exclusive talent, Zhang Yi's output capability saw a remarkable elevation. Upon reviewing his status bar, his attack power had risen to 23 points, combined with severe wound. He could likely slay a level 2 biospider with just 2 strikes. Without any doubt, this hammer should serve him well until at least level 5, if not further. Aside from the 1-star treasure chest, beside the corpse of the level 2 biospider, Zhang Yi also discovered a single copper coin. This coin served as the common currency in the apocalypse world and was a rather significant resource, albeit this novice creature proved to be somewhat miserly. The conversion stood at 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 10,000 copper coins. Thus, Zhang Yi picked up the solitary copper coin and departed from the waiting area. According to the layout of the minimap, exiting the waiting area to reach the safety zone was not a prudent choice. Upon returning to the train tracks at the spawn point, he observed a throng of players from his cohort engaged in a frenzied battle with the level 1 to 3 biospiders. Entirely oblivious to the survival mission of finding the safety zone, lost in the thrill of combat. After all, apart from Zhang Yi, all players were experiencing this hyper-realistic game for the first time. The exhilarating sensations could indeed ensnare anyone. Recall that in his previous life, Zhang Yi had also spent nearly half an hour battling spiders before he remembered to undertake the survival mission. Opening the map, Zhang Yi followed the directional arrows, proceeding westward along the tracks. Just then, a flash of white light illuminated the area, and a level 3 biospider materialized right before him. Due to the exceedingly short distance of its spawn, the level 3 biospider appeared almost at Zhang Yi's feet, leaving him no time to react as he inadvertently stepped forward. Roar. With a piercing roar, the biochemical spider, unjustly trampled, immediately directed its wrath towards Zhang Yi, unleashing a torrent of green venom from its maw. Splatter. The venom struck Zhang Yi squarely on the chest. Ding. You have been attacked by the biochemical spider, losing 13 points of health. The attack power of the level 3 biochemical spider was exceedingly formidable. Without any protective gear, Zhang Yi, despite possessing a remarkable stamina growth of 15 stars, could not withstand its onslaught, causing his health bar to plummet by 1/6. With Zhang Yi's health totaling 75 points, he could endure a mere 6 attacks from this biochemical menace. Meanwhile, players behind him, engaged in combat with the level 1 biochemical spiders, cast sympathetic glances at Zhang Yi, who had dared to provoke such a formidable foe. That guy is audacious, challenging a level 3 spider. Indeed, he is doomed. As the chatter among several players behind him intensified, Zhang Yi hefted his massive iron hammer and brought it crashing down upon the head of the level 3 spider before him. Bang! A crisp sound reverberated as damage leapt from the spider's head, leaving the spectators momentarily speechless. With Zhang Yi's attack power of 23, he could only inflict 17 points of damage on the level 3 biochemical spider, which had 6 points of defense. However, the hammer's severe injury talent contributed an additional 30 points of damage. Evading the spider's subsequent strike, Zhang Yi swung his hammer once more. Critical hit. A golden critical damage notification appeared as 2 swift blows felled the spider. With a mournful cry, the level 3 biochemical spider, boasting a total of 130 health points and perceived as nearly invincible by onlookers, was vanquished by Zhang Yi's 2 mighty strikes, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Ding! You have slain the biochemical spider, gaining 6 experience points. As the saying goes, high risk brings high rewards. The experience from a level 3 biochemical spider equated to 3 times that of a level 2 spider. Additionally, this level 3 spider dropped 2 copper coins and a fist-sized silver stone. Level 1 enhancement stone, description, can be used to enhance 1-star quality equipment. A valuable item to boost a player's combat prowess. 2 stones of the same level can be combined to forge a higher level enhancement stone. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had unexpectedly acquired an enhancement stone. Thus, Zhang Yi bent down to collect the copper coins and enhancement stone before striding over the corpse of the level 3 spider, hammer in hand, towards the safety of Hope Town, leaving behind a disoriented crowd of players in the shadows. Player A, did I just see that, or was it an illusion? Player B, an illusion? I must be blind. Did he really just kill a level 3 spider with 2 strikes? Is this even human? Player C. He must be cheating. With this 25 hammer in hand, Zhang Yi could easily dominate the train station, using these level 1 to 3 biochemical spiders to elevate his level beyond 3. In a previous life, he might have indeed pursued such trivial gains, but now, Zhang Yi had loftier aspirations. He set his sights on far greater ambitions. For over 20 minutes, he traversed the train tracks at the swiftest pace, scaling a guardrail and ascending a hillside. At the summit stood Zhang Yi, who at last beheld the quaint Hope Town nestled at the foot of the opposite slope. The town was encircled by a formidable wall of concrete, and from his elevated vantage point, he could discern a scene of tranquility and peace within its confines. In stark contrast, the urban ruins beyond the walls teemed with countless bioengineered monstrosities. Without the sanctuary of the wall, it was likely that these creatures would have long since breached the town, extinguishing the lives of any survivors within. As of yet, no regional announcements had been made, indicating that the safety zone numbered 886, where Zhang Yi resided, remained untouched by players. The achievement for being the first to enter this safe haven still lingered. Thus, clutching his hefty iron hammer, Zhang Yi ventured forth into the shadows, drawing ever closer to Hope Town. Chapter 7. The first achievement in the apocalyptic world, apart from possessing 34 distinct regions. Each region is further divided into over 1,000 small safety zones, commonly referred to as novice villages. Each novice village can accommodate more than 10,000 players. This is merely the domestic situation. Numerous overseas servers also exist. It was only years later, when the apocalyptic world merged regions and initiated national wars, that Zhang Yi became aware of this. This illustrates the immense popularity of the game. Zhang Yi was assigned to the safety zone designated as Hope Town, numbered 886. Surrounding the 886 safety zone are countless players hailing from various birthplaces, all converging towards Hope Town in response to the Find Safety Zone survival task. Zhang Yi must reach Hope Town before them to trigger his achievement. Do not assume that being less than a mile away from Hope Town means he can enter swiftly. In fact, the stretch of road from the train station was merely a prelude. Here begins the true challenge of the nightmarish survival task, Find Safety Zone. Along the way from Zhang Yi's current position to Hope Town, there are a plethora of level 1 to 5 biomonsters, which lack a novice protection mechanism. This means that even if players do not provoke them, merely approaching will result in an attack. In his previous life, a significant portion of players, about 1 in 10, perished en route to the safety zone. Had it not been for teaming up with several players, Zhang Yi himself would have nearly met the same fate. However, in this life, he has no intention of forming alliances, for wielding a reinforced level 25 iron hammer. He requires no assistance. As he descended the slope, a massive level 2 bio-cockroach promptly approached him. Unfazed, Zhang Yi continued forward, waiting until the cockroach was within striking distance. With a resounding thwack, he smashed it squarely, flattening its head, 51 damage. The cockroach, pinned to the ground, was temporarily incapacitated, allowing Zhang Yi to deliver another blow, inflicting another 51 points of damage, KO. Then you have slain a level 2 bio-cockroach, experience 2. After collecting the single copper coin dropped by the defeated cockroach, Zhang Yi pressed on. Shortly thereafter, a level 3 bio-rat darted towards him. Without a hint of suspense, it was dispatched in 3 strikes, yielding 6 experience points and another copper coin for Zhang Yi's collection. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with 2 strikes. If it cannot, then 3 strikes will suffice. The once mediocre level 1-star iron hammer, after being enhanced to 25, has become nothing short of a divine weapon in the early stages. Thus, Zhang Yi traversed the path with little hindrance. Even the level 4 and 5 biomonsters that would require a trio or quartet of novice players to confront were merely a few strikes away from defeat in his capable hands. And so, then you have slain a level 3 bioant, experience 6. Then you have slain a level 2 biospider, experience 2. Ding! You have slain a level 4 biocenipede, gaining 12 experience points. Until Zhang Yi reached the entrance of Hope Town, a brilliant beam of golden light descended upon him, accompanied by a melodious system notification that chimed near his ear. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. You have earned 5 points to allocate freely to your attributes. The next level requires 250 experience points. After a tumultuous journey, he finally attained level 2. Upon opening his status panel, Zhang Yi allocated all 5 points to stamina, which enhances health. Regardless of the class he wishes to pursue at level 10, the allocation of points prior to that will not be affected, as completing a class transition grants players a chance to reset their points. Thus, before reaching level 10, one should bolster whichever attributes are lacking. The 25 hammer has already ensured Zhang Yi's damage output. His current vulnerability lies in survivability. The 5 points in stamina, translating to a 15-star growth in vitality, bestows an impressive 75 health points and 37 energy points, effectively doubling Zhang Yi's life force. After completing his allocations, Zhang Yi closed the status panel and stood at the entrance of the safe zone, stepping through a white barrier impenetrable to monsters into the town. As he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by a serene and peaceful village, with intact houses lining the clean streets and NPCs with blue IDs bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. Having just traversed the desolate ruins of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi felt as though he had entered paradise. Simultaneously, a resounding system notification echoed from above. 886 safe zone announcement. Ding. Congratulations to player Yin Nua Ching Chong for being the first to enter the 886 safe zone, Hope Town, completing the newbie first achievement and earning rewards. Human reputation 120, including a faction bonus of 20, silver coins 10. The reward of 120 reputation was quite generous, as one would typically need to complete several challenging quests to accumulate such a sum. As this announcement reverberated around Hope Town, excitement surged among the players belonging to the 886 safe zone. Those still en route to Hope Town erupted with enthusiasm, and the regional chat channel came alive. Lonely brother, male. Level 1 player, wow, that was fast. You've already reached the safe zone. I just died and respawned. Wait for me. I'll be there within an hour. Mouse loves cat. Female, level 1 player in Nuat Xing Ching. Are you a guy or a girl? You made it to the safe zone so quickly. That's impressive. Expert. Male, level 1 player. Damn. I've been grinding rats and almost forgot about the safe zone quest. Hold on, brothers, I'm coming. Ding dong ding dong. The chat channel buzzed incessantly, but Zhang Yi paid it no mind and promptly muted it. Unlike the other players who still had the leisure to chat, Zhang Yi had yet to grasp that this was indeed a real post-apocalyptic world. Following the regional announcement, a private system notification echoed in Zhang Yi's ear. Ding. Congratulations on completing the survival task, finding the safe zone, nightmare level. You have been awarded an additional revival chance. All survival tasks for this week have been completed. Please await the system's release of new survival tasks at midnight next Monday. Glancing at the time, it was 8:30. Zhang Yi had reached the safe zone in merely half an hour. In his previous life, the first player to arrive at Hope Town did so around 9 o'clock. This meant that Zhang Yi was ahead of other players by at least half an hour, allowing him to reap the benefits provided by the safe zone. Chapter 8. The task begins. Having returned from the brink of oblivion, Zhang Yi's ambitions are distinctly defined. His sole purpose is to exert every effort to fortify his strength. Thus, his paramount objective is to swiftly amass prestige and elevate the level of his dragon bloodline. Ascending the dragon bloodline to level 10 would grant him the opportunity to join the dragon clan, a distinction that separates mere possession of the dragon bloodline from true affiliation. Once a member of the dragon clan, a player can summon formidable draconic allies. In his previous life, he recalled a pivotal moment when, years later, during the unification of the various regions in the world of Apocalypse and the onset of national warfare, a player from the Heavenly Kingdom, Dragon Clan, unleashed the power of the dragons, summoning a cavalry of dragon riders that decimated the secondary stronghold of Cloud City, home to 100,000 players. This ultimate goal of elevating the dragon bloodline to level 10 would likely take him at least a year and a half. Before reaching that milestone, Zhang Yi's immediate target is to attain level 10 and complete his class transition, for only through this transformation can he acquire skills. Level 10 serves as a significant threshold for early game players. Drawing from the collective wisdom of gamers, it is evident that the swiftest path to leveling up lies in the combination of quests and monster hunting. Having been reborn, Zhang Yi retains vivid memories of Hope Town's layout, including the locations of NPCs offering quests, as well as the pharmacies and equipment shops. In his previous life, he was an exceedingly ordinary player. One might even label him as mediocre, who lingered in the novice village for an entire month before reaching level 30 and advancing to the tertiary stronghold. During that month, Zhang Yi memorized even the signs indicating where one should refrain from indiscriminate behavior. Thus, leveraging his recollections, Zhang Yi navigated through the bustling streets, weaving past NPCs, until he arrived at the entrance of a quaint house with a red roof. There he spotted a little girl, seemingly no more than 8 or 9 years old, with twin pigtails perched on the ground. She rested her chin on her hands, wearing an expression of despondency. Above her head, alongside a blue spirit emblem, floated a prominent yellow question mark, indicating that she was a source of ordinary quests. In the world of Apocalypse, quests are categorized into ordinary and hidden types. Any NPC adorned with a question mark signifies an ordinary quest, while hidden quests lack such indicators and are challenging to trigger, often yielding rewards beyond imagination. However, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that there were no direct hidden quests within Hopetown. Approaching the girl, he gently initiated a conversation. "Little sister, what troubles you? Why do you seem so glum?" The NPC girl, Ling Ling, lifted her gaze, her large, tear-filled eyes locking onto Zhang Yi's. With a quivering voice, she replied, "Big brother, my father was killed by monsters a few days ago. Could you avenge him and slay those beasts that took my father from me?" As soon as the girl's words fell, a luminous screen materialized before Zhang Yi. "Ding, would you like to accept the quest, Vengeance for Father, difficulty level 20, classified as a beginner task. The system recommends you to undertake it." A single phrase triggered the quest, succinct and clear. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi accepted the task. "Ding, you have successfully accepted the quest, Vengeance for Father. According to the rules, upon completion, you shall receive generous rewards. Best of luck, adventurer." He casually opened the quest interface. Vengeance for Father. Normal quest task difficulty level 20. Description: with the invasion of foreign races upon Earth and the rise of mutated beasts, the entire world has plunged into an unprecedented apocalyptic crisis, with countless human survivors meeting their demise at the hands of ferocious monsters in the wild. Ling Ling's father ventured to the factory 3 days prior to procure materials for weapon crafting and has yet to return. He is likely to have met with misfortune. Players are to follow the map's guidance to Apocalypse Factory, eliminate the man-eating worms within, and avenge Ling Ling's father. Quest progress: 0-100 quest rewards, experience points 600, copper coins 100, level 1 enhancement stones 10, random equipment 1, human faction reputation 20, remaining time 11 hours 59 minutes at first glance. This seemed no different from the beginner tasks readily available in the safe zone, such as exterminating mutated creatures. However, only Zhang Yi understood that this quest was far from ordinary. After accepting the task, Zhang Yi bid farewell to Ling Ling, who remained squatting at the entrance. Her face etched with sorrow, a question mark still hovering above her head, awaiting the next player to claim the quest. Casting a glance back at the NPC girl, Zhang Yi felt a stirring within. Though he did not know her, he was acutely aware that Ling Ling was, in fact, a transformation of a real girl from the world outside, which meant that in reality, Ling Ling had already been erased by the Apocalypse system. Not only her, but also this safe zone, and indeed all NPCs within the entirety of the Apocalypse world, were once individuals from the real world who had been obliterated. Zhang Yi shuddered to contemplate what horrors might be unfolding in the realm beyond the game. Looking down at his attire, shorts and flip-flops, he deemed it rather unbecoming. Therefore, before venturing out of the safe zone to undertake his quest, Zhang Yi made a stop at the town's equipment shop. Having slaughtered monsters along the route from the train station to Hope Town, he accumulated a total of 21 copper coins, complemented by an achievement reward of 10 silver coins, resulting in a modest fortune of 10 silver and 21 copper coins. In less than an hour since the launch of Apocalypse, possessing 10 silver coins was indeed a considerable sum. Consequently, Zhang Yi spent a small amount of his wealth to purchase a set of novice equipment from the shop, Novice Boots. 2 defense, priced at 20 copper coins. Novice Pants, 2 defense, priced at 20 copper coins. Novice Shirt, 25 health, priced at 25 copper coins. Novice Ring, 3 attack, priced at 35 copper coins. Equipped with a uniform set of first-level, one-star items, which could only be described as worthless gear, Zhang Yi procured them solely to enhance his appearance slightly, donning this novice attire. He opened the streamlined status bar to take a glance. Inua Ching Ching, LV2 Resurrection Count, 2, Talent, Supreme Enhancement, Physical Attack, 26, Physical Defense, 7, Magic Defense, 7. Health Points, 175, Energy Points, 75, Experience Points, 250, Special Status, Dragon Bloodline, LV1. After acquiring the equipment, Zhang Yi proceeded to the apothecary. Spending 50 copper coins on 50 bottles of first-level red potions, and then, wielding his hefty iron hammer, he ventured forth towards the outskirts of Hope Town. Chapter 9. Fear not, fair maiden, I shall rescue you. Darkness enveloped the earth, and the stench of death permeated the air. Zhang Yi stepped through the shimmering barrier, leaving the safety zone behind, as if he had plunged from paradise into the depths of hell. Before him lay a city in ruins, engulfed in smoke, where grotesque bioweapons of levels 1 to 5 traversed the desolate landscape, while crows flitted chaotically overhead. Undaunted, Zhang Yi wielded his massive iron hammer and boldly entered the throng of beasts, with a roar as he encroached upon the territory of these monsters. A cacophony of growls erupted, and one after another, the low-level bioweapons lunged toward him. Zhang Yi swung his hammer with unparalleled ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. -48, -48, -51, -94 critical hit. Ding. You have slain a level 3 biochemical cockroach. Experience gained, 6. Ding. You have slain a level 2 biochemical rat. Experience gained, 2. One by one, the bioweapons fell, transforming into streams of experience points that Zhang Yi eagerly collected. For him, creatures of levels 1 to 4 were mere trifles, easily dispatched with 2 to 4 strikes. The only true threat lay in the level 5 beasts. These formidable bioweapons boasted an attack power of 25, dealing 18 points of damage with each hit, and possessed health exceeding 240. Without a critical hit, Zhang Yi required 6 strikes to vanquish one. Each time he defeated a level 5 beast, he found himself consuming a potion to recuperate his losses. However, the rewards were equally substantial, as each level 5 creature bestowed upon him a generous 20 experience points, along with a minimum of 1 copper coin, potentially yielding up to 3 for the fortunate. As Zhang Yi pressed onward toward the safety zone, he encountered a multitude of players hurrying in the opposite direction. These players, who had fought valiantly from the spawn point to reach this juncture, were taken aback by Zhang Yi's swift exit from the safety zone. Their curiosity piqued upon noticing the white ID hovering above his head. One promise, City of Elegance. Isn't that the player who was just announced as the first to reach the safety zone? They murmured. Indeed, it was him. Goodness, he has even changed his weapon. While we are still striving to reach the safety zone, he is already out there battling. We should hasten to the safety zone as well. The game manual stated that daily quests are limited in number. If we delay, we may miss out entirely. Thus, a throng of players brushed past Zhang Yi, racing toward the hope of a safe haven. To them, even as the first player to arrive at the safety zone, one promise, City of Elegance, seemed overly ambitious. Venturing out alone into the wild appeared to be a path to certain doom. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed ahead. Zhang Yi's gaze shifted, and he beheld a young woman clad in a tank top and shorts, pinned beneath a level 5 biochemical spider. Her health bar dwindled to a mere half, having suffered a vicious bite that reduced her vitality to a quarter. Help, please. Fear not, fair maiden, for I shall come to your rescue. Upon witnessing the tragic plight of a beautiful maiden, a young lad, armed with a novice sword, charged valiantly towards the bioengineered spider. However, in a twist of fate, his attempt at heroism was thwarted before he could draw near. The spider retaliated with a ferocious strike, inflicting a critical damage of 44 points that triggered the poison attribute, compounded by a relentless toxin damage of 3 points per second, swiftly leading to his demise. A chilling scream echoed as the aspiring hero disintegrated into a wisp of white light. The level 5 bioengineered spider then advanced towards the bloodied girl, instilling fear in the hearts of the surrounding players who, having witnessed the spider's terrifying power that had just claimed a life, dared not approach. Despite the fact that this was merely a game, the prospect of respawning at the starting point after death loomed large. They had fought hard to reach this juncture, on the brink of safety, and none wished to squander their efforts for an unfamiliar, albeit somewhat attractive, damsel. As the spider drew closer to devour the girl, Zhang Yi, wielding a massive hammer, approached with determination. Observers scoffed at his audacity, believing he fancied himself a hero. Thinking that merely entering the safe zone first to claim a reward and switching weapons made him remarkable, they anticipated his swift downfall. Eagerly awaiting the moment he would be vanquished, convinced that his hammer could not surpass the novice sword in power. Thus, the players watched with bated breath as Zhang Yi neared the bioengineered spider and the maiden. Upon his approach, the spider recognized the threat and lunged at Zhang Yi. With a powerful upward swing, he struck the creature, sending it flying and revealing a golden critical damage notification, 94. As the surrounding players gasped in disbelief, Zhang Yi swiftly closed the distance, landing 2 consecutive blows that dealt 47 points of damage each, ultimately slaying the not-quite-full health level 5 bioengineered spider. This spectacle left all those who had anticipated mere entertainment utterly astonished. Player A: good heavens, what kind of damage is that? Player B: damn. That hammer he wields must be a divine artifact. Player C: I couldn't inflict such damage even with 10 swords, while the crowd remained in stunned silence. Zhang Yi quietly departed after collecting 2 copper coins from his conquest. Following the map's guidance, he spent a brief span traversing from Hope Town to the Doomsday Factory, gaining experience from the low-level monsters along the way, bringing his experience bar to 70, nearly ready to ascend to level 3. Ahead lay an abandoned chemical processing plant, nestled within the wilderness, overgrown with weeds, with vines entwined around its towering smokestacks, casting an aura of desolation and danger. For a typical player, the trepidation of approaching such a factory in a survival game would be palpable, particularly without a team. Yet, Zhang Yi, undeterred, dragged his mighty hammer and strode directly into the factory. Within the factory, one can observe an array of chemical-laden barrels strewn haphazardly across the floor, accompanied by litter that carpets the ground in disarray. Among this chaos lie numerous decayed and putrid corpses of NPC workers, scattered throughout the space. Furthermore, there are many large, black insects resembling beetles, with 6 legs, scuttling upon these bodies, voraciously feasting while emitting a series of bone-chilling crunching sounds. These monstrous insects are, in fact, the very objective of Zhang Yi's expedition, the man-eating worms. Chapter 10, Massacre, Hellfire Dragon. Within the confines of this factory, the man-eating worms, though not particularly formidable, are categorized at levels 3 to 4. After all, the difficulty coefficient for the task of avenging one's father is merely 20. Man-eating worm, physical ordinary creature level. For talent, corrosive damage. The attacks of the man-eating worm can infiltrate its venom into the enemy's body, inflicting a corrosive effect that drains 5 health points per second for a duration of 3 seconds. Physical attack, 18 physical defense, 9 magical defense, 7 health points, 180 description, originally dwelling underground. These creatures have mutated due to environmental pollution and now exclusively feast upon humans. It is wise to maintain distance if one wishes to avoid becoming their prey. Although the level 4 creatures surpass Zhang Yi by 2 levels, armed with an early-game artifact, the 25 Great Hammer, Zhang Yi regards them with indifference. The task requires the extermination of 100 man-eating worms, a sheer test of endurance. Thus, he locks onto the nearest level 4 man-eating worm and approaches, hammer in hand. Roar. As Zhang Yi draws near, the worm, preoccupied with scavenging a worker's corpse, notices his approach and hastily slithers toward him. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi continues his advance until the creature is upon him. With a resounding thud, he brings down his hammer upon its forehead, 47. For a novice player, the worm's defense of 9 is quite substantial, without a decent weapon or the requisite 4-level stat allocation. Challenging a man-eating worm with merely a novice sword would be tantamount to suicide. However, for Zhang Yi, this is merely an experienced creature. As a novice foe, the man-eating worm's attack speed is sluggish. Before it can retaliate, Zhang Yi delivers a second blow, inflicting another 47 points of damage. Skillfully evading the worm's attack with a nimble sidestep, He strikes twice more, effortlessly dispatching the creature. He gains 12 experience points and 2 copper coins, marking his progress in the Avenge Father quest at 100, with no need for recovery after defeating the man-eating worm unharmed. Zhang Yi brandishes his great hammer and sets his sights on the next target. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The factory reverberates with the sharp clang of the hammer striking the worm's hardened carapace, mingled with the creature's anguished wails, after vanquishing several more. As Zhang Yi delivers the final blow to the 8th man-eating worm, a sudden cacophony erupts above. Startled, Zhang Yi looks up to behold a colossal purple rift tearing through the sky above the factory, as if the very heavens were being ripped asunder. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a massive fire dragon, engulfed in flames, emerges from the rift, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of searing dragon fire upon the earth below. With a surge of uncontrollable emotion, Zhang Yi instinctively raised his hands to shield his eyes. In an instant, the dragon flame enveloped a radius of 100 meters around him, consuming a vast expanse filled with man-eating insects. Amidst a cacophony of crackling sounds, a multitude of these vile creatures leaped into the air, their heads displaying a white number, 69. Almost immediately, the injured insects began to suffer an additional -40 damage per second from a lingering burn effect, their health depleting at an astonishing rate. Within mere seconds, dozens of man-eating insects within the 100-meter radius around Zhang Yi had been incinerated. As the floating dragon and the rift dissipated, Zhang Yi stood in stunned silence, gazing at the charred corpses of the countless insects around him. The incessant notifications of battle echoed in his ears. Ding! You have slain a level 3 man-eating insect. Experience gained 6. Ding! You have slain a level 4 man-eating insect. Experience gained 12. Suddenly, a golden light descended, propelling Zhang Yi from level 2 at 80 to level 3 at 57. It was only upon reviewing the battle log that he realized his recent basic attack had triggered the unique dragon skill bestowed by his dragon bloodline, known as Hell Dragon Flame. This golden-level Hell Dragon Flame, with an astonishingly low activation probability of 1 in 1,000, inflicted 150 of his attack power as true damage to all hostile targets within a 100-meter radius, accompanied by a 30 attack power burn damage that persisted for 5 seconds and could not be cleansed. With Zhang Yi's attack power at 26, combined with an additional 30 points from Severe Wound, this single Hell Dragon Flame obliterated the entire group of level 3 to 4 man-eating insects. After a moment of astonishment, Zhang Yi managed to utter, "The dragon bloodline is incredible." It is worth noting that this was merely the effect at level 1. Once the Hell Dragon Flame is upgraded to level 10, it would be capable of annihilating anything in its path. While other novice players might find it a luxury to defeat a level 3 monster, Zhang Yi had already dispatched a horde of level 4 man-eating insects. Opening his quest interface, he saw his progress surge from 8,100 to 5,100, as that single dragon flame had eradicated 47 insects. As he surveyed the ground littered with spoils, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It took him 3 minutes to collect the loot from the 47 slain insects, totaling 70 copper coins, 5 level 1 enhancement stones, and a 1-star treasure chest. The drop rates of equipment from Apocalypse monsters had been the subject of much criticism from countless players in his previous life, so it was unsurprising that over 40 creatures yielded no equipment. The enhancement stone drop rate stood at 10. However, the 1-star treasure chest was an unexpected boon. It is well known that treasure chests are rarer than equipment, a true stroke of luck. If the chest contained equipment, it would guarantee at least a 1-star item, with a slim chance of yielding a 2-star item. Opening a 1-star treasure chest does not require a key. Perhaps the recent discovery of the treasure chest had exhausted Zhang Yi's fortune. Upon opening the chest, he acquired 10 level 1 enhancement stones, along with a piece of 1-star armor, Devouring Worm Boots. Quality: 1-star, Physical Defense, 8, Magical Defense, 6, Class Restriction, None, Level Requirement, 4. Description: crafted from the sturdy carapace and soft underbelly of the devouring worm, these genuine leather boots exhibit a harmonious blend of resilience and comfort, protecting your feet from harm while providing unparalleled comfort. Although classified as 1-star quality, these level 4 boots vastly surpass the novice boots Zhang Yi currently wears. which offer a mere 2 additional points of defense. This is merely the base attribute. The higher the base attribute, the greater the benefits gained from enhancement. Thus, without hesitation, Zhang Yi retrieved the accumulated 25 level 1 enhancement stones from his inventory and applied them all at once to his new footwear. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, Devouring Worm Boots, has been enhanced to 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Infinite Evasion. Chapter 11. The second artifact with the 30 enhancement stones obtained from the previous 1-star treasure chest, only 5 remain. Coupled with the 10 stones from this new chest and the numerous ones dropped by monsters, Zhang Yi possesses more than enough enhancement stones to elevate a piece of flat equipment to level 25. Of course, the legendary Divine Enhancement is truly remarkable. Otherwise, who would dare to excessively enhance a mere level 1-star piece of trash equipment in the early stages? For transitional equipment, most players are thrilled to achieve a 10 enhancement, and reaching 25 is virtually impossible without 300 to 400 level 1 enhancement stones, unless one experiences extraordinary luck. Gazing at the 25 man-eating worm boots in his possession, Zhang Yi felt a surge of excitement. The boots conferred an astonishing 250 attribute boost, elevating the base defense from 8 to 28 points. Furthermore, the talent unlocked upon reaching the maximum enhancement level, Infinite Evasion, grants the wearer a formidable 20 increase in evasion rate. Following the rough iron hammer, Zhang Yi has now acquired his second artifact. If he were to don these boots, even level 5 monsters would struggle to inflict any damage upon him. Unfortunately, as a level 3 player, he is unable to equip the level 4 man-eating worm boots just yet, so he stows them away in his inventory. Checking his status, he notes his experience points are at 456,800. After vanquishing the remaining 45 man-eating worms, he should reach level 4. The man-eating worm boots have instilled Zhang Yi with boundless motivation, and with his mighty iron hammer in hand, he resumes his slaughter among the swarm of worms. At this moment, he fervently wishes for another strike of hellfire to instantly ascend to level 4 and promptly complete his quest. Alas, aspirations are often more splendid than reality. The 1 in 1,000 chance of triggering hellfire is not easily replicated. Thus, what follows is a series of earnest battles. Armed with a 25 iron hammer, Zhang Yi feels nearly invincible within this apocalyptic factory, and within half an hour, he dispatches the remaining 45 man-eating worms, fulfilling his quest. Upon checking his experience bar, he discovers he is merely 3 points shy of leveling up. Therefore, with a swift motion of his hammer, he eliminates yet another level 3 man-eating worm, and a golden light cascades from above. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 4, earning 5 free attribute points. The next level requires 2,000 experience points. Eager to equip his newly acquired man-eating worm boots, Zhang Yi hastily retrieves them from his inventory. Upon donning the boots, he checks his status and marvels as his defense surges from 7 to 33 points. Suddenly, he recalls the 5 attribute points he had neglected to allocate upon reaching level 3. Now, he has amassed a total of 10 free attribute points. With the man-eating worm boots equipped, Zhang Yi's defense has reached its peak, and for now, there is no need to further enhance his defense. Consequently, he invests all 10 points into strength, disregarding any notions that speed might influence his positioning. Zhang Yi feels no need for agility in the face of overwhelming offense and defense. With a 15-star growth in strength, his attack power increases by an impressive 15 points, bringing his total attack power to a staggering 41 points. Moreover, with the addition of this severe injury talent, Zhang Yi's actual attack power has astonishingly reached 71 points. Gazing at his formidable attribute interface, Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction. It seems I am now ready to confront that formidable creature. With that thought, he lifted his gaze, casting a meaningful glance deep into the factory. However, he decided it was prudent to return and submit his quest first. Having spoken, he turned away from the apocalyptic factory, departing without a backward glance. As he made his way back to Hopetown, boredom set in. With one hand wielding a hammer to strike down the approaching monsters, he opened the regional chat interface with his other hand, curious about the players' interactions. To his surprise, he discovered that he had become a somewhat renowned figure in Hopetown. Weak Water 3000. Male, level 2 player. Has anyone encountered a player with the ID 1 promise to tilt the city? That fellow's damage output is astonishingly high. A single strike dealt over 40 points of damage to a level 5 giant spider. Fallen Angel. Male, level 1 player. 1 promise to tilt the city? That ID sounds familiar. Isn't he the first person to enter the safe zone and trigger the regional announcement? Undying Eastern. Male, level 2 player. I can't believe you. It sounds like someone else exploiting hacks. Who has such high damage output in the early stages? Little Pig Peppa. Female, level 1 player. What he said is true. He killed that level 5 spider to save me. I witnessed it firsthand. Green Tea. Female, level 2 player. Come off it. Little sister, don't get carried away. I was there too. He was merely passing by, grinding monsters normally. Didn't you see how he killed the spider, and didn't he even glance your way before leaving? Wild Scholar. Male, level 2 player. That one promised to tilt the city. Doesn't he wield a large iron hammer? I also saw him grinding monsters. He indeed dealt 4 to 5 dozen points of damage. Do you think he received a basic artifact as a hidden reward for being the first to enter the safe zone? Upon reading these chat records, which were dated over 20 minutes ago, Zhang Yi couldn't help but shake his head. This group certainly had a lot to discuss, or perhaps he indeed had been rather ostentatious. After all, while everyone else was using novice swords to poke at level 1 wild creatures, Zhang Yi was casually dealing 4 to 5 dozen points of damage to level 5 monsters. Who could remain composed upon witnessing such a display? Closing the chat interface, Zhang Yi resumed his journey. Upon returning to Hope Town, he found the place bustling with activity. A stark contrast to the solitude of an hour prior when he had first arrived. The town was teeming with players, as if a fair was in full swing. With over 10,000 players gathered here, all players were at levels 1 to 2, with only a handful having reached level 3. Standing out as a level 4, Zhang Yi was a striking figure amidst the crowd. However, many players were preoccupied, scouring the area for NPCs marked with question marks, eagerly vying for quests. And none seemed to notice Zhang Yi. Due to the apocalyptic setting, each NPC capable of triggering quests possesses a limited number of tasks they can assign daily. Refreshing only at midnight. Zhang Yi recalls that each quest-giving NPC can issue a maximum of approximately 100 tasks per day, while a safe zone typically harbors over 50 such NPCs. This implies that at least half of the players would be unable to acquire any quests. In his previous life, when Zhang Yi first arrived at the safe zone, there were no tasks available. Even the low-level monsters nearby had been completely depleted, leaving him with only a few mutated wild chickens and wild boars to hunt throughout the night, resulting in nearly zero progress. These players behaved like bandits, seizing monsters at a pace that surpassed their respawning rate. While these players were frantically vying for quests, Zhang Yi, having already completed a task, found little interest in joining their scramble, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 12. Hidden Mission. Thus, maneuvering through the throng, Zhang Yi approached the familiar red house where he had previously received his quest. He discovered that the NPC girl, Ling Ling, was still perched despondently at the entrance, her brow furrowed in sorrow. However, the question mark above her head had shifted from yellow to gray, indicating that her quest count had been exhausted and that players could no longer obtain missions from her that day. Zhang Yi approached the solitary Ling Ling, triggering a dialogue. Little sister, I have avenged your father and slain those monsters. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Ling Ling lifted her head, her large, bright eyes blinking as she gazed at him, a joyful smile finally lighting up her face. Really? Thank you, big brother. Thank you for avenging my father. Saying this, the girl produced a crystalline blue ring from seemingly nowhere and extended it towards Zhang Yi. Big brother, this is a gift my father once gave me. To express my gratitude for avenging him, I bestow it upon you. No sooner had she finished speaking than, after Zhang Yi selected to submit the quest, a melodious notification chimed from above. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Father's Revenge. You have received the following rewards: experience points 600, copper coins 100. Level 1 enhancement stones 10, human reputation 24, equipment, lucky ring 1. Affinity with commoner 6. Gazing at the blue ring Ling Ling had gifted him, he noted its attributes. Lucky ring. Quality: 1-star physical attack, 9 class restriction, none level requirement. For description, this ring is imbued with the essence of fortune, capable of bestowing luck upon its wearer. Moreover, it serves not only as an keepable item but also as a special token. In addition to its standard use, the ring harbors a mysterious function, subtly hinted at in its description. However, few players would deduce this from the text, save for Zhang Yi, who had returned from rebirth. Thus, he replaced his level 1 novice ring with the lucky ring, boosting his attack from 41 to 47, regrettably lacking sufficient enhancement stones. He could not elevate the lucky ring to level 25 for greater attack bonuses, with the quest reward of 100 copper coins equivalent to 1 silver coin. Zhang Yi's wealth now totaled 11 silver coins and over 30 copper coins, marking him as a minor affluent figure in the novice village. Consequently, Zhang Yi visited the apothecary. While other players hesitated to spend even 1 copper coin on a level 1 health potion, he spent 90 copper coins to purchase 30 bottles of level 2 health potions, each capable of restoring 100 health points. Having stocked up, Zhang Yi departed the safety zone and once again ventured into the Doomsday Factory. Upon his return, he found a considerable number of players engaged in combat against the man-eating worms, attempting to complete their quests. Most of these players were only at level 2 and found it somewhat challenging to confront the level 3 to 4 man-eating worms solo. Therefore, they typically formed groups of 2 or 3. Although experience points would significantly diminish in a team setting, it ensured their safety. Zhang Yi's return to the Doomsday Factory was not merely to contend with the voracious man-eating insects. Thus, he deftly circumvented these creatures and the other players, making his way directly into the depths of the factory. He recalled from his previous life that within the confines of Safe Zone 886, a player had once triggered a rare hidden quest in the Doomsday Factory. It seemed that an NPC was concealed within this factory, and the essence of the hidden quest involved escorting this NPC to safety. However, aside from locating the NPC, there was another prerequisite for obtaining the quest from him, which elucidated why Zhang Yi chose to engage in the task of exterminating man-eating insects in the Doomsday Factory, rather than seeking the NPC directly on his initial visit. Completing the preliminary task would undoubtedly reward him with the lucky ring, an essential item for activating the hidden quest. Wandering through the factory, permeated with the acrid scent of chemicals, Zhang Yi indeed discovered an NPC within a storage room. It was a disheveled middle-aged man, his face obscured by a wild beard, and his right hand severed, slumped in a corner as if awaiting death. Aside from the blue NPC ID above his head, there was no yellow question mark. For hidden quests offered no overt indications. Approaching the near-lifeless IL, Zhang Yi initiated a conversation. "It seems you have been trapped here for quite some time, sir. Allow me to escort you to safety." The unexpected voice startled IL, who raised his head, gazing at Zhang Yi in astonishment. How did you find this place?" Bypassing unnecessary pleasantries, Zhang Yi, well-versed in the narrative, delved straight to the heart of the matter. "I met a girl named Lingling in Hopetown. She asked me to help her find her father." At the mention of Lingling, Illinois could not help but weep. Glancing at his right hand, now devoured by the man-eating insects, he shook his head despondently. "It's no use. I am beyond saving. Even if I returned, I would be a burden. Better to perish here." Drawing upon his memories from his previous life, Zhang Yi understood that at this juncture in the game's plot, no amount of persuasion would stir IL's will to survive, thus making it impossible to forcibly trigger the escort quest unless Zhang Yi produced the lucky ring, presenting it before IL. "Do you truly wish to abandon your daughter?" It was only upon seeing this ring that IL's defenses crumbled completely. "Lingling, my daughter." With that, IL slowly rose from the ground. "Very well, young man. Please take me back to Hopetown." This ring spoke volumes beyond mere words, confirming its necessity for triggering the hidden quest. At that moment, a notification chimed in Zhang Yi's ears. "Ding, congratulations, you have triggered a rare hidden quest. Would you like to accept it?" Guardian. This task presents a considerable level of difficulty. The system advises you to contemplate it carefully. Without hesitation, you accept the task. And the system's prompt sounds once more. You have acquired the hidden task, Guardian. As the first player in the 886 safe zone to obtain a hidden task, the system will issue a regional announcement. Would you prefer to reveal or conceal your ID? Conceal. Regional announcement. Ding, congratulations to player for triggering the hidden task. As the inaugural player in the 886th safe zone to activate a hidden task, you have earned rewards. Human Reputation 1200. Gold 1. Chapter 13. The Guardian. Upon the announcement of this regional notice, the chat channel of Safety Zone 886 erupted in excitement. Chicken, you too beautiful, male? Level 2 player. Who is this divine being that discovered the hidden quest so swiftly? Truly remarkable. I aspire to ascend, male? Level 2 player. Did not the apocalypse declare that the probability of triggering a hidden quest is merely 1,000th that of a regular quest? Moreover, without any notification. Even if the NPC capable of initiating the hidden quest is right beside you, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern. Yet, the rewards for hidden quests are so bounteous that they far exceed 10 ordinary quests combined. What astonishing luck! Only a few hours post-launch and someone has already unearthed a hidden quest. Incredible. Mouse loves rice. Female, level 2 player. Wow. The achievement reward is astonishingly generous. Directly granting 1 gold coin. My goodness. Storm Angel, male, level 3 player. The brother who has received the hidden quest. If you see this message, please contact me privately. Share your location with me. Abandon your hidden quest and sell it to me. I am willing to pay 100,000 for this hidden quest. If you doubt my word, I can locate you offline to transfer the funds before we complete the quest transaction. Storm Angel, the brother who has received the hidden quest. Please contact me privately. Storm Angel, the brother who has received the hidden quest. Please contact me privately. Subsequently, the chat channel was nearly monopolized by the player known as Storm Angel. His willingness to spend 100,000 on an early-stage low-level hidden quest confirmed his status as an affluent individual in the real world. Previously, the Apocalypse team had issued a statement, widely promoting the exceptionally generous reward mechanism for hidden quests, encouraging players to diligently seek them out. Moreover, all hidden quests in the Apocalypse world are unique and cannot be undertaken by multiple players simultaneously, making the initial hidden quest's value comparable to that of a legendary artifact. However, what perplexed the overconfident player Storm Angel, who believed he had secured the hidden quest, was that despite his relentless spamming in the regional channel for several minutes until the system muted him, the individual who had claimed the hidden quest did not reach out to him privately. 100,000 could not even procure a single quest. Could it be that the one who accepted the quest was also a wealthy magnate? Had this been his previous life, the oblivious Zhang Yi might indeed have been inclined to sell the quest to Storm Angel for 100,000. However, Zhang Yi now fully comprehended that prowess cannot be purchased with any amount of money. Opening the quest interface, Guardian, hidden quest difficulty, 100 description, days ago. In search of materials for weapon forging, Survivor IL from Hopetown became ensnared in the monster-infested Doomsday Factory. You are tasked with escorting IL safely back to Hopetown. And prior to that, you must first accompany IL to his hometown to assist him in retrieving an item. Task progress, 01. If IL perishes during the task, it results in failure, and no more than 5 individuals may undertake this mission together. Task reward, unknown remaining time, 6 hours. This task, with a difficulty rating of 100, stands in stark contrast to Zhang Yi's previous task, which had a mere difficulty of 20, marking a 5-fold increase. In Zhang Yi's recollection, this hidden mission was discovered by players in his past life, leading to a series of attempts by a dozen players, all culminating in disastrous failures. Ultimately, an entire team of players ventured forth to undertake the task, only to meet total annihilation. The ultimate objective of this mission is to hunt down a high-ranking elite monster concealed within IL's residence. Due to the monumental difficulty and the fact that it is a hidden task, the ensuing commotion in the 886th safe zone was considerable, leaving a lasting impression on Zhang Yi. He recalls that the task was completed roughly 2 to 3 days after the server launch, when players had leveled up and upgraded their equipment sufficiently to collaborate and barely slay the elite monster. The dual rewards from the hidden task and the elite creature significantly elevated the prowess of that player team within the 886th safe zone. Now, Zhang Yi's intention is to tackle this hidden mission solo. He is determined to claim the generous rewards, which he believes will substantially enhance his own strength. For according to the historical progression from his past life, an impending nightmare that would cast an 8-year psychological shadow upon him is on the horizon. To be precise, every player in the 886th safe zone will soon face a nightmare in which the inadequately equipped will suffer relentless torment and slaughter. As Zhang Yi accepted the task, Illinois remarked, "Young man, before we return, I would like to visit my hometown to retrieve something. Would you accompany me?" Aware that this was an unalterable narrative within the game, Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall ensure your safety. Thank you." The system alerts you that you must continuously safeguard IL until he safely reaches hometown. Failure to protect him from fatal harm will result in mission failure. Following the system's prompt, Zhang Yi accompanied IL as they exited the factory through the back door of the Doomsday Factory, as if attracting hostility the moment they stepped outside. A cacophony of roars and growls erupted, with numerous monsters launching an assault on IL, doubling the range of their aggro towards the players. Wielding a hefty iron hammer, Zhang Yi led the way, delivering a powerful blow to an approaching biogiant. Fortunately, the creatures encountered along the way were primarily low-level monsters of levels 3 and 4. With Zhang Yi's formidable attack power of 47, coupled with severe injury, he efficiently dispatched them with just 2 or 3 strikes, preventing the biogiants from even grazing IL. Consequently, after a 10-minute journey to IL's hometown, IL's health remained entirely intact. Upon arriving at the base of an old residential building, severely damaged to the extent of over 60%, Illinois halted momentarily. "Young man, my home is on the 3rd floor. Please wait for me here while I retrieve my belongings. I shall return promptly." Zhang Yi understood that allowing IL to ascend alone at this juncture would render all their efforts futile, and thus he disregarded IL's request. "I will accompany you upstairs." With that declaration, Zhang Yi, wielding a hefty iron hammer, led the way, and together they approached the door of room 302. To ensure IL's safety, Zhang Yi instructed, "Please wait for me outside." No sooner had he spoken than he forcefully kicked open the door, bursting into the room. As if foreseeing the ensuing events, Zhang Yi swung the iron hammer just in time to send a colossal bioengineered spider, which had lunged from within, sprawling backward. Maintaining his composure, he stepped into the room and closed the door, ready to launch an assault on the gigantic spider that lay sprawled across the living room sofa. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as another bioengineered spider leaped from the kitchen on the right, knocking the unsuspecting Zhang Yi to the ground. Staring in astonishment at the massive spider that had pinned him down, Zhang Yi thought, "Why was I not informed in my previous life that this place harbored 2 elite monsters?" Chapter 14. The biochemical spider leader having foreseen the challenge ahead. Zhang Yi was well prepared to plunge headlong into the fray. However, he was utterly taken aback to discover that there were, in fact, 2 elite monsters within the confines of this dwelling. Armed with a pair of novice divine artifacts, his reinforced 25 hammer and boots, Zhang Yi was confident in his ability to confront a single elite creature. Yet, facing 2 simultaneously would surely spell his doom. Upon regaining his composure, Zhang Yi realized that only the first spider was truly elite. The creature clinging to him was merely a level 5 ordinary monster. This level 5 biochemical spider possessed an attack power of 25, which was insufficient to breach Zhang Yi's defensive rating of 33. Consequently, when it lunged at him, it merely nibbled away 1 hit point. What a false alarm! Zhang Yi sighed in relief. Seizing the moment, he swung his hammer with a resounding thud, sending the large spider sprawling, inflicting a damage of 63 points that reduced its health by a quarter. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yi rose from the ground and directed a probing spell at the larger red spider on the sofa, which was evidently bigger than its ordinary counterparts. However, the results of his inquiry left him bewildered. Biochemical spider leader, physical elite monster level. Talent, physical attack, physical defense, magic defense, health, skills, venom spray, pounce description. A giant spider mutated due to environmental pollution, having consumed more than its peers. It has evolved into a leader. To his astonishment, the fact that even Zhang Yi could not discern the spider leader's statistics indicated that its level was at least above 8. Given that a player's basic probing technique can only reveal data for monsters within 3 levels of their own, and Zhang Yi was currently at level 4. This was quite the revelation. In the world of Apocalypse, monsters are categorized into 4 quality tiers: ordinary, elite, leader, and boss. Thus, armed with his 25 great hammer, Zhang Yi commenced this daunting 1v2 battle. With a resounding crash, he struck the ordinary level 5 biochemical spider again, dealing another 63 points of damage and bringing its health down to half. Meanwhile, the imposing figure of the spider leader leapt over the ordinary spider that had been obstructing Zhang Yi and lunged toward him. Pounce. Caught off guard, Zhang Yi felt the impact on his shoulder from the spider leader, and a damage notification of 35 appeared above his head. Even the 25 man-eater battle boots could not withstand the spider leader's assault. The spider leader then unleashed its venom spray skill. Unfortunately for Zhang Yi, entangled by the ordinary biochemical spider, he was struck by the venom, but to his surprise, a massive miss appeared above him. His man-eater battle boots had activated the infinite evasion talent. As he swung his great hammer, poised to eliminate the ordinary spider first, a sudden thought crossed Zhang Yi's mind, prompting him to shift his target to the spider leader instead. With a powerful thud, he struck. With a powerful strike, Zhang Yi inflicted 45 points of damage upon the spider leader. Yet, the creature's health bar barely diminished by 1/5, suggesting that its total vitality was nearly 1,000. However, Zhang Yi remained unperturbed as he had devised a new strategy. Utilizing the ordinary biochemical spider as a shield, he deftly maneuvered around the spider leader, allowing him to engage in close combat while avoiding its attacks. The spider leader could hardly touch him, while Zhang Yi leveraged the length of his weapon, the hammer, to strike at the formidable foe. The ordinary spider inflicted a mere mandatory damage of 1 point, which Zhang Yi completely disregarded, focusing solely on the spider leader. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's strikes were sufficiently powerful, dealing 1/20th of the spider leader's health with each blow. Within a few minutes, after unleashing 20 strikes, he vanquished the elite biochemical spider leader. Utilizing the ordinary spider as a shield, he sustained minimal damage throughout the encounter, concluding the battle with more than half of his health intact. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi delivered 2 decisive blows to his erstwhile ally, the ordinary biochemical spider that had aided him so significantly. A melodious notification chimed in succession. Ding! You have slain the level 8 biochemical spider leader, gaining 600 experience points. Human reputation 6. Ding! You have slain the level 5 biochemical spider, gaining 20 experience points. Defeating elite monsters grants reputation. The experience awarded by an elite level 8 creature rivaled that of a level 20 difficulty quest, resulting in a substantial surge in Zhang Yi's experience bar. Crouching beside the lifeless body of the spider leader, he collected 80 copper coins, 12 level 1 enhancement stones, and a gleaming 2-star treasure chest. What fortune! The items obtained from a 2-star chest are guaranteed to be of at least 2-star quality, while the enhancement stones are assured to be of level 2 quality, their total worth far surpassing that of a 1-star chest. However, the game had a stipulation: opening a 2-star or higher treasure chest required a corresponding key, which could be purchased in the marketplace. Lacking a 2-star key at that moment, Zhang Yi reluctantly stowed the chest away in his inventory. The biochemical spider leader was pivotal to the hidden quest known as Guardian. By defeating the spider leader, Zhang Yi had effectively completed the task. In his previous life, the spider leader had seemed almost invincible before countless novice players, yet Zhang Yi effortlessly triumphed over it, thanks largely to his 25 divine hammer and boots. Without these 2 pieces of equipment, he would have struggled to deal sufficient damage to the spider leader and withstand the ordinary spider's relentless assaults. This battle could have been perilous. After dispatching the spider leader, Zhang Yi opened the door and stepped outside, addressing Il, who stood waiting. You may enter and retrieve your belongings. I shall await your return. Oh, all right. Il gazed, wide-eyed and somewhat fearful, at the 2 colossal spider carcasses within the room before cautiously stepping inside. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi opened his backpack and discovered that, with the 12 enhancement stones recently obtained from the spider leader, combined with the 10 from previous task rewards, and a few more acquired from monster encounters, he now possessed precisely 25 level 1 enhancement stones, aside from the weapon and shoes already fortified to level 25. The finest equipment he currently bore was the level 4 Lucky Ring, armed with the godly enhancement, skill, Zhang Yi unhesitatingly applied all 25 enhancement stones to the lucky ring. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, lucky ring, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Lucky Strike. Chapter 15. Not selling for $1 million, lucky ring. 25. Quality. 1-star physical attack. 32, 23, special talent. Lucky Strike. The wielder's every third attack guarantees 150 damage to the enemy. Class restriction, none. Level requirement. For description, this is a ring that brings you good fortune. The enhanced level 25 lucky ring has increased the attack power by 23 points, elevating Zhang Yi's attack from 47 to 70. Coupled with the hammer's severe injury talent, Zhang Yi's attack power has now surpassed the 3-digit mark. Invincible. This attack power is indeed unrivaled within the entire safe zone. No player can withstand Zhang Yi's 2 strikes. Should the third attack trigger the Lucky Strike ability, a single blow could obliterate a novice player. After all, in the early stages, players rarely allocate their upgrade points to health and stamina in pursuit of damage, resulting in generally low health and defense among players. Even Zhang Yi, who had previously invested 5 points into health, now possesses only 175 health points. At this moment, Illinois stepped out of the house with his belongings. Zhang Yi continued to escort IL back to the safe zone, as the hidden quest Guardian would not be considered complete until they entered Hope Town. On the way back, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Yi concealed his ID and level indicators. Along the journey, a variety of monsters were visible, and players could be seen either soloing or teaming up to grind these lower-level beasts. Zhang Yi refrained from provoking them unless they attempted to harm IL. In such cases, he would not hesitate to crush them with his mighty hammer. Leading a blue-named NPC along the main road, Zhang Yi attracted considerable attention, with passing players casting incredulous glances and whispering amongst themselves, puzzled as to why this one-armed NPC was following a player. Thus, after traversing the road for over 10 minutes, just as they were nearing Hope Town, Zhang Yi suddenly halted. Ahead, a group of players approached, strikingly familiar to him. 5 young male players, all bearing the prefix King in their IDs, were marching together. Upon seeing the leader, a young man appearing to be around 21 or 22, with the ID King of Glory emblazoned above him, Zhang Yi's fists clenched, his eyes instantly filled with a crimson hue, brimming with hatred. This sight startled the NPC IL beside him. "Young man, what is the matter with you?" IL inquired with concern. Zhang Yi, calmed by IL's care, replied, "It's nothing. It seems I have encountered an old acquaintance." "An old acquaintance?" IL exclaimed. "Shouldn't you feel joyous? Why do you appear so enraged?" Zhang Yi collected his thoughts and replied calmly, "We are almost at Hope Town. I shall escort you home first." As Zhang Yi spoke, he deliberately lowered his head. When he brushed past IL and several players from Honor of Kings, the blue-named NPC walking beside him immediately caught their attention. One of them, a level 3 youth with the ID The Return of the King, looked at IL in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is this NPC bugged? Why is it wandering about alone?" Just as The Return of the King expressed his surprise, another player named Supreme King fixed his gaze on Zhang Yi, who was trying to pass by with his head down. It was as if he had discovered a new world, and he excitedly pointed at Zhang Yi, shouting, "Hammer Brother! Captain, it's Hammer Brother!" No sooner had Supreme King's words left his mouth than the players from Honor of Kings and The Return of the King turned their attention to Zhang Yi. "Stop!" Honor of Kings quickly approached Zhang Yi and blocked his path, observing him thoughtfully as he asked, "You are Hammer Brother? Inua Ching Ching?" Before Zhang Yi could respond, Supreme King, the level 3 player, hurriedly interjected, "That's right, Captain. It's him. I've seen him before. He had his ID hidden, but I recognized him." "Damn it," Zhang Yi lamented inwardly. "I never expected to be recognized like this." Seeing Zhang Yi's tacit acceptance, Honor of Kings chuckled, "What a coincidence. I was just looking for you, and here you are?" Zhang Yi lifted his head, feigning ignorance of Honor of Kings, and asked with a perplexed expression, "What do you want with me?" In truth, Zhang Yi had not yet encountered him in this life. Prior to this moment, they had never met. Honor of Kings swept his gaze over Zhang Yi with keen interest and remarked, "I heard you possess a legendary hammer that can defeat a level 5 monster in just a few hits." To his surprise, Zhang Yi did not deny it. "What of it?" So there really is one. Honor of Kings rejoiced. Let us not beat around the bush. I'm interested in that hammer of yours. Name your price. I have plenty of money. I'll buy it from you. Zhang Yi replied with a blank expression. Sorry. It's not for sale. Honor of Kings was unfazed. You haven't even named a price. How do you know whether I want to buy it or whether you want to sell it? As Honor of Kings finished speaking, Zhang Yi casually said, Even if you offered me $1 million, I wouldn't sell it. The smile on Honor of King's face instantly froze. You little brat, do you know who I am? I'm Honor of Kings. Zhang Yi glanced at the ID above Honor of King's head and calmly replied, I was fortunate enough to play Honor of Kings for 3 years, achieving the star rank. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from the return of the king and supreme king nearby. Stop laughing. Honor of Kings scolded his teammates while glaring at Zhang Yi. Don't take my kindness for granted. Do you believe I won't kill you and make that hammer drop? With a resounding clang, the massive iron hammer that had appeared in Zhang Yi's hand came crashing down onto the ground, steadying himself against the handle. Zhang Yi calmly gazed at the player known as King of Glory and spoke. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. Come, unleash your fury. Never before had King of Glory faced such provocation, and in a fit of rage, he drew a shimmering silver longsword from his waist. At that moment, a teammate from the rear quickly cautioned, Captain, that hammer inflicts tremendous damage. It can deal 40 to 50 points with a single strike. You cannot match him. However, King of Glory, emboldened by his level 3 armor, dismissed the warning. If he can inflict that much damage on me, I will live stream myself eating excrement. With that declaration, King of Glory swung his longsword, slicing across Zhang Yi's chest, only to produce a shocking damage number. 1. A notification chimed. You have been subjected to a malicious attack by player King of Glory. The attacker is now gray-named. Attacking them will not trigger a red name status. Observing the change in King of Glory's name from white to gray, Zhang Yi hefted the iron hammer and swung it upward with force, sending King of Glory soaring into the air, a critical hit of -176. As he landed, King of Glory's body disintegrated into a beam of white light, returning to the safe zone for revival. Chapter 16. The Realm of King's Ding. You have slain the player King of Glory. Due to their gray name, your evil value remains unchanged. Surrounding you, the Supreme King and the Returning King, alongside 2 other regal players and a gathering of onlookers, are rendered speechless. As a level 3 player with full attribute points and an upgraded weapon, it is one thing for King of Glory to inflict a mere 1 point of damage that bypasses defenses. However, to be eliminated in a single blow with a critical hit dealing 176 points of damage is utterly bewildering. The palpable dread among the remaining 4 regal players, witnessing their leader's swift demise, does not escape Zhang Yi's notice. Unfazed, he kneels at the spot where King of Glory respawns, retrieving a pair of black trousers that had dropped upon their defeat. In this apocalyptic world, maliciously attacking white-named players results in a gray-name status. Slaying a white-named player grants 100 evil points, transforming one into a red name, while exceeding 1,000 points converts them to a purple name. A white-named player has a 50 chance of dropping an equipped item upon death, whereas a gray name guarantees a 100 drop, a red name yields 2 items, and a purple name results in the loss of all equipped gear. Moreover, death as a gray or red name incurs a level penalty, with each additional 100 evil points leading to further level reductions. The game imposes significant penalties on red-named players, instilling a sense of caution among participants. Yet, King of Glory, emboldened by their faction's strength, overlooked this aspect, failing to anticipate that an adversary would dare to strike, and with such lethal efficacy. Notably, the biohazard trousers, dropped by King of Glory, are a level 3 piece of equipment. Although of 1-star quality, they confer an additional 6 points of base defense, surpassing Zhang Yi's Namish trousers, which only offer a mere 2 points. Most importantly, they are enhanced to 15. The total defense bonus amounts to 15 points. It is no wonder that King of Glory exuded such confidence before Zhang Yi. To elevate an item of this caliber to 15 without divine enhancement would require at least 50 or 60 enhancement stones. Such daring investment in a level 3 item signifies that King of Glory is indeed a true tycoon. Thus, before the eyes of Returning King and his companions, Zhang Yi equipped the trousers recently dropped by their leader, raising his defense from 33 to 46 points. However, his gaze lingered on the spot where King of Glory had perished, his eyes once again filled with animosity. As memories from 8 years prior resurfaced, an indelible recollection that haunted his dreams. In his past life, within the 886 safe zone, there existed a battalion of 1,000 players, who, upon realizing the grim reality of this world, exploited their numbers to dominate Hope Town for an entire month, committing unspeakable atrocities and plunging all players into a waking nightmare. Zhang Yi, among those being ruthlessly tormented, recalls with vivid clarity an occasion when he returned at night without submitting an adequate amount of gold coins. He was left severely injured, his hands and feet severed. In this digitized realm, as long as a player's health points do not dwindle to zero, they remain alive. Lost limbs gradually regenerate. Yet the pain experienced is an agonizing reality that most cannot endure. Due to system constraints, escaping to other safe zones is not an option, leaving but one path to evade their clutches: to ascend to level 30 and unlock the teleportation array leading to the Tier 3 main city. However, that faction significantly hampers the leveling speed of independent players, mercilessly slaying those who reach higher levels. This is the reason why, in his previous life, it took Zhang Yi an entire month to attain level 30. The team that plunged the 886 safe zone into darkness, leaving countless players with psychological scars, is known as Kings of the World, led by the player ID, Glory of Kings. Yet, even after vanquishing Glory of Kings once, Zhang Yi finds no solace. For he knows that Glory of Kings possesses the means to resurrect. The trauma inflicted by Kings of the World in his past life is far too profound. In this life, should they dare to rampage again, I, Zhang Yi, shall take your name. With that declaration, Zhang Yi rose to his feet, accompanied by the NPCIL, and continued his journey toward the safe zone, while the Kings of Supremacy and their companions dared not obstruct his path, retreating in fear to allow him passage. As for these individuals, dispatching them would be effortless. However, since they bore white names, Zhang Yi refrained from doing so to avoid being branded with a red name, which would bar him from entering safe zones. Once Zhang Yi and Il departed, the Kings of Supremacy and Kings of Return huddled together, gazing at Zhang Yi's receding figure in bewilderment. My goodness, over 170 points of damage, even without a critical hit, it exceeds 80. How could this be? Is that hammer in his possession a growing artifact? Does his attack power increase with his level? Never mind that. Let's hurry back and inform the captain. He must be in a foul mood after being dispatched so swiftly, and we ought to offer him some comfort. Meanwhile, before Zhang Yi even reached the safe zone, he noticed the regional chat channel inundated with messages from Glory of Kings. Glory of Kings. Male, level 2 player in all. You better wait for me. Starting today, if I see you again, I'll kill you on sight. Glory of Kings. Male, level 2 player unless you roll over to the resurrection spring and kneel before me to apologize, surrendering that weapon of yours. I will devise 1,000 ways to ensure you cannot survive in the entire apocalypse world. Observing these messages on the regional channel, Zhang Yi paid them no heed, though he overheard nearby bystanders engaging in fervent discussions regarding the commotion. Player A. It is said that the captain of Kingdom of Glory is a wealthy heir in real life, possessing assets worth billions, being the richest in Linhai City. Before entering this game, he spent 100 million to hire 1,000 professional players at a salary of 100,000 each to form a formidable team. Their initial strength is indeed remarkable. Player B. Indeed, they have even been called out across the entire region. That fellow, Inua Ching Chong, is in for some trouble. Daring to provoke the captain of Kingdom of Glory, he will likely find himself hunted down to the point of having to delete his account. Player C. Given the background of Kingdom of Glory, it seems that this young man may face retaliation in the real world. Sigh. 3 seconds of sympathy upon overhearing the discussions of the bystanders. Zhang Yi felt a surge of determination. In this life, with Zhang Yi present, the safety zone 886 will never repeat the tragedies of the past. The sins committed by Kingdom of Glory in the previous life will be paid for in blood this time. Returning to Hope Town, Zhang Yi brought heir to find Ling Ling, and the father and daughter finally reunited, embracing each other in tears of joy. Meanwhile, A delightful system notification chimed in Zhang Yi's ears. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Guardian. Earning rewards. Experience points 3,000. Silver coins 10. Human reputation 120. Level 1 enhancement stones 100. Skill book. Critical strike. 1. Equipment. Guardian armor. 1. Affinity with blacksmith shop owner 8. Chapter 17. Skill book. A cascade of golden light enveloped me from above, elevating my level to 5. The rewards for hidden quests are indeed significantly more substantial than those for ordinary tasks. Upon opening my inventory, the first item that captured my attention was a shimmering silver light armor, which appeared to be a commendable piece of equipment. I instinctively retrieved it. Guardian armor, quality, 2 stars health, 120 additional attributes, agility 3 class restriction, none level requirement, 5 description. This is the glory of the Guardian, symbolizing that the wearer has once protected the people of Hope Town from calamity. May this armor safeguard you as you have protected the inhabitants of Hope Town. Indeed, a hidden quest rewarded me with a 2-star piece of equipment. It is noteworthy that only a little over 3 hours have passed since the commencement of the Apocalypse game, and at this moment, more than 90% of players worldwide have barely managed to assemble half of their equipment across 7 slots. Yet here I am, already in possession of a 2-star armor. Furthermore, the base attributes of this 2-star armor are exceptionally high. A 1-star armor available for purchase at level 5 typically adds around 50 to 60 health points. Merely elevating the quality by 1 star doubles the base attributes. This is before any enhancement. Once it reaches level 25, the base attributes will multiply by an astounding 2.5 times, truly remarkable. Setting the armor aside, my gaze shifted to a white book nestled quietly within my inventory. In the world of Apocalypse, players acquire most skills through skill books, aside from learning 1 foundational skill each time they change classes. Skill books can only be obtained after players reach level 10 and complete their first class transition, typically found by defeating monsters in the wild or opening treasure chests. This hidden quest has granted me a privilege, rewarding me with a skill book even before my class transition. Although it is a basic quality white skill book, I, at level 5, am thoroughly satisfied. The quality of skill books is categorized by color, ranging from the lowest to the highest: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. Moreover, aside from specific exceptions, the quality of ordinary skill books cannot be upgraded. Thus, I picked up the skill book Critical Strike Quality, white description, upon use. Grants the skill Critical Strike effect. Charge your weapon to unleash a devastating attack on the enemy, inflicting 115 physical damage. Consumes 2 energy points. With energy consumption scaling with the user's level, this is the level 1 cost. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Class requirement: Assassin can be used by unclassed players. If not an assassin after transitioning at level 10, this skill will automatically revert to a skill book. Consumes skill slot, 1 as expected. The effects of white skills are the least impressive. Aside from enhancing damage by 15, this skill possesses no other distinctive features, yet it is better than nothing. Furthermore, regarding skills, in the world of Apocalypse, every skill mastered by the player occupies a skill slot. Starting from level 0, players automatically gain 1 skill slot for every 3 levels they ascend. Acquiring a white skill requires 1 skill slot. Subsequently, as the quality of the skills increases, the number of slots consumed escalates by 1 for each tier. A golden skill, for instance, demands the use of 7 slots. However, one should not underestimate the lower consumption of skill slots by white skills. They cannot rival a single golden skill, which surpasses 100 white skills in potency. Casting several white or green skills pales in comparison to the might of even a single red or orange skill. At his current level of 5, Zhang Yi possesses 1 skill slot, prompting him to utilize a skill book. As the book transforms into shimmering stardust and merges within him, a chime sounds. Ding, congratulations. You have mastered the skill Critical Strike. Upon reviewing his skill list, Zhang Yi notes that using Critical Strike at level 5 requires 5 energy points, allowing him to employ it 15 times with his total of 75 energy points. While he is not the only player in the server to have acquired skills through special means before reaching level 10, as the first player in Safe Zone 886 to master a skill, Zhang Yi feels quite accomplished. Fortunately, the dragon skills conferred by Dragon Bloodline do not consume any skill slots. Otherwise, the first golden skill, Hellfire Dragon, would have overwhelmed him. The hidden quest rewards of 100 level 1 enhancement stones can be combined to create 50 level 2 stones, more than sufficient to enhance the 2-star Guardian armor. However, Zhang Yi refrains from enhancing just yet, as he still possesses a 2-star treasure chest obtained from a spider leader. Should he be fortunate enough to unveil a 3-star equipment from the chest, those 100 level 1 enhancement stones could be transformed into 25 level 3 enhancement stones, allowing him to upgrade the 3-star equipment directly to level 25. It is said that fortune is unpredictable, thus, one can never be too cautious. Realizing that he can no longer trigger quests with the father-daughter duo, Zhang Yi bids them farewell and makes his way to the shop in Hope Town, where he spends 1 silver coin on a 2-star treasure chest key. The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. He uses the key to unlock the chest. Ding, congratulations. You have opened the 2-star treasure chest and received 50 silver coins. To his dismay, it is not an equipment piece. However, exchanging 1 silver coin for 50 is a worthwhile transaction, and Zhang Yi feels quite satisfied with the outcome. In the world of apocalypse, the necessity for gold is immense. Without it, one struggles to make any progress. The synthesis of enhancement stones requires a substantial amount of currency. Arriving at the blacksmith shop in the town, Zhang Yi spends 125 copper coins to synthesize 50 level 1 enhancement stones into 25 level 2 stones, with each conversion costing 5 copper coins. Subsequently, utilizing the effects of divine enhancement, he employs 10 level 1 enhancement stones along with 25 level 2 enhancement stones to elevate the 15 biopants in the Guardian armor to level 25. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, Biochemical Trousers, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Defense Consolidation. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, Guardian Armor, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Angel's Guardian. Originally, the trousers provided an increase of 6 points in defense. After reaching 25, the defense bonus escalated to 21 points. The newly unlocked Defense Consolidation talent further adds an additional 10 points to defense, elevating Zhang Yi's defense from 46 points to an impressive 61 points. Meanwhile, the 25 Guardian Armor's base health surged from 120 to 420, with its additional attribute of 3 agility now rising to 11 points. The effect of Angel's Guardian grants the wearer a shield equal to 10 of their maximum health upon receiving an attack, lasting for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 10 seconds. After equipping the Guardian Armor, Zhang Yi checked his status bar and was astonished to find his health had surpassed the 500 mark, soaring to an impressive 570 points. Observing his current statistics, Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction. It was time for a grand undertaking. Chapter 18, Survival Mission. Zhang Yi was acutely aware that his talent, God-level enhancement, exhibited its most pronounced advantages in the early stages, as most players refrained from expending too many enhancement stones on low-level equipment. As the game progressed into the mid to late stages, with equipment becoming more established and the rate of obsolescence slowing down, attaining a 25 enhancement, while still a formidable challenge, was comparatively easier for players to achieve a full set of 20 gear. At that juncture, Zhang Yi's differentiation from other players would lie in those additional few levels of enhancement, with his talent providing only a slight edge, rendering him no longer invincible as he was now. Thus, it was imperative for Zhang Yi to leverage this advantage in the early game to maximize his strength, creating a substantial gap between himself and other players, ensuring that they would be unable to catch up in the later stages. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 11:50 p.m., leaving only 10 minutes until the end of the week. In other words, in 10 minutes, a new chapter would unfold in the apocalypse world, introducing new survival missions for all players, while those who had yet to reach a safe zone would face obliteration. With 10 minutes to spare, Zhang Yi, whose supply of potions was dwindling, made a trip to the apothecary. While other players hesitated even to use a level 2 red potion, Zhang Yi, having procured 15 silver coins through a hidden quest and a 2-star treasure chest. Generously spent 10 silver coins to purchase 100 bottles of level 3 red potions, each restoring 300 health points. And used another 2 silver coins to acquire 40 bottles of level 2 blue potions, each restoring 40 energy points. Having restocked his supplies, the clock struck midnight. Ding! Esteemed players, a new week has commenced. This week's survival missions have been released. Players can check the task interface and are required to complete the survival mission within this week. Failure to do so will result in a death penalty. Congratulations to all players for receiving an additional resurrection opportunity. Wishing everyone an enjoyable gaming experience. As this announcement echoed across the server, countless players who had yet to complete last week's survival mission, Find the Safe Zone, were suddenly struck by a purple thunderbolt, disintegrating into white light. However, their demise failed to capture much attention from the remaining players. Opening the task interface, Zhang Yi confirmed the first survival mission for the week. This week's survival mission, Extreme Hunt, Normal Level, Background. The safe zone can temporarily ensure your safety. Yet to survive in this world, you must complete the survival mission according to the rules. Task description. You are required to accumulate the slaying of 1,000 monsters whose levels surpass your own within this week. Progress, 1,000. Remaining time for the task, 7 days. Task reward, 1 additional chance of resurrection. Failure penalty, death. This can be mitigated if a resurrection opportunity is available. As today marks the inaugural day of the server's launch, despite the late hour, one can observe that the streets of Hope Town remain as vibrant as during the day, bustling with countless players. Some, having finally received their tasks at midnight, joyfully band together with others to embark on their quests, while others return from the wilderness, ready to submit their completed tasks. Everything appears normal, and no one has yet sensed the impending crisis. Zhang Yi, however, gazes at the lower right corner of the main interface, where the logout option has turned gray since he first entered the game. Possessing knowledge of the future trajectory, he does not dwell on it for long. His next objective is to continue leveling up, aiming to reach level 10 swiftly to complete his job transition and achieve his milestones. Thus, guided by memory, Zhang Yi makes his way to the blacksmith shop in the town, where he receives a quest from the NPC blacksmith owner to collect 100 wolf pelts. Collect wolf pelts. Normal task difficulty, 50. Description. With the outbreak of the apocalypse, countless biomonsters and otherworldly creatures incessantly eye the safety zone of humanity, eagerly awaiting the day they can invade and devour the inhabitants within. As the proprietor of the Hope Town blacksmith, Illinois bears a heavy responsibility, needing to forge a plethora of powerful armor and weapons for the guards daily, enabling them to protect their homeland. However, crafting these items requires substantial materials. Players are instructed to venture to the dark forest, as indicated on the map. Hunt the mutated wild wolves therein, collect their pelts, and return them to IL. Task progress, 100 wolf pelts. Task rewards, experience points 2,000, copper coins 250. Level 1 enhancement stones 15, random equipment 1, human reputation 30. Remaining time, 1 day. Indeed, Zhang Yi realizes that the previous hidden task, Guardian, involved rescuing the NPC Il, who is, in fact, the owner of the blacksmith shop. It is said that Il is a master blacksmith of Hope Town, and even the loss of a hand does not deter him from his craft. Thus, Zhang Yi once again receives a new task from him. At first glance, this appears to be a rather ordinary task, with a difficulty rating merely 30 points higher than his previous task, Revenge for the Father. Aside from that, there is nothing particularly noteworthy. Because there are no hints regarding the task, a typical player would dutifully hunt the magical wolves, collect 100 pelts, and submit the task. However, Zhang Yi is aware of a unique aspect of this quest. It can be submitted multiple times. This was also an opportunity that Zhang Yi learned from a player of the same security distinction in his previous life. He recalled that this task could be submitted repeatedly up to 10 times. While the reward for the first submission remained standard, the subsequent 9 submissions would yield diminishing returns. However, should a player manage to accumulate 10 submissions for this task, an ultimate prize would await them. In his past life, Zhang Yi only discovered this secret after reaching level 10, which resulted in his unfortunate oversight of this opportunity, as he was too high a level to undertake the task. He opted for this task because he was reluctant to traverse the map repeatedly, exchanging tasks, which felt excessively cumbersome. This task would allow Zhang Yi to devote himself entirely to grinding in the dark forest map for a day and a half. By the time he concluded this task, along with the rewards from defeating monsters, he would likely reach level 10 and be ready for a profession change. Moreover, completing this task would simultaneously fulfill his survival quest. Extreme Hunt, achieving 2 objectives at once. Thus, after accepting the task, Zhang Yi departed from the bustling Hope Town. By the revival spring of Hope Town, a player clad only in shorts, looking somewhat disheveled yet possessing an air of nobility, stood there indignantly. Until several players with IDs prefixed by the title King hurriedly approached from a distance. "Captain, are you all right?" inquired the concerned King's return. Struggling to suppress a laugh at the sight of the player in red shorts, King Glory, who had just been vanquished and reduced from level 3 to level 2, losing his 15 shorts in the process. In a fit of rage, King Glory kicked at the gleeful King's return, shouting, "Take off your shorts for me. And then tell the brothers in the team not to use the enhancement stones dropped by the monsters. Save them all for me. Each one is worth 1,000. And I'll log off tomorrow to collect my wage card. Also, high-grade equipment starts at 10,000. Whatever good gear we get, save it all for me." King's return paused momentarily. "Huh? What the hell?" King Glory couldn't help but kick King's return again. "Take off your shorts and relay my orders as I commanded. One promise to the city, daring to kill me. I'll make sure you can't survive in the entire 8th district." Chapter 19. The Hunt for the Demon Wolf. Following the guidance of the map, I ventured into the dark forest situated to the south of Hope Town. Approximately half an hour's journey. Enveloped in the shroud of night, this expansive forest, nestled beside a river and devoid of human presence, was hauntingly inhabited by countless demon wolves, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue luminescence. Given that this was a level 6 to 8 area, at this stage, apart from Zhang Yi, no other players dared to challenge such a high-level locale for experience. The chilling howls of wolves echoed from within the forest, sending a shiver down Zhang Yi's spine as he paused at the forest's edge. With a clang, his colossal hammer struck the ground as he resolutely stepped into the woods alone. Bathed in moonlight, the vast expanse revealed numerous large gray wolves, their bodies cloaked in gray fur, and their eyes emitting a ghostly blue glow. Zhang Yi casually targeted the highest-level demon wolf, an imposing level 8 beast, and cast a detection spell. Demonized Wild Wolf, ordinary magical creature level 8 talent, Magic Break. The attack of the demonized Wild Wolf can ignore 20 points of the target's magical defense. Magical attack, 65 physical defense, 30 magical defense, 22 health points, 440 description. Once ordinary wild wolves inhabiting the forest, these creatures have mutated due to environmental pollution, acquiring formidable magic-breaking capabilities. Without sufficient magical resistance, it is advised to avoid provoking them. Remarkably, this level 8 wolf possessed an attack power of 65. If it were a physical creature, it would be manageable, as Zhang Yi's physical defense stood at 61, rendering him relatively safe from the wolf's threat. However, the issue lay in its magical nature, with Zhang Yi's magical resistance at a mere 45 points. Moreover, the true strength of the demonized wild wolf lay in its talent for Magic Break, effectively reducing Zhang Yi's magical resistance to only 25 points. It is worth noting that this was under the protection of his carnivorous bug boots and biochemical pants, both providing an additional 25 defense. A typical player would likely perish after just a few encounters with such a level 8 demon wolf. Zhang Yi assessed his own statistics. After allocating 5 points to strength upon reaching level 5, his attack power had risen to 78, coupled with the 30-point damage bonus from the Severe Wound talent. He found little difficulty in confronting the level 8 demon wolf, which had a defense of only 30. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi decided to commence his hunt with the relatively easier level 6 demon wolves. After all, his objective was to collect wolf pelts, and there was no sense in risking a confrontation with higher-level foes when lesser adversaries were available. The level 6 demon wolves boasted a mere 50 attack power, and their Magic Break talent could only disregard 12 points of magical resistance, posing minimal threat to Zhang Yi. Thus, he locked onto a nearby level 6 demon wolf, hoisting his massive hammer as he approached. Upon entering the effective attack range of the wolf, which was about 30 meters. It let out a howl and unleashed a blue magical sphere toward Zhang Yi. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped the attack and advanced towards the demon wolf, delivering a crushing blow with his hammer. A critical hit. With a resounding thud, a crimson glowing hammer descended upon the demonic wolf, eliciting a damage output of 97 points above its head. The level 6 wolf, possessing a mere 300 health points, found itself nearly stripped of one-third of its vitality from Zhang Yi's strike. As a mere level 5 player, Zhang Yi's formidable damage output, augmented by a 25 weapon and 25 ring, was truly formidable. The 11 agility points conferred by the Guardian armor significantly enhanced Zhang Yi's speed, allowing him to unleash another blow before the wolf could react, this time dealing minus 88 damage. Although lacking the benefit of a critical hit, Zhang Yi's ordinary attack still inflicted a mere few points less. At that moment, the demonic wolf, having lost a considerable portion of its health, lunged forward, finally managing to bite Zhang Yi. A sharp pain shot through his left arm, prompting Zhang Yi to trigger the Guardian armor's exclusive talent, Angel's Protection. A faint energy shield materialized around him, absorbing the 17 points of damage dealt by the wolf, with over two-thirds of the shield remaining intact. The shield, constituting 10 of Zhang Yi's maximum health, equated to 57 health points. Without delay, Zhang Yi struck again, activating the Lucky Ring's Lucky Strike talent, resulting in a damage output of 134 points, 5 times the usual. The wolf's already dwindling health bar was instantly depleted, leading to a mournful howl as it collapsed to the ground. Ding! You have slain a level 6 demonic wild wolf, earning 25 experience points. In a flawless execution of 3 attacks without sustaining any damage, Zhang Yi efficiently dispatched a level 6 wolf. Crouching beside the carcass, he collected not only 3 copper coins, but also a gray wolf pelt, precisely what was required for his quest. Locking onto the next target, he continued his relentless hunt. With a combination of critical strikes, normal attacks, and the lucky strike triggered on his 3rd hit, he consistently dispatched each level 6 wolf in 3 decisive blows. Although the initial critical strike only added 9 points to his damage, this seemingly minor increment was crucial. The total health of a level 6 wolf was 315 points. If Zhang Yi had substituted the critical hit for a normal attack, his 3 strikes would have only dealt 310 points of damage, necessitating an additional blow to conclude the battle. 1 extra strike for each wolf would accumulate to 1,000 additional strikes over time, resulting in a significant waste of effort. Thus, Zhang Yi preferred to expend a bit more energy for efficiency. The drop rate for wolf pelts stood at 100, ensuring Zhang Yi's collection efficiency remained exceptionally high, with his experience points climbing steadily. After slaying over 40 demonic wolves, a beam of golden light descended upon him, signaling his ascension to level 6. The 5 points he earned were allocated entirely to strength, allowing him to shift his focus from level 6 wolves to the more formidable level 7 wolves. As the extreme hunt survival quest required him to vanquish foes of greater level than his own. The 7th level magic wolf, in comparison to its 6th level counterpart, boasts an additional 50 points of health, along with a slight increase in defense. Consequently, it cannot be vanquished with merely 3 strikes, on average. 4 strikes are required to subdue one. However, the ultimate experience gain has also risen by 5 points, with the 7th level magic wolf yielding 30 experience points. Thus, beginning just before 1 o'clock in the morning and continuing until 8 o'clock, Zhang Yi diligently hunted, ultimately accumulating a total of 1,000 wolf pelts. At this juncture, due to the slaughter of 1,000 magic wolves, Zhang Yi's level had ascended from the initial 5 to 9. Regrettably, the progress of the extreme hunt quest was only 2/5 complete, as the highest level 8 magic wolves in the dark forest could no longer facilitate Zhang Yi's completion of the extreme hunting task after reaching level 8. Chapter 20. Come to kill me. Don't say I didn't give you a chance unconsciously. I had spent the entire night immersed in the game, transitioning from the depths of night to the light of day. It had been a long time since Zhang Yi had experienced such fervor in my previous life. Initially, I was the sole player in the dark forest, battling the corrupted wild wolves, but now, as I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed numerous players hunting these magical wolves. transforming the once desolate woods into a lively arena. Upon observing that many players had reached levels 7 or 8, I could not help but check the regional level leaderboard. 886 Safe Zone. Hopetown level rankings. 1. Storm Angel, male, level 9, 72. 2. Glory of Kings, male, level 9, 53. Just a short name like mine, male, level 9, 46. 4. The Return of Kings, male, level 9, 42. 5. Supreme King, male, level 9, 46. Kings in Heaven, male, level 9, 37. Seeing this leaderboard, I was momentarily taken aback, despite my own level of 9 and 10. I had not made the list. However, upon reflection, it made sense. I had spent so long grinding in the dark forest without completing any quests for rewards. Other players, from midnight to 8 in the morning, had undoubtedly completed 2 or 3 tasks, reaping the generous experience rewards which, combined with their monster hunting, had propelled their levels upward. Achieving level 9 solely through monster kills was already quite impressive. I was certain that once I returned to the safe zone to turn in the quest for collecting wolf pelts, I would immediately ascend to the top of the leaderboard, far surpassing the second-place player. This was due to the fact that I was about to receive 10 consecutive task rewards. In the early stages of the game, players were fiercely competing for levels. All 10 players on the leaderboard had reached level 9. What astonished me the most was that 5 of the top 10 were players from the Kings of the World guild. Even Glory of Kings, whom I had previously defeated, causing him to lose a level, had managed to place second. It was easy to surmise that had he not been killed and lost that level, he would likely have reached level 10 and completed his job transition by now. Having a 1,000-strong guild to assist with leveling up certainly expedited progress, and the future seemed to mirror the trajectory of my past life. If this trend continued, Kings of the World would soon become the dominant force in the 886 safe zone. Of course, this was under the assumption that I made no changes. It was worth noting that no one had yet reached level 10 and completed their job transition. The achievement for being the first to transition still remained. I could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for the first place, Storm Angel, I recalled that this name had appeared in the regional chat channel before. He was the one who had offered to pay 100,000 RMB for my hidden quest. This individual was certainly not to be underestimated. Yet I had no strong impression of him. Perhaps in my previous life, he had met an untimely fate, as Glory of Kings was notoriously envious of others surpassing him. I closed the leaderboard. Raising his head and stretching lazily towards the sun, Zhang Yi was suddenly startled by a system notification that echoed in his ears. Ding. The system has detected that your fatigue level has fallen to 30. Please take care to rest. Fatigue is a hidden attribute of players in the world of Apocalypse, with 100 representing the optimal state. Every 10 minutes, it automatically depletes by 1. When it reaches 0, the player meets their demise. Since the server opened last night at 8 o'clock, Zhang Yi had been engaged in nearly 12 hours of continuous effort, leaving him genuinely fatigued. Therefore, his intention was to return to the safe zone shortly to submit his quest, level up to 10, complete his class transition, and then take a break to recover his fatigue. As such, Zhang Yi crouched down to collect the spoils dropped by the last magical wolf he had slain. At that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from outside the forest, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt an ominous premonition. Turning around, he was met with a torrent of players surging into the dark forest, exuding an intimidating aura. Through the markers above their heads, he discerned that the group, estimated to consist of 30 to 40 players, all boasted levels between 8 and 9, their IDs uniformly prefixed with the words King S Glory. Are they coming for me? A whisper escaped his lips as he pondered this. Among them, the leader, a 9th-level youth clad in black armor and wielding a silver longbow, cast a sweeping glance at the players grinding for magical wolves in the forest. His gaze landed on Zhang Yi, and he pointed decisively. That's him. Surround Inua Qing Chung. No sooner had the command been issued than over 30 players surged forward from either side, swiftly encircling Zhang Yi. Oh, they are indeed coming for me. At that moment, the youth in black armor regarded Zhang Yi with a cold snort. Still grinding here? Do you know why I'm looking for you? Glancing at the equipment adorning the youth, Zhang Yi noted with intrigue the complete set, a commendable assortment. particularly the black armor and the silver longbow, which appeared to be exceptional gear at this stage. Zhang Yi contemplated for a moment and mused. Have they come to deliver me equipment? Deliver what? Scoffed the youth, glaring at Zhang Yi. I'm here to send you to your demise. Unfazed, Zhang Yi surveyed the surrounding players of King's Glory and remarked nonchalantly, Is this all you have? It hardly seems sufficient. He discerned that apart from the leader, the other players were inadequately equipped. Having survived for 8 years in the world of Apocalypse, Zhang Yi had honed the ability to assess the quality and enhancement level of gear merely by its sheen. Equipment at 25 bore a faint golden glow, with the luminosity diminishing as the enhancement level decreased. The equipment worn by these ordinary members is of merely 1-star quality, with enhancement levels not exceeding 10. At present, they are regarded as above average by the surrounding players of levels 7 and 8. However, in Zhang Yi's eyes, they can be succinctly described in 2 words: worthless. Only Wang Zhirong possesses superior gear, presumably all enhanced to 20 or above, clearly indicating that he has concentrated all resources from the Kingdom of Glory solely upon himself. Observing this, Inua Qing being encircled by his subordinates and still daring to utter such arrogant words, Wang Zhirong remains unfazed. Do you have any idea how many people I command in the Kingdom of Glory? To deal with a mere waste like you, I need not summon 1,000. Even 30 brothers would suffice, which is a testament to your worth. Today, your demise is assured. I shall reduce you to level 0. With a resounding clang, the heavy iron hammer crashed to the ground as Zhang Yi steadied its handle, gazing calmly at Wang Zhirong and declared, Come and kill me. Do not claim I have not given you a chance. Chapter 21. 1 against 30. Goodness gracious. I have witnessed arrogance before, but never to this extent. Has this individual never perused the official Apocalypse forum prior to entering the game, particularly the discussions about King's Domain? It was the very post that ignited fervor within the forum, offering a monthly salary of 100,000 RMB to recruit top-tier professional players for the team, which is none other than King's Glory. Thus, even before the game commenced, the King's Domain team had already garnered immense popularity, and the over 1,000 players under its banner hail from various corners of the nation. As such, Zhang Yi remained relatively unfazed, while the surrounding players, busy grinding in the dark forest, began to murmur as they witnessed Zhang Yi encircled by the players of King's Domain. Player A. This lad dares to openly provoke King's Domain. He certainly has guts. Player B. Indeed. Does he not comprehend the stature of King's Domain? At this rate, not only will he be eliminated shortly, but he may find it arduous to survive even in the safety zone of 886 thereafter. Player C. We must never emulate his folly of provoking anyone from King's Domain. Otherwise, we are destined to meet the same fate. Amidst the fervent discussions, King's Glory refrained from further banter. With a menacing proclamation of I will make you regret being alive, they commanded, attack him, obeying King's Glory's orders. The gathering of players from King's Domain armed themselves and charged at Zhang Yi. The onlookers regarded the unfolding scene with keen interest, perceiving this beleaguered figure, whose ID and level were concealed, as akin to a corpse awaiting its demise. Yet, only Zhang Yi remained composed, steadfastly planted in place, exuding an air of tranquility. He awaited the approach of 2 players wielding longswords, who were the first to draw near, landing swift strikes upon his shoulders. The surrounding spectators gasped as they beheld the damage indicators above Zhang Yi's head, -1. -1. Heavens! No damage? Is the attack power of King's Domain truly this feeble? Or is his defense remarkably high? Even the 2 attackers were left dumbfounded. Although they had not unleashed their full potential, their attack power exceeded 50, yet they failed to breach the defenses of the individual before them. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, intentionally enduring their strikes while remaining immobile, received 2 battle notifications. Ding, you have been maliciously attacked by player King's Madness. The opponent is now gray named. Attacking them will not trigger a red name. Ding, you have been maliciously attacked by player King's Azura. The opponent is now gray named. Attacking them will not trigger a red name. At long last, upon receiving these notifications, Zhang Yi swung his hammer, delivering a resounding blow to King's Madness, followed by another powerful strike to King's Azura's chest, each resulting in a stunning display of damage above their heads, -118. -112. Seizing the moment while the two adversaries were still in a state of bewilderment, Zhang Yi, propelled by the swiftness granted by the 14 o'clock agility boost, delivered a resounding blow with his hammer, executing a critical strike upon the formidable player, King of Warriors, inflicting a staggering damage of -195, with a mere 260 health points remaining. The King of Warriors was swiftly dispatched by two strikes from Zhang Yi, collapsing to the ground before he could even comprehend the situation. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a radiant beam of white light, leaving behind a scatter of copper coins, potions, and a pair of boots. Ding, you have slain the player King of Warriors. Due to the opponent's gray name, your evil value has not increased. The dual enhancements of the critical strike and lucky strike resulted in Zhang Yi achieving a remarkable 165 damage increase, manifesting as 195 points of damage against the King of Warriors, which left the onlooking players in a state of sheer astonishment. What kind of damage is this? Approaching 200. Good heavens. Had that strike landed on me, I would have likely been obliterated in an instant. I see now. This lad appears to have triggered the first achievement, a promise that captivates the city. It is rumored that the hammer in his possession is a growing artifact. He previously wielded it to vanquish the captain of the King of Warriors, known as King of Glory. It seems the King of Warriors has come seeking revenge. No wonder so many from King of Warriors have gathered to confront this one individual. They must have already assessed his strength and recognized him as a formidable opponent. Even the players from King of Warriors, who had yet to approach, exchanged glances of disbelief. This fellow possesses such high damage. Did the captain not mention that hammer of his is an artifact? It's merely a game. Dying here does not equate to true demise. Moreover, the captain assured us that each death warrants a compensation of 10,000 coins. Brothers, let us strike. We must assist the captain in claiming that lad's artifact hammer. Even if it takes a gradual accumulation of damage, we shall wear him down. With this, the members of King of Warriors pressed forward to encircle Zhang Yi. A smile spread across Zhang Yi's face, for he knew that even if they attempted to overwhelm him, they could not extinguish his life. In fact, their assaults could hardly breach the Angel's Guardian Shield that activated every 10 seconds, let alone his robust health of 570 points, sufficient to withstand their onslaught of 570 attacks. Thus, Zhang Yi swung his mighty iron hammer, launching a devastating counterattack against the encroaching horde of King of Warriors. To be candid, this level 1-star hammer had long since lost its luster. Zhang Yi's current damage output was bolstered by half through allocated upgrade points, advancing from level 5 to level 9. He had invested all 20 points into strength, translating to an extraordinary increase of 30 attack power from a 15-star growth in strength. Consequently, despite wielding a level 1 hammer, Zhang Yi's attack power soared to an impressive 108 points, far exceeding what the inadequately equipped level 8 and 9 players could withstand. What Zhang Yi craved most at this moment was a weapon that was truly worthy of his prowess. Gazing ahead at Zhang Yi, who could easily dispatch a fellow player with just 2 or 3 strikes, I became increasingly convinced that the hammer in his grasp was a remarkable artifact of unparalleled potential. The extraordinary damage he inflicted was undoubtedly attributed to the hammer's illustrious prowess. Unable to suppress a smirk, I licked my lips and declared, "This hammer, I must seize it." With that, I raised a silver longbow of evident worth and aimed it at Zhang Yi, who was currently besieged by adversaries. A swift arrow was loosed. Thud. From a distance of over 30 meters, the sharp arrow struck the resilient guardian armor adorning Zhang Yi's chest, finally revealing a damage numeral greater than 1 above his head, -105. The remaining shield value of the Celestial Guardian was shattered, and Zhang Yi additionally suffered a loss of 70 health points. Chapter 22. The exceptional longbow. Upon witnessing the damage inflicted upon him, Zhang Yi was taken aback. It is noteworthy that he possessed a formidable defense of 61 points. By this calculation, the attack power of Wang Zhirong must exceed 160 points. This level of attack power, aside from a full allocation of points, the bow wielded by Wang Zhirong must surely be of at least a 2-star enhancement with a bonus of over 20. As Zhang Yi's counterattacks were directed solely at the players with gray names, he had thus far eliminated 3 members of the Wang Zhitian Xia faction while remaining white-named himself. This resulted in the attacking Wang Zhirong Yao's ID turning gray above his head. Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly shifted towards the distant Wang Zhirong Yao, who was lurking in the shadows, launching arrows with unrelenting precision. A chilling sensation crept up Zhang Yi's spine as he felt the barrage of arrows striking him incessantly. Even Zhang Yi could not withstand the relentless assault from Wang Zhirong Yao, as he was hit by several arrows in quick succession, causing his health to plummet by more than half in an instant. The onlookers resumed their discussions regarding Wang Zhirong Yao's astonishing damage output. Truly, the captain of Wang Zhitianxia possessed remarkable prowess, capable of inflicting such high damage. Indeed, the bow in his hands was undoubtedly exquisite. Just moments ago, many believed that Inua Qingcheng could retaliate effectively, but it now appeared that hope was dwindling. A few more arrows from Wang Zhirong Yao, and he would meet his demise. Did no one notice the health status of Inua Qingcheng? Wang Zhirong Yao had already dealt over 300 points of damage with 3 arrows, yet he still retained half of his health. At that moment, having fought his way through the fray, Zhang Yi suddenly set his sights on the distant Wang Zhirong Yao, swiftly approaching with his formidable iron hammer in hand. The long-range Wang Zhirong Yao, engrossed in shooting arrows from a distance, momentarily froze at the sight of Zhang Yi charging towards him, then turned to flee, attempting to kite Zhang Yi as he ran. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to close the distance while deftly dodging Wang Zhirong Yao's shots, causing a series of missed notifications to appear above his head. Although ranged attacks hold a significant advantage for kiting opponents, they can also be easily countered by adept movement on the part of the opponent. The additional 11 points from the Guardian armor, combined with the player's initial 3 points, granted Zhang Yi a substantial degree of maneuverability. As he drew nearer to Wang Zhirong Yao, Zhang Yi retrieved a level 3 health potion from his inventory and consumed it, causing a green restoration value of 300 to appear above his head, instantly replenishing his health to full. In the early game, players rarely allocate precious upgrade points to agility in pursuit of damage, allowing the subsequent players of Wang Zhitianxia to fall behind Zhang Yi. Even if they managed to catch up, they would be swiftly dispatched by a few strikes from his hammer, completely unable to impede Zhang Yi's advance towards Wang Zhirong Yao. Moreover, it was evident that Wang Zhirong Yao had invested all his points into attack, possessing only the initial 3 points in agility, which left him significantly slower than Zhang Yi. Consequently, Zhang Yi quickly closed the gap, culminating in a resounding blow that sent Wang Zhirong Yao crashing to the ground. Unexpectedly, beyond mere offensive prowess, the game Honor of Kings exhibits a remarkable balance of attributes, with life and defense levels that are notably robust. This allowed Zhang Yi to inflict merely 90 points of damage with a single blow, despite his capability to deal over 110 points to others, resulting in only a quarter reduction of the health bar of Honor of Kings. Yet, the latter found himself in a state of panic, for as a ranged damage dealer, he could not hope to compete with Zhang Yi in close combat. During this moment of hesitation, Zhang Yi struck once more, delivering another blow that dealt 90 points of damage. In a flurry, Honor of Kings drew his bow and shot an arrow at Zhang Yi while simultaneously retreating, reaching into his bag for a healing potion. However, before he could utilize it, Zhang Yi's relentless pursuit culminated in a devastating strike to his forehead. With a resounding crash, Honor of Kings felt a disorienting buzz in his head. Ding. You have been attacked by player Innocent City, losing 297 points of health. You have perished. With a thud, Honor of Kings knelt on the ground, filled with bitterness, transforming into a beam of white light that vanished before Zhang Yi. Previously, it took just 1 strike to defeat him. This time, it required 3, indicating a noticeable improvement in Honor of King's resilience. As Zhang Yi delivered the final blow, triggering a critical hit that astonishingly resulted in 297 points of damage, the audience was left in awe. Passerby A. Good heavens. How did he manage to deal nearly 300 damage? Passerby B. This must be a hack. The damage is simply outrageous. Passerby C. The captain of the kingdom, Honor of Kings, has been eliminated. After vanquishing the now gray-named Honor of Kings, Zhang Yi looked down at the spot where the player had just perished. To his astonishment, amidst a scatter of coins and potions lay a beautifully crafted silver longbow. Joy surged within him as he realized he had obtained the bow that boasted extraordinary attack power. It was evident that the bow held significant value. For almost the instant honor of kings had perished, the remaining players from the kingdom were more concerned with the fate of the bow than the loss of their captain. Don't let him pick up that bow. Quickly, brothers, retrieve our captain's bow. Hurry. With a rallying cry from the leader of the kingdom, the remaining 20 players surged towards Zhang Yi with the speed of a sprint. Yet, they were a moment too late. Just as Zhang Yi bent to pick up the longbow, he effortlessly replaced his hammer with it. Upon equipping the bow, the players from the kingdom halted in their tracks, their expressions reflecting sheer fear as they gazed at Zhang Yi, now wielding the silver longbow. At that moment, Zhang Yi did not take the time to examine the bow's attributes. He merely understood that the reason honor of kings had inflicted such considerable damage despite his own 61 points of defense was undoubtedly due to this bow, indicating that its offensive capabilities were certainly not inferior to his hammer. Equipped with a longbow, Zhang Yi transformed from a warrior into an archer in an instant, drawing his bowstring taut and aiming at the players of the Kingdom of Champions who were within his striking range. In the world of Apocalypse, the fundamental attack range for ranged classes is typically 50 meters, while the players from Kingdom of Champions were merely 20 to 30 meters away from Zhang Yi. Observing Zhang Yi knocking an arrow, the players hesitated momentarily before charging toward him once more. Brothers, take him down. Let us reclaim the longbow that our captain lost. Such audacity. They were fully aware that they posed no threat of penetrating Zhang Yi's defenses, yet they still approached, seemingly courting death. Of course, they perceived this as merely a game. They would rather face defeat than risk losing their captain's esteem. Besides, their captain had mentioned that a single death would yield a compensation of 10,000. No sooner had the words left their lips than a swift arrow was loosed from Zhang Yi's bow, striking true against the foremost among the Kingdom of Champions players, a level 8 man, his ID displayed in gray, wielding a hefty blade, named -216. His health bar, once full, was obliterated in an instant, and the swordsman vanished into a wisp of white light, leaving behind a scatter of coins and potions. Chapter 23. The Silver Moon bowed 25. Upon witnessing the damage inflicted, even Zhang Yi was taken aback. Good heavens, merely switching weapons has doubled my damage. Gazing at the elegant silver longbow in his hands, he felt a surge of delight. Evidently, this bow's worth had far surpassed his expectations. As an 8th or 9th level player, even equipped with a hat and attire that augmented his health attributes, his 1-star quality gear, not highly enhanced, would grant him at most 200 to 300 hit points. The unfortunate soul Zhang Yi had just dispatched with a single arrow lacked even a hat. After all, Zhang Yi himself had yet to acquire one. Following Zhang Yi's swift execution of one of their number, the remaining adversaries boldly charged forward without a hint of fear. Zhang Yi shook his head. Had they realized this was a genuine death game, they would not squander their resources on the unattainable opportunity for resurrection. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi felt no sympathy for the players of the Kingdom of Kings. Thus, he knocked another arrow and resumed his assault. Whoosh, 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 3 more arrows flew forth, each striking a different player from the Kingdom of Kings, eliciting gasps of shock from the onlookers as the damage unfolded. 248. Critical hit, -324. Lucky strike, -432. Critical strike. A cascade of white light erupted as the 3 players were instantaneously vanquished from a distance of over 20 meters. With an agility attribute of 14, Zhang Yi not only enjoyed enhanced speed but also significant critical hit bonuses. Some attempted to employ serpentine maneuvers to evade his attacks. Yet such tactics proved futile before Zhang Yi. In his previous life, he had been an archer for 8 years. Attempting to showcase evasive skills against him was an exercise in futility. Zhang Yi's strikes could predict his enemy's movements with uncanny precision. Thus, under Zhang Yi's extraordinary ranged output, the dark forest was illuminated by successive bursts of white light, as all those he struck met their demise in a single blow. Only the players King of Kings and Return of Kings endured an additional arrow each. The 30-odd players from the Kingdom of Kings, unable to close the distance to Zhang Yi, were utterly annihilated. Moreover, due to their prior aggression towards him, all bore gray names, allowing Zhang Yi to eliminate them without incurring any criminal notoriety. as he surveyed the vast area littered with coins, potions, enhancement stones, and equipment. The nearby spectators, having witnessed Zhang Yi single-handedly obliterate an entire team of over 30 players, were left in stunned silence. Player A, my heavens, it feels like a dream. Did this fellow truly wipe out an entire team from the Kingdom of Kings all by himself? Player B, what is terrifying is that each one was taken out with a single strike. The damage is simply astounding. Player C, incredible. Who is this person? How can he be so formidable? Could he be an insider from Apocalypse? Is he so unafraid of the Kingdom of Kings because he has the backing of Fortune Group? Player D, you are overthinking it, my friend. Long ago, the Tianyun Group issued a statement ensuring that the game Tianqi guarantees absolute fairness and justice. Any bugs, hacks, or insider manipulations are non-existent. This individual with such high damage likely acquired a high-level talent that enhances damage at the outset. However, I believe he has thoroughly offended the realm of kings, no matter how formidable he may be. It will be exceedingly difficult for him to maintain a foothold in safe Zone 886 or even the entirety of Zone 8. Despite the alluring sight of coins and equipment scattered across the ground, the onlookers dare not retrieve them, fearing that in the struggle for spoils, they too might be instantaneously eliminated by Inua Chi-Ching, becoming mere trophies themselves. Disregarding the murmurs around him, Zhang Yi finally had the opportunity to focus on the exquisite silver longbow in his hands. Silver Moonbow, 25 quality, 2 stars, level 8, physical attack power, 105/75. Additional attributes, strength 14, 10, exclusive talent, armor piercing. The wielder's attacks can ignore 35 points of physical defense of the target. Class restriction, archer, can be equipped by non-advanced players as well. Description, it is said that this exceptional weapon was crafted by a master blacksmith of the human race using rare silver white or on a moonlit night. Imbued with the essence of moonlight, the silver moonbow possesses formidable lethality. Goodness, a 2-star level 8 bow. No wonder the previous wielder, the King of Glory, dealt such extraordinary damage. I had speculated that this weapon must have been enhanced to 20 or above, yet I had not anticipated that it was fully upgraded. The King of Glory truly invested generously, strengthening a 2-star item to 25, which must have required 4 to 500 level 2 enhancement stones, equivalent to nearly 1,000 level 1 enhancement stones. Insanity! Why invest so much in an equipment piece that transitions quickly at level 8? I cannot fathom the mindset of the affluent. However, it seems that the King of Glory can easily gather enhancement stones, with over 1,000 subordinates. If each contributes just 1 stone, that amounts to 1,000 stones. Upon checking the status bar, Zhang Yi discovered that after equipping the Silver Moonbow, his attack power had soared to 216 points. It was no wonder that his arrows had consistently dealt around 216 damage before the armor-piercing talent. The players of the Realm of Kings were virtually defenseless against his strikes. What he dealt was pure damage. As he stowed away the Silver Moonbow, preparing to collect the spoils, he suddenly heard a voice from a nearby player. Everyone, look at the regional channel. The King of Glory has made another proclamation. Zhang Yi casually opened the regional chat interface and indeed found the King of Glory fervently spamming the chat. Inua Chi-Ching, you bastard. You've killed me twice. Return the Silver Moonbow to me, or I will not let you off the hook. From now on, you'll have to crawl through the world of Tianqi. Inua Chi-Ching, return the Silver Moonbow, and I will grant you a chance for redemption. What the hell? Is Inua Chi-Ching dead or something? Observing the distasteful insults flooding the chat channel, Zhang Yi found himself not in anger, but rather amused. Thus, he finally chose to contribute to the conversation. Attaching the illustration of the Silver Moonbow, one promised to captivate the city. Male, level 9 player. Thank you, esteemed player, for the gifted weapon. I have tested it, and it works splendidly. As one promised to captivate the city shared the image of the Silver Moonbow, the chat channel of District 886 erupted in excitement. Fish for getting 7 seconds, male, level 7 player. Goodness. A 25, 2-star, level 8 weapon. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Please don't gift anymore. Male, level 8 player. I've struck gold. This bow is practically a divine artifact in the early game. Would anyone dispute its worth of at least 100,000 coins? Silent words, male. Level 8 player. One promised to captivate the city. Brother, I wish to purchase this weapon from you. Feel free to name your price. Little dazed one, female. Level 6 player. The attack power of this bow is incredibly high. Captivating city. Why not gift it to me? I could be your girlfriend, perhaps even in real life. Chapter 24. 10 Rewards. Upon witnessing the fervent discussions in the chat channel, the recently resurrected player was infuriated. Male, level 8 player. I'm sorry. I find it hard to comprehend. Could you please translate that into plain language? Beside the resurrection fountain. Just as it finished composing a message and was about to send it, a system notification abruptly interrupted him. Ding, the system has detected malicious spamming behavior and explicit language. You have been muted for 1 hour. In a fit of rage, as seethed with indignation, and his team emerged from the resurrection fountain, having all perished in battle. Observing his team's complete annihilation only fueled S anger further. Damn it. So many of you can't even defeat one. With your skills. You dare call yourselves professional players? I'm paying you trash like you 100,000 a month. At that moment, hastily interjected. Captain, please calm down. The main issue is that Guy's attributes are extraordinarily high. Aside from his attack power, his defense and health are exceptionally robust. Didn't you notice? I'm certain he has at least 25 on all gear. You must be joking. Was fuming. I had a team of 1,000 grind all night just to barely achieve one set of 25 gear. What does he have? Can he really gather tens of thousands of enhancement stones to boost his entire ensemble? What do we do now? Lowered his head. He has already killed you twice and has dropped 2 of your pieces of equipment. This has become common knowledge. Gritting his teeth, replied. Losing levels can be regained, but early stage 2-star equipment is tough to obtain, especially weapons. Regardless, I must retrieve the Silver Moon Bow. Damn it. Why did he have to drop my best piece of gear? What terrible luck. Mark my words, within 3 days. If I don't make you delete your account and quit the game, I will live stream myself eating excrement. Captain, at this moment, spoke softly. When you first encountered, didn't you claim you didn't believe he could deal 40 or 50 damage in one strike? If he could, you would live stream yourself eating excrement. You bastard. Kicked. Get out of my sight. You're fired. In the dark forest. After having killed the captain of, twice, Zhang Yi, who had become somewhat renowned in the 886 safety zone, paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. However, he was curious as to how the players from had discovered his presence in the dark forest. Ultimately, Zhang Yi found the answer in the chat records from over 20 minutes ago in the regional chat channel. It turned out that a rogue player in the dark forest could not resist the 100,000 bounty offered by and inadvertently revealed his location. Indeed, was quite affluent. Zhang Yi did not dwell on these matters. He spent several minutes collecting all the items dropped by the over 30 players from the Kingdom of Kings who had perished, carefully counting them. Since they were all gray names, their deaths resulted in a 100 drop rate of 1 piece of equipment each. In total, he gathered 35 pieces of gear, all ranging from levels 1 to 8 and under 10 in enhancement, all of inferior quality. At this point, Zhang Yi found little value in these low-tier items, as a single night spent grinding in the dark forest had yielded him 7 or 8 pieces of level 6 to 8 1-star equipment, all in an unidentified state, which were of the same caliber as the gear dropped by the players from the Kingdom of Kings. He planned to return to the safe zone soon and set up a stall to sell these items, as while they held no use for him, many other players would find them desirable. Among the equipment, the Silver Moon Bow was Zhang Yi's most significant acquisition, a testament to the fact that the slaughter of those 30-plus players was not in vain. Furthermore, he valued the coins and enhancement stones dropped even more. He had amassed a total of 2,000 copper coins, equivalent to 20 silver coins. Additionally, he had collected over 60 enhancement stones. Checking the time. It was precisely 8 o'clock. Zhang Yi yawned and began his journey back to Hope Town, leaving behind a group of players in the dark forest who gazed at his departing silhouette, still haunted by the scene of him single-handedly slaying over 30 players from the Kingdom of Kings. Upon returning to the safe zone, Zhang Yi immediately sought out the blacksmith NPC, Illinois. Engaging in dialogue, Illinois expressed his astonishment. Young warrior, I never expected you to procure so many wolf pelts for me. I cannot thank you enough. As he received the 100 wolf pelts that Zhang Yi had traded, An enchanting notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations on completing the quest, collect wolf pelts. You have received rewards. Experience 2,000. Copper coins 250. Level 1 enhancement stones 15. Human reputation 36. And the equipment, wolf pelt coat 1. Your intimacy with blacksmith boss has increased by 6. Just then, another notification resonated in his ears. Ding. Player, Inua Chingcheng. Congratulations on your intimacy with blacksmith boss, exceeding 10 points. Your intimacy level has risen to level 1, granting you the privilege of a 5 discount on equipment forging at the blacksmith shop from now on. The next level upgrade will require increasing your intimacy to 50 points. The intimacy level is a feature designed in the game Apocalypse to enrich gameplay, allowing players to enhance their relationship with NPCs through quest completions. Upon reaching certain intimacy thresholds, players can elevate their intimacy levels, thus gaining various benefits. NPCs are categorized by profession, generally divided into major categories such as civilians, blacksmiths, innkeepers, shop owners, appraisers, guards, and town leaders, with intimacy levels being universally applicable across the world of Apocalypse. For instance, when a player achieves a level of intimacy of 2 with the shopkeeper in the safe zone through completing tasks, and subsequently reaches the main city at level 30, they find their intimacy with the main city shopkeeper also at level 2. In this shop, purchasing potions and equipment grants a 10% discount. The higher the intimacy level, the greater the benefits one can receive. Furthermore, players may have the chance to obtain hidden quests from NPCs at elevated intimacy levels. Returning to the subject, despite earning 2,000 experience points as a quest reward, Zhang Yi did not level up, as the requirement of 8,000 experience points to ascend from level 9 to level 10 was simply too daunting. As for the wolf skin coat, categorized as a 1-star item for level 9 and fit for street vendors, it paled in comparison to Zhang Yi's 2-star guardian armor, which he deemed beneath his notice. After submitting the quest, Illinois no longer paid attention to Zhang Yi. At this juncture, an ordinary player would certainly turn away in search of another NPC from whom to accept a quest. However, Zhang Yi was suddenly reminded of a non-mainstream signature he had once displayed on QQ during his youth. As long as you take the initiative, we will have a story. Thus, Zhang Yi approached Il for a conversation. I have some extra wolf skins. Do you still need them? As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Il's face lit up with surprise. Really, brave warrior? How many wolf skins do you have? Do you have 100? Indeed, Zhang Yi replied, producing 100 wolf skins to hand over to Il. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the quest, collect wolf skins, a second time, earning experience points 2,000, copper coins 50. Intimacy with blacksmith shop owner 2. Upon submitting the quest again, the rewards diminished significantly. Zhang Yi produced another 100 wolf skins, continuing to submit them in this manner, until he had handed over all 1,000 wolf skins he had collected in 10 separate transactions. Il's smile widened. Young warrior, you truly astonish me. I never anticipated you would gather so many wolf skins for me. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. Zhang Yi, however, was not one to be shy. Then craft me a piece of equipment. In his previous life, the player who completed this quest 10 times received the ultimate reward. The blacksmith would forge a top-tier piece of equipment tailored specifically for him. Moreover, it seemed that only the first player to complete this 10-part quest chain could make such a request, while subsequent players would have to content themselves with a rare equipment reward from Il. As expected, Illinois did not refuse Zhang Yi's request. No problem, brave warrior. What kind of equipment would you like me to craft for you? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Please craft me a magic staff. Chapter 25, Transformation. Beastmaster. From the moment Zhang Yi acquired the extraordinary talent of God-level enhancement, he was struck by a profound notion. In this lifetime, he would embark upon a rather unconventional path, embracing a profession that had been scorned by countless players in his previous life. Known as the most abysmal class in the world of Apocalypse, the Beastmaster. In the realm of Apocalypse, player professions are categorized into 7 distinct classes: warrior, assassin, knight, mage, archer, priest, and beastmaster. Those familiar with the game understand the unique characteristics of each profession. However, the beastmaster stands apart. This profession possesses the remarkable ability to summon magical beasts to fight alongside them, unrestricted by species. One might conjure resilient tank-like creatures to absorb damage at the forefront, summon high-output mage-like beasts to deal damage from the rear, or even call forth healing entities to tend to themselves or their allies. In the later stages, an advanced beast master can, through their own prowess, assemble a well-rounded team comprising healers, tanks, and damage dealers. At first glance, one might perceive this profession as formidable, almost akin to wielding the entirety of Apocalypse's classes within one's grasp. Indeed, it was the flawless depiction, or rather, deception, by the Apocalypse officials regarding the Beastmaster that lured numerous players into its depths, only for them to later discover that the Beastmaster was not just a pitfall, but a veritable abyss, leaving those who chose this path weeping in despair during the night. Unlike traditional summoners, the magical beasts summoned by a Beastmaster possess an independent cultivation system, entirely separate from the Beastmaster's own attributes. This implies that from the moment one begins nurturing a magical beast, they must allocate half of their resources to it. Much like players, these beasts require equipment, must learn skills through tomes, and consume player experience to level up, effectively doubling the commitment of resources from a single account to support 2 characters. The realms of equipment enhancement and skill acquisition are fraught with challenges. Many players eventually found themselves unable to sustain their own character, let alone the burden of nurturing a magical beast, unless, of course, one is fortunate enough to possess vast wealth. While a Beastmaster is akin to a mage, the balancing mechanics of the profession dictate that their growth attributes are the lowest among the 7 classes, rendering their skill damage negligible in comparison to that of a true spellcaster. Consequently, in his previous life, those who opted for the Beastmaster class soon realized the depths of its shortcomings. Faced with the insurmountable challenges of this profession and unable to effect any change, they contemplated forsaking their ability to summon beasts altogether, as playing the class akin to a mage was futile due to the sluggish pace of development. This ultimately resulted in a swift decline of the Beastmaster profession, rendering it an object of disdain among countless players, with major teams refusing to recruit Beastmasters and no one willing to form parties with them. The fate that awaited Beastmasters was invariably one of extinction. In time, it became a rare sight to encounter even a single Beastmaster among 100 players. Indeed, this profession possesses remarkable strength. As long as the resources are sufficient, the formidable beasts nurtured by a Beastmaster are certainly not inferior to the prowess of any player. In the previous life, those Beastmasters who survived were relatively powerful, effortlessly summoning beasts that could easily overpower renowned high-level players from the main city leaderboard. Aware that this profession is fraught with challenges, Zhang Yi nevertheless chose it because the divine enhancement could compensate for the pitfalls associated with equipment upgrades. Zhang Yi possessed ample resources to cultivate both himself and to summon beasts. As the Beastmaster wields a staff as a weapon, Zhang Yi requested IL's assistance in crafting a staff for him. IL readily agreed, saying, "Brave one, considering the numerous wolf pelts you have gathered for me, I shall do my utmost to craft an extraordinary magical staff for you." After a brief pause, Illinois continued, "However, the crafting of weapons requires time, especially for superior weapons, which necessitate even longer durations. Please come back around 6 this evening to retrieve it." Zhang Yi nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Il." After consecutively completing the collect wolf pelts task 10 times, Zhang Yi accrued 20,000 experience points, successfully leveling up to level 10, with experience fully capped. Players cannot exceed level 10 before undergoing their job transition. Thus, after bidding farewell to NPC Il, Zhang Yi made his way to the Mentor Hall located at the center of Hopetown. As the first player to enter the Mentor Hall, he attracted envious glances from other players passing by the entrance. Player A: "Wow, isn't the Mentor Hall accessible only to those at level 10? How did he reach level 10 so quickly?" Player B: "Stop talking, we should focus on leveling up too. I heard there are rewards for the first 100 players to transition in each safe zone." Player C: "Is that true? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and slay some monsters." Inside the Mentor Hall, 7 mentors, each clad in distinctive attire, awaited Zhang Yi's arrival, eager to extend their invitations. The warrior mentor, adorned in golden armor and wielding a longsword, bellowed, "Young one, Join the warrior profession, and you too can possess a physique like mine, with no shortage of admirers. The wizard Minter, draped in a white robe, appeared gentle yet fervent, imploring, "Follow me to learn powerful magic. No enemy can withstand a mighty blizzard, and if they can, unleash a second." Before the 7 mentors could finish their introductions, Zhang Yi strode directly to the Beastmaster Minter and declared, "Greetings, Minter. I wish to become a Beastmaster." The other 6 mentors cast astonished glances, as Zhang Yi had not even acknowledged them. The chosen Beastmaster Minter nodded and said, "Very well. I grant you the qualification to become a Beastmaster." As soon as the words left his lips, the Beastmaster Minter waved his hand before Zhang Yi, and a beam of golden light descended upon him. "Ding, congratulations, you have acquired the profession, Beastmaster." "Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first player to complete the job transition in Safe Zone 886. The system will issue a regional announcement. Would you prefer to publicize or conceal your ID?" This time, Zhang Yi unhesitatingly chose to make it public. Safe Zone 886 regional announcement. Ding. Congratulations to player 1 Promise. Stunning city for successfully transitioning to the Beastmaster profession. As the first player to achieve this in Safe Zone 886, you have been awarded Human Reputation 1200, Gold 1. Chapter 26. Completing the job change. Much like the rewards for triggering hidden quests, Zhang Yi once again reaped a substantial 1,200 points of reputation, alongside a generous reward of a full gold coin, thanks to the 20 reputation bonus from the human faction. Indeed, completing achievements is the swiftest avenue to garnering both reputation and wealth. In but a single night since the game's inception, Zhang Yi's reputation soared to an impressive 2,700 points. While other players barely possessed a handful of silver coins, Zhang Yi had already amassed 2 gold coins. Following the completion of his job change, Zhang Yi, whose experience bar was already full, ascended directly to level 11, simultaneously as the system's regional announcement reverberated. The chat channel of Safe Zone 886 buzzed with excitement once more. Ominous sign. Male, level 8 player. This level up pace is absurd. I'm only level 8. And there are already people changing jobs. The Fallen God. Male, level 8 player. The rewards are so generous. I barely have a few silver coins. And he received a whole gold coin as a reward. What a windfall. I aspire to become heaven. Male, level 9 player. Damn. It's that Inua Ching Ching again. I remember he was the first to trigger the achievement for entering the safe zone, and I seriously suspect he's the one who activated the hidden quest as well. Mouse loves cat. Female, level 8 player. Inua Ching Chung is so impressive. He triggered 3 achievements in one go. I really want to get to know him better. Meanwhile, having just accepted a quest from an NPC in Hope Town and preparing to grind levels to reach level 10 for his job change, the player known as Wang Ji-rong heard the regional announcement and cursed inwardly. Damn it. If it weren't for you killing me twice and causing me to drop 2 levels, I would have undoubtedly been the first in Zone 886 to reach level 10. At that moment, Wang Ji-rong's companion, Wang Ji-gui, remarked, Captain, he has changed to Beastmaster. That class was dubbed a rich man's profession on the forums before the game launched. One must spend money to develop it. Wang Ji-rong scoffed. That kid looks like a broke loser. There is no way he can afford to play a Beastmaster. Without money, the Beastmaster class is utterly worthless, with pitiful attribute growth, and even more frail than a priest. Ha ha ha. Let us see how he fares with this trash profession. In the Minter Hall, after completing his job change, the Beastmaster Minter presented Zhang Yi with 6 monster eggs, each corresponding to the classes of Warrior, Tank, Mage, Archer, Support, and Assassin. Zhang Yi could select any one to hatch into a corresponding low-level beast. However, much to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Yi bypassed this stage entirely, opting not to choose any of the 6 monster eggs. Even the Beastmaster Minter was taken aback, stating, Brave one, monsters are the soul of a Beastmaster. Without beasts to aid you, a Beastmaster will find it nearly impossible to thrive in the world of apocalypse. Zhang Yi remained resolute in his decision. Thank you, Minter, but I have no need for these monsters. Zhang Yi was acutely aware that the junior magical beasts gifted by the Minter upon completing the transition to Beastmaster were of D quality with attributes below 50, rendering them virtually worthless. Although these creatures were purported to assist the Beast Master, in reality, they would only hinder his progress. Zhang Yi had no intention of allowing such a subpar magical beast to share in his resources. He had already resolved that prior to reaching level 30, he would refrain from utilizing any magical beasts unless he were to acquire an exceptional one during that time. Instead, he would direct all available resources toward augmenting his own strength, and once he had fortified his capabilities, he would then turn his attention to magical beasts. Moreover, Zhang Yi's decision was influenced by the knowledge that a superlative magical beast awaited his capture in a certain location. In comparison, the low-tier magical beasts were utterly beneath the notice of Zhang Yi, who had been reborn after the apocalypse in the 8th year. However, to obtain that extraordinary magical beast, Zhang Yi recognized that his current abilities were insufficient, and he would need to bide his time. Zhang Yi continued to engage in dialogue with the Beast Masterminder to learn fundamental skills. Upon transitioning to a new class, each player was presented with 3 foundational white skill books available for purchase. The 3 skill books before Zhang Yi included 1 control skill, Frost, which boasted a 70 damage coefficient and a freezing effect lasting 1.5 seconds, with a cooldown of 12 seconds, a defensive skill, Magic Shield, which granted a shield absorbing 80 of magical attack power for 5 seconds, cooling down for 20 seconds, and a pure damage skill, Fireball, featuring a 110 damage coefficient and a cooldown of 5 seconds. Each book was priced at 10 silver coins. In essence, the Beast Master was akin to a mage, albeit with significantly lower growth in attributes and skill damage. For instance, a mage's white-quality Fireball skill achieved a damage coefficient of 130. As Zhang Yi was pursuing a damage-oriented path, he did not hesitate to select Fireball from the trio of skill books, spending the not insignificant amount of 10 silver coins. Upon acquiring the skill book, he immediately employed it to learn Fireball. With Zhang Yi at level 11, casting Fireball consumed 7 energy points. Just then, 2 distressing system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding, due to your class and equipment mismatch, Silver Moonbow has been automatically unequipped and placed in your backpack. Ding, due to your class and skill mismatch, Critical Strike has been automatically converted to a skill book and placed in your backpack. Zhang Yi had anticipated this predicament. Once he transitioned to Beast Master, the exceptional weapon, Silver Moonbow, and the skill Critical Strike would become unusable, while the loss of Critical Strike was inconsequential. Being merely a white skill, the loss of the outstanding early-game Silver Moonbow was a significant blow. Zhang Yi's actions were motivated by a broader perspective. His past experiences had taught him that in this apocalyptic world, no one was worthy of trust except oneself. Nevertheless, the reality was that, in many instances, even the most formidable individual required allies by their side. In the absence of assistance from other players, the only reliable allies are the beasts under the Beast Master's command. Fortunately, the Guardian Armor, which does not have any class requirements, can still be utilized, although it may appear somewhat peculiar for a Beast Master to don such armor. Furthermore, Zhang Yi's attribute growth has undergone significant changes. As a first-tier Beast Master, his foundational attribute growth is as follows: Intelligence growth, 9 stars, Stamina growth, 7 stars, Agility growth, 6 stars, and Vitality growth, 7 stars. Additionally, the first-tier Beast Master's innate talent grants an extra 5 energy points for every 3 points of intelligence. Chapter 27. The Flame Staff. The growth attributes of Beast Masters are undeniably low. They are likely surpassed even by those of priests. In stark contrast to the first-tier mages, the disparity becomes evident. A first-tier mage achieves an intelligence growth of 12 stars, while their endurance, vitality, and agility surpass those of a Beastmaster by 2 stars, resulting in an overall growth advantage of 9 stars. However, this comparison applies to other first-tier Beastmasters. Zhang Yi, endowed with the Dragon Bloodline enhancement, enjoys an additional 5 stars in all 4 attribute growths. Consequently, his intelligence growth has reached an impressive 14 stars, exceeding that of a first-tier mage by 2 stars. Not only Beastmasters, but all 7 professions experience a decrease in attribute growth post-transformation. As compensation, the system grants each player who undergoes a job change an allocation of 30 free attribute points, coupled with the ability to reallocate attributes. Zhang Yi now possesses a remarkable total of 80 free attribute points. He made a decision that most players would hesitate to contemplate after reallocating their points post-transformation. He allocated all 80 points to intelligence. Typically, even mages would allocate a portion of their points to vitality to ensure their survivability. However, emboldened by the life force boost from his level 5, 2-star Guardian armor, Zhang Yi chose not to invest in vitality at all. Upon completing his allocation, Zhang Yi opened his status panel. 1 promise. Captivating the city, level 11 profession, 1st tier Beastmaster race, human revival count, 3 talent, god level enhancement, divine talent, intelligence, 89 endurance, 7 agility, 17 vitality, 7 magical attack power, 157 physical defense, 67 magical defense, 60 health points, 504 energy points, 222 experience points, 22,000 wealth, 2 gold, 62 silver, 25 copper life skills, basic exploration reputation, 2706 special status, dragon bloodline LV1 description. The Beastmaster who has completed their first transformation is merely at the beginning of their journey. The attribute differences compared to before the transformation are not substantial, particularly since, without any equipped weapon, Zhang Yi's attack already stands at 157. Should he wield a weapon akin to the Silver Moon Bow, the results would be extraordinary. Before Mo Li could forge a staff, Zhang Yi found himself unable to procure a suitable weapon. Thus, he reluctantly rummaged through his backpack, filled with an assortment of 1 to 8 level, 1-star equipment, and unearthed a subpar level 7 staff that offered an additional 14 points of magical attack. He then expended 25 level 1 enhancement stones, instantly transforming this lackluster item into something exceptional. Flame Staff, 25. Quality, 1-star level, 7 magical attack power, 49, 35, exclusive talent. Ignite, the wielder's attacks can set enemies ablaze, inflicting burning damage equal to 25 of the wielder's attack power per second for 3 seconds. Profession restriction, Mage, Priest, Beastmaster description. This is no ordinary staff. It is extraordinary. With the Flame Staff equipped, Zhang Yi's magical attack power soared to 206 points, a mere 10 points less than when he had donned the Silver Moon Bow. Having resolved his professional matters, Zhang Yi ventured to the appraisal center in the town, where he had previously unearthed equipment in the Dark Forest, to have them identified. For 1-star equipment below level 10, the identification fee was quite reasonable, averaging merely 20 copper coins per item. Subsequently, Zhang Yi stifled his drowsiness and, laden with a backpack full of gear, made his way to the bustling main street of Hopetown. It was already past 8 in the morning, and the players who had endured an all-nighter, preparing to log off and head to work, began to notice something amiss in the game. What was happening? Why couldn't they log out? A cry erupted from the crowd, prompting nearby players to open their game interfaces, and indeed, everyone discovered that the logout button in the lower right corner was unresponsive. How could this be? Had the game encountered a bug? I have to be at work by 9. I'm stuck in the game. How will I explain this to my boss? Can the officials clarify what's going on? Chaos ensued among the crowd. Yet, this was entirely within Zhang Yi's expectations, for in his previous life, they too had only realized the logout issue at this moment. This was a true death game world. Amidst the panic, someone shouted, "Don't scare us." Another voice chimed in, "This is real. A friend of mine died a few times and exhausted his revival chances, and just now, after dying outside, he didn't revive again. He is truly dead." Soon after, another player remarked, "Have you noticed? The NPCs in this world, don't they seem a bit familiar? They are real people from our reality. This morning, when I accepted a quest, I saw my mother. I thought I was hallucinating. What on earth is happening?" While everyone was in a state of disarray, Zhang Yi remained composed. He chose a prime spot by the roadside, spent 10 copper coins to request a 10-minute stall from the system, and set up a makeshift market amidst the players' escalating anxiety. The more frantic they became, the better his equipment sold, as the players, realizing they were in a genuine death game, were willing to spare no expense to acquire superior gear to enhance their survival capabilities in this world. This reality was indeed difficult to accept. Most players preferred to believe that the game had simply encountered a bug, and that once the Destiny group rectified it, they would log out and return to the real world. Consequently, those who clung to this belief gradually regained their composure, even feeling a sense of excitement. Fantastic. Now we have an excuse to avoid work. Our boss plays this game too. He must be trapped inside as well. Ha 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 ha. Before long, a considerable number of players gathered around Zhang Yi's stall, most of them drawn by the stall's proprietor. Zhang Yi had intentionally made his ID visible, prominently displaying his level 11 Beastmaster title, one promised to enchant, which attracted considerable attention. The players encircling Zhang Yi began to engage in animated discussions about him. A rugged man with a scruffy beard, cradling a great sword, remarked, "Isn't this the celebrated figure from District 886? The one who has vanquished the captain of the Kingdom of Glory team twice, known as an Qingqing?" A voluptuous young lady exclaimed, "Indeed. This is my first time seeing him in person. I had no idea Nua Qingqing was such a youthful gentleman. Truly, he is a prodigy." A bespectacled young man, appearing quite refined, added, "If this is indeed the apocalypse, then equipment is the most vital asset for survival. His stall is stocked with items of level 5 and above, which will serve us well in the early stages." As soon as the bespectacled gentleman finished speaking, players rushed forward, eager to purchase the gear. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had clearly marked the prices on all the items at his stall, thus requiring no further effort from him. He simply sat behind a counter, observing the players as they exchanged their coins for equipment, content to collect their payments. Chapter 28, Area Attack Skill, Chain Lightning indeed, these level 5. 1-star quality inferior equipment proved to be quite alluring for novice players. Zhang Yi, pricing each piece at a mere 50 to 100 copper coins, significantly less than half the store price, swiftly sold out the over 40 items on his stall, netting a total of 35 silver coins. After deducting the 2 silver coins spent on identifying the equipment, he was left with 33 silver coins. A far more lucrative outcome than selling directly to the system store, where he would likely have earned no more than 5 silver coins. Regrettably, equipment enhanced with the godly enhancement, talent was rendered non-tradable by the system. Otherwise, the 25 level 1 hammer in Zhang Yi's inventory would have commanded at least several gold coins in the current market. The design department of Fortune Group must have considered various factors when crafting this divine talent. They could not possibly allow players to exploit it to transform any piece of trash equipment into a premium item for exorbitant profit, perpetuating a cycle of easy earnings. Hence, they instituted a binding mechanism that would attach any equipment enhanced by this ability to the player. Fortunately, another piece in Zhang Yi's possession, a 25-level divine item, was not bound to him as it had not been upgraded using godly enhancement. Thus, he retrieved this item. As the radiant 25 2-star level 8 Silver Moon Bow appeared on his stall, a wave of excitement surged among the surrounding players. Goodness! A 25 enhanced piece of equipment. And a 2-star weapon at that. How on earth did it reach level 25? How many enhancement stones must have been used? They exclaimed. Isn't this the weapon that Inua Qingqing showcased in the regional chat channel? It seemingly dropped from a boss and King of Glory. With 105 attack power and a talent providing 35 armor penetration, this equipment is simply invincible. Hearing the buzz of excitement among the players, Zhang Yi declared, "The auction begins now, starting at 1 silver coin." As soon as he finished speaking, the players around him erupted in a frenzy, clamoring to place their bids. "I'll bid 5 silver coins. Sell it to me, sell it to me. Are you buying a chicken? 5 silver coins for a 25 2-star weapon. I bid 20 silver coins. I'll offer 30. I can pool resources with my friends. 50. 70. In no time, the price of the Silver Moon Bow soared to 3 gold coins. This rapid escalation was primarily due to the fact that the game had only been live for 12 hours. Most players had accumulated only a handful of silver coins, with assets typically ranging from a mere 10 to 20 silver coins. Those bidding over a gold coin were predominantly players part of a team, managing to scrape together such sums collectively. When the price settled at 3 gold coins, no further bids were made, as players found themselves unable to offer more. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. 3 gold coins? Even if he were to dismantle the Silver Moon Bow, it would not fetch such a meager sum. It would be a disservice to himself. Dismantling equipment yields half of the enhancement stones back. and enhancing the Silver Moon Bow to level 25 would have cost at least 400 to 500 level 2 enhancement stones. After dismantling, Zhang Yi would still receive over 200 level 2 enhancement stones. Was that not worth more than a few gold coins? Just as Zhang Yi was preparing to close up his stall without making a sale, a voice suddenly rang out. I'll offer 20 gold coins. 20 gold. Players nearby turned their heads toward the source of the voice, and they beheld a male player clad in silver armor, appearing to be around 26 or 27 years old, exuding the aura of a successful individual as he strode forward accompanied by a few teammates. Zhang Yi recognized the familiar ID above his head, Storm Angel. Wasn't he the one who had previously shouted in the regional channel, eager to purchase Zhang Yi's hidden quest? Moreover, he was the second on the safety zone leaderboard, right behind Zhang Yi. Indeed, he was part of a family guild. The players following Storm Angel were all equipped level 9 players, their IDs prefixed with the word Storm. The surrounding independent players made way for the prominent figure on the leaderboard. Storm Angel crouched before Zhang Yi's stall, gazing at the exquisite longbow displayed there, and inquired, 20 gold, will you sell it? Without hesitation, Zhang Yi replied, 100, non-negotiable. As soon as the words left his mouth, a collective gasp echoed around them. 100 gold coins? Had this individual lost his mind over money? Indeed, given the official exchange rate of 10,000, one between real currency and gold coins, could even the finest weapon be worth 1,000,000? Furthermore, this was merely an 8-level, 2-star weapon, which would likely be replaced within a day or two. However, Storm Angel's thoughts diverged from those of the onlookers. If he could gather 100 gold coins right now, he would spare no expense. After a moment's pause, he continued, how about we conduct a cash transaction? Once the official fixes the logout bug, I will transfer you 1,000,000 in cash. Storm Angel was indeed a wealthy patron. The surrounding players cast envious glances at Zhang Yi. 1,000,000 was a sum many would never earn in their lifetime. The true value of this 2-star, 8-level longbow lay not in its base worth but in its enhancement to level 25. In the early game, resources were scarce, and many items were unattainable even with ample funds. Possessing this bow would significantly widen the gap between him and other players. Unexpectedly, just when everyone assumed Zhang Yi would certainly agree, he rejected Storm Angel's offer. I only want gold coins, not cash. But I truly cannot produce that many gold coins. Storm Angel gazed at the silver moonbow, gritted his teeth, and retrieved a green book from his bag. How about I add this to the deal? Zhang Yi glanced at the book. Lightning chain, skill book quality, green. Description, upon usage, one can acquire the skill lightning chain, which conjures bolts of lightning to strike enemies. The lightning will jump between 2 additional foes within a radius of 50 meters, inflicting damage upon a maximum of 3 targets, each suffering 90 of magical damage. For each target that is eliminated, the skill's damage escalates by 20. The cooldown period is 12 seconds, with an energy cost of 10 points. Class, Mage. Beast Master. For Beast Masters, the initial damage is reduced to 80. Skill slot consumption, 2. Remarkably, it is a green area of effect skill. Chapter 29, The Magical Scroll. To be honest, Zhang Yi was quite captivated upon encountering this skill book. The area of effect spell for mages is exceedingly rare. As evidenced by the troubled expression of the Storm Angel, he was clearly investing a significant sum. The worth of this green area of effect spellbook is, in reality, comparable to that of the Silver Moonbow, for while equipment may become obsolete with level progression, skills endure. A fine skill can indeed last a lifetime. However, as a seasoned veteran, Zhang Yi concealed his enthusiasm for the skill book behind a facade of hesitation, saying, well, I'll need 30 gold coins, in addition to 100 level 1 enhancement stones, along with this skill book. What do you think? Zhang Yi had already prepared for a refusal, contemplating the possibility of exchanging the Silver Moon Bow for the lightning chain instead. To his surprise, the Storm Angel merely pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. No problem. I'll have the brothers and my team gather the funds. Give me 10 minutes. There is no need to rush. I can grant you 3 hours. Zhang Yi replied as he stowed away the Silver Moon Bow. The Storm Angel looked utterly perplexed. What does that mean? I will be waiting here at 11 o'clock sharp for you. At that time, we shall proceed with the transaction, under the same terms. The Storm Angel was baffled. Why? Because I intend to take a nap, Zhang Yi stated, and with that, he rose to dismantle his stall and departed from the crowd, leaving several bewildered members of the Storm family in his wake. "Captain, why does he want to wait 3 hours to trade?" one of them queried. The Storm Angel furrowed his brow. "I do not know, but for the sake of this equipment, we shall wait. Let us level up outside and return promptly at 11 o'clock to complete the trade." With his fatigue level having dwindled to 28, Zhang Yi knew he could persist for another 4 hours without rest. However, due to an important task awaiting him in the afternoon, he resolved to fully replenish his energy beforehand. As for the reason behind his decision to delay the trade with the Storm Angel until after his slumber, it was simply that Zhang Yi did not wish for others to advance too rapidly during his rest. If he were to hand over the formidable 25 Silver Moon bow to the Storm Angel now, who knew what level that fellow would reach after several hours of his sleep? Regarding the recuperation of fatigue, players could choose to rest in lodgings ranging from 1 to 5 stars. The lower the star rating of the room, the slower the recovery rate of fatigue. A 1-star room restores 5 of fatigue per hour, and so forth, while a 5-star room restores 25 per hour. Moreover, the cost of staying in higher-rated rooms increases proportionately, depending on the player's level. Charges are calculated by the hour. For Zhang Yi's current level, a 1-star room costs merely 5 copper coins per hour, while a 2-star room demands 30 copper coins, and a 5-star room can soar to an astounding 20 silver coins per hour. Such an expense is beyond the means of ordinary players. However, for Zhang Yi, who possesses nearly 3 gold coins and stands to acquire a hefty sum of 30 gold coins in a few hours, this expenditure is but trifling. Thus, Zhang Yi checked into a 5-star room at the NPC innkeeper's establishment. Upon entering the room, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke at 11 o'clock, he found that his fatigue had fully replenished to 100. After paying the room fee of 60 silver coins, the revitalized Zhang Yi departed from the inn. He casually opened the leaderboard and discovered that while he had been resting, other players had been fervently striving to ascend the ranks. Previously ranked first in the safety zone at position 886, Zhang Yi was now relegated to several dozen places lower, with the leading player having reached level 12, the first-tier archer, Storm Angel. Fortunately, before his slumber, Zhang Yi's foundation had been sufficiently solid, and despite his temporary setback, he still held the 42nd position on the leaderboard after 3 hours of inactivity. Observing the fiercely competitive players on the leaderboard, Zhang Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Are you all not sleeping? Just wait for burnout." Perhaps still unaware of the gravity of the situation, Zhang Yi anticipated that around midnight, a significant number of players would suddenly perish, oblivious to the cause of their demise. Checking the time, he realized it was already 11:06, 6 minutes past the agreed meeting time with Storm Angel. Consequently, Zhang Yi hurried to the location they had previously arranged for their transaction. However, upon arriving at the street where they had set up their stalls that morning, he found no trace of Storm Angel. "Can't you wait a few minutes?" Zhang Yi frowned. "Has she left so soon? Never mind, I'll return later." With pressing matters at hand, Zhang Yi wasted no time and proceeded to the town's shop, where he resolutely spent a substantial sum of 1 gold coin to purchase a magical scroll. Detection scroll. Quality, ordinary. Description, allows the user to view specific data of a target. Disregarding level differences, magical scrolls are exceedingly rare items in the world of Apocalypse, typically designed for one-time use. Once employed, they disappear. Ordinary scrolls such as the Detection Scroll, Return Scroll, and Enhancement Scroll, which temporarily boost player attributes, can be purchased from shops, whereas higher quality rare scrolls can only be obtained from treasure chests, quests, or elite bosses. The quality of scrolls is categorized similarly to player talents: ordinary, superior, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. Though spending 1 gold coin on a scroll pained him, Zhang Yi understood that one must take risks to reap rewards. This scroll was a crucial tool for a significant endeavor he was about to undertake. Should he succeed in this undertaking, the benefits he would gain could be 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold, the cost of the scroll. The mere thought of this venture excited Zhang Yi, as in his previous life, he had been outpaced by other players who secured a coveted super reward, which had incited envy among countless players. This time, that super reward must belong to Zhang Yi. Among the treasures of this super reward was a magnificent beast. Thus, Zhang Yi, clutching the exploration scroll, opened the mini-map and, relying on his memory, pinpointed a location situated to the south of Hope Town, marking it accordingly before hastening towards the designated point. Just as Zhang Yi was about to depart from Hope Town, he suddenly noticed a throng of players surging out of the town. He casually seized one of them, inquiring, "My friend, what is happening?" The young level 10 mage, caught by Zhang Yi, hurriedly responded, "Check the regional chat channel. It is said that the forces of Kingdom of Heroes have clashed with those of Storm family in the woods ahead. Numerous players have perished and valuable loot has been dropped. Hurry and gather the equipment." Chapter 30. The clash of two great teams. Upon opening the regional chat interface, I noticed that the messages dated back more than half an hour. Indeed, the members of the Kingdom of Glory and the Storm family were embroiled in a heated dispute. Kingdom of Glory, male, level 10 archer. Storm family trash, come out and face me. Storm Angel, I heard you purchased the silver moon bow I lost to the wild from Inua Chingcheng. Storm Angel, male, level 12 archer, can you even speak? Your words reek like excrement. Kingdom of Glory, you a mere wretch. Dare to wield the silver moonbow that I painstakingly enhanced to full level with over 500 level 2 enhancement stones? That belongs to me. You have half an hour to return to the safe zone and return the silver moonbow to me, or your entire Storm family will find themselves in dire straits at safe zone 886. Storm Dragon King, male, level 11 warrior with your lack of decorum. It's no wonder you were annihilated twice by Inua Chingcheng and lost your gear. The silver moon bow was purchased by our captain, and the moment it was dropped, it ceased to belong to you. What gives you the right to demand its return? Kingdom of Glory, who do you think you are? You, a worthless nobody, have no place in this discourse. If that's the case, I'll personally eliminate you, Storm Angel, and reclaim the silver moon bow. Kingdom of Glory, you pathetic members of the Storm family, dare you accept a challenge? If you're cowards, then so be it. If not, let us agree on a location and settle this, just our two teams, to see who truly reigns over zone 886. Storm Angel, very well, if you seek punishment, the Storm family will oblige. Goblin Forest, half an hour hence. Whoever fails to appear is a disgrace. Kingdom returns, male, level 11 knight, you grandsons of the Storm family. Watch as we, the Kingdom of Glory, leave you searching for your teeth on the ground. Watching the chat channel erupt in chaos, Zhang Yi glanced at the silver moonbow in his inventory, deep in contemplation. What exactly are these two squabbling over? Both Storm Angel and Kingdom of Glory had chosen archers, clearly vying for the coveted silver moonbow. To Storm Angel, the bow was practically in his grasp. Thus he was determined to play the archer, having spent 30 gold coins and a green skill book to acquire it. Conversely, Kingdom of Glory was confident he could reclaim the silver moonbow from Inua Chingcheng, hence his choice of archer as well. It appeared that a grand spectacle was about to unfold. Closing the chat interface, Zhang Yi joined the throng of players heading towards Goblin Forest, as his intended route conveniently passed through it. Minutes later, upon reaching Goblin Forest, Zhang Yi observed a throng of players gathered outside, eager to witness the spectacle. From within the forest, the sounds of fierce combat echoed, and as Zhang Yi pushed through the crowd, he beheld hundreds of players from the two factions engaged in a fierce battle. Countless arrows, intertwined with magical orbs, soared through the forest, their dazzling trajectories accompanied by the fervent cries of players engaged in battle, echoing amidst the trees. Flashes of white light erupted continuously, marking the demise of players. The ground was littered with the riches and equipment dropped by the fallen, yet no one dared to retrieve them, allowing the bounty to accumulate. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Yi casually inquired of a nearby onlooker, "My friend, how fares the battle?" The man pointed towards the depths of the forest, replying, "Just take a look. It is evident that the champions of the realm are formidable. The champions of the realm boasts a 1,000-strong battalion, while the Storm family seems to number only 300 to 400. The disparity in numbers is overwhelming. They stand no chance." No sooner had he spoken than another mage player nearby sighed. "The Storm family is doomed." "Is it so?" "Perhaps not," Zhang Yi replied cryptically, stepping forth from the crowd towards the Goblin Woods. Observing this, the surrounding players cast mocking glances at Zhang Yi. What was he thinking? Was he going to scavenge for loot or engage in combat? If he intended to scavenge, what could a low-level beast master possibly achieve? Did he not fear being struck down by a rain of arrows? There are always those reckless souls willing to risk their lives for a mere handful of loot. Several had entered only to be obliterated. Ignoring the chatter behind him, Zhang Yi revealed his hidden ID. Displaying the title LV11 First Transition Beastmaster Inua Qingcheng in elegant white font, leaving the whispering players momentarily speechless. Inua Qingcheng. No way. He is the one who previously annihilated the champions of glory twice, with reports of him single-handedly decimating over 30 members of the champions of the realm. It's truly him. Just hours ago, he topped our district's level leaderboard. As Zhang Yi approached the goblin woods wielding a magic staff, the spectators erupted into speculation once more. Clearly, he was not there to scavenge. His demeanor suggested he was preparing for battle. Impressive, indeed. He is a renowned figure in our 886th district. Whose side will he support? Surely the Storm family, given his enmity with the champions of the realm, right? Not necessarily. Perhaps he has had a change of heart, seeking to assist the champions of the realm to gain their forgiveness. After all, it is evident that the champions of the realm are the true rulers of our 886th district. At that moment, having entered the effective attack range of both factions within the forest, Zhang Yi raised his right hand, brandishing the flame staff, which began to emanate a red glow, an unmistakable sign of the Beast Master's basic skill, Fireball. Yet, many remained skeptical of Zhang Yi's choice of class. Why would Inua Qingcheng choose the Beast Master profession? The growth of the Beast Master is rather modest, and his skill damage is equally unimpressive. Without the legendary hammer in his possession, how formidable can his damage truly be? It can only be comparable to that of an ordinary individual, deprived of the divine weapon. He is no longer invincible. As the murmurs of the onlookers faded, Zhang Yi brandished his staff and swiftly hurled a blazing fireball into the woods. Boom! The fireball struck within a 50-meter radius, directly impacting a fully healthy level 11 gray-named mage player from the Kingdom of Kings, eliciting an astonishing critical hit of -374 damage above his head. With that, the mage's health bar was entirely depleted, collapsing to the ground and transforming into a wisp of white light as he departed. A swift execution. Chapter 31. I have come to deliver equipment. Ding, you have slain the player King's Run. As they were marked gray, you have not incurred any sin value. With an astonishing intelligence growth of 14 stars, surpassing even that of a first transformation mage by 2 stars. Coupled with an additional 80 points in total intelligence and a level 7 staff reinforced to level 25, Zhang Yi's magical attack power reached an impressive 206 points. With the enhancement from his 17 agility attribute, the critical damage dealt by his fireball spell was simply insufferable for any player of levels 10 to 11. Unless they were a knight with full vitality points. It was evident that the mage who was instantaneously eliminated had also invested entirely in intelligence. Zhang Yi's damage was more than sufficient to dispatch him twice over, as Zhang Yi effortlessly annihilated a full health mage from the Kingdom of Heaven. The scattered players observing from the edge of the forest were left in a state of astonishment. Player A, what the hell? Why is his damage still so terrifying after switching weapons? Player B, goodness, could he possibly be an intelligence-focused mage? But a Beast Master has such low intelligence growth. Even with 80 points in intelligence at level 11, they would only have 72 points in attack power. Adding the weapon and ring bonuses, it should barely reach around 100. How is he inflicting such high damage? Indeed, Zhang Yi's damage was alarming. The last strike, even without a critical hit, dealt over 180 points. Throughout the Goblin Forest, in this chaotic skirmish, the damage numbers hovering above players' heads were typically in the range of 50 to 60 points, with a few peaking at 80 or 90. And not a single instance exceeding 3 digits. In stark contrast, Zhang Yi's output could only be described as monstrous. However, Zhang Yi himself was not entirely satisfied with this damage, as both his weapon and ring were of a mere 1-star quality. His current attack power relied solely on his substantial intelligence and the reinforcement from 2 level 25 items. Both the weapon and ring were in urgent need of replacement. After dispatching a player from Kingdom of Heaven with a fireball, Zhang Yi swiftly targeted another foe, launching a basic attack spell that inflicted 175 points of damage, once again slaying an 11-level, low-health priest from the same faction. Zhang Yi specifically targeted those gray-named, fragile mage and archer classes, and with his extraordinarily high damage output. Most adversaries with more than two-thirds health were dispatched in a single strike. This was because fragile backline classes typically emphasize damage output and rarely invested in vitality. A standard first transformation mage, priest, or archer at levels 10 to 11 would possess health in the range of 2 to 300. Even if Zhang Yi could not eliminate them in one blow, the activation of the fire staff's burn talent would ensure that within 3 seconds, the enemy would succumb to a burning damage of 40 to 50 points per second. In scarcely half a minute after Zhang Yi entered the battlefield, he had already claimed the lives of over 5 players, his explosive output rapidly attracting the attention of several key players from Kingdom of Heaven. With a swift thrust of his dagger, the 11-level assassin, King of Kings, who had just slain a storm player, paused momentarily upon witnessing Zhang Yi's rampage at the forest's edge, exclaiming in astonishment, "Yin Nua Qing Qing." On the other side, the gaze of the Supreme King of Glory fell upon Zhang Yi, igniting a surge of indignation. "Damn it, it's this wretched brat again. Just when I was fretting over how to find him, he has the audacity to present himself. What a fool." No sooner had he uttered these words than one of his underlings exclaimed in astonishment, "But Captain, his damage output is astonishing. How can a Beastmaster possess such immense damage?" Indeed, witnessing Zhang Yi's impressive damage left the Supreme King of Glory somewhat astounded. However, he quickly surmised, this fool must have invested entirely in intelligence. Undoubtedly fragile as a twig. Just watch as I take him down with a single arrow. With that, the Supreme King of Glory shifted his target. Drawing his bow and unleashing a basic archer skill, fire arrow, aimed directly at Zhang Yi. Boom. Just as Zhang Yi, who had just dispatched the 6th member of the King of Glory, was struck by the blazing arrow, the infinite evasion talent of the carnivorous bug boots activated, resulting in a large miss appearing above his head. What the hell? The Supreme King of Glory was left incredulous. Whose mage stacks agility like that? Initially, Zhang Yi had been scanning the crowd for the Supreme King of Glory, but now, the latter's attack had inadvertently revealed his position. Consequently, Zhang Yi fixed his gaze upon the Supreme King of Glory, raising his staff and casting Fireball, which had just cooled down, hurling it towards the Supreme King of Glory from approximately 40 meters away. Boom. The searing Fireball struck the Supreme King of Glory, exploding above him with a staggering damage output of -145. Comparatively, the Supreme King of Glory boasted significantly higher defense than the others, equipped with shoes and pants that undoubtedly enhanced his defense by over 20. As the fireball struck, it also triggered the burn talent of the flame staff, causing the Supreme King of Glory to suffer a persistent burn damage of 32 points every second. His health was alarmingly high, estimated to exceed 700 based on percentage calculations, surpassing even Zhang Yi, who bore a 2-star reinforced level 25 Guardian armor. It was evident that, aside from the substantial bonuses from his gear, the Supreme King of Glory had also invested considerably in stamina, likely due to having been eliminated by Zhang Yi on 2 previous occasions. Following Zhang Yi's assault, the Supreme King of Glory commanded several warriors and assassin players from the Kingdom of Glory to abandon the battlefield and charge towards Zhang Yi. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi targeted the more fragile assassins, unleashing a series of basic attack spells, and before the melee players from the Kingdom of Glory could draw near, he had already eliminated 1 level 10 assassin among them. At that moment, several players from the Storm family charged in, ambushing the Kingdom of Glory players who had approached Zhang Yi mid-attack. Were the players from the Storm family here to protect him? Zhang Yi felt an unexpected wave of gratitude. Just then, Storm Angel appeared by Zhang Yi's side, excitement radiating from her as she exclaimed, "Brother Qi-Qing, what brings you here? You're helping us fight against the Kingdom of Glory." Storm Angel was even more moved than Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi retrieved the silver moon bow from his bag and remarked, "I have come to deliver your equipment." Upon seeing the coveted enhanced level 25, 2-star silver moon bow in Zhang Yi's grasp, an item for which the Storm Angel had longed and ultimately chosen the archer vocation, he promptly produced a green skill book, along with 100 level 1 enhancement stones and 30 gold coins, placing them into the trade window. "I have prepared everything you requested." Zhang Yi smiled warmly, replying, May our transaction be a pleasant one. With that, he placed the silver moon bow onto the trading table. Chapter 32, Hidden Copies Ding. Transaction successful. Congratulations. You have received 30 gold coins, 100 level 1 enhancement stones, in the skill book, Chain Lightning 1. After completing the transaction, Storm Angel eagerly equipped the silver moon bow and turned to face the oncoming players from the Kingdom of Kings emerging from the forest. The first among them, an 11-level warrior, was struck by a fire arrow, minus 376 critical hit. The warrior, balanced in offense and defense, was not instantly vanquished by this blow, yet his health was reduced to less than a fifth. Moreover, the fire arrow inflicted ongoing burn damage, akin to the burning talent of Zhang Yi's flame staff, dealing an additional 10 of the initial damage per second, equating to 35 points of burn damage, lasting for 5 seconds. Consequently, the warrior, who had narrowly escaped a fatal shot from Storm Angel, was unable to consume a potion in time and was ultimately consumed by the flames. In disbelief at the damage he had just inflicted, Storm Angel could hardly believe his eyes. My goodness, this damage is utterly terrifying. After all, prior to this moment, Storm Angel had only been capable of dealing 70 to 80 points of damage, but with the Silver Moon Bow, his damage output had more than doubled. The magnitude of the damage was indeed staggering, prompting even Zhang Yi to regret parting with this bow. In a state of exhilaration, Storm Angel, wielding the Silver Moon Bow with a 35-point armor penetration effect, commenced a relentless assault on the players of the Kingdom of Kings hidden within the forest. At that moment, no player from the Kingdom of Kings could withstand the damage dealt by Storm Angel. A single arrow could severely wound a fully healthy player, followed by a second shot for the kill. If a critical hit was achieved, it could result in an instant demise. With the 35-point armor penetration, even knights appeared fragile before Storm Angel. Indeed, Storm Angel was the top-ranked player in the 886 district and the captain of the Storm family, possessing formidable strength. Acquiring this early game bow, which was nothing short of a divine artifact, was like adding wings to a tiger. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, upon acquiring Chain Lightning, eagerly set about learning it. Ding! Congratulations, you have mastered the new skill, Chain Lightning. This green skill consumes 2 skill slots, and players gain 1 skill slot for every 3 levels. Now at level 11, with 3 skill slots, Zhang Yi allocated 2 slots to learn Chain Lightning, after accounting for the one occupied by Fireball. Having mastered the new skill, Zhang Yi could hardly wait to put it to the test. Selecting a knight player from the Kingdom of Kings within his attack range, he swung his staff and unleashed Chain Lightning. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning cleaved through the air, striking the knight player directly. Subsequently, the lightning ricocheted from the knight, hitting 2 other players nearby, and a series of high damage numbers appeared above their heads, minus 136, minus 167, minus 159. The spectacle was mesmerizing. 2 beams of white light illuminated the battlefield, instantly annihilating the already weakened mage and archer who had been propelled by the lightning chain, alongside the first knight who had been attacked. The sheer power of this attack, combined with Zhang Yi's extraordinary offensive prowess, was nothing short of exhilarating. Thus, the Storm Angel, wielding the Silver Moon Bow, began to turn the tide of the battle with Zhang Yi's assistance, leading the Storm family players to gradually regain control of the situation. The notion that 2 individuals could alter the fate of a battle involving hundreds seemed fantastical, yet in the early stages of the game, equipped with top-tier gear, it was indeed achievable. The Storm Angel, as a marksman, resembled a mobile artillery unit, capable of dispatching foes with just 2 or 3 arrows. Under the close protection of several elite knights from the Storm family, the players from King of the World could hardly approach her. As the clash between the Storm family and King of the World raged on, Zhang Yi quietly withdrew from the fray. Rather than engaging in this fruitless skirmish, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He entrusted the conflict with King of the World to the capable hands of the Storm family, confident that the Storm Angel, empowered by the divine strength of the Silver Moon Bow, would not let the players from King of the World escape easily. After departing from the Goblin Forest, Zhang Yi followed the map's guidance, spending a full half-hour journey to arrive at a graveyard, strewn with mounds of earth, located to the south of Hope Town. Even in daylight, The graveyard exuded an eerie atmosphere, akin to nightfall. Unlike other locations, this graveyard was not marked with clear levels or names on the game map of Apocalypse. Zhang Yi was able to locate it thanks to the memories from his past life. The clarity with which he remembered, even after 8 years, stemmed from the graveyard's unique significance, for it concealed a hidden dragon lair. In the world of Apocalypse, dungeons, like quests, could be categorized into ordinary and hidden dungeons. The rarity of hidden dungeons paralleled that of hidden quests, offering players bountiful rewards upon completion. Zhang Yi recalled that in his previous life, it was not the players from Safe Zone 886 who discovered this dragon lair, but rather a powerful team from the neighboring Safe Zone 885. Due to the graveyard's central location between the two zones, it was said that those who completed the hidden dungeon in the previous life not only acquired an extraordinarily rare beast, but also obtained numerous exquisite items, artifacts, and vast amounts of wealth. Zhang Yi was indifferent to the rest. His primary concern was that beast. Therefore, in this life, he was determined to reach the hidden dungeon before the team from Safe Zone 885, as the reward of the super beast was of utmost importance to him as a beast master. Of course, Zhang Yi did not intend to tackle the dungeon at that moment, for he vaguely recalled that the team which successfully cleared the dungeon in his previous life had entered with 100 members. Yet only a scant few survived to barely complete it. Zhang Yi harbored no intention of sharing the rewards of this clandestine mission with others. He coveted the entirety of the benefits from this hidden dungeon for himself. Consequently, Zhang Yi was compelled to meticulously devise a flawless plan. His purpose for venturing here was to conduct a preliminary exploration to ascertain the nature of this dungeon's difficulty, thus enabling him to formulate a targeted strategy. As he set foot in the graveyard, a chilling notification echoed from the heavens. Ding. The system alerts you that you have entered the high-risk map, Dragon Emperor's Tomb. This map poses a death threat exceeding 1,000. The system advises you to leave Dragon Emperor's Tomb immediately and to return for exploration only after significantly raising your level. Chapter 33. The Dragon Emperor's Guardian. Dragon Blood Swordsman Zhang Yi understood that such notifications from the system typically appeared only when players faced imminent death threats posed by the game world of Apocalypse, akin to a level 50 player entering a zone populated by level 100 monsters. However, Zhang Yi chose to disregard the system's warning and ventured deeper into the Dragon Emperor's Tomb. Upon opening the map, he discovered a description of the Dragon Emperor's Tomb at the bottom of the screen after entering. Dragon Emperor's Tomb, unknown level description, the dragon race. A formidable species that has thrived on Earth for eons, surpasses the 3 major races of humanity, demons, and otherworldly beings in strength and remains shrouded in mystery. It is said that a supreme dragon emperor slumbers within this tomb. The day of its awakening shall herald the annihilation of the 3 great races. Having survived for 8 years in the world of Apocalypse during his previous life, Zhang Yi possessed a modicum of understanding about the enigmatic dragon race. The leaders of the dragons are referred to as emperors, with each dragon emperor being the most powerful entity within their kind. Before his demise in the last life, Zhang Yi had spent a year alongside Mu Chun and Lin Ruo, along with over 100 elite players, to acquire the Dragon Blood Scroll, which was obtained by slaying 9 divine dragon emperors. Upon entering the map, Zhang Yi encountered no monsters, for he was aware that aside from hidden dungeons, the only creature present was the guardian of the hidden instance. As he delved further into the Dragon Emperor's tomb, Zhang Yi indeed discovered the entrance to the instance nestled between 2 colossal burial mounds, a shimmering white barrier. His heart raced with exhilaration. It was known that in his previous life, he had never encountered a hidden instance despite living in the world of Apocalypse for 8 years. And now, it was merely the 2nd day since the game's launch. Yet, after the thrill subsided, a wave of trepidation washed over him. For Zhang Yi knew that passing through this luminous barrier to enter the hidden instance would not be a simple feat prior to that. Players must defeat the guardian of the hidden instance, Dragon Emperor's Tomb. In his previous life, it took the team from District 885 several weeks and numerous attempts to vanquish that guardian, exhausting their 3 revival opportunities earned from weekly survival quests before finally achieving success. This was a tale shared among players of District 885 in the cross-region chat to flaunt their accomplishments. Zhang Yi's objective was to examine the statistics of that guardian. as understanding its data would enable him to ascertain the level of strength required to vanquish it and subsequently access the Dragon Emperor's tomb instance. Thus, he retrieved the investigation scroll he had purchased for 1 gold coin and approached the entrance of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, scroll in hand. Just as Zhang Yi drew nearer to the barrier, a deep and gravelly roar echoed in his ears. "Intruders of the Dragon Emperor's tomb shall perish." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Yi noticed a beam of red light emanating from one of the 2 mounds ahead. Without hesitation, he shattered the exploration scroll in his hand. In the next instant, the red light surged back into the mound, erupting into a powerful crimson wave. Caught off guard, Zhang Yi was struck by the wave and sent sprawling to the ground, his vision fading into darkness as he lost consciousness. "Ding! You have been attacked by the Dragon Emperor Guardian, Dragon Blood Swordsman, suffering a loss of 1538 health points. You have perished." As his vision shifted, Zhang Yi found himself in the Resurrection Spring of Hope Town. Due to his death, he faced a level demotion penalty, plummeting from level 11 back to level 10. Unable to contain himself, he let out a soft exclamation of frustration. Zhang Yi had intended to withdraw from the Dragon Emperor's tomb immediately after acquiring data on that guardian. Yet he had been eliminated in an instant. His first rebirth had been so abruptly concluded. In a rush, he examined himself and, fortunately, discovered that as a white-named player, he had not dropped any equipment upon death. He had merely lost a handful of silver coins and a few enhancement stones. The most significant loss was a reduction of 1 resurrection opportunity. In his astonishment, Zhang Yi opened the memory preservation interface and was relieved to find that just before his demise, he had obtained the item he desired most: Dragon Emperor Guardian, Dragon Blood Swordsman, Physical Lord Monster Level 30, Talent, Lifesteal. The Dragon Blood Swordsman inherently possesses a 25 lifesteal ability, converting 25 of all damage dealt into health, physical attack, 1055, physical defense, 790, magic defense, 650, health points, 55,600, skills, Dragon Emperor Slash, Dragon Blood Slash, Dragon Shadow Kill, Dragon Annihilation Art, Dragon Emperor Bloodline. Description: the Guardian of the Dragon Emperor, Greedy Dragon Emperor, Shigula, the immortal Dragon Blood Swordsman, has sworn to protect Shigula for countless eons. Anyone attempting to approach the Dragon Emperor's tomb will face the wrath of the Dragon Blood Swordsman. The exploration scroll had taken effect. It seemed that this death was not in vain, as he had at least secured the data of the Dragon Emperor's tomb guardian. Next, Zhang Yi could formulate a strategy to conquer the hidden dungeon, Dragon Emperor's tomb, based on the information about the Dragon Blood Swordsman. It was evident that as the sentinel of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, the strength of the Dragon Blood Swordsman largely represented the overall power of this instance. The dungeon monsters within the Dragon Emperor's tomb would certainly be level 30, and apart from the boss guarding the dungeon, the remaining common or elite monsters would undoubtedly be weaker than the Dragon Blood Swordsman. Thus, as long as Zhang Yi could elevate his strength beyond that of the Dragon Blood Swordsman and be capable of defeating him, he would essentially be able to clear the dungeon. The Dragon Blood Swordsman's attack power had already reached 4 digits. He would need at least a 4-digit attack power to contend with it. Elevating his attack power to such heights would not be an easy task. It seemed he would need to exert more effort, considering his current attack power stood at a mere 206 points, leaving him with a considerable distance to cover to reach his goal. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already approaching noon, and with a rumbling stomach, Zhang Yi entered a restaurant in Hope Town. In addition to fatigue, players possess a hidden attribute known as hunger. Just as one can succumb to exhaustion, so too can one perish from starvation. Analogous to fatigue, a player's hunger level peaks at 100, representing an optimal state. However, when it dwindles to 0, the specter of death looms. The rate of hunger depletion is notably slower than that of fatigue, with the latter declining by 1 every 10 minutes, while hunger decreases by a mere 1 every 20 minutes. Since the server's launch last night at 8 o'clock, approximately 16 hours have elapsed, and Zhang Yi currently maintains a hunger level of 52. Hunger can be replenished through consumption, with more expensive fare not only offering superior taste but also restoring a greater degree of hunger. As an affluent individual possessing a substantial fortune of 31 gold coins, Zhang Yi, upon entering the restaurant, promptly spent 50 silver coins on a steak and an additional 50 silver coins on a bottle of red wine. Chapter 34. Compiling the Octopus Bug Encyclopedia. It was around noon, a time when many players were gathered in the restaurant for lunch. The establishment in Hopetown offered a diverse array of culinary delights, ranging from the exquisite steak priced at 50 silver coins, which Zhang Yi was savoring, to the humble steamed bun available for merely 10 copper coins. At this stage of the game, players generally had limited funds, leading most to opt for the economical fried rice or noodles, which cost just 1 silver coin per bowl. Such dishes provided the best value for money, being both affordable and capable of restoring a significant portion of hunger. A bowl of fried noodles could replenish 10 of hunger, while steak offered a remarkable 50 recovery. Not to mention the unparalleled difference in taste. As Zhang Yi sat alone, indulging in his steak and sipping red wine, the surrounding players, who were munching on fried rice and steamed buns, cast envious glances his way. Can you believe this guy is feasting on a 50 silver coin steak? He's getting a bit too high and mighty, one might have thought. Stop staring and eat your fried rice. He's wealthy, and that's something we can't envy. After lunch, let's head out and slay some monsters to earn some coin for a better meal tonight. Unperturbed by the whispers and glances, Zhang Yi continued to enjoy his steak while scrolling through the chat channel of Safe Zone 886. Upon seeing the flurry of messages, he nearly spat out his wine. King of Glory, male, level 10 archer. Damn those dogs from the Storm family. Today they killed half of my team. And I've remembered every face. Just wait. I swear the Storm family won T last 3 days in Zone 886. Storm Dragon King, male, level 11 warrior. All you can do is talk big. What else do you have? You ran through Goblin Forest faster than a wild horse today. Why don't you stand your ground? Coward. King of Glory, damn it. If it weren't for that Inuo Chinching helping you and handing over my silver moon, bow to your boss, you trash wouldn't stand a chance against us. Storm Angel, weren't you the one who claimed multiple times you'd take down that Inuo Chinching? Why does it seem like you turn into a mouse at the sight of him now? King of Glory, The rivalry between the two factions was indeed entertaining. Zhang Yi recognized that this animosity could be advantageous with the Storm family's involvement. It would be easier for him to eliminate the King of Glory team. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yi was subtly altering the course of events. In his previous life, the King of Glory team had already begun to oppress the casual players in the safe zone at this juncture. However, this time, their focus was entirely on Zhang Yi and the Storm family, leaving them little opportunity to execute their plans to dominate Hopetown. As he closed the chat interface, Zhang Yi finished his lunch, his hunger and fatigue now fully satisfied. Next, I shall embark on a task to hone my skills, allowing the afternoon to pass by leisurely. Then, in the evening, I will seek out IL for a weapon, which will elevate my strength once more, preparing me to confront the formidable challenge that tomorrow will undoubtedly bring. If memory serves me correctly, this should be the 3rd day since the game's launch. Every district within the Apocalypse world will soon face a calamity, and should players manage to overcome this disaster, they will be granted an opportunity to significantly enhance their overall strength. Conversely, should they fail, the safe zones will perish, leading to the demise of all players within the same zone. Therefore, prior to that, Zhang Yi must diligently strengthen his abilities in preparation for the morrow. In Zhang Yi's estimation, the magic wand currently being forged by IL is undoubtedly a 2-star weapon. A 2-star weapon of level 10 or above, enhanced to level 25, has the potential to double Zhang Yi's strength. As a reincarnated being, Zhang Yi recalls that there are opportunities within or around the 886 safe zone, albeit many require a certain level or strength to access. With his current prowess as a level 10 beast master, there are numerous imminent opportunities that remain out of reach for the time being. Thus, during the afternoon, Zhang Yi dutifully received a standard quest from the proprietor of the identification office within the safe zone, which involved hunting the mutated octopus worm and collecting 200 octopus worm illustrations with a difficulty coefficient of 120. After procuring a substantial supply of red and blue potions from the store, Zhang Yi followed the map's guidance and ventured outside the safe zone, arriving at a secluded high school situated in the suburbs. This institution is the habitat of the octopus worms. According to the quest description, following the outbreak of the apocalypse. Countless infected and mutated octopus worms descended from the mountains behind the school, invading the premises and slaughtering all students and teachers within, feasting upon their corpses and establishing a prolonged existence within this school. Upon extracting his flame wand from his bag, Zhang Yi stepped onto the campus and was immediately met with a nauseating stench of blood, accompanied by a chorus of low moans and growls. His gaze scanned the expansive grounds, where numerous octopus worms, ranging from levels 12 to 15, were voraciously devouring the bodies of humans in student uniforms, now severely decayed and emitting a foul odor. With Zhang Yi currently at level 10, he can not only hunt these octopus worms to fulfill the collect octopus worm illustrations task, but also engage in the extreme hunt survival challenge. Given Zhang Yi's current attributes, facing a level 12 octopus worm poses no challenge, and he could also take on level 13 worms without difficulty. However, to maximize the effectiveness of the skill Chain Lightning, which has only an 80 damage coefficient, Zhang Yi wisely chooses to target the lowest level creatures, the level 12 octopus worms, as his initial victims. The level 12 octopus worms possess an attack power of 120, magic resistance of 50, and health points totaling 350. Locking onto the 3 nearest level 12 octopus worms, Zhang Yi brandished his wand and unleashed a chain lightning towards one of them. Crack! The purple lightning struck the octopus creature, propelling it while simultaneously attacking the 3 level 12 octopuses, each of which displayed a damage figure of 125 above their heads. This also triggered the burn talent, inflicting an additional 39 points of burn damage per second. In the next moment, the 3 octopuses, now under attack, screeched and scurried rapidly towards Zhang Yi. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi stood his ground and casually waved his staff, casting 3 purple orbs representing basic attacks towards the trio. 156, minus 234. Critical hit, minus 156. One octopus, struck by a critical hit, met its glorious demise, while the other 2 perished from the ongoing burn damage before they could even reach him. On average, a level 12 octopus yields 50 experience points. Thus, the 3 octopuses collectively granted Zhang Yi a total of 150 experience points. Approaching the corpses of the octopuses to collect the spoils, he discovered that the 3 had dropped a single octopus compendium. It appeared that a protracted battle lay ahead. Chapter 35, The Eternal Chain Endowed with Godly Enhancement and Dragon Bloodline. Zhang Yi possesses an attack power at level 10 that exceeds that of his peers by at least double. Thus, the 12-level octopus monsters, which other level 10 players can barely confront, appear as feeble creatures of levels 5 or 6 in his hands, easily vanquished. The melee octopus monsters hardly even approached Zhang Yi, falling victim to the flames of his staff, contributing to his experience points. Zhang Yi's explosive output left other players, also in this school hunting octopus monsters, utterly astonished. An 11-level warrior, who had just barely slain a 12-level octopus monster, but was left with only half his health, exclaimed, "What the hell? How can a beast master deal such high damage? 2 hits to kill 1 octopus monster. This is outrageous." A 10-level priestess, currently casting healing spells on her allies, remarked, "ISNT that the illustrious Inua? Wow, it's my first time seeing him in person. He is so handsome and powerful." As her words echoed, a nearby teammate, an 11-level assassin, shouted, "You idiot, heal me." Just as he uttered this, a scream pierced the air. The assassin met his demise under the claws of a 13-level octopus monster before receiving any healing from the priestess. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to collect the spoils from the octopus monsters he had slain while effortlessly casting spells to annihilate the surrounding creatures. His ease in battle attracted the envious gazes of numerous players nearby. The monster-slaying pace was already swift, and midway through the fight, while casting Fireball to obliterate another octopus monster, Zhang Yi triggered a rare golden skill, Hell Dragon Flame, with a mere 1 in 1,000 chance. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the air, a torrent of searing dragon flames cascaded down, instantly engulfing all octopus monsters within a 100-meter radius of Zhang Yi. A staggering 315 points of true damage erupted above the heads of dozens of octopus monsters. accompanied by a continuous burn of 69 points per second. All octopus monsters touched by the Hell Dragon flame were annihilated in an instant. Zhang Yi's experience bar surged visibly, while the surrounding players stood in a state of disbelief. What was that fiery spectacle? Who summoned it? To obliterate so many monsters in one go, my heavens, no one comprehended the events that had just unfolded. As the trigger of the Hell Dragon flame, Zhang Yi remained unfazed, methodically clearing the loot while continuing his hunt for octopus monsters. The drop rate for the octopus monster collection remained at 50, yielding 1 drop for every 2 monsters slain. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Yi had already dispatched over 400 octopus monsters, completing his quest with remarkable efficiency. As Zhang Yi observed that time was still early, he did not rush back to submit his tasks, but instead continued to slay the octopus creatures, gradually eliminating over 100 more. A melodious system notification descended from above. Ding. Congratulations on completing this week's ordinary survival task, Infinite Hunt. You have earned a Resurrection Opportunity 1. The survival task is upgraded to Advanced Task, Elite. Please complete the task within this week. Advanced Task requires players to complete at least 3 tasks with a difficulty exceeding 200 points within this week. It was only Monday, so there was no need to hurry. Thus, he continued his endeavor. He persisted until after 5 in the evening, having exhausted all his blue potions, when a golden light cascaded down from above. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 13. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The next level requires 33,000 experience points. Finally, he was level 13. Zhang Yi sighed with relief and set off towards the safe zone before nightfall. On his way back, Zhang Yi opened his backpack to tally his gains. In the course of the afternoon, he had slain over 800 octopus creatures, netting more than 4,000 copper coins, equivalent to 40 silver coins. He had also obtained over 70 level 1 enhancement stones, along with an additional 30 from a 1-star treasure chest, totaling 100 enhancement stones. Furthermore, he had acquired 9 pieces of 1-star equipment for levels 12 to 15 across various professions, all in an unidentified state. Additionally, he had obtained 2 skill books, one for warriors and one for archers, along with a previous white skill book for assassins titled Deadly Strike. For Zhang Yi, a beast master, these were merely items for sale. Upon returning to Hope Town, Zhang Yi's first task was to find the appraiser, Emily, to submit his quest. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task, Collect Octopus Creature Pictorial. You have earned experience points 12,000, silver coins 30, level 1 enhancement stones 30, human reputation 48. And received equipment, Eternal Chain. 1. Your intimacy with Appraiser Emily has increased by 8. Opening his backpack, he discovered a blue crystal necklace quietly resting inside. Zhang Yi took it out. Eternal Chain. Quality: 2 stars, energy value 60, additional attributes, intelligence 6, class restrictions, mage, beastmaster, priest, level requirement 13. Description: this is a necklace symbolizing eternity. To his astonishment, it was a 2-star piece of equipment. Moreover, it was precisely the necklace he needed. With an additional 6 points of intelligence, which delighted Zhang Yi as a beastmaster. After reaching level 10 and changing professions, players gain access to an increasing array of skills, resulting in greater energy consumption. Although Zhang Yi currently possessed only 2 skills with minimal energy expenditure, the existing energy of over 200 was sufficient. However, as he acquired more skills, the energy consumption would become substantial. Without a necklace that provided a significant energy boost, he might find himself in situations where he lacked energy to cast spells, a grave concern for a mage player reliant on skills endowed with divine enhancement. Zhang Yi's first thought upon acquiring new equipment is invariably to amplify. Top tier, top tier, top tier. Even the most mediocre gear can be elevated to the pinnacle through divine enhancement, let alone the relatively rare 2-star equipment at this stage. However, fortifying 2-star gear necessitates level 2 enhancement stones, and Zhang Yi's inventory is replete with only level 1 stones. Moreover, synthesizing enhancement stones requires a visit to the blacksmith. Before embarking on that journey, Zhang Yi intends to authenticate the several pieces of equipment he acquired in the afternoon to avoid unnecessary back and forth. Currently, The market value of one-star equipment, ranging from levels 12 to 15, remains quite respectable. After appraisal, he could sell them for a considerable profit. Thus, he expended a total of 30 silver coins to authenticate the first 8 pieces of gear, but when it came to the last item, a level 14 mage's trousers, the appraiser's asking price astonishingly reached 50 silver coins. Chapter 36. Advanced Appraisal. Instead of feeling astonished, Zhang Yi experienced a sense of delight. In the world of Apocalypse, players possess a minuscule chance of triggering an advanced appraisal when identifying equipment. The cost of an advanced appraisal for items of equivalent value ranges from 10 to 50 times that of a standard appraisal. This advanced appraisal resembles a gamble, presenting a certain probability of enhancing the quality of the equipment, while also carrying the risk of diminishing it. Zhang Yi pondered that even the most inferior one-star equipment could not possibly degrade to 0 stars. Thus, without hesitation, he invested 50 silver coins to conduct an advanced appraisal. The proprietor of the appraisal shop waved his hand over the black trousers, and in an instant, a flash of golden light illuminated the air. Ding! Appraisal successful. Congratulations, your one-star equipment, Magician's Trousers, has been upgraded to 2 stars. It was a stroke of luck. Having returned to life, he had triggered an advanced appraisal for the first time in this life, and it was a success. Zhang Yi was quite knowledgeable about this process. The likelihood of players triggering an advanced appraisal during equipment identification is a mere 1, and amongst those, only a 10 chance exists for the attributes and quality of the equipment to be further enhanced. Additionally, there is a 40 probability that the quality remains unchanged, and a staggering 50 chance that the quality may diminish. This truly felt like a fortuitous turn of events. He suddenly possessed 2 pieces of 2-star equipment. The surprise was utterly unexpected. Upon inspecting his inventory, Zhang Yi noted that, through quest rewards, monster drops, and the 100 enhancement stones obtained from the Storm Angel, he now possessed a staggering total of 390 first-level enhancement stones. With a synthesis rate of 2:1, he could potentially acquire nearly 200 second-level enhancement stones, ample enough to elevate all of his 2-star equipment to the pinnacle of 25. Clearly, using them solely to enhance the newly acquired Eternal Chain and Magician's Trousers would be more than sufficient. However, even if Zhang Yi wished to enhance his entire set, he lacked the resources, as among his 7 equipment slots, only 3 were of 2-star quality. To his astonishment, the enhancement stones, which had been so desperately scarce in his previous life, were now plentiful beyond his needs. Consequently, Zhang Yi made his way to the blacksmith shop. This was not without its own complications, as players must visit the blacksmith to synthesize enhancement stones. Inside the shop, Illinois, who had lost his right arm, continued to forge equipment with unwavering determination using his left hand. The crisp sounds of metal clashing resonated clearly, while his daughter Lingling circled around him, both father and daughter adorned with bright smiles of happiness. Notably, Illinois was crafting a metal staff that he had promised to custom-make for Zhang Yi, a creation that appeared to be anything but ordinary. Although Zhang Yi had saved IL's life through a hidden quest, this did not exempt him from the costs associated with synthesizing enhancement stones. However, due to the rapport he had developed with the blacksmith, which had reached level 1, he was entitled to a 5 discount on any transaction within the shop. The 1-star equipment has now entered the phase of obsolescence, and we are on the brink of a universal 2-star era. For Zhang Yi, this transition allows him to step into the 2-star realm earlier than the average player. Consequently, he no longer requires any level 1 enhancement stones. Thus, Zhang Yi decisively synthesizes all 390 level 1 enhancement stones, resulting in 195 level 2 enhancement stones. With a synthesis cost of 5 copper coins each, the original expense of 975 copper coins is reduced to 926 copper coins after a 5 discount courtesy of IL. Having acquired a sufficient quantity of level 2 enhancement stones, Zhang Yi eagerly enhances his unarmed Eternal Chain and Sorcerer's Pants. He triggers the Infinite Divine Enhancement effect. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, Eternal Chain, has reached enhancement level 8. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, Eternal Chain, has reached enhancement level 15. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, your equipment, Eternal Chain, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, skill enhancement. Ding, ding, ding enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your equipment, Sorcerer's Pants, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, damage reduction. With the 25 Eternal Chain, its base energy attribute soars from 60 to 210 points. And the additional intelligence increases from 6 to 21 points. In terms of Zhang Yi's 14-star intelligence growth, the 21 points of intelligence also grant an additional 29 points of attack power and 35 points of energy enhancement. While these figures are noteworthy, the most significant aspect is the exclusive talent, skill enhancement, unlocked at level 25, which provides an invincible advantage. Skill enhancement increases the equipment holder's skill damage by 20, with a half reduction for area of effect skills. This talent precisely compensates for the low skill damage characteristic of the Beastmaster profession. Thus, upon acquiring this talent, Zhang Yi's Fireball damage coefficient rises to an impressive 130, surpassing that of the Mage's Fireball by 5. As for the Sorcerer's Pants, their attributes after reaching the pinnacle of enhancement are nothing short of extraordinary. Sorcerer's Pants, 25 quality, 2-star level, 14 physical defense, 70-50 magical defense, 56-40. Additional attributes: endurance 21-15, talent, damage reduction. The wearer sustains 25 points less damage each time. Class restriction, universal for magic-based professions. With a defense of 70 points, the attributes of these pants alone exceed Zhang Yi's current total defense of 67 points. Coupled with the 25 points of damage reduction, they render him nearly invincible. After donning these pants, who could possibly challenge Zhang Yi? Regrettably, Zhang Yi is only at level 13 and cannot yet equip these level 14 pants, so he temporarily places them in his backpack and adorns himself with the Eternal Chain, causing his maximum energy value to soar to 482, nearly rivaling his health of 504. With the equipment matter settled, Zhang Yi turns his attention to Il, who is diligently forging equipment, and triggers a dialogue. How much longer until my staff is completed? As soon as the words left his lips, Ir suddenly set down his hammer and picked up the silver staff from the forging table, addressing Zhang Yi. It's ready. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. So hastily? Ir gazed at the staff in his hand, feeling it lacked something essential, and lamented, "It is indeed ready, yet it falls short of perfection. If you desire it now, I can hand it to you immediately." He continued, "However, if you could procure an energy crystal for me, I could enhance it to a state of greater perfection." Zhang Yi, filled with delight, inquired, "Does this mean there is potential for further enhancement?" "No problem," he replied eagerly. "I shall assist you in finding the energy crystal. Please continue to forge this weapon to an even more exquisite state." Chapter 37. Advanced Hidden Quest Energy crystals are exceedingly rare forging materials within the world of Apocalypse, utilized in the enhancement of equipment to elevate its quality. However, these crystals are quite elusive, making them difficult for ordinary players to acquire. Since here has mentioned this, it implies that the staff possesses potential for further enhancement, and he knows where to procure energy crystals. Thus, Zhang Yi resolved to invest the necessary time and effort to have the item. Yer nodded and said to Zhang Yi, "Very well. Please venture to the city of the undead and procure a first-tier energy crystal for me. I am aware that a significant number of these crystals are buried in that location, although their precise whereabouts remain unknown to me." "The city of the undead, you say?" Zhang Yi opened his map and searched for it by name, discovering that it is a level 15 to 30 area. The map's description indicated that the city of the undead comprises 3 layers, each with monsters of varying levels. The lowest layer, the first, boasts creatures ranging from levels 15 to 20. It appears that locating an energy crystal will not be an easy task. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had indeed heard of the city of the undead, although it was renowned for its peril, with the undead monsters therein exhibiting superior combat prowess compared to typical foes. It was also rumored to harbor countless treasures, earning it the title of a novice's treasure trove among players of his former life. In addition to high-tier treasure chests, the monsters within the city of the undead also had a chance to drop exceedingly rare set equipment. Countless players had met their demise there, while others emerged with fortunes. Zhang Yi then addressed Ye. "All right, wait for me. I shall return with the energy crystal." At that moment, Ye suddenly interjected, "Warrior, since you intend to venture into the city of the undead, I have a favored ask of you." Zhang Yi paused, sensing that this was the prelude to a hidden quest. Ye's words indicated a task to be entrusted to the player, yet there was no question mark above his head. Thus, Zhang Yi inquired, "What is it you require?" "The undead in the city of the undead possess a wealth of materials suitable for forging equipment. Could you hunt those undead and help me gather some materials?" As soon as you're finished speaking, a system notification reached Zhang Yi's ears, quickening his heartbeat. Ding. "Congratulations. You have triggered the Guardian Advanced Hidden Quest. Acquire rare materials. Will you accept this quest? This quest presents a considerable challenge and will demand a significant investment of your time and effort. The system advises that if you lack patience, you should refrain from accepting this task, as failure will result in severe penalties." Indeed, it was a hidden quest. Furthermore, it was an advanced hidden quest related to the previously completed Guardian task. This was an unexpected boon, wholly unforeseen by Zhang Yi, as in his previous life. This advanced hidden quest had not been uncovered by players, even those who had completed the initial Guardian hidden task. Due to the high degree of concealment associated with this task, had Zhang Yi chosen to forego acquiring the energy crystal and simply seize the staff from Il, he would have undoubtedly missed this hidden mission. The advanced hidden task holds greater value than the ordinary hidden ones. In his excitement, Zhang Yi did not hesitate and immediately accepted the mission. Such a rare opportunity would not be squandered by anyone of sound mind. The next moment, the system notification chimed. Ding. "Congratulations on accepting the advanced hidden mission. Acquire rare materials. You may view the details in the task interface." He swiftly opened the task interface. Acquire rare materials. Advanced hidden task difficulty coefficient, 440. Description: It is said that the undead in the city of the dead possess a wealth of rare materials suitable for forging equipment. Please follow the map's guidance to the city of the dead, hunt the undead residing there, and collect 3 types of rare materials: energy crystals, divine bones, and undead consciousness. Task progress. Tier 1 energy crystals 0-10. All monsters in the city of the dead have a certain probability of dropping. Divine bones 0-1000. Skeleton-type monsters in the city of the dead have a certain probability of dropping. Undead consciousness 0-1000. Undead-type monsters in the city of the dead have a certain probability of dropping. Task reward: unknown. Remaining time: 7 days. Failure penalty: level -3. Failure to collect sufficient materials within the specified time frame for Master Il will result in mission failure. To Zhang Yi's surprise, the task had a difficulty coefficient of 440. This posed a considerable challenge, especially following his previous completion of a mere 120 difficulty task. Moreover, this task required the collection of 10 Tier 1 energy crystals. With such an abundance of energy crystals, coupled with some easily obtainable materials and a bit of expenditure, he could almost forge a 4-star piece of equipment at the blacksmith shop at this stage. However, this also indicated that the task's investment was substantial, and the rewards would undoubtedly surpass the mere value of 10 Tier 1 energy crystals. Fortunately, the time frame for the task was quite ample. 7 days should suffice for gathering these materials. Of course, this was merely Zhang Yi's personal assessment. Advanced hidden tasks are rarely as easily accomplished as one might envision. After accepting the task, Zhang Yi bid farewell to Il. Checking the time, it was only 6 in the evening. He did not rush to embark on the mission immediately, as he had several matters to attend to in his inventory. At this hour, many players who had spent the day battling in the wilderness were gradually returning to the safety zone, thus the town was bustling with activity. Numerous players set up stalls along the streets to auction off unwanted equipment or skill books they had obtained from their encounters. Zhang Yi casually selected a bustling spot and set up a makeshift stall, presenting the 1-star equipment and 3 white skill books from his bag. He illuminated his ID, leveraging the esteemed reputation of Inua Ching Chong, and within moments, all his items were sold, accumulating a profit of 2 gold coins. Undoubtedly, the substantial earnings were primarily attributed to the 3 skill books, which, despite their white quality, held significant value during the early stages of the game when all players embarked on their journey with merely one skill granted from their class transition. After attending to his own goods, Zhang Yi leisurely browsed through the stalls of others, initially intending to just take a casual look, hoping to find valuable items at reasonable prices. If not, he would simply move on. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a remarkable find, a intermediate fireball spell green skill book for mages and beast tamers. Chapter 38. The portly individual who missed the divine talent card. The intermediate fireball technique bears no distinction in its skill effects from the fireball techniques employed by both wizards and beast tamers. It is solely an offensive skill, yet it boasts a damage coefficient that surpasses the basic fireball technique by 15. The fireball technique stands as the quintessential single-target damage skill within the wizard profession, its lethality particularly pronounced in later stages of growth. Moreover, its most remarkable feature is its cooldown time of merely 5 seconds, allowing for the casting of a fireball nearly every 2 or 3 attacks. Thus, Zhang Yi squatted before a plump wizard player at a stall, the sole vendor of this tome, and inquired, "How much for this book?" 10 gold coins, no bargaining. Upon the vendor's utterance, Zhang Yi lifted his gaze from the skill book to meet the stall owner's eyes. The vendor, who bore the ID of Joyful Couch Potato, found himself locking eyes with Zhang Yi, and both were momentarily struck dumb, pointing at one another in astonishment. "It's you. What a coincidence!" To encounter the very individual who bestowed upon Zhang Yi the divine talent card. As Zhang Yi grappled with the surprise, the Joyful Couch Potato exclaimed with fervor, "Oh my! You have my divine!" Before he could finish, Zhang Yi swiftly placed a hand over the vendor's mouth. Revealing the possession of a rare divine talent would not bode well for Zhang Yi. The vendor, on the verge of tears, lamented, "You must return my divine talent." At this juncture, there was no sense in discussing the trivialities. Zhang Yi pointed at the green skill book, intermediate fireball technique, and addressed the vendor. "Do you comprehend why there are so few people around your stall? It is because you are engaging in robbery. This book is worth at most 5 gold coins. Consider it compensation for your loss. I offer you 10 gold coins. Do you truly believe a few coins can compensate my loss?" The vendor, indignant, retorted, "Is a divine talent worth merely these few coins? I demand 50 gold coins. Have you no sense of propriety? When we first interacted, it was not a case of coercion. You willingly offered it to me. You can only blame your own greed. It is of no concern to me." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. The vendor, however, gritted his teeth, resolute in his pursuit of Zhang Yi's gold. "I care not. Others pay 10 gold coins. But for you to purchase this book, it must be 50 gold coins. Insufferable glutton, begone." Zhang Yi, exasperated, declared, "If you refuse to sell, then keep it for your coffin." The vendor's reluctance to utilize the skill book himself, despite being a level 14 wizard, revealed his miserly nature. Yet, as Zhang Yi asserted, the true worth of the intermediate fireball technique was a mere 5 gold coins. Spending 10 was merely a gesture of goodwill stemming from the divine talent card. The obstinate vendor, unappreciative of this gesture, prompted Zhang Yi to rise and depart without a hint of sympathy. Meanwhile, the Joyful Couch Potato glared at Zhang Yi's retreating figure, his ID obscured save for the emblem of a level 13 beast tamer, seething with indignation. "Were it not for you, the divine talent would be mine. What is the harm in compensating me for my losses? You scoundrel! I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed." After concluding his conversation, the jovial yet corpulent individual ceased his stall operations, stealthily trailing the front-running Zhang Yi. He perused his friend's list and identified an acquaintance, sending a private message, "Boss, I have been wronged. Please come swiftly to avenge me. I await you outside the southern gate of Hope Town. Hurry." Prior to departing the safety zone, Zhang Yi made a visit to the apothecary. Spending a substantial 5 gold coins on a considerable assortment of health potions, predominantly blue, constituting 70% of his purchase, with red potions making up the remaining 30%. He had adequately prepared for an all-night grinding session in the city of the undead, ensuring he had ample supplies to avoid time-wasting trips back and forth. Once his provisions were secured, Zhang Yi followed the map's guidance towards the city of the undead located to the south of Hope Town. Continuously analyzing the developmental trends of District 886, he opened the regional leaderboard and made a significant observation. 1. Storm Angel, Male, level 15 Archer 2. Storm Dragon King, male, level 14 Warrior 3. Amuxi, female, level 14 Mage 4. Supreme King, male, level 14 Assassin 5. A name not too long, just like me, male, level 14 Knight 6. Storm Fantasy, female, level 14 Mage. To his astonishment, the leaderboard for District 886 was predominantly occupied by members of the Storm family. A stark deviation from the historical narrative of his previous life. At this juncture, nearly half of the top 10 were affiliated with the kings of the world, whereas now, only the fourth-ranked Supreme King represented their faction. For Zhang Yi, this was fortuitous. The dominance of the Storm family over the players stifled the rise of the kings of the world, curtailing their previous arrogance. Following the acquisition of the Silver Moon Bell, Storm Angel exhibited an extraordinary surge in prowess, ascending to level 15 and maintaining an unassailable position atop the leaderboard of District 886, unmatched by any competitor. Storm Angel was indeed formidable. In contrast, Zhang Yi felt a pang of embarrassment as a reborn individual endowed with divine talent and draconic lineage. He had yet to breach the top 100 of the regional leaderboard. Had it not been for the prior incident where he was vanquished by a Dragonblood swordsman, resulting in a level drop, he could have at least secured a position within the top 10. Unlike Storm Angel and the others, who had numerous allies assisting them in leveling up, no matter the shortcuts Zhang Yi took, he could not match their pace of advancement. It seemed imperative that he intensify his efforts. Although level may not signify everything, one ought not to lag too far behind others. After dismissing the leaderboard, Zhang Yi continued his solitary journey towards the city of the undead. Shortly after leaving the safety zone, he sensed a chilling presence behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see the jovial, corpulent individual had trailed him unnoticed. Accompanying him were two other individuals, one a warrior and the other an assassin, both of whom, like the corpulent man, were at level 14. Clearly, they were allies, and their intent was singularly focused on targeting Zhang Yi. Upon noticing a few individuals trailing behind him, Zhang Yi halted and inquired, "What is your intention in following me?" The gleeful and rotund individual, consumed by a profound resentment towards the one who had usurped his extraordinary talent, retorted sharply, "Hand over all your money and equipment, and we shall consider our accounts settled." Settled? Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. "Do I owe you anything? If you refuse to comply, I shall take matters into my own hands." With a chilling gaze, the gleeful figure brandished his magic staff and commanded the two accomplices at his side, "Eliminate him, and we shall divide whatever spoils arise." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the two warriors, alongside the assassin, unsheathed their blades without hesitation and lunged towards Zhang Yi. Since his divine talent could not be reclaimed, he resolved to obliterate it instead. Chapter 39. Do you know who I am? The level 14 warrior and the level 14 assassin, the identical twin brothers, DBL Ng and DBT Shi, swiftly approached Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, the level 14 mage, Ku Ilf is I, who was casting a spell, regarded Zhang Yi with the detached gaze one might reserve for the deceased. As if in his eyes, Zhang Yi, a mere level 13 beast master of minimal utility, was already a corpse. This perspective was not unique to the three of them. Passers-by on the bustling street, witnessing the 1v3 confrontation, cast similar glances at Zhang Yi, as though he were a lifeless entity. Given that Zhang Yi had concealed his ID, the surrounding players failed to recognize him. Bystander, though I know not the cause of this enmity. A 1 against 3, especially with the latter being a beast master of such feeble growth attributes. There's no doubt he is doomed. Bystander B. Indeed, it matters not the profession. Even if he were to switch roles, he could never prevail in such an unequal match. The murmurs of the crowd only served to inflate Ku Ilf, his eyes' ego further. Even with a divine talent at the outset, he deemed Zhang Yi utterly pathetic. His low level combined with an ostensibly useless profession a tragic waste of exceptional potential. Overcome with excitement, he thought it unnecessary to even notify his superior to deal with someone he perceived as so inferior. Unable to restrain himself, he taunted Zhang Yi, "Have you already succumbed to fear? You truly are a coward." No sooner had he spoken than Ku Ilf as I swung his staff, unleashing a fireball that hurtled towards Zhang Yi, who was over 30 meters away, well within the range of his assault. The fireball soared over the heads of DB Ling and DBT Shi before striking Zhang Yi squarely in the chest, inflicting damage exceeding 80 points. The damage was substantial, indicating a mage focused entirely on intelligence and burst damage. With a mere 60 points of magic defense, Zhang Yi could not withstand the assault of any player mage above level 10. However, compared to ordinary players, his defensive capability was commendable. I was somewhat astonished, realizing that his fireball had dealt far less damage than anticipated, falling short of his expectation of at least triple digits. Despite the attack from Zhang Yi remained steadfast, awaiting the approach of DBT Shi and DBL Yin, who prepared to strike him with their respective techniques Charge Slash and Assassinate. Ding! You have been attacked by player DBL Yin, losing 41 health points. The attacker is now gray-named. Ding! You have been attacked by player DBT Shi, losing 59 health points. The attacker is now gray-named. Observing the health bar above Zhang Yi's head, it was astonishing that their combined assault had merely depleted a third of his vitality. DBL Yin and DBT Shi exchanged glances, both taken aback. This fellow possesses remarkable defensive capabilities. To their surprise, they had each harbored a percentage of certainty that a concentrated attack would effortlessly eliminate the level 13 Beastmaster in one fell swoop. The outcome was beyond their expectations. Indeed, although Zhang Yi is somewhat dissatisfied with his current physical defense rating of 67, it must be acknowledged that this level of fortitude is already comparable to that of a knight of the same tier. It is worth noting that Zhang Yi belongs to the Beastmaster class, one of the 7 designated professions of the apocalypse, renowned for its frailty. With a mere 7-star growth in basic endurance, this is the most astonishing aspect. This is all the more impressive considering he is yet to reach level 14 and has not equipped the Magician's Pants. Were he to don the Magician's Pants, it is likely that the 3 strikes he just endured would inflict only 1 point of mandatory damage upon him. Standing deliberately still, awaiting his fate, Zhang Yi observed the IDs of his 3 opponents fade to gray. Slowly, he drew forth his flame staff, and a sudden glimmer of lethal intent ignited in his previously calm eyes, instilling an inexplicable fear in both Du Bu Ling Yun and Du Bu Tianxia. Fixating on the assassin Du Bu Tianxia, Zhang Yi retreated a step to create distance and swung his flame staff, unleashing a basic attack spell that struck Du Bu Tianxia squarely in the chest. With his agility attribute of 17, he executed a swift follow-up strike, 218. 2 damage bursts exceeding 200 points leapt from above Du Bu Tianxia's head, accumulating over 400 points of damage, undoubtedly resulting in the immediate demise of the level 14 assassin. The warrior Du Bu Ling Yun, witnessing his brother's swift annihilation, was momentarily rendered speechless. Seizing the opportunity of Du Bu Ling Yun's astonishment, Zhang Yi swiftly cast Fireball towards him, dealing a staggering blow that nearly left the nearby portly mage, known as the Happy Fatty, in a state of shock. 734 critical damage. At around level 14, aside from knights, no other class players possess health exceeding 600 points. Thus, there was no chance for Du Bu Ling Yun to even trigger the Flame Staff talent burn, resulting in his immediate defeat at Zhang Yi's hands. Even a basic attack proved too much for Du Bu Ling Yun to withstand, given Zhang Yi's attack power of 249. Compounded by the 20 increase in skill damage from Fireball and Skill Enhancement, along with the boost from Lucky Strike. Consequently, Zhang Yi's recent Fireball, incorporating a staggering 180 damage coefficient, set a new record for maximum damage. With 2 successive bursts of white light, Du Bu Tianxia and Du Bu Ling Yun fell without any means of resistance, leaving behind a scatter of potions, silver coins, and 2 pieces of equipment before dissipating into white light. The Happy Fatty, positioned at the rear, recoiled in disbelief, his face a portrait of incredulity. How could a Beastmaster possibly inflict such immense damage? This is inconceivable. After all, Zhang Yi is a fully intelligence-oriented character with an astonishing 14-star growth in intelligence, rendering him a supercharged Beastmaster more ferocious than a mage. Although only at level 13, with the enhancement of a full set of level 25 divine equipment, Zhang Yi's prowess has already reached that of a level 20 player. Having effortlessly dispatched 2 adversaries, Zhang Yi turned his gaze toward the last remaining happy fatty and inquired, "Do you know who I am?" The joyous, yet plump gamer swallowed hard, instinctively glancing at the name above Zhang Yi's head, only to find it concealed. At that moment, Zhang Yi accessed the settings, revealing his ID, level 13, First Evolution Beast Tamer, Inua Qing Chung. Inua Qing Chung. This name, which had appeared countless times in the regional chat and system announcements since the previous night, astonished not only the joyful gamer, but also the surrounding onlookers. Goodness! This seemingly unassuming character is actually Inua Qing Chung, the one who triggered system announcements twice, swiftly defeating the captain of the Wang Zhetianxia team and receiving accolades from the entire region of Wang Zherongyao. The joyful gamer was left in utter disbelief. Inua Qing Ching. Chapter 40. The intermediate fireball spelled deliberately revealing his identity in front of the portly fellow. Zhang Yi's intention was to ensure that the information regarding his divine talent reached the safety zone through him. Once the people from the Kingdom of Glory became aware, they would undoubtedly seek out Zhang Yi, as he understood their nature of destruction when they could not possess something. Rather than actively pursuing the Kingdom of Glory, Zhang Yi chose to wait for them to come to him, ready to eliminate any who dared approach, one by one or in groups, it mattered not. In this lifetime, Zhang Yi would no longer cower before the Kingdom of Glory. The portly fellow could scarcely imagine that the individual before him was, in fact, the renowned figure known as a promise to captivate the city, well known within the 886 safety zone for triggering system announcements twice. It was said that he had begun his journey wielding a divine hammer, capable of vanquishing foes with a single strike, instilling both fear and hatred in the captain of the Kingdom of Glory, who commanded a 1,000-strong team. Had he known that this man was a promise to captivate the city, the portly fellow would not have dared to confront Zhang Yi, even with tenfold courage. This individual had single-handedly faced over 30 members of the Kingdom of Glory, leaving none standing behind, earning the private label of a bug among the players of the 886 zone. If over 30 professional players from the Kingdom of Glory were no match for Zhang Yi, what chance did the 3 of them have to challenge him? Feeling a twinge of fear, the portly fellow began to retreat, only to be met by a group of players approaching from behind. Upon seeing the leader of this group, a young archer clad in silver armor and boasting a level of 15, the portly fellow's hope rekindled, and he regained his confidence. "Boss, you finally arrived," he exclaimed, turning his gaze back to Zhang Yi with an air of arrogance. "Humph, my boss is here, a promise to captivate the city. Your end is nigh." Surveying the scene, Zhang Yi felt a wave of annoyance. The portly fellow's boss was none other than the Storm Angel. Indeed, the group of over a dozen players, all of whom were at least level 14 and well-equipped, were members of the Storm family, and the leader, the silver-armored archer, was the Storm Angel himself. The very silver longbow he wielded was the silver moon bow that Zhang Yi had sold him. The arrival of the Storm family elicited gasps of astonishment from nearby players. Goodness, that portly fellow's backing is the Storm family. The influence of the Storm family was certainly formidable, having overtaken the Kingdom of Glory within just a single day. And the Storm Angel was the top player in our 886 zone, with the captain of the Storm family personally present. It seemed that even a promise to captivate the city would meet his demise. Many believed that the Storm Angel alone could defeat him, especially with so many elite players from the Storm family at his side. Those speaking were evidently unaware of the events that had transpired in the Goblin Forest. Approaching the portly fellow, the Storm Angel, still oblivious to Zhang Yi's presence, inquired, "What is happening?" Only then did the jovial chubby fellow point at Zhang Yi and exclaim to the Storm Angel, "Boss, it's this guy who's been bullying me. He has slain Ling Yun and Tianxia. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Had you been a moment later, I would have met my demise at his hands. Who dares to be so arrogant?" As the words echoed, the Storm Angel followed the direction indicated by the chubby fellow and gazed at Zhang Yi. Instantly, the Storm Angel was taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, he coldly remarked, "He even dares to lay a hand on my brother. He is courting death." With the formidable Storm Angel, the number 1 on the 886 district leaderboard, and the vast Storm family backing him, the chubby fellow felt a surge of confidence, his legs shaking with excitement. Inua Ching-chung, did you hear that? I am brothers with the Storm Angel. You dare to bully the good brother of the number one on the leaderboard? Let me tell you, you are doomed. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his lips, a sharp arrow suddenly shot forth from the Storm Angel's bow, piercing through the chubby fellow's head. Ding, you have been attacked by player Storm Angel, losing 378 points of health. You are now dead. The chubby fellow, who had been so self-satisfied, looked incredulously at the Storm Angel beside him, who was aiming his bow at him, exclaiming, "Boss." Putting down the longbow, the Storm Angel, with an expressionless face, addressed the chubby fellow, "I apologize. But when I spoke of brotherhood, I was not referring to you. It is he." The Storm Angel pointed at Zhang Yi. In the next moment, the chubby fellow, struck down by the Storm Angel's lethal shot, fell to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief, transformed into a wisp of white light and vanished. This scene left the surrounding onlookers utterly astonished. Player A, what is happening? Is Storm Angel not allied with that chubby fellow? Why would he slay his own comrade yet call Inua Ching-chung his brother? Player B, oh my, that damage. And it's non-critical damage. This is utterly insane. It's even higher than the damage dealt by Inua Ching-chung. The number one on the leaderboard is indeed terrifying. Witnessing the Storm Angel kill his chubby companion without a second thought, Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "You kill your own kind. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless?" The Storm Angel merely smiled faintly. "Unkind? He is not my kin. He was merely a friend I met in a previous online game. But you, my friend, are indeed a brother of the Storm Angel." To be acknowledged as a brother by the leader of the Storm family, the number one on the leaderboard, drew envious glances from numerous passers-by toward Zhang Yi. He casually responded, "Well, thank you, brother. But speaking of which, has the Storm Angel's damage truly reached such heights? To be honest, the damage he just dealt to the chubby fellow startled even me. 378 points, still non-critical damage, was even greater than the damage Zhang Yi had inflicted with his fireball spell combined with a lucky strike on Dubu Ling Yun, excluding the critical hit portion. It seemed that, without skill bonuses and considering the damage calculations, the Storm Angel's attack power must have exceeded 300, surpassing even Zhang Yi. Truly terrifying. Was it merely the fact that Zhang Yi bestowed a 2-star bow upon the Storm Angel that enabled him to soar in the early game? One can easily surmise that. In addition to the weapon, the ring in the Storm Angel's possession must also be a remarkable enhancement of superior quality, affording him a significant advantage over Zhang Yi in terms of equipment. Just as Zhang Yi pondered this, the Storm Angel unexpectedly appeared before him. "Thank you for your willingness to sell me the Silver Moon bow. It is thanks to this bow that I have been able to progress so rapidly in the early stages," he remarked. As the Storm Angel finished speaking, Zhang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Then, I must also thank you for resolving a dilemma for me." The Storm Angel, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I thought you were going to say that I stole your kill. Given your prowess, dispatching him would have been a mere flick of your wrist." With that, the Storm Angel suddenly extended an object towards Zhang Yi. "I apologize for taking your kill. What he dropped rightly belongs to you." Zhang Yi was taken aback as he beheld the item being offered by the Storm Angel, a green skill book. Intermediate Fireball. Chapter 41. Those who harm my brothers shall perish remarkably. Upon the demise of the jovial figure known as the Happy Fatty, a coveted intermediate fireball spell, which Zhang Yi had previously contemplated purchasing for 10 gold coins, materialized before him. He instinctively recognized the value of the skill book but restrained his enthusiasm. Calmly inquiring of the Storm Angel, "What does this mean?" "It's for you," replied the Storm Angel. "Aren't you a beast master? This skill is perfectly suited for you." "What is the price?" Zhang Yi feigned ignorance with his question. The Storm Angel chuckled lightly. "No need for your coin. I mentioned earlier, without my intervention, you would have been the one who vanquished him. Thus this treasure rightfully belongs to you." Zhang Yi graciously accepted the skill book from the Storm Angel's hand, saying, "Thank you. Should I encounter any fine equipment or skill books in the future, I will consider selling them to you first." The Storm Angel beamed, "Excellent. As long as it's something I need, the price is of no concern." After a brief pause, the Storm Angel added, "Brother, let us be friends. It would facilitate our communication in the future. Friendship is unnecessary for me, Zhang Yi replied. I prefer solitude and am not inclined to make friends. The safe zone is small. We shall undoubtedly cross paths again. Very well, the Storm Angel replied, somewhat regretfully. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. I have matters to attend to. Thank you for the skill book. Until we meet again. With that, he turned and departed. The betrayal he endured in his previous life, at the hands of his cherished friends Mu Qin and Lin Ruo, left Zhang Yi wary of placing his trust in others, and he shunned the notion of friendship. As Zhang Yi left, a youthful mage of level 14, donned in a green robe, who appeared to be 2 or 3 years younger than the Storm Angel, remarked to him, Darling, that fellow lacks subtlety. Why would you bestow a skill book upon him for free? The Storm Angel shook his head knowingly, as if privy to deeper truths. Can't you see? This individual is extraordinary. He is likely a hidden powerhouse, perhaps backed by a superlative team even more formidable than our Storm family. It is improbable that he has thrived alone in the early stages without such support. We must cultivate a favorable relationship with him and ensure that the individuals from the Kingdom of Kings do not seize the opportunity to befriend him. Moreover, it is merely a green skill book. Do you realize the impact this bowie sold me has had? The Storm Angel gazed at the silver moon bow in his possession, still exhilarated. I believe his backing will clandestinely secure him superior equipment, which he may later sell to me. This is a vital avenue for my own enhancement. The Storm Fantasy nodded in agreement. You truly are thoughtful, darling. Meanwhile, at the Fountain of Resurrection in Hope Town, a chubby wizard known as the Happy Homebody, having consumed a chance for revival, stared blankly at his friend's list. Upon locating Storm Angel, he furiously dispatched a message. What do you mean? Ding. Storm Angel promptly replied, Those who harm my brother shall be slain. Ding. Storm Angel continued with a second message. From this day forth, our friendship ceases. Should you dare to target Inua Ching Chung again, you will come to regret it. Upon reading this, the Happy Homebudy's nostrils flared with rage. Just as he composed a vitriolic reply for Storm Angel, he was met with a system notification ding. The recipient has blocked you. Your message cannot be sent. Damn it. The Happy Homebody cursed vehemently, You scoundrels shall not meet a good end. Meanwhile, on his journey to the city of the undead, Zhang Yi gazed at his intermediate fireball spell inside. You refused to sell it for 10 gold coins, yet insist on giving it to me for free. What is the purpose? Without hesitation, Zhang Yi replaced the fireball in his skill list with the intermediate fireball, completing his learning. Due to a limited number of skill slots in the Apocalypse world, players cannot possess 2 skills of the same type simultaneously. Thus, they must either overwrite or extract the lower-level skill before filling the slot with a higher one. However, the cost of extracting skills is quite steep, making it unwise to spend a few coins extracting a common skill like Basic Fireball. Currently, at level 13, Zhang Yi possessed 4 skill slots, perfectly accommodating 2 green quality skills, Intermediate Fireball and Chain Lightning. The Intermediate Fireball dealt 125 damage when cast by a Beastmaster, and with the enhancement from the talent skill enhancement of Eternal Chain, it effectively transformed Zhang Yi's Fireball into one that dealt a staggering 145 damage. Coupled with a critical hit, this could reach an alarming 195 damage. The energy consumption of the Intermediate Fireball was, of course, greater than that of the basic variant, increasing from 7 to 9 energy points per use, while the cooldown remained unchanged at 5 seconds. After more than 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the city of the undead. From a distance, it appeared as a city encircled by towering walls, desolate in nature, with countless crows swirling above, surpassing the height of the walls. The skyscrapers within were visibly damaged, at least 70% in ruin. According to the detailed description on the map, the city of the undead was one of the first human strongholds invaded by foreign entities through a wormhole over a decade ago, originally known as Cloud City. During the week-long battle, millions of humans were slaughtered by the alien vanguard, leaving Cloud City a ghost town. After breaching its defenses, the invaders established the city as a base on Earth, with their leader, Rocky, using his aberrant powers to transform the corpses of the fallen into skeletons and the undead. Guarding this stronghold, now known as the City of the Undead. In the City of the Undead, The lowest level creatures possess a minimum level of 15, while the average player level currently hovers around 13. This has rendered the City of the Undead an appropriate locale for leveling up. Consequently, one can observe numerous players entering this realm, most of whom travel in small groups, with very few venturing alone, except for Zhang Yi. Thus, Zhang Yi, along with the other players, approached the City of the Undead. Chapter 42. The City of the Dead. Surrounding the City of the Dead, the independent players, brimming with excitement, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Player A. I've heard that the City of the Dead is home to countless high-star treasure chests, with a chance to obtain said equipment. Player B. Indeed. Long before the server opened, I had seen the official introduction to the City of the Dead map in the announcements. It's described as a veritable treasure trove for novice players. Player C. Is that true? We must seize the opportunity to make a fortune in the City of the Dead today. Player D. Don't be too naive. I've heard that the monsters within the City of the Dead are far more formidable than their counterparts in the wild. It would be a miracle just to survive in there. Some players, emboldened by their business acumen, began advertising at the entrance of the City of the Dead. Need someone to carry you through? Join our team for just 2 gold coins. We have 2 spots available, featuring a level 14 mage ranked 125 in the region and a level 14 knight ranked 99, ready to guide you. We also have a healer. Loot will be distributed fairly. Bring 2 friends along for a free ride. Observing the players at the entrance attempting to recruit others for their escapades, Zhang Yi could not help but shake his head. With their current abilities, they would likely find it difficult to ensure their own safety, let alone assist others. They seemed oblivious to the ferocity of the skeletons and undead creatures lurking within the City of the Dead. Additionally, one could see a mysterious NPC clad in a black robe standing at the city gates, adorned with a blue ID, the undead merchant, Iloa. The City of the Dead possesses another alluring feature. Players can accept corresponding quests on this map. Aside from hunting for treasures, they can also earn quest rewards. Achieving a perfect balance. The NPC capable of triggering these quests is none other than the undead merchant, Iloa. According to the rules, each player may only accept 1 quest from Iloa per day. The difficulty of the tasks can be chosen by the players themselves, but they must be completed within the day, otherwise they will face severe penalties. At this moment, Iloa was surrounded by eager players vying to accept quests. Zhang Yi approached Iloa and initiated a dialogue. Adventurer from Hope Town, are you prepared to venture into the perilous City of the Dead? I am ready. As Zhang Yi's words fell, Iloa nodded. Very well, come and accept your task. Of course, you may choose to enter the City of the Dead directly, but doing so will significantly diminish your rewards. The quest available from Iloa is singular, Exorcism of the Undead. However, this task can be differentiated by levels of difficulty. The level 1 exorcism has a difficulty coefficient of 100, suitable for novice players who are new to the City of the Dead. The task is not overly complicated. Players are required to enter the City of the Dead and hunt a specific number of skeletons and undead creatures within a designated level range. As the task level increases by 1, the difficulty coefficient escalates by 100, consequently raising the required level of skeletons and undead to be defeated. It is now 7 in the evening, and with only 5 hours remaining until the daily tasks refresh, players currently accepting quests are reluctant to undertake anything too challenging, fearing they may not complete them in time. Most opt for the 1 to 2 level difficulty of Undead Exorcism. The 1 level difficulty of the Undead Exorcism requires the elimination of 60 each of level 15 to 16 skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, undead mages, and undead assassins. However, for Zhang Yi, whose level is merely 13 but whose strength rivals that of a level 20 player, undertaking this 1-level task seems rather superfluous. Moreover, Zhang Yi's second survival task, Advanced Task, mandates the completion of 3 tasks with a difficulty coefficient exceeding or equaling 200 points, making the 2-level Undead Exorcism a perfect fit. Thus, Zhang Yi accepted a 2-level task. Then you have accepted the task, Undead Exorcism, 2-level difficulty, and you may view the details in the task interface. Undead Exorcism, 2-level difficulty task difficulty coefficient, 200 description. After the alien vanguard slaughtered the city, Cloud City fell into a realm of the undead, where the souls of the millions who perished within its confines remain undying. Under the transformation of the alien leader, Loki, they have become skeletons and undead. Guarding the necropolis for the invaders. Players are to enter the realm of the undead and perform exorcism for these departed human souls. Task progress: Skeleton Warrior 090. Skeleton Archer 090. Undead Mage 090. Undead Assassin 090. Note: the targets defeated must be no less than level 17. Basic task rewards: Experience 42,000, Silver 60. 2 level enhancement stones 15, Human Reputation 50, Random Equipment 1, with a certain probability of obtaining rare, undead set, equipment, failure penalty, level -1, loss of 10 of current gold. And a 24-hour waiting period before the undead exorcism. Task can be accepted again. Remaining time, complete within today. In total, 360 skeletons and undead of level 17 or higher must be slain. Zhang Yi, recognizing the urgency, grasped his flame staff and, alongside the surrounding crowd, ventured into the realm of the undead. Upon entering the city, he observed numerous players engaged in combat with the skeleton monsters scattered throughout. Fireballs from mages and arrows from archers filled the air, occasionally accompanied by screams and bursts of white light. The players' complaints soon followed. A level 14 warrior, barely escaping with low health, exclaimed, "Damn, why are these skeletons so powerful? The level 17 skeletons are just as monstrous as the level 20 creatures outside." "I'm out of here," another warrior teammate queried. "Aren't you going to continue the task?" The warrior retorted, "What's the point? If I stay even a second longer, I'll be dead. I'd rather face the penalties of failing the task. At least that way I won't waste a resurrection opportunity or lose any equipment." As a solitary player engaged in battling level 15 skeleton warriors, I am grateful to have chosen a quest of merely level 1 difficulty. The struggle against the level 15 skeletons is already quite formidable. I am relieved that I did not opt for a more challenging quest. Observing the surrounding players fervently engaged in their skirmishes against the skeletons, I, Zhang Yi, begin to seek out my own target. It is evident that the majority of players have selected the level 1 difficulty quest Exorcism of the Undead. As I traverse through the region populated by level 15 to 16 skeletons and arrive at the area inhabited by level 17 to 18 skeletons, I notice that the number of players tackling the higher level skeletons has dwindled significantly. Chapter 43: The Skeleton Commander as far as the eye could see. The streets and alleys of the city of the undead were teeming with skeletal creatures, each wielding rusted iron swords or brandishing long bows, devoid of any flesh. The skeletons in this area belonged to levels 17 to 18, while the players confronting them were primarily at level 14. The vast disparity in levels rendered even a group of 3 or 4 players unable to contend effectively as they struggled against their foes. Continuous bursts of white light illuminated the surroundings, and Zhang Yi witnessed firsthand a 4-member team being utterly annihilated by a freshly spawned level 17 elite skeleton warrior. At the moment of their demise, the elite skeleton still retained 2/3 of its health, yet the other players dared not engage. Having just observed how that team had sacrificed their lives merely to whittle down 1/3 of the elite skeleton's health. Having just arrived in this high-level area, Zhang Yi cast his gaze upon the roaring and exceedingly arrogant elite skeleton warrior. What a formidable opponent, an elite right from the start. Let us see what you've got. With that, while other players could only watch in trepidation, Zhang Yi raised his flaming staff and strode boldly toward the ostentatious skeleton commander. Around him, players began to murmur. A level 13 Beastmaster. Does he intend to challenge that level 17 elite skeleton alone? Such audacity. They laughed. He is walking to his doom without even a teammate. Being a low-level Beastmaster with poor attributes, how could he possibly withstand a few blows from the skeleton commander? Did they not see the previous team? All equipped and at level 14, who fell so swiftly. This guy will be taken down in a single hit. No one believed in Zhang Yi's chances. Indeed, if he were merely an onlooker, he would also think that a lone level 13 Beastmaster wielding a 1-star staff, without even a hat, attempting to take on a level 17 elite monster was utterly foolish. At that moment, having entered the effective attack range of the skeleton commander, Zhang Yi halted, raised his staff, and swiftly cast a spell. A fireball, hurled toward the imposing skeleton commander, who brandished a large cleaver and roared defiantly. Boom! The blazing fireball struck the skeleton commander with pinpoint accuracy, and in the next instant, a blood-red damage number appeared above its head, 218. This damage, exceeding 200 points, left the onlookers astounded, for such a feat from a level 13 Beastmaster against an elite foe 4 levels higher was simply astonishing. Nevertheless, the spectators remained skeptical of Zhang Yi's chances. Even with such impressive damage, he was still no match for the skeleton commander alone. The only one who held a different view was Zhang Yi himself, having already vanquished 9 supreme dragon monarchs of the Dragon Clan. Zhang Yi truly regarded a mere level 17 elite monster with disdain. Boom. Another basic attack unleashed a purple magic sphere, striking the skeletal commander and inflicting 150 points of damage. The initial fireball had triggered the burning talent of the flame staff, causing a searing damage of 38 points to manifest atop the skeletal commander's head every second. Roar. The attacked skeletal commander emitted a series of roars before charging at Zhang Yi with its massive cleaver. Here it comes. Everyone prepare to witness that fellow being dispatched in a single strike. That staff in his hand appears to be of exceptional quality. Such high damage combined with a burning effect must certainly stem from that staff. Once he is slain and the staff drops, we agreed that whoever seizes it shall keep it. Disregarding the murmurs of the onlookers, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity before the skeletal commander could close the distance. He relentlessly waved his staff, casting chain lightning, followed by several basic attack magic spheres, unleashing a barrage of damage upon the skeletal commander, 270. Chain lightning single target damage lucky hit, minus 150. Minus 300 critical hit. Minus 225 lucky hit. Minus 38 burning. Minus 38 burning. Such an extraordinary sequence of damage left the skeletal commander, who had valiantly approached from several dozen meters away, with only a third of its health remaining. Incredible! The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhang Yi, seizing the moment, evaded the skeletal commander's charge slash by leaping to the right, narrowly avoiding the attack miss. He retaliated with a fireball, and astonishingly, once again evaded the skeletal commander's blade strike through deft maneuvering. This spectacle left the nearby players in utter shock. This fellow is indeed a master of control. For a magic-based class, evading enemy attacks through skillful maneuvering is no easy feat. Zhang Yi's 17 points of agility were akin to divine assistance. Utilizing each opportunity to avoid the skeletal commander's attacks, he continuously counterattacked, gradually depleting the skeletal commander's health. However, achieving a 100 evasion rate through skill alone was an impossibility. After 2 misses, the skeletal commander's massive blade finally struck Zhang Yi's guardian armor, 228. The attack triggered the angelic shield, which boasted a protective value of 50 points, shattering it and additionally inflicting 178 points of damage. With his health bar, once full, now diminished by a third, Zhang Yi realized the skeletal commander's damage was alarmingly high. No wonder the preceding 4-man team had been annihilated. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi, leveraging the exquisite maneuvering honed over 8 years in his past life, and the substantial attribute bonuses from his 4 pieces of level 25 enhanced divine gear, managed to endure several rounds of combat. At the cost of a single level 3 health potion, he ultimately triumphed over the skeletal commander, emerging victorious. Ding! Congratulations! You have vanquished a level 17 elite monster, the skeleton commander. Experience gained, 5,000. Human faction reputation, 12. A roar of defiance echoed as the skeleton commander collapsed, and a cascade of coins, enhancement stones, equipment, and skill books erupted from its lifeless form, alongside a resplendent golden chest. What an extraordinary bounty this time! Before Zhang Yi could commence gathering the spoils, a sudden commotion erupted from all directions. Looking up, he observed the players who had merely spectated his duel with the skeleton commander now rushing towards him, evidently drawn by the allure of the commander's treasures. Chapter 44, Skeletons and the Undead Everyone, Charge. The skeletal general has dropped so many valuable items, we cannot allow that useless beast master to claim them all alone. Quick! Seize the loot. A cry echoed, prompting players from all directions to rush forward in a frenzy. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Useless? Ozless individual can single-handedly defeat a level 17 elite skeletal general, while all of you can do is watch from the sidelines. Does that not imply that you are even less than useless? The idea of snatching items from Zhang Yi was simply inconceivable. As he squatted down, he activated the ID display feature. With the name Inua Qingqing illuminating above his head, the approaching throng of players abruptly halted, their gazes fixated on the name. Mouths agape in astonishment. Inua Qingqing. He is actually Inua Qingqing. No wonder he can single-handedly take down elite monsters 4 levels above him. The situation had evolved since Zhang Yi entered the safe zone first and triggered the area announcement. After he consecutively eliminated the captain of the Wangzhe Tiantang team. Known as Wangzhe Rongyao, many players witnessed his prowess. His name became renowned in the 886 safe zone, heralded by Wangzhe Rongyao himself in the regional channel. However, the fame was solely attributed to the ID. People knew Inua Qingqing but not Zhang Yi. Thus, as long as Zhang Yi concealed his identity, over 99 of the players in Zone 886 would pass him without recognizing him as Inua Qingqing. With the name Inua Qingqing now visible, players recalled the tales of this individual who had, by his own efforts, single-handedly defeated over 30 professional players from Wangzhe Tiantang. No one dared to challenge Inua Qingqing for the loot. Consequently, Zhang Yi claimed all the spoils, 12 silver coins, 8 level 2 enhancement stones, 2 pieces of equipment, and a skill book for archers. Zhang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, for aside from the universal currency and enhancement stones, none of the items were of use to him. The 2 pieces of equipment were both level 17. One was a 2-star premium knight's helmet, while the other was a 1-star assassin's garb. These items, which he could not utilize, were stowed away in his bag for future auction in the safe zone. Zhang Yi's gaze lingered on the remaining treasure chest, his last glimmer of hope. It was a 2-star chest, and fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Fearing he might encounter such a chest in the wild, he had purchased several 2-star and 3-star keys from the shop before setting out. Thus, with a hint of anticipation, Zhang Yi retrieved a 2-star key and prepared to unlock the treasure chest. With a resounding clang, the treasure chest sprang open, revealing a silver gray ring. Upon examination, Zhang Yi was instantly filled with joy. Silver bone ring quality, 2 stars, attack power, 35, additional attribute, stamina 5, class restriction, mage, beast tamer, priest, level requirement, 14. Description: this ring is crafted from the bones of a skeletal general, ground into powder. It is said that the wearer of this ring can inherit the true legacy of the skeletal general, becoming a formidable force akin to its might. A 2-star ring that enhances attack power is indeed formidable. In the world of Apocalypse, only equipment dropped directly by monsters requires identification for wear, while treasures obtained from chests or quests do not necessitate such a process. The equipment level from the former is determined by the level of the monster that dropped it, whereas the latter's equipment level is based on the level of the first player to acquire it, with a maximum deviation of 1 to 2 levels. It is evident that the base attributes of this ring, prior to enhancement, exceed the 32 points of attack power provided by Zhang Yi's current 25-level Lucky Ring. When fully upgraded, the increase in attack power will be nothing short of terrifying. The additional 5 points of stamina can reach 18 upon enhancement, significantly bolstering Zhang Yi's survivability. This is indeed a delightful find. What Zhang Yi currently lacks is a premium ring of this caliber. Regrettably, like the mage pants, this ring is also level 14, and Zhang Yi, being at level 13, cannot yet utilize it. He placed the silver bone ring alongside the mage pants and opened his status panel, noting that after receiving the 5,000 experience points from the skeletal general, his experience stood at 23,233,000, still 10,000 points short of leveling up to 14. Thus, with these 2-star items as his goal, Zhang Yi stepped over the skeletal general's corpse, wielding his fire staff, and made his way toward the area densely populated with 17 to 18-level skeletal warriors and archers. Having single-handedly defeated a 17-level elite skeletal general, Zhang Yi found dealing with these ordinary skeletal warriors and archers to be well within his capabilities. However, these skeletal creatures possessed a rather troublesome innate talent. The skeletal warriors bore the innate physique trait, granting them a damage reduction of up to 30, while the skeletal archers had the innate frenzy ability, resulting in a 20 increase in damage and attack speed. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi's level was 4 below that of the skeletal warriors, exceeding the effective range of his basic detection skill. Apart from their talents, he could glean no further information. Very well, he would proceed with sheer determination. With his fire staff in hand, Zhang Yi swiftly locked onto a target and cast a fireball spell at a nearby 17-level skeletal archer. Boom, 244. The archer's health bar plummeted by a third. The skeletal archer swiftly launched a counterattack, drawing back its bowstring as a sharp arrow flew forth with a whoosh. The innate frenzy granted the skeletal archer a 20 increase in attack speed, rendering Zhang Yi's evasive maneuvers ineffective against such rapid strikes. He failed to dodge successfully and was struck by an arrow to the shoulder, inflicting -189 damage. Even after accounting for the 50-point damage reduction from the angelic shield, Zhang Yi still suffered a substantial 139 points of damage. With the enhancement of innate frenzy, the skeletal archer's damage nearly rivaled that of an elite skeletal commander. Zhang Yi retaliated with a chain lightning spell, coupled with a fortunate critical hit from a basic attack, ultimately dispatching the skeletal archer in 3 strikes. However, during this exchange, he was hit twice, losing over 300 health points. Should he suffer another blow from the skeletal archer, his fate would be sealed. Chapter 45. The spellcaster in the midst of battle. It is no wonder that even when players form parties, they struggle to defeat these level 17 skeletons. They are both exceedingly resilient and ferocious, truly a formidable challenge. Each skeleton archer yields Zhang Yi a modest reward of 100 experience points alongside 9 copper coins. Once the battle concludes, Zhang Yi retrieves a vial of red potion from his satchel and consumes it, restoring the health he had just lost. From that moment forth, Zhang Yi finds himself expending 1 vial of red potion for each skeleton archer he vanquishes, intermittently utilizing blue potions as well. Expenses that would be burdensome for an average player. After all, a single level 3 red potion costs 10 copper coins, while a skeleton may drop a mere 9 copper coins at most, leading to an unsustainable imbalance for Zhang Yi. However, with a substantial fortune of 31 gold coins at his disposal, he remains unconcerned. As long as these high-level skeletons provide him with greater experience gains and enable him to undertake the Undead Exorcism quest, he is content. The reason for prioritizing the skeleton archers is their comparatively lower health and defense relative to the skeleton warriors, allowing Zhang Yi to dispatch them with greater speed. He is eager to reach level 14, at which point he can don the magician's trousers and the silver bone ring, making the battle against these skeletons akin to a father sparring with his son. Until then, Zhang Yi is cautious not to utilize chain lightning against multiple targets, for the damage dealt by the skeleton archers is alarmingly high. Should he be besieged by 3 of them simultaneously, it would spell his instant demise. Zhang Yi's situation is relatively favorable. Around him, other players, lacking the enhanced benefits of level 25 divine gear and the attributes conferred by dragon lineage, find it exceedingly arduous to contend with these formidable skeletons. Yet, burdened by the weight of their quests and the severe penalties for failure, they dare not abandon their tasks, leaving them in a state of despair. In contrast to the other players, Zhang Yi finds it considerably easier to confront these skeletal foes. Yet he himself feels the strain of battle. Amidst the hunt for these skeletons, Zhang Yi is concurrently engaged in 2 quests. The Undead Exorcism quest is relatively straightforward, progressing with each kill. However, the hidden quest presents a more formidable challenge. After slaying 5 skeleton archers in succession, he finally acquires a divine bone. This task requires a total of 1,000 divine bones to complete. Setting that aside for now, his primary focus remains on reaching level 14. With relentless determination, Zhang Yi continues to eliminate skeleton archers. As he casts a fireball spell, dispatching the 31st skeleton archer, a thunderous dragon roar reverberates through the air. Hellfire Dragon. Boom. A torrent of searing dragon flames cascades from above, engulfing all skeleton warriors and archers within a 100-meter radius of Zhang Yi. The skeletons, caught in this inferno, suffer a staggering initial damage of 375 points, accompanied by a continuous burn damage of 75 points per second. In an instant, numerous skeleton archers surrounding Zhang Yi are left with their health halved by the initial blast of hellfire. only to be incinerated by the relentless burn damage over the ensuing 5 seconds, meeting their fiery demise one by one. Ding, you have slain a level 17 skeleton archer, gaining 100 experience points. Ding, you have slain another level 17 skeleton archer, gaining an additional 100 experience points. Ding. The total health of the level 17 skeleton archer is just over 700, precisely reaching the threshold to be obliterated by the hellish dragon flame. Consequently, the infernal blaze, which lasted for 5 seconds, ceased, annihilating a total of 42 level 17 skeleton archers in an instant. There remained over 50 level 18 skeleton archers, or rather resilient skeleton warriors, who were left with but a sliver of health as they continued to advance towards Zhang Yi. With swift motions, Zhang Yi brandished his staff, dispatching a weakened foe with a basic attack, allowing no opportunity for the skeletons to approach him. Capitalizing on the slight advantage of the player's attack range being marginally longer than that of the monsters, he preemptively eliminated the skeleton archers outside their effective attack range, before directly obliterating the skeleton warriors with basic strikes. A mere flick of his wrist granted him over 100 experience points, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yi's experience bar reached its zenith, showering him in a cascade of golden light. Ding, congratulations, you have reached level 14. The surrounding players were left in a state of astonishment, none realizing that the recent dragon flame had been triggered by Zhang Yi. Player A, what the hell? Who just used that magic scroll? That scroll must cost at least 100 gold for a single use. Ignoring the chatter of the players around him, Zhang Yi, having triggered the hellish dragon flame and instantly leveled up to 14, eagerly retrieved the silver bone ring and magician's pants from his bag to equip them. He then employed 25 level 2 enhancement stones to fortify the unenhanced silver bone ring. Ding. 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 Congratulations. Your equipment, silver bone ring, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, advanced severe injury. Enhancing the silver bone ring to level 25 caused its attack power to surge dramatically from 35 points to 123 points. The advanced severe injury talent was reminiscent of the earlier days when Zhang Yi had unlocked the upgraded version of the severe injury talent upon enhancing his first weapon, the Great Hammer. Advanced severe injury allows the wielder to inflict an additional 50 points of damage with each attack. Upon reviewing his status, Zhang Yi's attack power, bolstered by the formidable enhancement of the silver bone ring, skyrocketed from 249 points to 340 points. His defense also surpassed the triple-digit threshold, reaching 131 points, thanks to the 2-star level 14 magician's pants. Additionally, the 18 points of vitality granted by the silver bone ring elevated Zhang Yi's health attribute to 720 points. After completing the equipment swap, a previously wounded skeleton warrior, still reeling from the hellish dragon flame and yet to be vanquished by Zhang Yi, approached. Wielding a large iron sword, it struck Zhang Yi, inflicting a negligible damage of -71. Compared to before, the damage had been reduced significantly. Zhang Yi retaliated with a fireball spell for 38. Roar, the level 18 skeleton warrior was obliterated, yielding 120 experience points, which Zhang Yi absorbed. In the next moment, several arrows shot forth from all directions, striking Zhang Yi with precision and inflicting a damage of over 90 points. In stark contrast to the previous arrow's damage of more than 180 points, Zhang Yi now endured the skeletal archer's assault, which had been halved. Unfazed, Zhang Yi unleashed a series of basic attacks, swiftly eliminating the level 18 skeletal archers. What a thrill! This was the exhilarating sensation Zhang Yi had yearned for. As for maneuvers and positioning, Zhang Yi could only proclaim, "I simply wish to amass attributes and engage in straightforward combat." Chapter 46. Your smile is truly charming. Equipped with 2 reinforced level 25 2-star silver bone rings and a magician's trousers, Zhang Yi approached the ensuing battles with unwavering confidence. He no longer needed to maneuver. Regardless of whether he faced skeleton warriors or skeleton archers, he stood his ground. The damage inflicted by the level 18 skeletons scarcely exceeded 100 points, while even a mere basic attack from Zhang Yi could effortlessly deal over 300 damage to those skeletal foes. With just 2 or 3 strikes, he could eliminate an 18-level skeleton, leaving the surrounding players who were struggling to defeat the skeletons, utterly astonished. A standing mage. Incredible. This Inua Ching Ching was becoming increasingly formidable. Gradually, players began to gather, eager to form a party with the overwhelmingly powerful Inua Ching Ching, who dispatched skeletons as effortlessly as one would slay chickens. A bow-wielding maiden, clad in a midriff-bearing leather armor and boasting an alluring figure, intentionally sauntered before Zhang Yi, twisting her slender waist and casting a bewitching glance his way. "Ching Ching, would you like to team up? I'm single and open to flirtation," she flirted. Displaying his straightforward nature, Zhang Yi retorted, "Step aside, you're obstructing my monster hunting," initially assuming that the archer was merely lacking in beauty and allure. The moment Zhang Yi disregarded her, another woman, resembling a star with a figure that was equally stunning, long legs, a tiny waist, a heart-shaped face, confidently approached him, smiling. "What do you think of me, handsome?" True to form, Zhang Yi glanced at the stunning beauty and remarked, "Your smile is truly charming." Upon hearing this compliment, the seductive maiden beamed with delight. "Really?" However, before she could bask in her moment of flattery, Zhang Yi added, "Like a foolish fool in spring. Get lost." Both women were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Zhang Yi's unexpected ferocity. They were unaware of the tribulations he had endured. In his past life, betrayed by Lin Ruo, whom he had loved for 8 years, Zhang Yi had long lost any notion of trust. He no longer dared to believe in anyone, convinced that all who approached him sought to exploit his advantages. This sentiment was particularly pronounced concerning women. Moreover, Zhang Yi was disinterested in forming parties, as experience points would be shared among players. Given his current strength, he faced no pressure in solo play. Why burden himself with an encumbrance that would require him to share experience? The two maidens, deterred by Zhang Yi's rebuke, wisely retreated. And soon no one dared to approach him again. If even such beautiful and alluring women, whom other men would eagerly fawn over, were disregarded and scolded by Zhang Yi, then the surrounding men would certainly be met with a harsh rebuttal if they sought to team up with him. Thus, Zhang Yi continued his solitary quest. Previously, he had only dared to confront a single skeleton at a time, but with his enhanced defenses, he now felt emboldened to take on multiple skeletons simultaneously. Crackle boom. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking a skeletal warrior several dozen meters ahead, subsequently ricocheting off to impact 2 nearby skeletal warriors of levels 18 and 17. The damage was relentless: 295, -295, -316, -111 burning, -111 burning, -117 burning. As their enmity was drawn, the trio of skeletal warriors, having already lost a third of their health, advanced menacingly with their great swords towards Zhang Yi, seizing the moment before they could close the distance. Zhang Yi swiftly wielded his fire staff, casting fireballs in conjunction with his basic attacks, inflicting a barrage of damage exceeding 300 points upon the skeletal foes. Before they could even approach, the trio of skeletal warriors, each with just over 1,000 health points, perished under the ferocious assault of Zhang Yi, collapsing into a heap of experience and copper coins scattered upon the ground. Not in a rush to collect the spoils, Zhang Yi continued his onslaught against the surrounding skeletal foes until the ground was littered with loot to the point where movement became cumbersome. Only then did he pause to gather the bounty, mindful that if he delayed beyond an hour without picking up the items, the system would reclaim them. After several minutes of diligent collection, he had amassed the myriad treasures dropped by the countless skeletal warriors and archers he had dispatched over the past hour. Upon checking his quest interface, he found that the progress for both the skeletal warriors and archers had reached a remarkable 100. Such efficiency was akin to wielding a cheat. During this period, Zhang Yi had slain over 200 skeletal creatures, yielding a mere 40 or so divine bones. He was still a far cry from the 1,000 divine bones required for the hidden quest, acquire rare materials, a daunting distance indeed. However, he felt no urgency regarding the hidden task, for there was a week's time to complete it. His immediate focus was to resolve the quest, Exorcism of the Undead, which had to be finished within the day. Thus, Zhang Yi pressed deeper into the realm of the 17 to 18 level skeletons, venturing towards the more advanced and mysterious depths of the City of the Undead, leaving behind a throng of awestruck and envious solo players. How could a beast master possess such formidable damage? With just a few strikes, he dispatched an 18-level skeletal warrior, utterly terrifying. A level 14 warrior player exclaimed, "I struggle for ages to kill a 17-level skeletal warrior, even with teammates assisting, and this fellow handles high-level skeletons as if they were mere chickens." Nearby, another archer player sighed, "If only I had such high damage, I would love to experience the thrill of being a damage dealer." At that moment, a young priestess, her face alight with admiration, remarked, "I wish I had a powerful boyfriend like that to protect me. If only the charming Inua were my boyfriend. We could level up together while battling monsters." As Zhang Yi traversed through the realm of the 17 to 18 level skeletons, every skeletal warrior and archer that attempted to hinder his progress fell victim to his overwhelming output, transforming into experience and wealth, all claimed by Zhang Yi. The City of the Dead is divided into 3 distinct layers, each clearly demarcated into the domains of skeletons and the undead. Having traversed the skeleton domain, Zhang Yi found himself in the other half of the City of the Dead, the undead domain. The apocalyptic streets remained unchanged, steeped in desolation. What set this realm apart was the absence of skeletons. Instead, the streets were populated by ethereal humanoid creatures, their forms partially translucent. Some wielded staffs, while others clutched daggers. These were the undead sorcerers and undead assassins, the very targets Zhang Yi was tasked with hunting. Chapter 47. The undead set. The level 17 to 18 undead sorcerers and undead assassins possess strength comparable to that of skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. Thus, they pose no significant threat to Zhang Yi. He can dispatch them with relative ease, typically eliminating one in just 2 or 3 strikes, devoid of any pressure. Consequently, Zhang Yi dedicated over an hour to vanquishing 90 undead sorcerers and 90 undead assassins, successfully achieving 100 progress in all 4 aspects of the undead exorcism quest. He was now ready to submit his task, and the clock had just struck 9 in the evening. In a mere 2 hours, he had completed the level 2 undead exorcism quest, which bore a difficulty rating of 200, demonstrating extraordinary efficiency. However, Zhang Yi was not inclined to submit his quest and return to the city just yet, for he had yet to accomplish his primary objective in the City of the Undead, the acquisition of an energy crystal. Il needed a first-tier energy crystal to continue forging weapons for Zhang Yi, and despite spending 2 hours in the City of the Undead, he had amassed over 40 divine bones and undead awareness, yet had failed to obtain a single crystal. While he anticipated the challenge of acquiring an energy crystal, he had not expected it to be this arduous. With 3 hours still remaining, he resolved to continue farming, determined to secure at least one first-tier energy crystal tonight. Otherwise, he feared that he would not be able to procure the exceptional weapon crafted by Il before the impending disaster struck the safe zone the following day. Zhang Yi was counting on Il's weapon to combat the impending calamity, for he understood that merely relying on his 25 silver bone ring would not suffice. Thus, Zhang Yi resumed his hunt for the undead. From 9 o'clock until 11:30, he continued to grind, yet astonishingly, no energy crystal emerged. Nevertheless, during this period, he did acquire 2 rare pieces of undead set equipment, albeit both were of 1-star quality and not suitable for his use. One belonged to the warrior set, specifically the undead armor, while the other was an undead necklace from the assassin set. The bonuses conferred by the undead sets vary among the 7 principal classes. For instance, the warrior set enhances lifesteal capabilities, while the assassin set boosts movement speed. The mage and beastmaster undead sets provide enhancements to casting speed, with a 2-piece bonus of 5 and a 3-piece bonus of 10. Collecting all 7 pieces of the mage undead set could yield a staggering 50 increase in casting speed. The prospect of obtaining a high-star mage undead set would indeed be splendid. As for the energy crystal, Zhang Yi conceded defeat, as he risked allowing the undead exorcism quest to expire and fail if he did not submit it soon. Thus, he made his way outside the City of the Undead, where he presented his task to the undead merchant, Alua, standing beside the city gate. "Young adventurer, I did not expect you to complete the task so swiftly. Your prowess is truly remarkable. Please accept the rewards you rightfully deserve." As soon as AI Luo's words fell, A melodious system prompt resonated near Zhang Yi's ear. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Spiritual Requiem. Level 2 difficulty. Earning rewards of experience points 42,000, silver coins 60. Level 2 enhancement stones 15, human reputation 60. Acquiring equipment, magical hat 1, and receiving a special reward, tier 1 energy crystal 1. Your intimacy with outdoor traveler has increased by 8. Golden light cascaded down. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up. Your current level is now 15. What on earth? Upon hearing the system's announcement regarding the task rewards, Zhang Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After an entire night of battling skeletons and undead creatures, he had not managed to obtain anything, and yet the task had directly rewarded him with a tier 1 energy crystal. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a fortuitous occurrence. Otherwise, Zhang Yi had originally planned to return to the safety zone to rest and continue farming tomorrow. As for the equipment reward, while it was a pity that he did not receive the undead set, the hat was precisely what Zhang Yi needed at that moment, as he had been lacking headgear until now. Opening his inventory, he examined the newly acquired Black Mage hat, which was a 15-level, 2-star item. However, due to the low vitality associated with magic classes, it only provided a base addition of 130 health points and 6 endurance, whereas a knight's armor of the same level would typically offer at least 250 base health. Thus, Zhang Yi took out 25 level 2 enhancement stones from his bag. Clink, clink, clink. Under the auspices of divine enhancement, he successfully transformed the hat into a level 25 divine artifact, magical hat, 25 quality, 2-star, level, 15, health, 455, 325. Additional attribute, endurance 21, 15, exclusive talent, life enhancement, increases the wearer's maximum health by 100 points, class restriction, mage, beastmaster. Description, this is a magical hat. Once worn, it can bestow upon you marvelous abilities. Wearing this hat, Zhang Yi appeared more composed. He then opened the simplified status bar. 1 promise. City of Elegance, level 15, first transition Beastmaster magical attack power, 340, physical defense, 156, magical defense, 135, health, 1275, energy, 590, experience, 14. 270-45-000, reputation, 2812. Special status, Dragon Bloodline LV1. Description, a Beastmaster who has completed their first transition, just beginning to show their strength. His health points were simply overwhelming. In the entire safety zone, aside from warriors and knights, there were hardly any others whose health exceeded 500. Yet, as a Beastmaster, Zhang Yi's total health had already surpassed 4 digits. At this stage, it seemed that even a knight with a level 15, 3 body, and 2 endurance build would not match Zhang Yi's prowess, as their equipment could not possibly reach the standard of a 15-level, 2-star item. Nor could their enhancement level exceed 15. Now, Zhang Yi possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, embodying a remarkable fusion of mage and tank. Once IL completes the weapon, Zhang Yi's prowess is destined to ascend to an entirely new echelon. It is not an exaggeration to claim that he would feel invincible not only within the confines of Safe Zone 886, but throughout the entirety of Zone 8. Glancing at the time, it is 11:30, although merely half an hour remains until the Undead Exorcism quest refreshes, allowing him to embark once more on a journey through the city of the undead to vanquish skeletons and specters. Zhang Yi harbors no intention of repeating the all-night grind he endured the previous evening. Having expended nearly 12 hours from noon until now, his fatigue level has plummeted to a mere 30%. Coupled with a sense of mental exhaustion, it is evident that he requires rest at this juncture. Thus, while players continue to arrive in droves at the city of the undead, preparing for an all-nighter of experience grinding, Zhang Yi departs from the city, making his way towards the direction of Hope Town. Chapter 48. The Kingslayer. While hurrying back to Hope Town, Zhang Yi casually opened the leaderboard and noticed that after an entire night of relentless grinding in the city of the undead, he had reached level 15 with 32 experience, successfully securing a position among the top 10 on the leaderboard of District 886, currently ranking 5th. It seemed that ascending to the first position was quite feasible, provided he harbored that ambition. However, Zhang Yi did not possess a strong desire for the top rank, as being number one did not confer any significant advantages. The leading player was still the Storm Angel at level 16 with 12 experience, yet it appeared his level was soon to be surpassed by the second-ranked player. It seemed fatigue had reached its limit, prompting him to take a rest. Otherwise, with his rapid leveling pace, it would be impossible for him to advance from level 15 at 70 to level 16 at 12 in just one night. Closing the leaderboard, Zhang Yi then opened the regional chat channel and observed that, with the passage of time, players were increasingly realizing that the current predicament was likely not simply a bug in the logout mechanism of Heavenly Fortune Group. Within, Apocalypse. Fire Dance Whirlwind, male. Level 14 Assassin, what's going on? Why hasn't the logout bug been fixed yet? It's been over a day since the server opened. Question. Chat emoji. Do you not see, male? Level 15 Archer Haven you all come to the realization that this is not a bug? We are genuinely trapped in the world of Apocalypse forever, and death here is truly fatal. Dream Tier. Male, level 15 Knight, this is real. I have several friends who exhausted their resurrection opportunities and then vanished. They are truly gone. Fear, Kawaii, female, level 14 Mage crying, don't scare me. Why is this happening? I want to log out. I want to go home. I want to eat my mother's braised pork. Crying. Call me Digga, male. Level 13 Beastmaster, what are you talking about? If your mom didn't log into the game last night, she's probably dead by now. Didn't you notice? All the NPCs in this game are people who didn't log in from reality. I fear this is no longer a game, but rather, an apocalyptic disaster. Reading through these chat messages, Zhang Yi felt no particular emotion. However, he understood that soon, the forces of King's Realm would commence their plan to seize Hope Town. Up to this point, he had merely delayed their agenda, without fundamentally altering the course of history. Closing the chat channel, he continued on his journey. Along the way, he observed numerous players grinding against the biochemical monsters ranging from levels 10 to 15 at the roadside. After beginning to suspect that this might be a genuine post-apocalyptic world, players were desperately leveling up to bolster their strength, ensuring their survival in this world. As Zhang Yi approached an intersection, he suddenly heard a commotion emanating from the right side of the road. What do you want? Step aside. Following the direction of the sound, Zhang Yi beheld a considerable gathering of players encircling a few others, all displaying an aggressive demeanor, ready for confrontation. With a discerning glance, Zhang Yi quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that the majority of players sought to commit robbery, a scenario all too familiar to him after surviving 8 years in the world of Apocalypse. Apart from slaying monsters and completing quests, eliminating other players was also a lucrative means of acquiring resources, often yielding even greater rewards. What struck Zhang Yi with mild astonishment was that the assailants in the outer circle bore IDs that prominently featured the title King, indicating they were players from the Kingdom of Kings. Indeed, it appeared that they had commenced their comprehensive plan to seize Hope Town. Zhang Yi recalled that in his previous life, the Kingdom of Kings had executed such strategies, beginning their onslaught half a day earlier. They had roamed the wilderness, mercilessly slaying wandering players and plundering their resources, instilling fear in the hearts of many and gradually quelling any resistance. At the center of the encirclement stood 4 players, 3 males and 1 female, each representing a class: Knight, Assassin, Archer, and Priest, all of whom were at a modest level of 14. Surrounding them were the Kingdom of Kings players, also at level 14. With one notable exception, a level 15 assassin known as the King of Killers. In the current landscape, reaching level 15 positioned one within the top echelon of the 886th district. As evidenced by Zhang Yi's own rank of 5th at 32 experience points at level 15. The highest-ranked player, the King of Killers, appeared to be their leader, brandishing a blood-red dagger that exuded an air of considerable value, at least of 2-star quality. With a sly demeanor, he surveyed the encircled players and declared, "Hand over all your valuable possessions, gear, currency, enhancement stones, everything." No sooner had he spoken than the knight, clad in black armor and bearing the ID Guanya Chang, fixed a piercing gaze upon the assailants, retorting, "If you seek resources, why not complete quests and slay monsters yourself? What skill is there in robbing others? You are mistaken, replied the king of killers with a faint smile. To successfully rob another is a true testament of skill. After all, anyone can slay monsters. At this juncture, the assassin beside Guan Yunchang, known as Lu Xuanda, interjected, "Do you not fear tarnishing the reputation of the Kingdom of Kings? How disgraceful for a 1,000-strong guild to bully common players and extort resources from them. What is reputation worth in this apocalyptic world?" The king of killers dismissed the concern. Survival is paramount, is it not? This is no longer a mere game. If you wish to live, surrender all your resources. Otherwise, do not blame us for our harshness. Surrendering our resources is akin to walking down the path of demise. Among us, the eldest, a bowman in his mid-20s, declared resolutely, "It is impossible. We shall not yield unless we are trampled upon our corpses. Ignoring our offer of goodwill only invites dire consequences." With a disdainful scoff, the Kingslayer proclaimed, "Very well. We shall eliminate you and seize your equipment. Brothers, attack. Spare no mercy for that woman." At the command of the Kingslayer, a multitude of players from the Kingdom of Kings surged forward, encircling Qi Feng and his companions with murderous intent. Chapter 49. Just a mere beast master. How could 4 individuals possibly contend against a dozen? It was inevitable that Qi Feng and his companions would soon succumb, battered and bruised. With such pitiful trash, you dare to challenge us in the realm of kings? You are courting death. The king of killers, brandishing a dagger, advanced menacingly towards the bloodied quartet. Meanwhile, Qi Feng and his companions gritted their teeth, their hearts racing with fear, awaiting only their demise. At that moment, a warrior subordinate beside the king of killers exclaimed, "Boss, reinforcements are approaching." Turning to look, they indeed spotted an oddly attired mage striding towards them from the far end of the street. The solitary figure donned a wizard's hat and wielded a magical staff, yet was clad in armor. The king of killers furrowed his brow, bemused. What on earth is that? A mage in armor? The level 14 warrior, king of God War, voiced his concern. "Boss, that fellow seems to bear ill intent. Perhaps he is a companion of theirs?" The king of killers glanced back at Qi Feng and his group, then shifted his gaze to the approaching mage, dismissing the threat. "So what? Alone? He is merely a target waiting to be claimed." Concealing his ID, Zhang Yi, a level 15 beast master, silently approached, his flame staff in hand. At that moment, King of God War stepped forward, addressing Zhang Yi. "What do you want?" Zhang Yi remained silent, continuing his advance. The disregard from his opponent incensed King of God War. "What? Just because you are a higher level, does that make you so arrogant, you beast master?" Calmly, the king of killers turned to King of God War and inquired, "Can you handle this? Do you doubt my abilities, boss?" King of God War retorted, "If I cannot even defeat a novice beast master clad in starter gear, I would have no face to remain in the realm of kings as a professional player." Evidently, the mage's armor could only belong to novice equipment below level 10. As such, gear was unrestricted by class. Thus, it was clear that this level 15 beast master was still donning low-tier novice attire, highlighting the pitiful state of his attributes and growth potential. King of God War, dismissive of Zhang Yi's one-level advantage, unsheathed his gleaming silver sword, pointing it directly at Zhang Yi with a scoff. "If you do not summon your beast soon, you may not even get the chance to deploy it." In response, Zhang Yi merely uttered 3 words with nonchalance. "No need. Boy, you are as good as dead." Zhang Yi's air of indifference thoroughly enraged King of God War, who charged at him with his sword drawn. Meanwhile, the players of the rear formation, the God of War and the Kingdom of Kings, gazed at Zhang Yi with sympathetic eyes. To them, Zhang Yi, as a beast master with the lowest attribute growth among the 7 major classes and possessing low skill damage, was a pitiful sight clad in novice gear beneath level 10. They believed that should the God of War close the distance, his demise would be inevitable. Even the 4 players who had previously been targeted by the Kingdom of Kings looked at Zhang Yi with concern. However, beyond their worry, there was a palpable sense of confusion. The young knight, Guan Yu, merely 21 or 22 years old, stared quizzically at Zhang Yi and remarked, "Who is he? Why is he here to assist us? I don't recognize him." The assassin, Lu Xuanda, wore a similarly bewildered expression and turned to the archer, Qi Feng, who was a few years their senior, asking, Do you know him, Brother Feng? I don't know him either, Qing Feng replied thoughtfully. It seems he might have a grudge against the Kingdom of Kings, rather than being here for us. After a brief pause, he continued with concern. But he has come alone to confront the Kingdom of Kings. Isn't that a death wish? What could he be thinking? Indeed. And he is merely a beast master. Guan Yu sighed. I thought he might be some powerful figure. It feels like he will be eliminated in an instant. Alas. After a moment of silent tribute for the unknown ally, he lamented, may he rest in peace. At that moment, Zhang Yi fixed his gaze ahead, observing the god of war, who was rapidly approaching within his attack range, as he began to channel magic with his staff. Finally, the god of war entered within 50 meters, initiating his charge with unwavering confidence as he surged towards Zhang Yi. Just when everyone in the rear formation believed Zhang Yi was doomed upon the god of war's approach, they witnessed him swiftly wield his staff, casting a fireball spell. Boom! The searing fireball struck the god of war, who was still 40 meters away, instantly generating a strikingly visible red damage number above his head in the darkness. 427. Aside from the god of war himself, the players of the Kingdom of Kings and Guan Yu were all left wide-eyed in astonishment. The god of war, caught up in excitement, had not even registered the damage from the fireball spell cast by this underestimated beastmaster, continuing his relentless charge towards Zhang Yi. Consequently, the fire staff's ability, burn, activated, inflicting 115 points of burn damage per second as the god of war continued his advance. Zhang Yi chose not to follow up with additional attacks, merely observing the god of war as he approached rapidly. Before he could reach Zhang Yi, the god of war's health bar was depleted by 345 points of accumulated burn damage over 3 seconds. After a long run, he suddenly collapsed at Zhang Yi's feet, only to transform into a burst of white light before Zhang Yi, having been defeated by a single fireball spell. He had slain a level 14 warrior. Due to the malicious attack by the King's Divine Battle on Guan Yu and his companions, resulting in their gray status. After Zhang Yi eliminated the King's Divine Battle, his concealed ID did not transform into a red name that would be forcibly displayed. Subsequently, the remaining players of the King's realm were utterly astonished. Was that a one-hit kill? What kind of damage is this? Guan Yu and Lu Xuanda, who had anticipated Zhang Yi would be swiftly defeated, were left in a state of disbelief. My goodness, has this brother resorted to cheating? A fireball inflicting 400 damage? Chapter 50. Altogether in the wake of shock, the players of King's domain were predominantly engulfed by a sense of fury. This rogue had slain their leader, brothers. Let us avenge him. Indeed, the staff in his possession must be of extraordinary quality, perhaps even a 3-star weapon, for it was impossible to inflict such tremendous damage otherwise. Let us join forces and seize that staff from him. As the words fell, Zhang Yi nonchalantly uttered, "Come, all of you, attack together." His brazen demeanor incited the players of King's domain to the brink of exasperation. In the next moment, a dozen individuals brandished their weapons and charged towards Zhang Yi with intent to kill. Zhang Yi remained unfazed, standing his ground as he elegantly raised his fiery staff, targeting the foremost adversary, a level 14 assassin, and unleashed a chain of lightning. Boom! A cascade of purple lightning descended from above, striking the assassin and subsequently bouncing to hit 2 warriors positioned behind him, inflicting -628 critical damage. -291. -302. The brilliance of white light flashed. The level 14 fragile assassin at the front line was obliterated by a single critical hit, while the 2 warriors suffered a significant reduction in health. In a matter of mere seconds, Zhang Yi had dispatched 2 of the enemy, leaving the onlookers, including Guan Yuchang, utterly astounded. At that juncture, several mages and archers from King's domain began their ranged assault, unleashing a barrage of fireballs and frost arrows that inflicted slowing effects upon Zhang Yi. 5 simultaneous attacks descended upon him from 3 mages and 2 archers, triggering the infinite evasion talent of the man-eating worm boots, resulting in 2 missed notifications above his head, alongside 3 negligible damage hits, -45, -28, -39. The damage incurred triggered the Guardian Armor, talent, Angel S Protection, which combined the attacks to a total of merely 112 points of damage, insufficient to breach Zhang Yi's protective angelic shield, which boasted a value of 128. This brat. Not only is his attack power formidable, but his defense is equally astounding. It's quite absurd. Does this not indicate he possesses exceptional equipment? Fear not. With our numbers, he cannot possibly withstand our combined might. Let us press on. As they spoke, the melee players of King S domain continued their advance towards Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi remained steadfast, his staff swirling. Boom, boom, boom. A series of magical projectiles, coupled with fireballs cast every 5 seconds, rained down upon the group of King S domain players, inflicting staggering damage. -289, -318, -714 critical, -446, -119 burning, -107 burning, -112 burning. With each strike, a succession of white light illuminated the battlefield before they could even close the distance. 1/3 of King S domain S forces had already been vanquished by Zhang Yi's relentless onslaught. As the remaining players approached, they too were on the brink of collapse. Relying on their high hit points and robust defenses, Zhang Yi made no effort to move. He merely stood his ground, allowing the warriors and knights of the Kingdom of Champions to engage him. He conserved his movement time entirely for dealing damage, each swing of his staff igniting a brilliant flash of white light. The attacks from the Kingdom of Champions players landed on Zhang Yi like mere tickles. With a defense of 156 points, augmented by the 25 points of damage reduction from the mage's pants, even a rogue with armor-piercing attacks could barely inflict 100 points of damage with a single strike. The majority of the others dealt a meager 30 to 40 points, insignificant against Zhang Yi's formidable 1275 hit points. Consequently, the surviving players from the Kingdom of Champions were engulfed in dread. Was this truly a mage? A mage more resilient than their knights? This was a sight they had never before witnessed. How much health did he possess? After enduring their assaults for so long, he had only lost a fraction of his health. He stood there, unyielding, seemingly mocking them. Amidst their murmurs, a thunderous chain lightning struck down, obliterating 3 more weakened players from the Kingdom of Champions. In an instant, only one remained, a level 14 priest, the kingdom's healer. Looking around and realizing his comrades had been utterly decimated, the healer trembled in fear. Who are you? Do you wish to know? Zhang Yi replied calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then opened the settings and activated the ID display. As the 4 white characters spelling an oath to enchant appeared above his head, not only did the healer stand dumbfounded, but even Guan Yu and Qi Feng, who were behind him, were taken aback. Guan Yu exclaimed, "My goodness, it's actually the top-tier boss from our 886th district. No wonder he is so formidable. Single-handedly annihilating a team of over 10 from the Kingdom of Champions. And he did it without summoning any beasts." Lu Xuanda added, "Oh my. I can hardly believe I have the chance to witness a legend in person and to be saved by him as well. I feel like I won't be able to sleep tonight from the excitement." Boom. Before the last remaining player, the healer, could utter a word, Zhang Yi unleashed a fireball that dealt over 400 points of damage, obliterating his health bar and sending him back to the safety zone for resurrection. The surroundings fell into a profound silence as Zhang Yi quietly began to collect the scattered spoils of war. Throughout it all, he did not spare a glance at Guan Yu and the others. His intention had never been to rescue them. He was solely focused on the players from the Kingdom of Champions. In this life, he would not let any of them escape his wrath. As Zhang Yi busied himself with gathering the loot, the players he had inadvertently saved cautiously approached him. "Great one. Thank you. There's no need for thanks," Zhang Yi replied casually, having just finished collecting all the items. As he stood up, preparing to turn away, a soft voice called out to him, "Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Turning around, he inquired, "How do you know my name?" As his words trailed off, his gaze settled on the priestess among the 4, the one who had called out his name. Zhang Yi stood frozen in place. Simultaneously, it appeared that Guan Yu, Lu Xuanda, and Qi Feng, who seemed to have only just noticed Zhang Yi's face, were also wearing expressions of disbelief as they regarded him. "Oh my, it truly is you, Zhang Yi," exclaimed a youthful knight, who bore the ID Guan Yu and was of similar age to Zhang Yi. He excitedly approached Zhang Yi and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Zhang Yi da. Haha. Zhang Yi, maintaining a stoic expression. Regarded Guan Yu for a prolonged moment before finally revealing a gentle smile. It has been a long time. I never expected it would be you all. Chapter 51 Reunion of Good Brothers. Zhang Yi never anticipated encountering these old friends in this place, friends he had not met even in his previous life. Guan Yu Chang, Lu Xuanda, Qi Feng, and Yarrow. No wonder these usernames felt so familiar, and these faces appeared so recognizable. Perhaps it was due to the passage of 3 years. Or rather, 11 years, that Zhang Yi's memories had begun to fade. Yet, upon seeing them once more, a long-lost surge of excitement and fervor flooded his heart. The individuals before Zhang Yi were none other than his high school classmates, steadfast companions, the epitome of brotherhood. Many memories, which had nearly been forgotten, surfaced in an instant within Zhang Yi's mind. During high school, there existed a legend in Class 305 of Lehigh High School, known as the tale of the three brothers of the Peach Garden. Allegedly, these three were sworn brothers, inseparable in all endeavors, skipping class, fighting, dining, gaming, sharing a dormitory. In nearly everything else, the only thing they refrained from sharing was a girlfriend. Back then, among them, only one had entered a relationship. And they had sworn an oath when they became brothers, one must never betray a friend's wife. Among the three brothers of the Peach Garden, Zhang Yi was indeed Zhang Yi himself. The other two were the young players before him, known as Guan Yu Chang and Lu Xuanda, whose real names were Guan Hao and Lu Xing. Reflecting on those days, Guan Hao and Lu Xing were truly the best of brothers in Zhang Yi's life. He even recalled an incident when he was beset by a group of ruffians. Guan Hao, in a bid to protect him, took 2 stabs from those thugs and spent half a month in the hospital. Lu Xing, too, had once sought to avenge Zhang Yi and Guan Hao, confronting the assailant with a ferocity that left him bloodied and bruised, even landing him in jail. These two were indeed Zhang Yi's ironclad brothers. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had never crossed paths with Guan Hao and the others again. Perhaps a seemingly trivial action had altered the course of history in this life, allowing Zhang Yi to reunite with his steadfast companions. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, Guan Hao and Lu Xing reacted as if they had reverted to 3 years prior, each extending their palms to stack together, exclaiming, "Though we may not share the same birth date, let us meet the same fate." Observing Zhang Yi's unperturbed demeanor, Guan Hao chuckled awkwardly and then patted Zhang Yi's shoulder, jovially remarking, "You rascal, on the day of our graduation 3 years ago, you vanished as if into thin air, leaving Lu Xing and me in a desperate search for you." Just as Zhang Yi was about to respond, his gaze inadvertently shifted to the other 2 individuals, an archer known as Qi Feng and a priestess named Yarrow. He recognized them as siblings, Han Feng and Han Yarrow. Sister Yarrow, a pastor, possessed an unparalleled beauty that captivated all. During her high school days, she was recognized as the belle of Lehigh High School, and it seems her allure has only intensified with the passage of time. From the moment she was the first to recognize Zhang Yi and called out to him, she fell silent, merely gazing at him with eyes as clear as water. After locking eyes with Yarrow for a fleeting second, Zhang Yi instinctively averted his gaze. Turning to Guan Hao and Lu Xing, "I have a task to return and submit," he stated, "so I shall take my leave." "Hey, Zhang Yi." Seeing him truly turn to depart, Guan Hao and Lu Xing rushed forward to block his path. "What is going on? You vanished 3 years ago, and now you act as if we're strangers. Do you no longer consider us brothers?" Amidst their words, Guan Hao inquired, "What exactly happened 3 years ago? Why did you disappear without a word?" Zhang Yi paused in silence before replying, "It is a matter of the past. Let us not dwell on it." "Very well. We shall refrain from discussing the past," Lu Xing interjected. "After all, it has been a long time since the 3 of us have reunited." "Do you intend to leave just like that?" Zhang Yi remained indifferent. "I truly have a task that requires my immediate attention." "Well, we all reside in the same district, and we are heading back as well. Let us go together," Guan Hao asserted. However, as soon as Guan Hao finished speaking, Zhang Yi replied, "There is no need. We shall part ways." With that, he disregarded Guan Hao and Lu Xing, departing alone. Watching Zhang Yi walk away, Guan Hao felt an urge to pursue him. Yet Lu Xing held him back. "Let it be, Haozi. Perhaps 3 years have changed everything. He no longer sees us as the brothers we once were." Guan Hao could hardly believe it. "That is impossible." "Is it really?" Lu Xing countered. "Did you not witness his prowess just now? He is a renowned figure." a player of the 886th district who instills fear in even the mightiest. Did you not see him single-handedly annihilate a team from the illustrious kings of the realm? We are not of the same caliber anymore. It is destined that we cannot regain the camaraderie we once shared. Meanwhile, Sister Yarrow crouched on the ground, her head buried in tears. As Zhang Yi parted ways with Guan Hao and Lu Xing, he continued his journey to Hope Town, his heart unsettled. He had encountered a few of the most significant individuals from his previous life, just before the dawn of the apocalypse world. In truth, he longed to rekindle the bond with Guan Hao and Lu Xing, to reform the illustrious trio of brothers. Yet in this life, Zhang Yi was gripped by fear of betrayal, especially from those he once considered his closest friends. In his previous life, not only had Mu Qin and Lin Ruo betrayed him, but among the friends he had known, at least 3 out of 10 would eventually turn against him for various reasons, be it for an exquisite piece of equipment, for monetary gain, or for an invaluable skill book, or any other means that could augment a player's strength. In the face of self-interest, friendship held little value. The betrayal by Mu Qin and Lin Ruo served as the final straw for Zhang Yi, crushing his spirit. Consequently, in this life, Zhang Yi refrained from bestowing his genuine affection upon anyone. This was why he hesitated to acknowledge Guan Hao and the others earlier. He feared that even they might eventually betray him. Moreover, another reason for Zhang Yi's resolute demeanor stemmed from the presence of the pastor's daughter, Yarrow. This young woman evoked a myriad of memories within him. Nevertheless, it had been so long, certain matters ought not to be recalled. Thus, Zhang Yi endeavored to regain his composure and return to Hope Town. By the time he arrived, it was already past midnight, yet the town remained bustling with players, many of whom were anxiously attempting to log out repeatedly. Zhang Yi, however, made his way directly to the blacksmith shop, where he found the NPC Il still forging equipment in the dead of night, and handed him a first-tier energy crystal. Chapter 52. The Robe of the Undead. Perhaps foreseeing the calamity that would soon befall Hope Town, Il was diligently working through the night to forge equipment for the town's guards. Upon receiving the energy crystal submitted by Zhang Yi, Illinois nodded with satisfaction. Young adventurer, you have indeed not disappointed me. You have truly found an energy crystal. Zhang Yi placed his hopes on Il, saying, Master Il, the next steps depend on you. Il nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, with this energy crystal, I shall craft for you an exquisite weapon. After a brief pause, he continued, come by around noon to collect it. It should be nearly ready by then. Noon would suffice. Acquiring the weapon before the disaster struck Hope Town would enable him to combat the impending doom. To be precise, while it would be a disaster for the other players in Hope Town, for Zhang Yi, it was a stroke of fortune. The thought of this filled Zhang Yi with a peculiar excitement. At that moment, Illinois inquired, by the way, how have you fared in collecting the divine bones and the knowledge of the undead that I entrusted to you? Zhang Yi glanced at the meager collection of fewer than 100 divine bones and knowledge of the undead he had managed to gather through a night of effort. Responding awkwardly, I can definitely complete the collection within a week. Very well, Illinois replied. Once you bring me what I need, I shall reward you handsomely. After bidding farewell to Il, Zhang Yi, feeling somewhat fatigued with his stamina dipping to the low 20s, took a 5-star room at the inn in Hope Town to rest. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi rose at 5 o'clock. While other players toiled through the night, he could not afford to be idle. After completing a substantial potion supply at the town's apothecary, he departed Hope Town and returned to the city of the undead. The drop rate for divine bones and knowledge of the undead was approximately 1 in 5. Given the pace of the previous night, amassing 1,000 of each would be no easy task. It seemed that the coming week would be spent in the city of the undead. While other players dared only to undertake level 1 and 2 quests, Zhang Yi boldly accepted a level 3 quest, Undead Exorcism, from the undead merchant, Ai Luo. With a difficulty rating of 300. The level 3 Undead Exorcism required the extermination of 150 skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, undead mages, and undead assassins, all ranging from levels 19 to 20. At this stage, most players lacked the ability to face level 19 monsters. So when Zhang Yi entered the city of the undead and traversed through the preceding lower-level areas to arrive at the level 19 to 20 zone, he found it devoid of other players. Thus, he drew forth his flame staff and commenced his slaughter. With an attack power of 340 and over 1,200 health points, Zhang Yi found himself more than capable of dealing with the level 19 and 20 skeletons and undead. Consequently, he not only completed the quest but also continued to grind for an additional 2 hours, playing from just after 5 o'clock in the morning until around 11. By then, having elevated his level to 16 with 80% progress, he realized that time was of the essence and decided it was time to wrap up his endeavors. After midnight, he had another pressing matter to attend to concerning the impending disaster that the major safe zones would soon face. The city of the undead is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier accommodates levels 15 to 20, the second tier spans levels 21 to 25, and the third tier encompasses levels 26 to 30. In order for players to advance to the next tier, they must complete a challenge from the previous tier, which entails defeating 2 types of skeletons and 2 types of undead creatures, with each category requiring the defeat of 1,000 foes. Although Zhang Yi had successfully conquered the first tier, even the most formidable level 20 skeletons and undead no longer sufficed for him. Thus far, according to the system's automatic tally, he had only vanquished 400 of each type of skeleton and undead creature. To complete the first tier challenge and progress to the second tier, he still needed to eliminate an additional 200 skeletons and 200 undead. It was evident that the city of the undead was indeed a treasure trove. In just one morning, Zhang Yi had acquired 4 one-star treasure chests. The drop rates for equipment and enhancement stones were twice as high as in other wilderness maps. By the end of the morning, he had amassed 10 pieces of equipment from the city of the undead, 3 of which belonged to the undead set. Among these, 2 were obtained from treasure chests. Regrettably, the undead set pieces dropped in the first tier were predominantly 1-star quality. Even though one of these 3 pieces included a pair of mages and dead boots suitable for Zhang Yi, he dismissed them. For his ambition lay in obtaining a complete 2-star, undead set within the city of the undead. As for the 1-star items collected, he hoped to piece together a few complete sets to auction off, for the value of these sets was extraordinary. Acquiring a complete set, even if merely 1-star, could lead to overnight riches. Thus, despite the boots being superior to his current pair of carnivorous bug boots, Zhang Yi chose not to equip them. As equipment enhanced through divine enhancement becomes permanently bound, when he arrived in the morning, the area was deserted, and by the time he prepared to leave at noon, there were only a handful of players in the 19 to 20 level zone battling the skeletons and undead. These formidable foes, which Zhang Yi could dispatch with ease, appeared terrifyingly powerful to others at this stage. Traversing through the 17 to 18 and 15 to 16 level areas, he observed countless player groups engaged in combat with lower-level skeletons and undead, indicating that the map was nearing saturation. This demonstrated the popularity of the city of the undead among players. At that moment, the player who could first assemble a complete undead set would undoubtedly be esteemed. Upon exiting the city of the undead, Zhang Yi submitted his quest to AI Luo. Following this, a series of exhilarating system notifications rang out. Ding, congratulations! You have completed the quest, Undead Exorcism, Level 3 difficulty, earning rewards of experience 70,000, Gold 1. 15 Level 2 enhancement stones, and human reputation 72. You have received a special reward, First Order Energy Crystal, 1, acquired equipment, Undead Robe, 1. And your intimacy with Wilderness Traveler has increased by 10. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up. Your current level is 17, and you require 86,000 experience points for the next upgrade. Ding, congratulations, your intimacy level with Wilderness Traveler has risen to level 1, granting you the privilege of a 5 increase in task rewards bestowed by the Wilderness Traveler. Chapter 53. A Promise to the City. The esteemed Zhang Yi, upon perusing the leaderboard, discovered that with a level of 17 and an impressive 55 experience, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 886 safe zone, claiming the coveted first position. He had left the second-place contender, the Storm Angel, trailing by a staggering 40 percentage points in experience. This revelation affirmed that Zhang Yi's ascent to the summit of the leaderboard was indeed effortless, should he so desire. While other players were engaged in teams to share the experience from monsters of levels 15 and 16, Zhang Yi was single-handedly conquering creatures of levels 18 and 19, reaping all rewards. His efficiency in monster hunting far surpassed that of the average player, creating a substantial disparity in levels. As Zhang Yi reclaimed his place atop the leaderboard, he once again became the center of fervent discussions among the players of the 886 zone. Light breeze and flying snow. Female, level 15 mage everyone. Look. A promise to the city has once again claimed the top spot on our 886 zone leaderboard. Lecherous, divine immortal abode, male. Level 16 archer the big shot is incredible. Just this morning, he was in 5th place with barely over level 15, and in just half a day, he has surged up 2 levels. This pace of advancement is astonishing. Can you take me under your wing for some leveling? Pitiful. Meanwhile, in a remote wilderness map, a player named King of Glory was grinding alongside his teammates against level 18 mutated black bears. Upon observing the messages in the regional chat, he gritted his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "A promise to the city. Had it not been for the 2 defeats I suffered at your hands, would the top spot belong to you?" The memory of his teammates from the previous night, who had been annihilated by a promise to the city, only fueled his anger further. "I swear, a promise to the city, I will ensure your disappearance from this world." At that moment, one of King of Glory's mage subordinates suggested, "Captain, everyone is currently farming in the necropolis of Treasure City. Should we not shift our focus there as well? I've heard the skeletons and undead monsters there have an exceptionally high drop rate, and there's a chance to obtain said equipment." "No need," King of Glory replied, seemingly already possessing a plan. "Do you not realize that the monsters in the necropolis are significantly stronger than those in the wilderness? Why would we risk ourselves in there?" As King of Glory finished speaking, a subordinate pondered aloud, "Captain, are you implying that?" With a mischievous grin, King of Glory declared, "Let them farm for another 2 or 3 days until they've gathered their sets. Then, we shall storm the necropolis and seize their spoils. Those who resist shall be eliminated. This way, acquiring the set equipment will be considerably easier." At the entrance of the necropolis, Zhang Yi, upon receiving the system notification of acquiring a piece of undead set equipment, eagerly opened his inventory and retrieved a black robe, undead robe, one of the undead mage set quality, 2 stars level, 17 health, 150 additional attributes, intelligence 7 class restriction, mage. Beastmaster description. Crafted with the infusion of undead power, this equipment surpasses the strength of ordinary gear significantly. The bonuses of the mage's undead set are as follows. With 2 pieces, casting speed increases by 5. 3 pieces grant a 10 increase. 4 pieces provide 20. 5 pieces enhance it by 30. 6 pieces yield a 40 boost, and 7 pieces result in a 50 increase. Remarkably, after a night of farming, I finally acquired a 2-star undead mage equipment. It also grants an additional 7 points of intelligence, which brings immense joy to Zhang Yi, who relentlessly pursues damage output. Capitalizing on his divine enhancement, Zhang Yi unhesitatingly retrieved 25 level 2 enhancement stones from his inventory and, in the blink of an eye, upgraded the undead robe to its pinnacle. The 25 undead robe grants an increase of 525 health points and 25 intelligence. Activating the exclusive talent, Undead Shield. The wearer receives an undead shield with a maximum health value of 10 every 10 seconds, which refreshes automatically. The undead shield is not merely akin to the Angel Guardian talent of Guardian Armor. It is, in fact, identical, a commendable defensive talent. Thus, upon reaching level 17, Zhang Yi immediately donned the undead robe, only to realize that he had accumulated 20 and used free attribute points since leveling from 13 to 17. Without hesitation, he allocated all 20 points to intelligence. Since he aims for output, he shall pursue it to the utmost. With the additional 25 points from the undead robe, he amasses a total of 45 intelligence, bestowing Zhang Yi with a 63-point increase in attack power. In comparison, the 25 Guardian Armor provides an additional 105 health points. Typically, armor grants a significantly higher base health value. Under similar levels, the base health of armor can be twice that of a mage's robe. Regrettably, the 25 Guardian Armor is bound and cannot be traded, leaving Zhang Yi with no option but to dismantle it, yielding 12 level 2 enhancement stones in return. Having farmed for energy crystals in the Undead City for an entire morning, Zhang Yi had obtained 1, in addition to 2 from quest rewards. Yet he is still far from the required 10 for the task. After submitting the quest, he departed from the undead city. Following a half-hour journey, he returned to Hope Town at 11:30 a.m. With 30 minutes to spare, he decided to have a meal. The steak he had last night was quite delightful, albeit a tad greasy, so he opted for a change in flavor today. Consequently, Zhang Yi chose something even richer. He spent 1 gold coin at the restaurant for a pot of charcoal-grilled bullfrog, accompanied by a bottle of red wine that had risen to 60 silver coins with his level increase. Sitting alone at a table, he feasted, drawing envious gazes from nearby players enjoying mere bowls of fried rice or noodles for a few silver coins. A warrior uncle, devouring fried rice, remarked, "Wow, this guy must be incredibly wealthy. The cost of his meal exceeds my daily earnings from battling monsters in the wild." A young mage, nibbling on a dry steamed bun, sighed, "That grilled bullfrog looks so delicious. I wish I could have some too." After a satisfying meal, Zhang Yi, mindful of the time, made his way to the Hope Town guard station, arriving just before 11:55 a.m. This is the dwelling of the NPC guard in Hope Town, where a level 20 NPC guard clad in armor and wielding a spear stands at the entrance. Zhang Yi's objective is none other than this NPC guard, Morg. At this moment, Morg is merely an ordinary NPC, devoid of a question mark above his head, rendering him incapable of triggering any quests. Zhang Yi remains unperturbed, patiently waiting at the entrance of the security hall, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the NPC guard Morg, to the point that Morg begins to feel an unsettling sensation at the back of his neck. It is only when the clock strikes 12 that a server-wide announcement from the world of Apocalypse suddenly descends from the skies. Chapter 54, Catastrophe Approaches. All server announcement. Ding. Attention players of all realms in the Apocalypse world. Darkness descends. The god of death, Golden Skeleton King, will invade all major safe zones in 6 hours. Prepare to defend your homeland. As the system repeated the all-server announcement 3 times, the chat channels in various safe zones across the Apocalypse world erupted in a frenzy. Simultaneously, the newly activated cross-region chat channel was inundated with messages from countless players. Cross-region chat channel of the 8th zone. Bujadeo, Zone 991 male. Level 15 Mage God of Death? What on earth is that? Golden Skeleton King? What is that nonsense? Confused, top player, Zone 538, male. Level 16 Assassin. Haven't you seen the official announcements? It was stated long ago that on the 3rd day of the server launch, all novice villages across realms would face a mandatory boss battle. Today marks the 3rd day. The boss battle is about to commence. Excited, Jun Mo Shao. Zone 69, male. Level 16 Priest. It is said that the first safe zone to defeat the boss will reward all players in that zone with generous prizes. Diao Xiaochan, Zone 777. Female, Level 14 Archer. I Haven T paid much attention to the announcement. Could someone enlighten me? Will all safe zones be attacked by the boss? Or will multiple safe zones confront the same boss together? Lu Xiaobu, Zone 777, male, Level 16 Warrior. Don't worry, my dear, I will protect you. Wang Zhirong Yao, Zone 886, male, Level 15 Archer. You worthless players from other zones. The first kill of the Golden Skeleton King will undoubtedly belong to our Zone 886. Surrender now. Cool. Zhu Shi Qing Chung, Zone 1 male. Level 17 Warrior. Be careful not to be wiped out by the boss. It is said that if the boss breaches a safe zone, the punishment is that every player in that zone will perish. Zhang Yi glanced at the cross-region message cost, which was 10 silver coins per message. These idle individuals truly possessed wealth. After all, 5 messages could buy a steak dinner. It was astonishing that couples were even chatting in the cross-region channel. As the system's announcement concluded, an NPC guard named Mog at the entrance of the security bureau suddenly had a yellow question mark appear above his head. A refresh. Zhang Yi, filled with excitement, immediately approached Mog. Reborn, Zhang Yi possessed the gift of foresight. On the 3rd day of the server's opening, at precisely 6 o'clock in the evening, all safe zones shall face the invasion of the formidable level 20, 1-star boss, the Golden Skeleton King, hailing from the city of the undead. During this critical moment, players within each safe zone must unite to confront the boss. Upon its demise, all players in the safe zone will receive rewards, while the individual who delivers the final blow will be bestowed with unparalleled riches. Furthermore, On the day the boss battle commences, a special quest will be unveiled simultaneously across all safe zones. Should a player complete this quest, it will precipitate an early invasion of the boss in their respective safe zone. Additionally, fulfilling this quest will weaken the Golden Skeleton King's prowess, thereby enhancing the chances of the players in that safe zone to secure the first kill. At this very moment, Zhang Yi stands before the unique quest, which is available only within each safe zone and can be activated within a mere half-hour window from 12 to 12:30. If no one claims the quest after this period, it shall vanish. In a previous life, a player from a safe zone discovered and completed this quest, resulting in the boss invading their territory prematurely. Alas, they were unable to withstand the onslaught, leading to their total annihilation. Zhang Yi is determined to achieve the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King, as he faintly recalls that the individual who accomplished this feat in his previous life was rewarded with a staggering 10,000 reputation points by the system, along with other substantial prizes. Despite Zhang Yi's formidable strength, he cannot propel the entire safe zone alone. This upcoming battle necessitates the collective effort of all players within the area. Thus, it is imperative that the boss invades Hope Town ahead of schedule, granting Zhang Yi the opportunity to claim the first kill. Consequently, he approaches the NPC guard Mog, initiating a dialogue. "Esteemed Guardian, I see the furrowed brow upon your face. What troubles you?" Sighing deeply, Mog responds with a look of despair. "A calamity looms over Hope Town. Who can possibly withstand the Golden Skeleton King? We, the people of Hope Town, must unite as one. We can prevail," Zhang Yi asserts. Mog shakes his head, continuing, "Unless we can take action before the Golden Skeleton King's invasion of Hope Town." At this juncture, Zhang Yi inquires, "What can I do to assist you?" "The lair of the Golden Skeleton King lies in the city of the undead. Young one, if you can venture there and hunt some of the skeletons and undead, you may succeed in diminishing the Golden Skeleton King's combat capabilities." As Mog's words resonate, a system notification chimes in Zhang Yi's ears. "Ding, would you like to accept the quest, Slay the Skeletons? Your reputation exceeds 500 points, meeting the criteria to accept the quest." Such is the influence of reputation. In the world of the apocalypse, numerous high-level tasks, and even hidden quests, often necessitate players to attain a certain level of prestige before they can be undertaken. In a previous life, many players found themselves in a heart-wrenching predicament, having finally discovered a hidden quest only to be thwarted by insufficient prestige. Moreover, as the game progressed, the system would unlock a prestige shop, where players could exchange their prestige for various exquisite equipment and items. Thus, Zhang Yi resolutely opted to accept the quest, only to be met with a bewildering notification from the system. "Ding, the system has detected that your party consists of fewer than 5 members, and you are unable to accept this task." To his astonishment, this quest turned out to be a team endeavor. This revelation was somewhat unexpected for Zhang Yi, as he was reluctant to form a party with anyone unless absolutely necessary. Given that this task required a team to be accepted, he had no choice but to proceed. With no other options, Zhang Yi opened the regional chat interface, composed a message, and sent it forth. "E Nua Ching Chong, male? Level 17 Beastmaster, is there anyone looking to team up to clear the city of the undead? I need 4 members. I will lead. And you all need only to lie down." Chapter 55. Ding, your ex-girlfriend requests to add you as a friend at this moment. Players were likely engrossed in completing quests and leveling up. The once tranquil chat channel erupted with activity following a sudden message from Zhang Yi. "Ominous sign, male. Level 16 Assassin. Wow, it's my first time seeing the esteemed Inua Chiching speaking in the area. I must cling to this opportunity." Winking. "I aspire to become Celestial, male. Level 15 Warrior. The number 1 player in District 886 is leading a team to conquer the land of the undead. Amazing. I want to join the team. Mouse loves cat. Female, level 15 Priest Brother Ching. Please take me along. I have plenty of healing resources and can assist you anytime." Cute. Dozens of messages flooded the chat channel, and Zhang Yi felt a twinge of satisfaction. It seemed that his recent efforts to create a stir, 2 public announcements without concealing his ID, boldly challenging the formidable Wang Zhetian, had indeed borne fruit. As Zhang Yi prepared to select a few idle teammates from the active players in the area chat, An irksome ID suddenly caught his attention. Wang Zhitianing, male? Level 15 archer. Everyone in District 886. Listen up. Anyone who dares to team up with Inua Qingcheng is declaring war against me, Wang Zhitianing. From now on, don't even think about surviving in District 886. Wang Zhitianing. I mean what I say. If I discover anyone getting close to Inua Qingcheng, I assure you they won't see the light of tomorrow. Wang Zhitianing sent out a barrage of threatening messages, causing players to retreat in fear. The players who had previously messaged Zhang Yi requesting to join his team quickly retracted their offers. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Are they also terrified of Wang Zhitianing? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. In this life, Zhang Yi faced no fear, but in his previous life, he had been intimidated enough to avoid any confrontation with Wang Zhitianing. After a moment's pause, Zhang Yi addressed the chat channel again. There is no need to worry. Join my team, and I will ensure your safety. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Zhitianing responded. Ensure safety? You can't even safeguard yourself. Inua Qingcheng. Mark my words. The next time we meet, it will be your demise. At this point, Zhang Yi was disinclined to engage in a verbal spar with Wang Zhitianing. His foremost concern was to form a team swiftly. If he did not assemble a group by 12:30, the quest would vanish. Thus, he disregarded Wang Zhitianing and continued to send out team requests in the chat channel. To his astonishment, no one dared to reach out to him. It was one thing for the casual players to remain silent. But Zhang Yi had hoped that members of the Storm family would respond to his team request and come to his aid. Yet, even they remained conspicuously absent. Disappointment washed over him. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding player, Yuru, female, level 15 priest, has requested to add you as a friend. This ID sent a shiver down Zhang Yi's spine. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the friend request. Ding, you have received a new friend message. Yara, where are you? Before Zhang Yi could respond, Yara sent another message. I just saw you speaking in the regional channel. So, would you rather call out to people in the region than team up with us? Zhang Yi hesitated. Glanced at the time. It was already 12:10 and replied to Yaru. I'm in the safe zone, near the blacksmith shop. Yaru almost instantly replied, Great, wait for us. We're in the safe zone too, and we'll be there shortly. Zhang Yi chose not to respond further, for he was uncertain how to confront this girl now. Should he regard her as a friend, or an ex-girlfriend? His memories drifted back 3 years, or for Zhang Yi, 11 years, considering his rebirth. At that time, Han Yaru, the most recognized beauty at Linhai High School, was in a romantic relationship with Zhang Yi. They were each other's first love. A perfect match in appearance and talent. Despite frequently skipping classes to play games with Guan Hao and Lu Xing, Zhang Yi consistently ranked at the top of his grade. Although Han Yaru's academic performance was average, her striking looks and exceptional demeanor, coupled with her affluent background, her father was the CEO of a publicly listed company, and their family assets exceeded 100 million, made her stand out. Those high school days, filled with the companionship of Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and Han Yaru, were truly unforgettable for Zhang Yi. However, due to certain circumstances, he was compelled to part ways with Han Yaru, his first love with whom he had vowed to spend a lifetime. This incident also led to his abrupt departure from Guan Hao and Lu Xing's side. Zhang Yi lamented, as fate is inescapable. Even though he had previously been quite clear during their last encounter, it was evident that Han Yaru sought to use the opportunity of Zhang Yi's recent message about forming a team to rekindle their connection. Zhang Yi found himself unable to refuse her, for without the assistance of Han Yaru and the others to form a team, he could not undertake the skeleton hunt mission, which was crucial for securing substantial rewards from the first kill of the Apocalypse World's boss. Thus, after closing the chat interface, Zhang Yi made his way to the town's blacksmith shop. Yil had mentioned earlier that around noon, he would be able to forge the staff, and it was now nearly time to collect his equipment. After investing so much time in completing the 10 consecutive tasks and painstakingly acquiring a first-tier energy crystal to forge a weapon, it ought to be at least of 2-star quality. If the outcome turned out to be a 1-star staff, Zhang Yi vowed he would send Yil back to the Doomsday Factory. Upon finding Yil, who was still engrossed in forging equipment, Zhang Yi triggered a dialogue. Ah, young man, you're here, Yil exclaimed, halting his work, a smile illuminating his face as he looked at Zhang Yi. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. You finally arrived. Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy. Could it be that Master Il has already crafted the equipment for me? It has long been completed. Though I wonder if it aligns with your expectations. As he spoke, Illinois returned to the shop, and shortly after, emerged with a silver staff in hand. Upon receiving the silver staff from Il, Zhang Yi was immediately taken aback by the initial data of the staff. Radiant Staff, Level 18, 3-star quality. Chapter 56. The Radiant Staff of 3 stars. Zhang Yi harbored no grand expectations, for he understood that while first-tier energy crystals were indeed precious, they could at most forge equipment of 2-star quality. The probability of producing a 3-star item was minuscule. Thus, he had been content to believe that Il could craft for him a slightly elevated 2-star staff. To his astonishment, the final outcome was a staff of 3-star quality. The Radiant Staff, quality, 3 stars level, 18 magical attack power, 85 additional attributes, intelligence 10 additional attributes, agility 10 durability, 15, equipment of 3-star quality and above possesses enhanced durability. During combat, 1 point of durability is consumed per hour. Should durability fall to 0, the equipment will be rendered inoperable, but can be repaired at a blacksmith shop for a fee. Class restriction, Mage, Beastmaster description, crafted with utmost dedication by the Master Blacksmith Il. The bearer of this staff shall become the most formidable mage in the world of Apocalypse. The dual attribute enhancements of this 3-star staff were an unexpected boon. It is noteworthy that at this stage, even 2-star equipment is exceedingly rare across the entire server. Many players find it a luxury to possess more than 2 pieces of 2-star equipment. Yet, Zhang Yi had acquired a weapon of 3-star quality. Invincible. Although Zhang Yi's current level did not permit him to wield this staff, it did not deter him from fortifying it in advance. Level 2 enhancement stones were insufficient for enhancing equipment of 3-star quality. Consequently, Zhang Yi proceeded to synthesize enhancement stones at the blacksmith shop. Every 2 level 2 enhancement stones could be combined to yield 1 level 3 stone, with a single synthesis costing a staggering 50 copper coins. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi extracted 100 level 2 enhancement stones from his inventory of 150, spending 25 silver coins to synthesize 50 level 3 stones. Of these, 25 were kept for future 3-star equipment, sparing him the need for frequent visits to the blacksmith, while the other 25 were all invested into the Radiant Staff. With the aid of divine level enhancement, he immediately elevated the staff to its pinnacle, achieving a 25 enhancement. In addition to the attack power soaring from 85 to an astonishing 298 points, the dual attribute enhancements of intelligence and agility also surged to 35 points. Most exhilarating for Zhang Yi was the unique talent it unlocked, multi-hit attack. Multi-hit attack. When the bearer executes a normal attack, they can simultaneously target 2 foes within effective range, inflicting 60 of their attack damage to each target. This ability can be toggled on or off when disabled. The normal attack against a single enemy inflicts 110 damage. The higher the star rating of the equipment, the rarer the talents unlocked upon reaching maximum enhancement. And this particular talent was akin to divine assistance for Zhang Yi. One can only imagine that upon reaching level 18 and wielding this 3-star staff, Zhang Yi's damage output could potentially eliminate even knights with just a few strikes. This staff was also Zhang Yi's designated weapon for confronting the Golden Skeleton King boss that night. Of course, this was contingent upon him attaining level 18 before 6 o'clock in the evening. As Zhang Yi tucked the shimmering staff into his backpack, a shout erupted from behind. Zhang Yi. Turning around, he saw Guan Hao, Lu Xing, Han Feng, and Han Yaro had hastily approached. All 4 of them were merely at level 15, their gear a motley assortment, their abilities languishing at a rather subpar level. It was no wonder they had struggled in high school gaming, often dragging Zhang Yi down, and things had not improved since then. "You're here," Zhang Yi greeted them coolly, his demeanor akin to that of a stranger. The knight Guan Hao stepped forward and said, "You brat, honestly. Do you think we're beneath you with our low levels and poor skills, that you've completely forgotten our past camaraderie and act as if you don't know us?" As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin Lu Xing chimed in. "Yeah, otherwise why would you be looking for a team in the regional channel without inviting us?" Zhang Yi paused, then replied, "Haven't you seen the news about the King of Glory?" Guanhao responded, I have. Lu Xing added, and so what? Should we applaud you? Zhang Yi continued, you've seen it, yet you still dare to team up with me, not fearing the repercussions from the King of Glory? We, the three brothers of Taoyuan, fear no one, Guanhao retorted. At that moment, Zhang Yi coldly remarked, fine, consider this a payment for your help. Don't worry, you won't be at a loss. Once you assist me in completing the task, I will reward each of you with 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins? Huh, you really are generous. Guanhao exclaimed, suddenly shoving Zhang Yi with some force, angrily saying, what is wrong with you? Do you want me to knock some sense into you? Amidst the commotion, the archer Qifeng added, Zhang Yi, if you find yourself in any trouble, feel free to tell us. We won't stand idly by, even if it means facing the King of Glory alongside you. Hanyar bit her lip, gazing at Zhang Yi with starry eyes, remaining silent, yet her gaze was filled with nostalgia and sorrow. She could not comprehend why Zhang Yi had abandoned her 3 years ago, behaving as if they had never known each other. Zhang Yi seemed disinclined to elaborate further. If you do not wish to help, I shall not force you. With that, he turned and strode towards the garrison. Fuming, Guanhao and the others could only follow in silence, unable to let go of their bond with Zhang Yi, even if he no longer regarded them as brothers. Upon reaching the garrison, they discovered that players had gathered around the NPC guard Mog, clearly all having noticed the quest. Thankfully, none had yet met the requirements to accept it. After all, in the early stages, accumulating 500 points of reputation was no small feat through completing quests. Most players had only accrued 200 or 300 at best. Seizing the opportunity while Mog still bore the question mark above his head, Zhang Yi swiftly formed a party, inviting Guanhao and the others to join, thus creating a 5-member team. Then, Zhang Yi approached Mog once more, triggering a dialogue, and this time successfully accepted the quest. Ding! You and your companions, Guanyu, Lu Xianda, Qingfeng, and Yuro, have taken on the quest, Hunt the Skeleton. You may view the quest details in the quest interface. It is only necessary for the captain to meet the reputation requirements, while the other members may be selected at will. Upon accepting the quest, the yellow page above Mog's head immediately transformed into a gray hue. This quest is singular. Once claimed by the first player, it becomes inaccessible to others. Surrounding players, who lack the eligibility to undertake this quest, cast envious glances at Zhang Yi and his team. Zhang Yi casually opened the quest interface to take a look. Hunt the Skeleton. Normal quest difficulty level. 220 description. Darkness is poised to envelop Hope Town. As the god of death, the Golden Skeleton King, prepares to invade at precisely 6 o'clock this evening. Players are requested to venture to its lair in the city of the undead and weaken the Golden Skeleton King's combat prowess by slaying the marked skeletons within the city. Note: your attacks will also prompt the premature invasion of the Golden Skeleton King into Hope Town, with the exact timing contingent upon your progress in the quest. Quest progress. 0 infinite. There is no upper limit. The more marked skeletons you defeat within the designated time frame, the greater the weakening effect on the Golden Skeleton King. Quest rewards, determined by the completion level of the quest. Remaining time, the quest concludes at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Chapter 57. Youngster, whom do you wish to slay? At long last, the task had been successfully acquired. The rewards for the personal and regional first kills of the boss were calculated on a regional basis. Within the 8th district, there existed over 1,000 safe zones, and it was certain that numerous areas could trigger this task, not merely Zhang Yi alone. Consequently, the ensuing focus would be on which team's task completion rate would prove superior. At that moment, Guanhao, Lu Xing, and a few others who had also received the Hunt the Skeleton task were filled with curiosity. What kind of mission was this? And how could it possibly weaken the attributes of the boss? Zhang Yi declared, time is of the essence, replenish your supplies, and we shall set forth immediately. Once they were prepared, the 5-member team embarked towards the city of the undead. Zhang Yi led the way in silence, while Guanhao and the others trailed behind, their expressions grave. After a prolonged silence, Guanhao broke into laughter, saying, do you remember back in high school when the 3 of us frequently skipped class to play games? Every time we did, the class monitor would concoct a story to cover for us. Ah, poor Yuro, our class monitor. Indeed, Zhang Yi had not forgotten. During those days, when Han Yuro was their class monitor, and he had yet to be with her. Zhang Yi would always enlist her help to devise excuses whenever he and Guan Hao skipped classes. Hanya Ro. They said they had food poisoning from lunch and went to the infirmary. Hanya Ro. Guan Hao's house caught fire, and Zhang Yi along with Lu Xing went to help put it out. Hanya Ro. They went to visit their sick grandmother in the hospital. Disciplinary director? All three of their grandmothers are the same person? Hanya Ro. Yes, all three of them have sick grandmothers in the hospital. Each day brought a new excuse, never to be repeated, which truly tested our class monitor. Yuro. Guan Hao chuckled, until one time. It was also the first time Yuro skipped class with us to go online, and she got caught by the disciplinary director. What a thrill. Zhang Yi remained silent, making Guan Hao appear somewhat foolish. Lu Xing then remarked, Zhang Yi, do you know how many suitors Han Yuro has turned down for your sake since you left? How could you be so heartless? Enough of that. Zhang Yi finally interjected with a light reprimand. It was not that he was devoid of compassion, but rather that this reincarnated Zhang Yi sought to shed all ties and influences. In this life, he required no friends or brothers, nor did he desire a romantic partner. What he needed was unfettered strength. This truth had been imparted to Zhang Yi through 8 years of survival in the apocalyptic world of his past life. Reliance on familial, friendly, or romantic bonds paled in comparison to the necessity of becoming a formidable and dependable individual. With Zhang Yi's gentle admonition, Guan Hao and Lu Xing fell silent, while Han Yuro, walking behind, could not help but shed silent tears. Before long, the group arrived at the city of the undead. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, players continuously entered and exited the city of the dead, where throngs of adventurers were engaged in battles against skeletons and the undead. In the 2 lower-level areas ahead, there was scarcely a place to stand. Pausing at the entrance of the city of the dead, Zhang Yi inquired of Guan Hao and his companions, have you completed today's task for soul purification? No, Guan Hao replied, shaking his head. We are all too low in level, and our equipment is not up to par. Even the lowest-level skeletons and undead at level 15 are beyond our capabilities. Zhang Yi then pointed to the undead merchant, Alua, and suggested, you should accept a task of level 3 difficulty. I will assist you in completing it while we undertake the mission. Although they had never visited the city of the dead, they had gleaned some understanding of its layout from conversations in the chat channels among other players. They knew that the level 3 difficulty of soul purification pertained to the highest tier skeletons and undead, ranging from levels 19 to 20, which many seasoned players still dared not approach. Chi Feng expressed some concern, saying, isn't level 3 difficulty a bit too high? We might struggle against the level 19 skeletons. Perhaps we should opt for a lower difficulty? Not at all, Zhang Yi reassured them. The areas for levels 1 and 2 are already saturated. We'll head straight to level 3. I will lead, and you all can focus on surviving. Despite Zhang Yi's confidence, Guan Hao and the others remained hesitant. Having witnessed Zhang Yi single-handedly obliterate a team of over 10 from the Kingdom of Heroes, his strength was undeniable, yet their apprehension was rooted in their own capabilities. Lu Xing whispered, we've already used up our chances for resurrection. Are we truly venturing into the level 3 area? What if? Before he could finish, Guan Hao declared, I trust Zhang Yi. I trust him too, Chi Feng added. Moreover, the lower-level areas are indeed overcrowded. There is no place for us there. Let us go to the level 3 area. Then, said Han Yaru, stepping forward to approach the undead merchant Ilaw. After triggering the dialogue, she promptly accepted a level 3 difficulty soul purification task, while other players at levels 16 and 17 hesitated to take on level 2 tasks. Han Yaru, a level 15 priestess, boldly accepted the challenge of level 3, instantly drawing the attention and whispers of nearby players. A level 16 warrior commented, what bravery. She dares to take on a level 3 task. Impressive. A level 17 rogue added, what a beautiful lady. Would you like to team up? I can help you with the level 3 challenge. Seeing a swarm of male players gathering around Han Yaru with ulterior motives, Zhang Yi's clenched fist relaxed. What was he feeling jealous about? Han Yaru had long since ceased to be his concern. Whom she chose to pursue or associate with was entirely her prerogative, unrelated to him. Upon witnessing Han Yaru surrounded by a throng of players captivated by her beauty, Han Feng and Lu Xing hastily rushed to her aid. However, to their dismay, Their association as friends of Yaru only incited hostility from the very players attempting to approach her. A robust knight, level 16, forcefully shoved the lanky Lu Xing aside, snorting disdainfully, "With your meager level and strength, how dare you attempt to escort a woman? What concern is it of yours?" Lu Xing retorted, addressing the encircling players. "If any of you dares to lay a finger on Yaru, I shall take your life." No sooner had Lu Xing's impulsive declaration echoed than several players in the circle, their faces twisted with malice, advanced menacingly toward him. "You dare speak of killing?" One sneered. Chapter 58. Your sole responsibility is to lie still encircled and feeling utterly trapped. Han Yaru was consumed by anxiety and fear, her helpless gaze drifting toward Zhang Yi in the distance. However, when she noticed that Zhang Yi didn't even spare her a glance, despair enveloped her completely. Lu Xing and Han Feng, confronted by a group of menacingly robust figures advancing towards them, instinctively began to retreat. What? What do you want?" One of the burly warriors, a level 16 man with a scruffy beard, drew his sword without a word and stepped closer to Lu Xing and Han Feng, coldly stating, "With you few worthless beings, that girl will inevitably be bullied daily. You cannot protect her. It would be better to surrender her to us for safekeeping." Han Feng, refusing to retreat any further, stood his ground, his gaze fiercely fixed on the group of ruffians. "She is my sister. I will protect her myself. You need not trouble yourselves." "Can you truly protect her?" sneered the burly leader, as several of his companions brandished their weapons. Just then, Guan Hao rushed over. But the three of them could do little to deter the group of thugs who were closing in on Han Yaru. In an unexpected turn of events, the intimidating warriors seemed to have caught sight of something dreadful, their faces betraying fear as they began to retreat involuntarily. Before Guan Hao and the others could comprehend the situation, the once menacing group scattered like frightened birds. Turning around, they saw Zhang Yi, clad in a black robe and hat, exuding an aura of a beast tamer, standing behind them. Guan Hao and Lu Xing exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting disbelief. Could it be that the thugs were frightened off by Zhang Yi? At that moment, Zhang Yi, adorned with the deliberately activated white ID of a level 17 beast tamer, Yin Nua Qing Qing, walked past Guan Hao and the others, heading straight toward Han Yaru. The attention of numerous players nearby was drawn toward Yin Nua Qing Qing, while the group still surrounding Han Yaru, intent on nefarious intentions, remained oblivious. It was only when Zhang Yi drew nearer that one among them finally noticed him. His expression morphed into one of astonishment. "Yin Nua Qing Qing." With that exclamation, the crowd surrounding Han Yaru turned to Zhang Yi, their faces reflecting shock. "Isn't he the #1 player in the 886 district, Yin Nua Qing Qing? He seems formidable. What does he intend to do? Is he approaching that girl? Could she be his friend?" Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, the players encircling Han Yaru saw Zhang Yi advance with an aura of menace, causing them to retreat in haste. Their instincts warned them that Yin Nua Qing Qing was indeed targeting the priestess named Yaru, and they dared not continue their harassment before the top-ranked player. As anticipated, witnessing the group disperse, Zhang Yi halted his advance, choosing instead to turn and enter the city of the undead. Han Yaru couldn't help but exhale in relief as she gazed at Zhang Yi's indifferent figure departing in the distance. A warmth enveloped her heart, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered. She then joined Guan Hao and the others to follow Zhang Yi, leaving behind a group of players lingering at the outskirts of the city of the undead, engrossed in fervent discussions. Player A. The aura of that big shot is indeed formidable. Even without taking any action, simply standing there is enough to intimidate a whole crowd. Incredible! Player B. Absolutely. In our District 886, who isn't aware that Inua Qing Qing is essentially a bug? Even dozens of top-tier players from Wangzhe Tianxia cannot match him alone. Such a supreme figure is beyond the reach of us mere mortals. Player C. Nevertheless, it appears that those 4 individuals must be his recently assembled teammates, as he just called for them in the regional chat. Previously, I heard he always ventured alone, never having any companions. Yet not long ago, wasn't there a proclamation from Wangzhe Rongyao that anyone teaming up with Inua Qing Qing would be considered an enemy of Wangzhe Tianxia? Aren't these individuals afraid for their lives? To offend an entire guild for a top-ranked player like Inua Qing Qing. Player D. Indeed. While he may be a big shot, Wang Zhetianxia is still a formidable guild with thousands of players, whereas Inua Qingcheng has no backing. Ultimately, Wang Zhetianxia will prevail. These individuals are likely courting disaster. But it's their affair. We should mind our own business and continue with our own pursuits. In the city of the undead, Zhang Yi and his companions traverse the first 2 tiers of difficulty, skillfully avoiding the throngs of players' grinding levels. As they ventured deeper into the city of the undead, Han Yara hastened to catch up with Zhang Yi, whispering, "Zhang Yi, thank you for helping me earlier." "You're welcome," Zhang Yi replied without looking at her, his tone indifferent. "I merely wished to avoid wasting time on our quest." Just as Han Yara was about to say more, she noticed Zhang Yi had come to a halt. Upon surveying their surroundings, she realized they had reached the 3rd tier. Here, skeletal warriors and specters of levels 19 to 20 roamed freely. Scanning the area, it was evident that players grinding in this tier were few. Upon their arrival, they witnessed several flashes of white light. A 5-member team had just been obliterated by a group of level 20 skeletal warriors and archers. Guan Hao and the others, witnessing this scene, were left utterly speechless. Those level 20 skeletons are incredibly powerful. Lu Xing swallowed hard, a hint of fear in his voice. "Perhaps we should retreat and grind lower-level skeletons instead. We can forego the quest. It's far too dangerous here. With our low levels, we might just be annihilated by those skeletons." At that moment, the frontmost Zhang Yi interjected, "It's fine. You need not do anything. Just stay back. The rest I will handle on my own." With that, as Guan Hao and the others stared in disbelief, Zhang Yi drew forth his fiery staff, preparing to select a target. The quest to hunt skeletons does not count every skeleton towards the task's progress. The skeletons required for this mission are marked by a luminous indication, visible only to those who have accepted the quest, emitting a soft white glow. Scanning the surroundings, countless skeletons can be seen, many of which are aglow. Taking a few steps forward, I raise my staff and direct it towards a level 19 glowing skeleton archer within the effective range of my attack, initiating the spellcasting. Fireball. Boom. A searing fireball hurtles towards the skeleton archer, striking it directly. In the next moment, a damage number appears above its head, leaving Guan Hao and Lu Xing, who stand behind, utterly astonished. 986 critical hit. With a fierce roar of defiance, the level 19 skeleton archer, which had barely over 900 health points, is instantaneously obliterated by Zhang Yi's strike, reduced to a scattering of debris upon the ground. Chapter 59. The boss's early invasion despite possessing only 6 points in agility. Zhang Yi astonishingly delivered a critical strike on his very first attempt, a true testament to his extraordinary luck. With the 25 intelligence bonus from the 25 undead robe, his attack power had exceeded 400 points, allowing him to annihilate a level 19 skeleton archer with a single critical fireball spell, a feat that was well within his expectations. However, for Guan Hao and his companions, this was not merely an extreme display of prowess. It was nothing short of invincibility. Guan Hao exclaimed, "Goodness! Has his damage output increased significantly since our first encounter this morning?" Lu Xing remarked, "This is terrifying." He dispatched a level 19 skeleton with just 1 skill. "Now I understand why those guys were so afraid of Zhang Yi." Han Feng added, "Such horror, wow." Han Yaru remained speechless as the 4 of them gaped in astonishment, while Zhang Yi effortlessly eliminated a second radiant skeleton archer with merely 2 basic attacks. Meanwhile, the system notifications echoed in the ears of Guan Hao and his companions, who had yet to engage in combat. "Ding, your team has defeated a level 19 skeleton archer. You have earned 20 combat experience, gaining 30 experience points." "Ding, your team has defeated a level 20 skeleton archer. You have earned 20 combat experience, gaining 34 experience points." In a team setting, the advantages included high efficiency in defeating monsters, while the drawback lay in the division of experience among the participants. In a maximum 5-person team, each member could only receive 20 of the experience, with the individual delivering the final blow receiving an additional 10, totaling 30. Thus, a level 19 skeleton archer would yield 30 experience points for Guan Hao and his companions, while Zhang Yi would garner 45 points. Consequently, Zhang Yi continued to lead the charge, dispatching enemies almost single-handedly. while Guan Hao and the others merely watched in awe as this seemingly monstrous player eliminated a skeleton archer in 1 or 2 strikes and obliterated a skeleton warrior in 2 or 3. For them, facing these level 19 to 20 skeletons, which other players dared not approach, was akin to slaughtering chickens. However, the distinction between radiant skeletons and ordinary skeletons was not merely superficial. The former possessed a formidable passive skill, corrosion. Corrosion. The attacks of radiant skeleton warriors and skeleton archers have a 0.1 chance of directly damaging one piece of equipment on the player, rendering it unusable until repaired at a blacksmith for a fee. This effect is akin to the durability effects activated for equipment of 3-star quality or higher. Once the durability of an item reaches 0, it becomes unusable, and the corrosion skill possessed by these skeletons could potentially deplete an entire piece of a player's equipment. Fortunately, the triggering probability was low. Otherwise, by the end of their encounter, Zhang Yi's gear would likely have been entirely destroyed. During this time, Guan Hao and his companions contemplated assisting, with the archer Han Feng attempting to cast a fire arrow, striking a level 19 skeleton warrior for over 30 points of damage. He nearly fell victim to a counterattack from the skeleton warrior, prompting them to abandon their plans to assist and instead content themselves with passively earning experience from the sidelines. Even Han Yaro, a pastor, could not offer assistance, for Zhang Yi sustained virtually no damage throughout the encounter. The melee skeleton warriors were unable to approach him, as they were swiftly obliterated from a distance of several dozen meters. The skeletal archers, before meeting their demise, had the opportunity to release a few arrows. Yet the damage inflicted was insufficient to breach Zhang Yi's undead shield. Thus, his health remained nearly at full capacity. However, the continuous casting of fireball and chain lightning consumed energy at a rapid pace. Given Zhang Yi's level of 17, each fireball spell consumed 12 energy points, while chain lightning demanded as much as 15. Fortunately, with a generous energy limit, he only required a health potion after vanquishing a dozen skeletons. As Zhang Yi relentlessly dispatched the ethereal skeletons, his quest progress soared, rapidly surpassing 50, signifying he had slain over 50 skeletons. According to the parameters of the Hunt Skeletons quest, for every luminous skeleton defeated, the attributes of the boss, the Golden Skeleton King, would diminish by 0.01. Thus, Zhang Yi had merely reduced its power by 0.5 thus far. However, there was no need for haste, as this was only the result of 10 minutes of slaughter. Simultaneously engaged in the hidden quest, gather rare materials, Zhang Yi observed that with the demise of the skeletal archers and warriors, divine bones occasionally fell to the ground. In an instant, the area around him became strewn with enhancement stones, equipment, divine bones, skill books, and various treasures, yet he had no time to collect them. His primary objective was to slay as many skeletons as possible, maximizing the weakening of the boss's attributes and hastening its assault on Hope Town. As Guan Hao and his companions could not contribute directly, they decided to gather the spoils nearby, thereby assisting Zhang Yi in their own way. They planned to present all collected items to Zhang Yi once the task was completed, feeling guilty about merely benefiting from his experience gains and reluctant to share the spoils. However, for them, even collecting items posed a life-threatening risk, as they could easily fall victim to a volley of arrows from the skeletal archers. Fortunately, the triggering probability of corruption was low, and Zhang Yi faced infrequent attacks from the skeletons, resulting in minimal damage to his equipment. Thus, from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 4, they continued their relentless pursuit until the quest time elapsed. Finally, a system notification echoed in the ears of both Zhang Yi and Guan Hao. Ding. Your quest, Hunt Skeletons, has been completed with a progress of 955. Please return to the safe zone to submit the quest for generous rewards. Meanwhile, an announcement resonated throughout the region. Region 886 announcement. Ding. Attention all players. Due to the successful completion of the special mission, Hunt the Skeleton, by players in Region 886, the attributes of the invading boss, the Death God, Golden Skeleton King, will be reduced by 9.55 during the boss invasion battle at 6 o'clock this evening. Furthermore, the boss will invade the safe zone of 886 a full 48 minutes earlier, with the specific invasion time set for today at 5:12 p.m. All players in the 886 safe zone are urged to prepare for the defense of their home. As the system announcement concluded, the chat channel of Region 886 buzzed with excitement once more. Chapter 60, Corrosion, Immortal Abode. Male, Level 16 Archer, a special mission? To weaken the boss's attributes? Is such a task even possible? Where can one acquire this mission? Could anyone who has completed it kindly share the details? Brat Male, Level 16 Assassin. It seems that the mission spawns from a guard stationed at the entrance of the garrison. I had intended to take it up myself, but the requirement mandates a reputation of at least 500 points to qualify. You are so beautiful, Male, Level 16 Mage. Incredible, my friend. A nearly 10 reduction in attributes, and they will invade the safe zone nearly an hour earlier. It appears that this time the boss's first kill belongs to our District 886. Flowing Year, Male, Level 17 Assassin. Do not celebrate too soon. Since our district possesses this expedited boss progression task, other districts surely have similar missions as well. It is possible that they have completed their tasks at a faster rate, resulting in an even greater weakening of the boss. Observing the discussions within the regional channel, Zhang Yi felt no anxiety. He was supremely confident that District 886 would achieve the most significant reduction in the boss's strength in the earliest invasion. No one could match Zhang Yi's speed in clearing the skeletons of the undead city. Even when others formed teams of 5, he nearly single-handedly handled the tasks. This first kill of the boss was destined to be his, with time still on his side. The boss was scheduled to invade the safe zone at precisely 5:12 p.m., giving him over an hour to prepare. However, this time merely indicated when the boss would depart from the undead city. Its actual arrival would likely be around 5:30 p.m. Before that moment, Zhang Yi intended to assist Guan Hao and the others in completing their tasks in the undead city. After all, it was Zhang Yi who had encouraged them to undertake the Level 3 difficulty mission, Undead Exorcism, before entering the undead city. Thus far, he had only aided them in defeating skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. Their progress against the undead mages and undead assassins remained at 0. Without Zhang Yi's intervention, their collective strength would be insufficient to confront these formidable adversaries, leading only to failure. Therefore, Zhang Yi resumed his efforts in dispatching the undead, simultaneously challenging himself to a personal endeavor to eliminate 1,000 skeleton archers and 1,000 undead mages, thereby unlocking the next level of the challenge. By the time the clock struck 5, Guan Hao and his companions had completed their tasks, and Zhang Yi prepared to withdraw, intending to disband the party and venture forth alone. He had no immediate plans to return to the safe zone to await the boss's invasion, for he recognized that this battle would be a protracted affair. He recalled from his previous life that the first district to topple the boss had spent 2 to 3 hours in the endeavor. The process was inconsequential. Zhang Yi was focused solely on delivering the final blow. Thus, he only needed to return when the boss was on the brink of defeat. As for the hunt skeletons task, he could turn it in at any time, even after the boss had perished. For the objectives of weakening the boss and prompting its premature incursion into the safe zone had already been accomplished. Despite the fact that this boss battle ultimately awards additional rewards based on the total damage contributed by players, it is the individual who delivers the final blow who reaps the most bountiful rewards, an achievement that outweighs any contribution, no matter how significant. In contrast, the rewards calculated based on damage dealt appear trivial. Spending that time tackling challenges and hidden quests in the undead city would yield far greater benefits. Moreover, Zhang Yi's experience bar had reached 99, and he was on the verge of leveling up to 18, which would allow him to equip the 3-star Radiant Staff. Had it not been for Guan Hao and the others siphoning off 70 of Zhang Yi's experience, he would have already achieved level 18 by now. Consequently, Zhang Yi disbanded the team. Without a word, he ventured deeper into the undead city, leaving Guan Hao behind, who lamented, "Zhang Yi, must it be this way? What is troubling you?" "It's nothing." Zhang Yi paused, not turning back as he replied, "You all go complete your quests and return safely." With that, he stepped into the throngs of skeletons and undead, raising his staff to begin his solitary grind. Meanwhile, Guan Hao and Lu Xing stood like fools, watching Zhang Yi with heavy hearts, yet they dared not intrude. Guan Hao glanced at Han Yaru, knowing her feelings for Zhang Yi. She hadn't forgotten him in 3 years, having turned down countless admirable suitors, including Lu Xing himself. It was evident that her deep-set eyes were clouded with disappointment. Perhaps it was time to let go. Lowering her head, Han Yaru softly said, "Let us go." After speaking, she turned to leave, and Guan Hao, wavering between Zhang Yi and Han Yaru, ultimately chose to follow her. Boom. As a fireball felled an undead mage, Zhang Yi, sensing a disturbance behind him, glanced back at the retreating figures of Han Yaru and Guan Hao, his eyes betraying a flicker of emotion. So be it. From now on, they would part ways. Much like in his previous life, where he never encountered them again yet managed to live well for 8 years. Just as Zhang Yi was lost in thought, a sudden chill swept over him, and he turned to see a massive fireball hurtling towards him. In shock, he instinctively raised his staff to defend himself. Boom. The fireball collided with the flame staff, and at that moment, Zhang Yi noticed his weapon lose its brilliance, transforming into a rough, unrefined stick. Simultaneously, 2 combat alerts rang in his ears. Ding. You have been hit by the fireball attack from the undead mage, losing 168 life points. Ding. Unfortunately, your weapon flame staff has been affected by the corrosion from the undead mage and is now damaged. In its damaged state, you will be unable to use this weapon effectively. Damn it. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yi couldn't help but let out a frustrated sigh. How could he be so unfortunate? After grinding for so long without incident, just as he was nearing the end, he triggered a corrosion effect with the same probability as hellfire. After such an extended period of time, not a single instance of hellfire had been triggered. Truly, when misfortune strikes, even drinking water becomes a challenge. Gazing at the now ineffective flame staff in his hand, Zhang Yi felt a profound sense of despair, for he had no spare weapon within his belongings. Meanwhile, the level 20 undead mage that had just assaulted Zhang Yi continued to wield its staff, relentlessly attacking him. Chapter 61. Come and kill me. One more chance. Boom. Another colossal magic sphere hurtled toward Zhang Yi, who deftly evaded it with a nimble sidestep. Gazing at the frenzied necromancer relentlessly assaulting him, Zhang Yi, in a fit of exasperation, brandished the 25 level 1 great hammer he had acquired at the train station, which he had yet to dismantle. He charged toward the necromancer, wielding the hefty weapon. Equipment for novices below level 10 is unrestricted by class, allowing even a mage to wield a hammer, albeit rarely. This was the only weapon Zhang Yi had at his disposal. As he swiftly approached the necromancer, he brought the hammer down with a resounding thud, inflicting a damage of 415 points upon the foe. With the hammer's additional 18 points of attack power, combined with a 30-point damage bonus from the severe wound talent, his attack power rivaled that of a fiery staff, ensuring that the damage dealt remained uncompromised. However, by opting for the hammer, Zhang Yi relinquished his Beastmaster skills, resorting solely to basic attacks to wear down the necromancer. Despite this limitation, Zhang Yi, as a Beastmaster, managed to bludgeon the necromancer to death in a series of powerful strikes. After collecting the necromancer's loot, which included a shimmering sphere of necromantic essence and a few copper coins, Zhang Yi checked his status bar and discovered he was merely a few hundred experience points shy of reaching level 18. Contemplating the prospect of slaying a few more skeletons or undead, Zhang Yi was suddenly interrupted by a commotion emanating from the rear. Turning to investigate, he was taken aback by a throng of players surging toward him from the level 2 area of the necropolis. Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and the others, who were on the verge of exiting, found themselves encircled by this unexpected influx of players. Observing the IDs above the heads of the newcomers, Zhang Yi, who was unperturbed while dispatching a necromancer with a hammer, wore an enigmatic smile. Have they finally arrived? The Kingdom of Kings. A horde, numbering in the hundreds, of players from the Kingdom of Kings charged into the necropolis, sending Guan Hao and the others, along with players leveling in the level 3 area, into a state of confusion. Scanning the crowd, Zhang Yi spotted the leader of the Kingdom of Kings, Glory of Kings, who appeared to be well prepared. Upon entering the level 3 area, he surveyed his surroundings and quickly locked eyes on Zhang Yi. There he is. Indeed, Glory of Kings had gathered such a formidable entourage specifically to confront him. But how had they discovered his location? Was it the burly men he had encountered earlier, who had attempted to intimidate Han Yaru? that had betrayed him. Initially unfazed, Zhang Yi glanced at the hammer in his hand. Alas, just at this moment, his fiery staff had dropped. Was he truly expected to confront the Kingdom of Kings with this hammer? Well, a hammer is still a weapon. Zhang Yi resolved that he could indeed take down the Kingdom of Kings with this very tool. As the players from the Kingdom of Kings surged forward, the scattered solo players leveling in the third area hastily retreated, while the Kingdom of Kings players, under glory of King's command, rushed toward Zhang Yi. As everyone approached, brandishing their weapons, each individual donned an expression as if they were ready to devour Zhang Yi. They surged forward, eager and reckless. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Had these individuals consumed gunpowder today? Typically, they recoiled at his presence like mice before a cat. Yet today, they seemed utterly fearless. Was it merely the advantage of their numbers? However, Zhang Yi pondered, they had always come in significant numbers whenever they targeted him before. The swiftly refreshing regional chat channel provided Zhang Yi with the answer. Fallen Leaves. Male, level 16 archer, have you seen the members of the Kings of Glory? There's a massive throng, at least several hundred, and they seem quite formidable. Where are they headed, and what are they up to? Gray Avatar, male. Level 16 knight, they must be heading to the city of the undead, right? I've heard they're targeting Inua Qingqing. The Kings of Glory have long proclaimed their intent to exact revenge, and it seems they are finally prepared to fulfill that promise. Previously, they sent dozens and were countered, but now they bring such a multitude, indicating a resolute determination to eliminate Inua Qingqing. Little Chicken, male, level 17 assassin, what are we waiting for? Everyone, let us hurry to the city of the undead to witness the spectacle. The top contender of the heavenly rankings versus the hundreds of the Kings of Glory. This will undoubtedly be an exhilarating confrontation. Charmed female. Level 17, mage, I'm already in the city of the undead and just saw the Kings of Glory arrive. There are so many of them. The atmosphere is electric. Meteor shower. Female, level 16 priest, is that true? Wait for me. I'm heading over right now. I want to witness this epic showdown with my own eyes. Charm, spare me the trouble. If you aren't in the city of the undead, stay away. This ISNT team fight. Inua Qingqing is alone. No matter how talented, can one person truly withstand an entire team from the Kings of Glory? I fear that by the time you arrive, the battle will already be over. Inua Qingqing is surely doomed this time. It turned out that the Kings of Glory had mobilized nearly their entire force. Such a grand display genuinely left Zhang Yi feeling somewhat flattered. Ironically, the army of Kings of Glory halted 50 meters away from Zhang Yi, forming a line. Clearly, they understood that with Inua Qingqing's damage output, he could easily eliminate any one of them in an instant. Thus, none dared to encroach upon Zhang Yi's effective range, fearful of being swiftly dispatched by him. Of course, they were oblivious to the fact that Zhang Yi had now lost his long-range capabilities, rendered a melee mage incapable of utilizing any skills. At that moment, a level 16 archer, Wang Zhuan, squeezed through the crowd of the Kings of Glory. Inua Qingqing, let us see just how much prowess you possess this time. Zhang Yi remained unperturbed, refraining from hastily brandishing his hammer. Instead, he stood composed before the currently only level 16 Wang Zhuan, remarking, "Have you been unable to level up after I defeated you several times? As the captain of the Kings of Glory, your level 16 status is rather unconvincing. Wouldn't you agree?" In the realm of honor of kings, a sense of indignation transformed into a burning desire for vengeance. Today, I have come to settle the score with you. You have repeatedly opposed me, and just last night, you took the lives of several of my comrades. All debts will be reconciled today. Very well, Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. Let us settle this, for I am in high spirits today. He understood the importance of maintaining an imposing presence. Despite being aware that his equipment provided him with a significant advantage, he knew that single-handedly, he could not contend with the multitude from the Kingdom of Kings. Yet, he remained undaunted, for the worst outcome would merely be a temporary demise. With 3 opportunities for resurrection at his disposal, Zhang Yi faced death without fear. Most importantly, even if he were to fall, the exquisite gear he had fortified to level 25, bound to him by the system, would not be lost. At worst, he would lose a level, however. For the Kingdom of Kings to eliminate Zhang Yi, they would have to pay a tremendous price in casualties. With a resounding clang, the massive black iron hammer struck the ground. Gripping the handle, Zhang Yi addressed the players from the Kingdom of Kings, who were 50 meters ahead. Come and attempt to slay me. I offer you another chance. Chapter 62, Ahead for 100 gold coins. Upon witnessing the formidable hammer in Zhang Yi's grasp, the players of the Kingdom of Kings, maintaining a safe distance, exchanged bewildered glances, each questioning the other. What is this fellow up to now? Isn't he a beast master? What does that hammer signify? Rumor has it that he previously donned novice armor at level 10, yet managed to effortlessly vanquish over a dozen of our players, an incident that transpired just last night. Each piece of seemingly inferior equipment he possesses is, in fact, extraordinary. We must tread carefully, for that hammer in his hands could very well be an artifact of level 10 or below, boasting attributes superior to weapons of level 30. Before a single strike was exchanged, an inexplicable trepidation enveloped the players of the Kingdom of Kings as they faced Zhang Yi, the wielder of the massive iron hammer. The battle had yet to commence, yet the Kingdom of Kings had already suffered a significant psychological defeat, precisely the outcome Zhang Yi had aimed for. Simultaneously, numerous independent players, drawn by curiosity, hurried over from the first and second zones of the City of the Undead, with some even arriving from afar to witness the spectacle. Soon, the surrounding area was inundated with onlookers, as anticipation filled the air regarding the imminent clash between the top player of Zone 886 and the 1,000-strong team from the Kingdom of Kings. Whispers of speculation began to circulate among the assembled crowd. A knight, arms crossed, remarked, "The Kingdom of Kings has orchestrated quite the spectacle. It seems they are quite confident in their ability to defeat Inua Qing Qing. If an entire team cannot subdue one Inua Qing Qing, they may find it challenging to maintain their reputation in Zone 886. A young priestess, savoring a lollipop, chimed in, "Really? It's so unfair to gang up on Inua's brother like this. Don't the players from the Kingdom of Kings feel any shame?" A bespectacled mage interjected, "Shame? You're unaware of how Inua Qing Qing single-handedly annihilated several of their squads on 2 separate occasions. He is, without a doubt, a glitch in our Zone 886. The Kingdom of Kings cannot hope to contend with this anomaly without deploying such overwhelming numbers." A bearded warrior mused, "This time, it's dire. Inua Qing Qing is doomed." Meanwhile, a striking archer, confident in her assessment, asserted, "I beg to differ. I have faith in this Inua Qing Qing. Though young, his prowess is evident. That hammer he wields is likely a novice artifact. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be using it at level 17. In the early stages of this game, attributes are paramount. As long as Inua Qing Qing maintains an edge in attributes over the Kingdom of Kings, even 1,000 of them will find him insurmountable." Listening to the fervent discussions of the spectators, Wang Zhirong was resolute. "Today, I shall not rest until you are defeated." As those words left his lips, the level 17 silver-armored knight, Wang Zhigui Lai, leaned closer to Wang Zhirong, whispering, "Captain, you mentioned last time that you didn't believe Inua Qing Qing could deal 40 to 50 points of damage. Otherwise, you would face public humiliation. Yet, you have yet to suffer such a fate. Curse you." In a decisive blow, Honor of Kings delivered a fierce kick to the returning king, followed by a commanding shout, "Brothers, let us slay. Taking down the one known as Inua Qing Qing will reward you with 100 gold coins." The onlookers erupted in astonishment. 100 gold coins? That's outrageous. One could hardly suppress the urge to join the fray. After all, if fortune favored them and they managed to defeat Inua Qing Qing, 100 gold coins would be ample to acquire a full set of exquisite equipment boasting over 20 enhancements. Even Zhang Yi was taken aback by the bounty announced in Honor of Kings. Was he truly worth so much? A single kill valued at 100 gold coins. The thought left Zhang Yi with an unsettling desire for self-destruction. Ahead, at the command of Honor of Kings, countless players from the realm of kings rushed towards Zhang Yi with fervor. For the sake of 100 gold coins and the glory of victory, they pressed on. Standing his ground, Zhang Yi hefted his massive iron hammer, quietly awaiting the approach of his adversaries, while a fierce aura of menace began to radiate from his eyes. "You wish to kill me? It shall not be so simple." As the words escaped his lips, he focused on the first of his attackers. A level 16 warrior known as the King's Champion, who charged towards him with a swift strike. Just as the warrior's blade pierced him, triggering a gray name, Zhang Yi swung his hammer with precision, sending the King's Champion hurtling backward. In the next instant, both players' heads displayed damage. 1. -392. The warrior, stunned by the mere 1 point of mandatory damage that appeared above Zhang Yi, was left in disbelief. Although he was not a fully optimized damage dealer, with an impressive 180 attack power, the King's Champion had been confident, only to discover that he could not even breach Zhang Yi's defenses. This opponent's resilience was astonishing. As the King's Champion grappled with his disbelief, Zhang Yi approached with his hammer raised high, delivering another resounding blow that inflicted a staggering 884 points of critical damage, depleting the champion's remaining health by a third. A swift execution, with the body of the King's Champion disintegrating into a burst of white light. The surrounding spectators gazed on in shock. Yet, this spectacle did little to deter the players from the realm of kings. They continued their relentless advance, eager for the 100 gold coin bounty. As melee fighters such as warriors, knights, and assassins closed in, the ranged mages and archers from the backline of kings also entered effective attack range and unleashed their assault upon Zhang Yi. Whizzing arrows and magical projectiles rained down from the front, their sheer volume making evasion nearly impossible. Most of the attacks struck Zhang Yi, dealing damage in a series of 30 to 50 points. Despite his total health exceeding 1,200, Zhang Yi could not withstand the concentrated fire from his adversaries, and soon found himself down a third of his health. This was still under the protection of the Undead Robe's Undead Shield talent. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi once again swung his mighty hammer, sending a nearby assassin, who had activated an acceleration skill, flying. This colossal hammer proved to be a divine weapon. Almost all melee players from the Kingdom of Glory attempting to approach were unable to withstand the devastating damage it inflicted. Bang, bang, bang. -375, -342, -798 critical hit. The assassin fell after 2 strikes, the warrior after 3, and even the most resilient knight could not endure 4 of Zhang Yi's blows. Armed with a level 1 hammer boasting a 25 enhancement, Zhang Yi's output was nothing short of frenzied. Chapter 63. Then I choose to die with you. The sound of rushing water echoed as Zhang Yi was engulfed by an incessant white light. Witnessing his comrades fall one after another to merciless strikes, desperate for an opportunity to shoot Zhang Yi from afar, Wang Zhe could not suppress the deep-seated animosity swelling within him. Damn it, charge. Everyone, overwhelm him. We must bury him. Despite his valiant efforts, Zhang Yi found himself outnumbered. After mercilessly slaying dozens of players from the Kingdom of Glory, his vitality had diminished significantly, reduced by more than half. This was particularly striking given that most of his adversaries could inflict only a mere point of force damage upon him. The archers who had mastered the armor-piercing arrow and the assassins wielding armor-piercing strike posed the greatest threat to Zhang Yi. Intent on maintaining a sin value of 0, Zhang Yi deliberately targeted players marked in gray, hoping to minimize his losses upon eventual defeat. The damage to his flame staff severely restricted his mobility, transforming him from a ranged attacker into a close-quarters combatant. Had he retained the use of his staff, he would not have been so vulnerable to the distant assaults of enemy mages and archers. With a resounding crash, Zhang Yi prepared himself for battle, delivering a crushing blow to a level 16 warrior from the Kingdom of Glory. Just then, figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding crowd, breaking through the ranks and swiftly approaching Zhang Yi. "Brother, we are here." To his astonishment, it was Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and Han Feng who had charged into his aid. Clang. As a knight, Guan Hao wielded his hammer and shield, positioning himself protectively in front of the bloodied Zhang Yi. Lu Xing, the assassin, and Han Feng, the archer, flanked him, while the priest Han Yaru immediately cast minor healing to restore Zhang Yi's health. A jolt of emotion surged through Zhang Yi. "Have you all lost your minds?" Bang, bang, bang. Guan Hao, steadfastly blocking fireballs with his shield, glanced back at Zhang Yi and shouted, "Have you forgotten our oath as the brothers of the Peach Garden? We do not seek to live together, but we shall die together on the same day." As Guan Hao's words echoed, Lu Xing chimed in, "Yes, we are brothers." The weight of the word brother struck Zhang Yi profoundly. Truthfully, Guan Hao and the other selfless rush to his aid ignited a long-dormant sense of gratitude within him. Evoking memories of their carefree days together, skipping class to play games in internet cafes, fervently battling side by side. Zhang Yi, stop daydreaming. I can't hold on much longer. Guan Hao turned to Zhang Yi, gritting his teeth and furrowing his brow. Quickly take some medicine to recover, then we either flee or face them head-on. If we must die, we'll take a few of them with us. Okay, Zhang Yi nodded, just as he retrieved a bottle of red potion from his bag and raised it to drink. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. And the unfolding scene before Zhang Yi left him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the assassin Lu Xing launched a surprise attack on Guan Hao, driving a blade through his back. Coupled with the relentless ranged barrage from a multitude of mages and archers from the Kingdom of Glory, Guan Hao was swiftly slain, as his health bar depleted. He turned his head, catching a glimpse of Lu Xing behind him, and incredulously uttered, "Lu Xing you." Before he could finish his sentence, Guan Hao collapsed to the ground, transforming into a burst of white light before the eyes of Zhang Yi and Han Yaru, disappearing entirely. Lu Xing's expression morphed into one of grotesque intensity, as if he had become a different person. "I'm sorry, brother." With that, he nimbly darted towards the opposing archer, Han Feng, tackling him to the ground. Lu Xing then unleashed a flurry of vicious stabs to Han Feng's neck, blood splattering as Han Feng's health bar plummeted. Caught off guard, he struggled a few moments in a pool of blood before following Guan Hao's fate. He too dissolved into white light. "Brother," Han Yara gasped, her face a mask of disbelief as she stared at Lu Xing, who had just slain both Guan Hao and Han Feng. "What are you doing? Why did you kill Guan Hao and my brother?" Before Lu Xing could respond, the surrounding players from the Kingdom of Glory seemed to receive a signal and abruptly ceased their attacks, followed by a round of applause. "Well done," from the crowd. Wang Zhirong stepped forward, addressing the frenzied Lu Xing with a smile. "Well done, brother Lu Xuanda. From this day forth, you are a member of the Kingdom of Glory." Picking up a piece of armor that had dropped from Han Feng's lifeless body, Lu Xing approached Wang Zhirong, grinning. "Thank you, Captain. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the team and will not let you down." Han Yaru comprehended everything in that moment. "You betrayed us and allied with the Kingdom of Glory." The Lu Xing before her had completely transformed, bearing no resemblance to the person he once was. Otherwise, how do you think the Kingdom of Glory knew Zhang Yi was here? Han Yara stared at Lu Xing in disbelief. "So it was you who leaked the information. Why did you do this?" Lu Xing scoffed coldly, his eyes reflecting a chilling indifference. "Do you still not understand? In this brutal world where the strong prey upon the weak, what value does brotherhood hold when survival is at stake? The Kingdom of Glory has long declared that anyone who associates with Yi Nua Qing Cheng is an enemy of the entire Kingdom of Glory. I had warned the rat and your brother, but they refused to listen and insisted on aiding Zhang Yi. Do you think we stand a chance against the Kingdom of Glory? Continuing to stick with Zhang Yi leads only to death." Pausing for effect, Lu Xing continued, "Thus, I added Brother Yao as a friend and mentioned that I knew Yi Nua Qing Cheng. He told me that if I could provide her location, he would give me a chance to join the Kingdom of Glory." The Brother Yao Lu Xing referred to was, in fact, Wang Zhirong. With a deliberate tone, Lu Xing then asked Wang Zhirong, "Brother Yao, did I perform adequately?" "More than adequate. That was exceedingly impressive. In the realm of honor of kings." A chuckle escaped Wang Zhi's lips as he remarked, "I merely requested you to disclose Yi Nua's location, yet unexpectedly, you went so far as to eliminate 2 of your own brothers for me. Truly remarkable. Your ruthlessness is commendable, to slay your own kin without a moment's hesitation. I admire such talent." At that moment, Han Yaru was enveloped in profound astonishment, while Zhang Yi appeared remarkably composed, as if Lu Xing's betrayal had not surprised him in the slightest. Zhang Yi had once endured the treachery of his dearest friend and beloved. Thus Lu Xing's betrayal seemed to him a foregone conclusion. Noticing Zhang Yi's calm demeanor, Lu Xing was taken aback and inquired, "Why are you so unfazed?" Disregarding Lu Xing entirely, Zhang Yi shifted his gaze to the trembling figure of Han Yaru, who was crouched on the ground. In a cold tone, he declared, "You have one more opportunity to choose. Align with them and oppose me, and you may escape a grim fate at their hands." Initially, it was presumed that Han Yaru would make the same choice as Lu Xing in the name of survival. However, to everyone's astonishment, she rose from the ground and resolutely stated, "Then I choose to die alongside you." Chapter 64. You will regret it, Yaro. Lu Xing gazed at Han Yaro, a flicker of reluctance evident in his eyes. He addressed her, "I have spoken to Yao Gu. I will assist him in dealing with Inua Qing Cheng. And in return, he has agreed to make an exception and allow you to join the Kingdom of Kings alongside me." Extending his hand towards Han Yaro, Lu Xing continued, "Yaro, join me. From this moment forth, no one shall dare to bully us in the Kingdom of Kings." Han Yaro found it unfathomable that the very person who had just taken the lives of her brother and dear friend could utter such words. "Do you not feel disgusted?" she retorted. He was not wrong. At that moment, Zhang Yi interjected Lu Xing's sentiments, addressing Han Yaro, "By joining the Kingdom of Kings, you can at least ensure your safety, avoiding the fate of being slaughtered alongside me." Turning to Zhang Yi, Han Yaro fixed him with a profound gaze and spoke. 3 years ago, we vowed never to betray one another. Have you forgotten?" Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment, then replied, "You will regret this." "I will not," Han Yaro asserted. "I shall never regret." Witnessing Han Yaro's unwavering loyalty to Zhang Yi, even in such dire circumstances, Lu Xing felt a surge of anger and shame. "Captain, can we not eliminate Inua Qing Cheng?" he urged. Before Zhang Yi and Han Yaro had become entwined, Lu Xing had harbored feelings for her. He believed that his hesitance to pursue her allowed Zhang Yi to seize the opportunity. Due to the bond between Zhang Yi, Guan Hao, and himself, Lu Xing had long suppressed his dissatisfaction towards Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi abruptly vanished 3 years ago, Lu Xing seized the chance to fervently pursue Han Yaro, only to be repeatedly rejected. She had declared that her heart would always belong to one, Zhang Yi. This only fueled Lu Xing's conviction that Han Yaro's refusals stemmed from lingering feelings for Zhang Yi. He believed that only with Zhang Yi's demise could he hope to win Han Yaro's affection. As Lu Xing's words faded, Wang Zhirongyu smiled faintly. "Of course. Do you wish to take his life with your own hands?" Lu Xing looked at Zhang Yi, clearly intimidated. He recognized that confronting Zhang Yi with his own strength would be futile. At that moment, Wang Zhirongyu stated, "You are no match for him. Your task is complete. The ensuing matters shall be entrusted to me. I will fulfill my promise to you. That woman, Inua Qing Cheng, shall surely perish." Lu Xing nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Captain." Wang Zhirongyu regarded Zhang Yi with the detached gaze reserved for the deceased, commanding, "Kill him." The players of the Kingdom of Kings surged forward, brandishing their weapons to besiege Zhang Yi. Despite being alone, Zhang Yi remained unfazed, wielding a massive iron hammer. With 2 powerful strikes, he dispatched a warrior from the Kingdom of Kings, creating an opening behind him. Remarkably, Zhang Yi then abandoned Han Yaro and fled. Lu Xing, along with the players from Honor of Kings, stood frozen in astonishment. What on earth? Has he forsaken his own woman and fled for his life? Observing Han Yaro's crestfallen expression, Lu Xing seized the moment and laughed heartily. "Yaro, do you see? This is the man you have pined for over the past 3 years. In a moment of peril, he abandoned you to save himself. Is such a person truly worthy of your reminiscence?" As she watched Zhang Yi retreat into the distance, Han Yar felt a profound sense of disillusionment. No matter how she tried to protect him, she never expected the one she desperately wanted to shield would so easily leave her behind to escape alone. Meanwhile, the assassin, King of Kings, quickly exclaimed, "Inua Qing Cheng is making a run for it. I will lead a pursuit." "There's no need to rush," replied Honor of Kings, remaining calm. "He has headed in the wrong direction. There is nowhere for him to go. If he ventures further inside, it will lead to his demise. However, be cautious of any recall scrolls he might possess. Take your team and pursue him without hesitation. Make sure to eliminate him. I wish to see at least one piece of equipment dropped from him. Rest assured, Captain, I will handle it." King of Kings accepted the order and led a large group of players from Honor of Kings deeper into the city of the undead. Meanwhile, Lu Xing continued his attempts to sway Han Yaro's feelings. "Yaro, stay with me. No matter how formidable Zhang Yi may be, he cannot protect you, and he is utterly unreliable. I have now joined Honor of Kings, and I promise to safeguard you." Having just lost her brother Han Feng and been abandoned by Zhang Yi, Han Yaro's heart felt like ashes. She had no inclination to heed Lu Xing's words. Lu Xing, adorned with an increasingly audacious smile, drew closer to Han Yaro. "Fear not, Yaro. From now on, I shall treat you with utmost care." At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. King of Kings jumped in fright. What was that sound? Honor of Kings, realizing something, urged, "Quick, let us move." He swiftly led the army of Honor of Kings deeper into the city of the undead. Upon passing a crossroads, they were taken aback to witness a large area of scorched earth on the right side of the street, littered with the corpses of countless recently fallen players from Honor of Kings, mingled with the remains of some necromancers and death assassins. Equipment, gold, potions, and enhancement stones lay strewn across the ground. In the midst of this carnage stood a man clad in a black robe, wielding a shimmering silver staff. A beastmaster with a glowing white ID, level 18 beastmaster In Nuachin Chung. Surrounding Zhang Yi, amidst the ruins charred by hellfire, were several surviving white-named players from Honor of Kings, spared due to being designated as his protection targets. This was also the reason Zhang Yi could slay so many players from Honor of Kings while maintaining his white name. All his designated targets were gray-named. The scene before them left the players of Honor of Kings and those who had hastened to join them utterly speechless. A cacophony of radiant white lights erupted simultaneously, as the corpses of all the fallen players in the realm of Honor of Kings resurrected at once, indicating that they had perished at the same moment. What force could possibly annihilate such a multitude, including those formidable level 19 to 20 undead, in an instant? In the eyes of the Honor of Kings players, astonishment reigned supreme, overshadowing all else, as no one noticed that the character Inua Qin Chung had ascended from level 17 to level 18 just before their retreat, and that their weapon had transformed from a large iron hammer to a magical staff. The white-named players who had witnessed their comrades being obliterated by a surge of dragon flames stood frozen in fear. Chapter 65. The Oath of the City has arrived. The King's return, with a countenance full of disbelief, exclaimed, "How is it possible for him to eliminate so many people simultaneously?" The glory of the king swallowed hard, but he was acutely aware of one crucial fact. This individual must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. He could not be allowed to remain, lest he pose an ever-growing threat to our dominion. However, he appeared to have grown even more formidable than before. The king's return felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. It seemed as if this adversary was perpetually becoming stronger. In mere moments, even the esteemed members of their team had perished. How could they possibly vanquish him? Humph! The glory of the king scoffed dismissively. Look at the scorched earth. He undoubtedly just employed a magical scroll, and it was at least an epic-grade rare scroll. I refuse to believe he possesses another. Did he truly consider himself invincible? Had he not nearly met his demise outside? Had he not fled with great haste? It was merely that his equipment vastly surpassed ours. Nonetheless, he stood alone. If we could not slay a single man with our numbers, we might as well eat dirt. After a brief pause, the glory of the king declared, "Let us eliminate him. Everyone, charge. We shall strip him of all his equipment." At the command of the glory of the king, countless players from the realm of the king surged forward towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi remained composed, his gaze piercing as he watched the frontline players of the king approach within a 50-meter effective attack range. Boom! With a deft motion of his staff, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking the foremost gray-named level 16 warrior player of the king, ricocheting towards two others and inflicting damage. Minus 1,236 critical hit. Minus 631. Minus 1,198 critical hit. With a flourish, two beams of white light erupted. The three struck by the chain lightning saw two of their numbers instantly obliterated, while another suffered significant loss of health. Ding you have slain player King Cowabunga. The opponent is gray-named. Sin value 0. Ding you have slain player King Big Shot. The opponent is gray-named. Sin value 0. All of Zhang Yi's targets were gray-named to avoid incurring a red name. Up ahead, the advancing players of the king, upon witnessing the 4-digit damage dealt by Zhang Yi, were suddenly seized by fear, abruptly halting their advance. Even the glory of the king, who had previously regarded Zhang Yi with disdain, was taken aback. What on earth? How has his damage increased so significantly? Is he using some kind of hack? The glory of the king could not fathom that Zhang Yi was currently wielding a 25-level enhanced 3-star weapon, the Luminous Staff. Thus, Zhang Yi had not fled to escape from Han Yaru alone. Instead, he sought to temporarily evade combat, slaying a few monsters to accumulate the scan experience points needed to reach level 18. Equipped with the luminous staff, Zhang Yi had now acquired the capability to contend against the vast army of the king with but a single hand. To his astonishment, the supreme champion had pursued him, and with the radiant staff of luminescence at level 18 in hand, Zhang Yi effortlessly dispatched the supreme champion with a fireball spell, simultaneously triggering the rare 0/1 chance of the Hellfire Dragon. This calamity obliterated not only the supreme champion but also the gray-named players from the Kingdom of Kings who had followed him, along with the undead creatures in the vicinity. This time, they had come seeking him out, and Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving the city of the undead alive. However, he was determined to ensure that the Kingdom of Kings would suffer losses 100-fold greater than his own. Clutching the radiant staff, Zhang Yi emerged from the smoldering ruins, resembling a demon from the depths of hell in the eyes of the Kingdom of Kings players, since they dared not advance. It was Zhang Yi who would take the helm of this battle. As he approached, the immediate reaction of the Kingdom of Kings players was to instinctively retreat. Who could possibly not fear the current Zhang Yi? Even the champions trembled. His damage was so immense that even a knight would succumb to his might in just 2 or 3 strikes. One by one, the onlookers, eager for the spectacle, began to gather at a safe distance to observe the unfolding drama. Perhaps fearing the embarrassment of losing face in front of the spectators, the champion, with a resolute demeanor, commanded, "What are you afraid of? Charge. We'll compensate 1 gold coin for each death." The players of the Kingdom of Kings exchanged glances, then rallied their resolve, charging towards Zhang Yi. For the champions, a mere gold coin for a death was inconsequential. Their grand plan was to eliminate the obstacle of Yinhua Qingqing and then fully implement their invasion of Zone 886, exploiting the players within the safe zone for profit. By then, a single gold coin would be trivial compared to the wealth they could amass. Every resource in the entire 886 zone would belong to them. With a resounding crash, Zhang Yi, empowered by the 35 agility bonus from his staff, unleashed a fireball spell coupled with a basic attack, striking 2 different gray-named players from the Kingdom of Kings. 925. -648. Another flash of light illuminated the battlefield as the level 16 assassin, struck by the fireball for 925 points of damage, was instantly obliterated, while the knight's health plummeted by a third. Seizing the moment before they could close in, Zhang Yi executed 2 more basic attacks, finishing off the wounded knight. When targeting a single foe, the multiple attacks talent of the Radiant Staff augmented Zhang Yi's damage by 10, bolstered by the prospect of resurrection. The players of the Kingdom of Kings surged forward in relentless waves. Thus, as Zhang Yi continued his frenzied harvest, he advanced, and under the extraordinary attack power boost of his level 1825 3-star Radiant Staff, none among the Kingdom of Kings could withstand a second blow from him. Save for the knights. The basic attacks of the single entity were sluggish, prompting Zhang Yi to activate the multiple attacks talent of the Radiant Staff. With each basic attack, he unleashed 2 magical orbs simultaneously, targeting 2 adversaries. Although the damage was distributed, with each orb inflicting only 60 of the total damage, the harm dealt to the players in the Realm of Kings was still an impressive 300 to 400 points. In just 2 or 3 instances of multiple attacks, he could eliminate 2 of his opponents in an instant. On the battlefield, beams of white light flickered one after another, with Zhang Yi's ID remaining in pristine white. It seemed that the game had made an observation. This fellow was specifically targeting those marked in gray. Team leader. At that moment, a junior player pointed at the ID above Zhang Yi's head with a look of horror, exclaiming, "You are marked in gray. Yinhua Qingqing is coming. Everyone, clear the way for me. Let me escape first." Chapter 66. The live stream erupts. The players of the Kingdom of Kings found themselves utterly powerless against Zhang Yi, who obliterated them from a distance of several dozen meters. The speed at which their bodies accumulated surpassed the time it took for them to refresh, and soon, a mountain of corpses lay before them, scattered with countless dropped items. Gradually, the players of the Kingdom of Kings, confronted with the seemingly invincible Zhang Yi, shifted from an offensive to a defensive stance, retreating in fear. None could fathom how this player, Yinhua Qingqing, wielded such formidable prowess. From the very beginning, it appeared that he was the leader of Zone 886. having achieved the distinction of being the first to enter the safe zone, the first to complete a class change. And there were even whispers suggesting that he was the first to trigger a hidden quest as an unnamed player. Of course, they could never have imagined that Zhang Yi was a being who had emerged from a post-apocalyptic world 8 years later, endowed with the foresight of the next 8 years. The bloodline of a dragon and divine-level talents. It was precisely this combination that rendered Zhang Yi an extraordinary anomaly. As he advanced to higher levels and entered the main city, one could not guarantee that his journey would remain as smooth. For there were indeed others in this world possessing divine talents and dragon bloodlines. However, at least for now, Zhang Yi could leverage his early advantages to reign supreme in Zone 886, treating the Kingdom of Kings with indifference. The battle raged on, with Zhang Yi relentlessly slaughtering the players of the Kingdom of Kings. Meanwhile, the chat channel of Zone 886 had erupted with messages from onlookers witnessing this massacre. Mo Lu, male, level 17 assassin. My goodness. Inua Qing Cheng is incredible. 1v1000. The entire Kingdom of Kings is on the verge of being annihilated by him alone. Xin Zhu, male, level 16 mage? Are you joking? Is this real? How can one person take on an entire team? That's impossible unless he's cheating. Disdain, Crayon Shinchan, female, level 16 warrior. This is true. I'm right here on the scene, witnessing the Kingdom of Kings surround Inua Qing Cheng. Only to be countered and slain in a wave. The bodies are piling up. Surprise, Lu Yun, male, level 17 assassin. Wow, isn't that thrilling? Had I known, I would have gone to the City of the Undead too. Is there anyone there streaming live? Crayon Shinchan, can this game even be streamed live? Question. Lu Yun, yes, but the fees seem quite steep. It's billed by the second, and every moment costs money. Xiaomei Mao Male? Level 17 mage money is not an issue. Just start the stream. We'll shower you with gifts. I assure you will not incur losses. Hurry. The live streaming feature, originally introduced by the Tianyan Group as a means of profit, allowed players to broadcast their gameplay for a fee, with other players sending gifts that the streamer could split with the game. As I observed the bustling chat channel filled with eager players, a female warrior with the ID Crayon Shinchan was spectating in the Undead City. After a series of clumsy maneuvers, she commenced her live stream, incurring a staggering cost of 1 silver coin per second. At the outset of the broadcast, Crayon Shinchan announced in the regional channel, I have merely a handful of silver coins in my possession. The stream consumes 1 silver coin per second. I have begun the broadcast. How long it lasts depends on you all. With the initiation of the live stream, numerous players not present in the Undead City flocked to the live interface, locating Crayon Shinchan's live room and joining in. Consequently, the chat room was inundated with system notifications. Player, I am a fool, has entered the live room. Player, Niwa is mad, has entered the live room. Player, King Bomb, has entered the live room. From Crayon Shinchan's perspective, the stream showcased the unfolding scene. The visuals revealed an expansive city street where a multitude of players from the Kingdom of Champions were retreating under the overwhelming pressure of a lone Beastmaster. With a mere flick of his wrist, the Beastmaster summoned bursts of white light. The striking white ID above him, promise of a beautiful city, was hard to miss. This spectacular display prompted the viewers in the live room to exclaim in awe. Gentle breeze. It's truly a 1v1000 situation. Wow, the master promise of a beautiful city is incredible. Miss Sunny. So many from the Kingdom of Champions can't even contend with just one. How terrifying. This promise of a beautiful city is truly remarkable. Sea Breeze, 666, 666, 6666 Scorpio, 6666666666666. Soon after, Crayon Shinchan witnessed the barrage of gifts flooding the screen. Player Gentle Breeze sent a gift flower, X1. Unit price, 1 silver coin. You earn 50 profit, 50 copper coins, automatically deposited into your backpack. Player Gentle Breeze sent a gift flower, X66. Player Miss Sunny sent a gift, fireworks, X10. Unit price, 3 silver coins. Player Storm Angel sent a gift, yacht, X1. Unit price, 10 gold coins. Luo Tianyi exclaimed, wow, even Storm Angel has arrived. Splurging on a yacht worth 10 gold coins. How extravagant. Meanwhile, witnessing the deluge of gifts in her live room, Crayon Shinchan felt her funds soar from a mere handful of silver coins to a staggering sum of gold coins, nearly bringing her to tears. She had never encountered such wealth before, and all she had done was start a live stream. Observing the bustling success of Crayon Shinchan's broadcast, many players present at the scene eagerly imitated her, launching their own streams to attract attention. The titles of their broadcasts were as varied as they were colorful. Come witness the master promise of a beautiful city in a 1v1000 showdown. Utterly dominating the Kingdom of Champions 1000-player team. Promise of a beautiful city reigns supreme. Truly the number one in zone 886. On the battlefield, Zhang Yi was indeed wreaking havoc. With over 50 players from the Kingdom of Heroes hanging beneath his luminous staff, the stark reality was that the multitude of players from the kingdom was unable to best a single Zhang Yi, for they were paralyzed by fear. Too intimidated to mount any offensive. Zhang Yi was but a man, not a deity, despite his formidable defense and robust health. A coordinated assault from a dozen archers and assassins could easily bring him down in an instant. Their trepidation led them to forsake any notion of resistance, rendering Zhang Yi an invincible figure in their eyes. Thus, Zhang Yi, a lone warrior, carved his way through to the very spot where Guan Hao and his comrades had fallen. Unaware of the events that had transpired, Lu Xing remained close to Han Yaru, attempting to curry her favor until he noticed the forces of the Kingdom of Heroes retreating in disarray, while Zhang Yi, having shattered their encirclement, advanced steadily towards him, staff in hand. Chapter 67. Sacrificing oneself for protection. Lu Xing gazed in astonishment at Zhang Yi, who had brazenly cut through the throng of players from the Kingdom of Kings to reach him. At the same time, Han Yaru, who had resigned herself to a life devoid of hope upon believing Zhang Yi had abandoned her, felt a flicker of warmth in her heart upon seeing him return. Her eyes remained fixed on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Lu Xing rose to his feet and shouted at the approaching figure. You have already forsaken Yaru. So why have you returned? Begone. You are unworthy of Yaru's love. From this day forth, I shall take your place and care for her. No matter how vehemently Lu Xing protested, Zhang Yi remained silent, advancing slowly. The players surrounding him from the Kingdom of Kings appeared too intimidated to intervene. Lu Xing was incredulous. How can you all be so cowardly? With so many of you, none dared to confront him? He contemplated fleeing himself, but a glance at Han Yaru steeled his resolve. Gritting his teeth, he drew a dagger and called out to Zhang Yi, fine. If they won't act, then allow me to take the lead. As an assassin, Lu Xing, equipped with skills such as armor breaking and a piercing strike, felt a sense of confidence despite knowing Zhang Yi's formidable damage output. He reasoned that Zhang Yi, a beast master with low growth and fragile vitality, could be outmaneuvered. With his high agility, he believed he could dodge Zhang Yi's attacks and, once close enough, he was certain he could dispatch him in one swift motion. Thus, Lu Xing charged forward, dagger in hand, intent on confronting Zhang Yi. The crowd murmured in anticipation. He is going to take down the top-ranked player, Inua Qing Cheng. Just as Lu Xing stepped within 50 meters of Zhang Yi's effective attack range, Zhang Yi suddenly raised his staff. Without hesitation, a fireball spell hurtled towards his former ally Lu Xing. With his attributes boosted by 3 agility and 2 strength points, Lu Xing, possessing over 40 points in agility, reacted swiftly. He expertly sidestepped, perfectly intercepting the fireball, 928 damage. In an instant, his full health bar was obliterated, and the level 15 assassin Lu Xing collapsed to his knees, eyes wide in disbelief as he transformed into a wisp of white light and vanished. Due to an earlier incident where he had triggered a red name by killing Guan Hao and Han Feng, Zhang Yi did not incur any evil points for slaying the now red-named Lu Xing. In various live streaming rooms, countless viewers erupted in laughter. Goodness, I thought he was some top-tier expert daring to challenge the first on the leaderboard, Inua Qing Qing. Turns out he is just a noob who got one shot. What a display of skill. In reality, Lu Xing's failure was not due to a lack of skill, but rather Zhang Yi's astute prediction of Lu Xing's sudden change in direction and position. Anticipation, an essential foundational skill for mid-tier and above players in the world of Tianqi, had allowed Zhang Yi to eliminate Lu Xing with ease. Having dispatched Lu Xing, Zhang Yi approached Han Yaru. Although the players of the game Honor of Kings dared not approach for the moment, they surrounded Zhang Yi from a safe distance of 50 meters, creating an impenetrable barrier. It seemed that escaping from this situation would not be an easy feat. Zhang Yi approached Hanyaru and retrieved a golden recall scroll from his backpack, which he had previously purchased in the safe zone for 1 gold coin. Intending to use it for special circumstances, he presented it to Hanyaru, urging her to use it to return. Hanyaru glanced at the scroll in Zhang Yi's hand and replied, "What about you? We should return together. I'll cover you. You go first. Don't deceive me. I know the recall scroll has a 10-second casting time and can be interrupted by attacks. How will you escape? Don't hold me back here." Growing impatient, Zhang Yi threw the recall scroll at Hanyaru, commanding, "Get lost." Startled by Zhang Yi's sudden outburst, Hanyaru trembled and picked up the fallen scroll in tears, saying, "All right, Zhang Yi, I will no longer disturb you." With that, she crushed the recall scroll, and a white progress bar appeared above her head. Seeing this, the players of Honor of Kings, who had been lurking at a distance, shouted, "Don't let them recall. Kill them." The players of Honor of Kings exchanged glances, none daring to advance. Frustrated, Honor of Kings exclaimed, "Damn it, a bunch of cowards. If you let Inua Qingqing escape today, you all can leave Honor of Kings. Is 1 gold coin not enough? Fine, each death will earn you 10 gold coins in compensation. And whoever kills Inua Qingqing will receive a reward of 1,000 gold coins. I have ways to raise the funds. Honor of Kings always delivers." With this declaration, the nearby players of Honor of Kings, emboldened by their own potential for resurrection, cast aside their fears and doubts, deciding that the worst outcome would be losing a level. They charged towards Zhang Yi, weapons drawn. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that they had shed their fear and were now officially launching an attack. Observing the progress bar above Hanyaru's head, there were 5 seconds remaining. At that moment, several mages and archers from Honor of Kings, now within effective range, began to cast spells and draw their bows, targeting both Zhang Yi and Hanyaru for a barrage of long-range attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of arrows and magical projectiles rained down upon them. Hanyaru shut her eyes in terror. However, Zhang Yi, instead of evading the onslaught, positioned himself in front of Hanyaru, using his own body to shield her from all the attacks. Fireballs and arrows struck Zhang Yi relentlessly. 46. -1. -9. -126. -78. Damage numbers flickered above Zhang Yi's head, ranging from 1 to over 100, causing his health bar to plummet by half in an instant. Witnessing this, Honor of Kings finally grasped a previously overlooked reality. It appeared that Zhang Yi was not invincible after all. Ha ha ha, brothers, let's continue to focus fire on him, and he'll be finished. Amidst the cacophony of voices, countless formidable sorcerers and archers from all directions unleashed their assaults upon Zhang Yi from a distance. Upon opening her eyes, Hanyaru beheld Zhang Yi standing resolutely before her, a wave of astonishment and gratitude washing over her as she parted her cherry blossom lips. Zhang Yi was indeed shielding her with his very own body. Swiftly, he retrieved a bottle of high-grade red potion from his bag, replenishing his vitality. However, to his dismay, the subsequent wave of concentrated attacks from the adversaries arrived, and in a bid to ensure Hanyaru's safe return to the city, Zhang Yi once more bore the brunt of all damage. This time, his health bar, which had been brimming, was utterly depleted. "Zhang Yi," Hanyaru cried out in anguish. And as the casting bar above her head reached completion, she transformed into a radiant beam of white light, vanishing into the city of the dead. Chapter 68. The game has just begun. Ding. You have been struck by the player King of Glory with the armor-piercing arrow, losing 235 health points. You are now dead. Your health bar has been entirely depleted, and in the eyes of the surrounding players from the Kingdom of Glory and passers-by, the seemingly invincible Zhang Yi has transformed into a wisp of white light, dissipating into the ether. At the very moment Zhang Yi was vanquished, the spectators in various live streams were taken aback by the scene that had just unfolded. What happened? The esteemed Inua Qingqing taken down? Wasn't he invincible? God's domain. Invincible, my foot. He is merely human, not a deity. How could he truly take on 1,000 opponents? Those fools from the Kingdom of Glory were simply too intimidated to act. Had they truly engaged, Inua Qingqing would have perished long ago. Adorable one, what are you talking about? Can't you see? Inua Qingqing was clearly protecting that girl named Yaru. Otherwise, how could he have been defeated so swiftly? Lovely one. Indeed, I envy that girl immensely. Inua Qingqing sacrificed himself to shield her. How lonely is invincibility, my undefeated deity, has fallen. Witnessing the near-invincible Inua Qingqing being so effortlessly dispatched, even the player who delivered the final blow, King of Glory, found it hard to believe. Is this it? He has already gone? After a brief moment of astonishment, King of Glory burst into laughter. What did I tell you? That fellow is human, not a god. With so many of us from the Kingdom of Glory, how could we possibly lose to just him, as the one who secured the final blow? King of Glory grinned widely. I can't believe I landed the finishing blow. Saved myself 1,000 coins. At this moment, beside King of Glory, the returning champion, King returns, excitedly remarked, Captain, the kid Inua Qingqing is loaded with valuable gear. Any item he drops will be worth a fortune. Prompted by King Return's comment. King of Glory suddenly realized. Oh, I almost forgot. Saying this, he hurried to the spot where Zhang Yi had just perished. Gazing at the scattered coins and a few enhancement stones on the ground, along with some potions, he spat in disappointment. What a bust. He didn't drop a thing. How could this guy be so fortunate? Though somewhat regretful, King of Glory felt exhilarated. Never mind, being able to kill him once is enough to temper his arrogance. Just look at this insufferable brat. How will he continue to act recklessly in front of us from the Kingdom of Glory in the future? With that, King of Glory seized the opportunity to taunt in the chat channel of District 886. Inua Qingqing, weren't you supposed to be so formidable, invincible? How did you fall at my hands today? Haha, I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're nothing more than this. So easily dispatched. It's rather dull. I hope you have a chance to resurrect so you can read what I'm saying. Inua Qingqing, remember this. Today marks the first time. From now on, every time I see you, I'll take you down. Without any chances of resurrection, you better stay in the safe zone and not show your face. Understand? Your days of prosperity have come to an end. As news of the game Honor of Kings flooded the regional chat channels, countless players in Zone 886, having just witnessed the live broadcast or attended the event in person, felt a sense of injustice for Inua Qingqing. However, fearing retaliation from the Kingdom of Kings, they refrained from voicing their thoughts publicly, opting instead for hushed whispers in private. Player A, deploying an entire team of 1,000 to besiege Inua Qingqing alone. How shameless. Player B, indeed, while they ultimately defeated Inua Qingqing, prior to that, he single-handedly eliminated dozens of their members. A rough estimate would be at least 50 or 60. Player C, moreover, Inua Qingqing fell only while attempting to rescue the priestess. Had it not been for her, he would never have been so easily vanquished. He is, after all, the bug of our Zone 886. Just look how the Kingdom of Kings flaunts their prowess. They forget that Inua Qingqing has single-handedly taken them down several times before. They are nothing but cowards who exploit their numbers. Player D, shoo, keep your voice down. We cannot let anyone from the Kingdom of Kings overhear us. Otherwise, we might end up meeting the same fate as Inua Qingqing, facing a merciless extermination. While some players stood in solidarity with Inua Qingqing, many sycophantic players sought to align themselves with the Honor of Kings. The latter, unrestrained, openly praised the Kingdom of Kings in the regional channel. Wang Laowu Male? Level 16 assassin truly worthy of being the captain of the Kingdom of Kings. The leader of Honor of Kings is formidable. Even the top-ranked Inua Qingqing is no match for you. Undoubtedly, the future of Zone 886 will belong to you. Green Tea, female, level 15 Nido. Glorious one, does the Kingdom of Kings still have openings? I wish to join your team, and by the way, I am single. Wang Zhigui Lai male. Level 16 Knight. Of course we welcome newcomers. We are open to all. Come and join us in the Kingdom of Kings. Observing the flattery in the chat channel. The Honor of Kings player, collecting potions and enhancement stones dropped by Zhang Yi in the City of the Undead, laughed with increasing arrogance. You dare to challenge me? I've already warned you. You will meet a gruesome end. Inua Qingqing, I will ensure you vanish from this world and regret ever opposing me. Meanwhile, at the revival fountain in Hope Town, a flash of white light signified Zhang Yi's rebirth. Ding, you have received a death penalty. Resurrection chance -1, level -1. Due to your low level, You do not meet the equipment requirements, and your item, Flowing Light Staff, has been automatically unequipped and placed in your backpack. Upon resurrecting, Zhang Yi immediately checked his equipment and was relieved to discover that he had not lost a single item. One cannot deny the benefits of Divine Enhancement Binding. Had he lost the Flowing Light Staff just now, Zhang Yi would have been inconsolable. At this moment, noticing the incessant stream of messages in the regional chat, Zhang Yi paused for a moment before sending a message. Inua Qing Chang, male, level 17 Beast Master. The game has only just begun. The arrival of the esteemed figure enlivened the chat area once more, prompting many to express their bewilderment at the enigmatic three-character name, Zhang Yi. Inquiries surged forth. Yet after that solitary message, Inua Qing Cheng fell silent. Strangely, upon seeing the message that Inua Qing Cheng had posted in the regional channel, a chill ran down Wang Zhirong Yao's spine. Nevertheless, in the regional channel, Wang Zhirong Yao was unperturbed. Oh, so there is a chance for resurrection? If you have the courage, stay hidden in the safe zone. Otherwise, I shall ensure your disappearance from this world. Chapter 69, The God of Death. The Golden Skeleton King Zhang Yi found himself devoid of leisure to engage in conversation with the crowd. For it was already 5 in the afternoon, and only a scant few minutes remained before the Skeleton King descended upon Hope Town. Before the boss could be vanquished, Zhang Yi needed to ascend back to level 18 and re-equip the Radiant Staff, thus securing a chance to deliver the final blow amidst a throng of over 10,000. Consequently, Zhang Yi made his way to the town's guard station, where he encountered the NPC guard Mog at the entrance, triggering a dialogue to submit the quest titled, Hunt the Skeletons. You have not disappointed me, young warrior, Mog proclaimed, by ridding us of those skeletons and undead. The power of the Golden Skeleton King will be significantly diminished. This gives us a fighting chance to repel its invasion and ultimately slay it. Please accept your well-deserved reward. As Mog's words faded, a melodious system notification chimed in Zhang Yi's ears. Ding. Congratulations on completing the special quest, Hunt the Skeletons. Based on your quest completion, you have received the following rewards. Experience points 52, 800, silver coins 80, level 2 enhancement stones 15, human reputation 84. As this quest is the sole instance in the entire region, you have also received a special reward, skill book, Blink, 1. Your intimacy with Guard has increased by 8. Though he did not receive equipment as a reward, Zhang Yi was pleasantly surprised by the rarity of the skill book. He promptly opened his inventory to examine the task rewards and discovered that the Blink skill book was of green quality. Blink skill book quality, green description, upon use. Grants the Mage skill Blink. Allows instantaneous teleportation to any location within a 20-meter radius, and the user's next attack will deal 15 increased damage. Consumes 3 energy points. Cooldown time of 15 seconds. Class restrictions. Mage, Beastmaster, for Beastmasters. The damage increase for the next attack after Blink is 10. Consumes skill slot. 2 Blink is an indispensable survival skill for the Fragile Mage class, especially when targeted by enemy assassins. Regrettably, at level 17, Zhang Yi had only 5 skill slots available, with the Green Fireball and Chain Lightning occupying 4 of them. He would need to reach level 18 to unlock the 6th slot before he could learn Blink. After placing the skill book in his bag, Zhang Yi checked his experience bar, 72. It would be feasible to grind in the Undead City for a bit longer to level up to 18 before the boss was defeated. Before that, he visited the blacksmith, spending a considerable 9 gold coins to repair the flame staff, which had been damaged by the undead sorcerers. This cost was incurred even with a 5 discount due to his intimacy with IL reaching level 1. As a 1-star quality item, the flame staff itself bore little value. Its true worth lay in its enhancement to level 25. The higher the enhancement level of an item, the greater the repair costs incurred. Before ascending to level 18 and wielding the Radiant Staff, Zhang Yi could not confront the skeletal foes in the Undead City unarmed. After replenishing his potions and purchasing another town return scroll for a single gold coin, he departed from Hope Town, embarking on his journey back to the Undead City. The clock struck 5:10, and the system's regional announcement reverberated once more. Attention players in Safety Zone 886, the God of Death, the Golden Skeleton King. will commence its invasion of Hope Town in 2 minutes, departing from the undead city and expected to arrive no later than 5:30. All players are urged to return to the safety zone and prepare to defend Hope Town against the impending threat. Countless players rushed back from the wilderness. Yet Zhang Yi alone ventured in the opposite direction, leaving the safety zone. Shortly after his departure, he felt the ground tremble, accompanied by a distant roar reminiscent of a colossal beast emanating from the direction of the undead city. Simultaneously, a system alert chimed. The god of death, the Golden Skeleton King, has awakened and is en route to Hope Town. Players, brace yourselves. Within the safety zone, players were overwhelmed by a surge of adrenaline. Meanwhile, those still in the undead city battling skeletons witnessed the rise of the Golden Skeleton King, some even broadcasting live. Zhang Yi opened a live stream, casually entering a channel initiated by a player in the undead city. Suddenly, a grand spectacle unfolded on his screen. A gigantic skeleton warrior, towering at least 30 meters tall, adorned with a crown and a flowing cloak, emerged from the depths of the undead city, radiating a golden glow. Above this magnificent skeletal figure, a clear red ID tag read, Level 20 God of Death, Golden Skeleton King, 1-star physical boss. Bow before my golden greatsword, insignificant humans. With a thunderous roar, the Golden Skeleton King brandished its colossal golden sword, striking the ground with a resounding crash. The screen trembled violently, accompanied by cries of despair. As numerous white lights flared up, and in the next instant, the video cut off, replaced by a system notification. The streamer has perished, video disconnected. Within the safety zone, players watching the live stream were left in stunned silence. Player A exclaimed, "Wow, that Skeleton King is enormous, just like Godzilla." Player B responded, "Did you see how that one strike eliminated so many? That's terrifying. Who can withstand such power?" Player C added, "We must endure. For it is said that failing to do so would mean doom for everyone in the safety zone. It's coming, oh my, I'm so scared." Player D, "Everyone, remain calm. We must unite as one. While the boss is yet to arrive, let us swiftly position ourselves. Knights and warriors, advance to the forefront and prevent the boss from entering the safe zone. Mages and archers, stay behind and unleash your firepower." As all those in safe zone 886 fervently strategized on how to confront the boss, Zhang Yi, en route to the city of the undead, unexpectedly encountered the Golden Skeleton King approaching from that very direction towards Hope Town. Boom, boom. With each step the Golden Skeleton King took, it felt as though the ground shook beneath him. Brandishing a colossal golden sword, he sparked a tempest of destruction, effortlessly cleaving through all players attempting to obstruct him, reducing them to mere motes of light or crushing them underfoot. Zhang Yi halted, exclaiming in awe, "Goodness, still as formidable as ever." Chapter 70. The Invasion of the Skeleton King, Part 1. Thus, Zhang Yi circumvented the Golden Skeleton King and made his way directly to the city of the undead. At that moment, the vast expanse of the city of the undead was utterly deserted, save for those who had perished outright. The remaining players had all retreated to the safety zone. The adage that the most perilous places are the safest held true, as the denizens of the Kingdom of Glory could hardly fathom that Zhang Yi would return to this forsaken city to level up. Nevertheless, even if they were aware, they had neither the time nor inclination to attend to Zhang Yi, as their focus was squarely on devising strategies to deliver the final blow to the boss. As Zhang Yi stepped into the city of the undead, the regional announcement echoed, "Ding! The god of death, the Golden Skeleton King, has commenced its incursion into the safety zone. Henceforth, the protective measures of Safety Zone 886 are nullified. Players within the safety zone are permitted to engage in PvP, and death is allowed. Monsters may now enter. And from this moment until 10 o'clock tonight, all players within 1 kilometer of Hope Town will receive special protection from the system. Dying within this protected area will not consume resurrection opportunities, nor will items be dropped. Only a mere 10 of experience will be forfeited, and the red name system is suspended. Players will not accrue sin value during this period. Ding! Attention all players in Zone 886. The rules for this boss invasion are as follows. Should the safety zone sustain damage exceeding 70% from the Golden Skeleton King, all players within this zone will incur a death penalty. Please ensure the protection of your homeland, and unite to hunt the Golden Skeleton King. Zheng Yi remained calm, advancing swiftly to the third level of the City of the Undead. He seized his flame staff and commenced his onslaught against the surrounding skeletal and undead foes, all of whom were levels 19 to 20. Meanwhile, at Hope Town, the Golden Skeleton King, brandishing its colossal sword, approached the entrance of the safety zone, where throngs of players had gathered, resolutely guarding against the boss's entry. Brothers, attack! Do not allow the boss to breach the safety zone. A rallying cry echoed from the crowd. Thanks to the system's special protection mechanism, the players, having prepared for this moment, armed themselves and charged fearlessly toward the Skeleton King. In previous times, upon realizing they were ensnared in a true death game, these players would never have squandered their precious resurrection opportunities in a futile struggle against the boss. Yet now, within the stipulated time and area, the penalty for death was merely a loss of 10 experience, providing players with ample motivation to fight with fervor. Whoosh! Crash! Countless arrows and magical projectiles were unleashed from the ranks of mages and archers, striking the enormous figure of the Skeleton King, which loomed like a great mountain. A barrage of damage erupted from its head. 12, -19, -7, -1, -22. The damage inflicted was minimal, with some figures even falling to single digits and failing to penetrate defenses. This outcome was anticipated, for the Golden Skeleton King was the first 20-level 1-star boss in the world of Apocalypse. In addition to the mages and archers who had already commenced their assault from a distance, the melee classes, warriors, knights, and assassins gathered around the Skeleton King, wielding their weapons with fervor, thrusting and striking with great enthusiasm. The damage they inflicted upon the boss was comparable to that of the ranged attackers, merely amounting to single-digit or low double-digit figures. This was in the context of the boss having its attributes weakened by 9.55. Upon the initial approach of the Skeleton King to the vicinity of the safe zone, aside from minor damage incurred along the way, its health bar percentage had dwindled to approximately 90. The concerted barrage from the multitude of melee and ranged players in Zone 886 managed to deplete a mere 0.1 of the Skeleton King's health, according to the data revealed by players of level 17 and above utilizing the reconnaissance skill. The total health of the Skeleton King was a staggering 1,250,000 points. The paltry damage dealt by players, often in the range of single or low double digits, was utterly inconsequential to the formidable boss. At this juncture, the Skeleton King, having endured several rounds of fierce attacks from the players, began to retaliate. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the arena, the Skeleton King raised its golden greatsword and brought it crashing down upon the ground, striking dozens of players within the sword's radius. Accompanied by a cacophony of screams, those unfortunate players who were struck found their health bars plummeting dramatically. 1536, -1,498, -1,613. In a flurry of blinding white light, over 90% of the affected players were instantaneously obliterated, with an average damage output of 1,500 points. Even the warriors fell victim to a single blow. Consequently, only the most resilient knights managed to survive, as they were the sole ones who endured the onslaught. Following this, the Skeleton King lifted its left foot, and with a massive stomp, it crushed another group of players into radiant light. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. This boss's damage is simply terrifying. A single hit is practically a death sentence. Yet, undeterred by the peril, players thought, what's the worst that could happen? Dying merely costs us 10 of our experience. Let us maximize our contributions before we fall, for greater rewards await when the boss is vanquished. Thus, the players, emboldened by a sense of camaraderie, relentlessly employed a swarm tactic against the boss. The Golden Skeleton King's power was indeed formidable. Any casual movement could lead to the annihilation of dozens of players. While the players' attacks may have seemed trivial, their cumulative damage gradually chipped away at the Skeleton King's health, albeit at a sluggish pace. However, a significant factor was that not all players in Zone 886 could partake in the battle simultaneously due to the mechanics preventing overlapping bodies. This limitation meant that only a few hundred players within a 50-meter radius could engage the Skeleton King, while those beyond this range, including mages and archers, were rendered ineffective. Thus, although it appeared to be a colossal boss battle involving thousands, only 200 to 300 players were actively participating in real time. It would only be when the players within the circle fell that those on the periphery would have the opportunity to join the fray and fill the gaps. If over 10,000 players within the safe zone could all engage the Skeleton King, this boss battle would conclude in mere minutes. After all, even if each individual could inflict only 10 points of damage to the boss, such a multitude of players would collectively deal over 100,000 points of damage in a single round of assault. While the boss battle raged fiercely in the safe zone, Zhang Yi, who was in the undead city summoning skeletons, opened the live stream interface and was astonished to discover that there were indeed individuals broadcasting this boss battle live. Consequently, Zhang Yi entered the live stream room to ascertain the progress of the boss fight. Chapter 71. The Invasion of the Skeleton King. 2. The player broadcasting live was a young woman, likely caught up in the moment, as the cross-region streaming feature had yet to be activated. At that instant, nearly all the players in Zone 886 were engaged in battling the boss. She pondered. For whom was she streaming? Just as she was about to end her broadcast, a system notification appeared. Player Inua Ching Chung entered the live stream. Inua Ching Chung. The streamer blinked in disbelief, rubbing her eyes to ensure she was not mistaken. To her astonishment, the top player of Zone 886 had indeed joined her live stream. She was overwhelmed with excitement. Oh my goodness, the top player has come to my stream. However, the subsequent system message sent her into a frenzy of joy. Player Inua Ching Cheng gifted her a yacht, X1. A yacht worth 10 gold coins. At that moment, Zhang Yi spoke in the live chat. Find a safe spot to stream from. I will send you gifts. After this wave, when the boss's health drops to 10, I will send you 2 more yachts. The young sorceress, known by her ID, I like you, who was squeezed among the crowd, followed Zhang Yi's instructions while continuing her live broadcast. She located a safe position, distanced from the boss, and provided a live feed solely for Zhang Yi's viewing. Through the perspective of the sorceress, who could only observe the chaos from the outskirts, Zhang Yi witnessed the unfolding boss battle. The live stream captured the moment when the Golden Skeleton King unleashed a devastating sword energy attack, obliterating hundreds of players within a 50-meter radius. Zhang Yi could not help but gasp in horror. Such terror. As Zhang Yi wielded his staff to summon skeletons, he remained engrossed in the live broadcast. For him, although a yacht priced at 10 gold coins was extravagant, with his total assets amounting to just over 30 gold coins, he could afford only 3 yachts. Yet, securing the first kill of the Skeleton King and obtaining the spoils it dropped rendered the expenditure insignificant. Zhang Yi, unable to witness the event firsthand, relied on the broadcasts of other players to stay informed. Missing the boss's defeat would result in a loss of billions. Due to the strain of live streaming, the young woman ended her broadcast after approximately 3 minutes. However, she had made a pact with Zhang Yi to resume streaming when the boss's health dwindled to 10, specifically for him. To ensure she would not forget or encounter unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Yi had a backup plan. From the brief 3-minute broadcast, he noted that the Skeleton King's health had decreased by exactly 3, averaging a 1 loss per minute. The Skeletal King begins with a health percentage of 90. At this pace, should no mutations occur during the battle, this boss encounter could conclude in approximately an hour and a half. Zhang Yi merely needs to return around 1 hour and 20 minutes into the fight. In the world of Apocalypse, each boss-level creature has a chance of mutation once its health drops to 30. This mutation significantly amplifies the boss's combat power for a limited duration, which is quite terrifying. However, once the mutation period concludes, the boss will enter a weakened state. After the live stream of the girl titled I Like You ended, Zhang Yi remained resolutely engaged in defeating monsters. As numerous level 19 to 20 skeletons and undead succumbed to the onslaught of Zhang Yi's fiery staff, his experience points surged, bringing him ever closer to level 18. Within the safe zone, countless players continued to zealously assault the boss, their attention entirely focused on the Golden Skeletal King. Yet, no one noticed that the 2 dominant factions in Zone 886, the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family, were conspicuously absent from the fray. Outside the safe zone, behind towering ruins, nearly 1,000 players lay in wait, their eyes fixed intently on the boss ahead. This group, lurking in concealment, comprised the members of the Kingdom of Kings. observing the distant battlefield alongside Wang Jizun, who was also sheltered behind the ruins. An air of urgency permeated his tone. "Captain, it appears this boss battle rewards based on damage dealt. Shouldn't we rush in now?" "Russian? Nonsense," retorted Wang Jirong. "What can a mere participation reward amount to? Securing the boss's first kill reward is our ticket to soaring success. In comparison, the participation reward is hardly worth our effort. Besides, losing 10 of experience upon death is a significant setback. We will wait until the boss is nearly defeated, then swoop in and claim it for ourselves. By then, those solo players will have been sufficiently worn down. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will face our wrath." Amidst this exchange, Wang Jigui chuckled. "Captain, your wisdom is unparalleled." However, Wang Jizun expressed his apprehension. "It seems the Storm family has also refrained from engaging in battle. They might be harboring the same intentions as us, waiting until the boss is on the brink of death to snatch it away. Let them be." Wang Jirong dismissed the concern. "I have thoroughly assessed the Storm family as capabilities. What can a mere 400-member weak team possibly compare to our 1,000-strong Kingdom of Kings? Last time in Goblin Forest, they gained an advantage with superior equipment, aided by Enua Chingcheng. Now, our gear disparity is minimal, and Enua Chingcheng has already been dealt with. Should they dare to emerge and contest the boss, I will ensure they do not return, avenging our previous defeat in Goblin Forest." Meanwhile, behind another pile of ruins, players from the Storm family were indeed biding their time. "Captain, it appears we have not spotted any members of the Kingdom of Kings. They are likely hiding as well, waiting to ambush the boss." As the voice of the level 17 warrior Storm Dragon King faded, Storm Angel gazed toward the distant Skeleton King and proclaimed, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must seize the first kill reward and the spoils of battle. They must not fall into the hands of the Sovereign Realm. Otherwise, our Storm family will have no place in Area 886 in the future." Amidst the fervent discourse, the Sorceress Storm Fantasy suddenly pointed to several heads peeking out from behind a pile of rubble and inquired, "Darling, could those be members of the Sovereign Realm?" Chapter 72, The Defense of the Safe Zone. Ding. Player King of Glory has sent a friend request via ID search. Just as Storm Angel turned to gaze at another pile of ruins, following the direction indicated by the Storm Fantasy finger, a notification suddenly rang out. Noticing that it was a friend request from King of Glory, Storm Angel furrowed his brow slightly and accepted the request. Immediately, King of Glory sent a message, "Storm, listen up. If you dare to compete with us for the boss, you will surely regret it." Looking ahead, one could see, merely a couple of 100 meters away, another heap of ruins behind which King of Glory was defiantly gesturing with a middle finger towards Storm Angel and his companions. Storm Angel quickly replied, "Let skill speak for itself. Whoever seizes it first claims it. Spare me your empty threats." King of Glory, "Then let us have a duel and see who is more capable." Storm Angel, "All right, bring it on." King of Glory, "You come here. Coward." Storm Angel, "You come here. All you do is talk big." King of Glory, "You come here. Useless." In truth, with the boss poised to be defeated at any moment, neither King of Glory nor the Storm family dared to engage in open conflict, for doing so might inadvertently allow a lone player to claim the boss, resulting in a significant loss. Thus, Storm Angel and King of Glory exchanged heated words in their private chat, cursing each other's ancestors, yet neither took action, despite being separated by only a few 100 meters. At the entrance of Hopetown, the boss battle raged on fiercely. As the Skeleton King's health dwindled to 70, it suddenly began to stride toward the safe zone. "Block it. Do not let it enter and disrupt the safe zone." A shout arose from the crowd, and countless players surrounded the Skeleton King tightly, with many climbing up its massive thighs like ants, striving to hinder its advance into the safe zone. Yet, the players' efforts were futile against the might of the Skeleton King. Ignoring the players' attempts to impede it, the Golden Skeleton King swung its massive sword, shattering the 8-meter-high wall surrounding the safe zone with a clang, and then stepped into the safe zone. Boom. Now within the safe zone, the Skeleton King lifted its foot and kicked over an 8-story building by the roadside, inadvertently crushing dozens of players and NPCs beneath it. Crash, boom. The sweeping arc of its colossal sword severed several nearby buildings, causing them to collapse to either side. the Skeleton King commenced its destruction of the safe zone. Simultaneously, a region announcement echoed in the ears of all players in Zone 886. Ding. Please be advised, the Golden Skeleton King has invaded the safe zone and is causing destruction. Current damage to the safe zone. 1. Ding. Please be advised, the Golden Skeleton King has invaded the safe zone and is causing destruction. Current damage to the safe zone. 2. Ding. Ding. The security zone has sustained a damage level of 10. Attention all players, please defend your homeland. If the damage reaches 70, all players in Zone 886 will face death penalties. Curse it. Behind the ruins outside the security zone, the Storm Angel, upon hearing the system alert, was struck with terror. If this continues, the security zone will explode. We must return to defend. Consequently, as the players of the Storm family surged forth from behind the ruins on the other side, the formidable army of the Kings of the World also emerged from another pile of debris. Kings of Glory, what are you staring at? We don't have time to deal with you right now. Storm Dragon King. Humph. Just wait until we take down the boss. I will annihilate your pathetic Kings of the World. Kings return. The boss belongs to us, Kings of the World. Don't dream foolishly. Ding. The security zone has now reached a damage level of 15. The system's alert resounded once more. The players of Kings of the World and the Storm family, numbering in the thousands, hastily rushed towards the security zone. It was evident that the average strength of these two major factions was indeed superior to that of the scattered individual players. With the participation of the Kings of the World and the Storm family in the battle, the boss's movements became significantly restricted. And under the relentless assault from both factions and countless scattered players, it gradually retreated from the perimeter of the security zone. Subsequently, the battle continued steadily for an hour. The health of the Skeleton King had dwindled to 29, having passed the mutation phase without triggering any transformation, as the health dropped further to 15, 14. At that moment, the true nature of the Kings of the World was revealed, as they began to mercilessly slaughter the surrounding scattered players. Clatter. Several scattered players, who were fully engaged in combating the boss, were caught off guard and swiftly killed by nearby players from Kings of the World, their forms dissipating into white light. Panic erupted among the crowd. Among the scattered players, a level 16 warrior wielding a longsword gazed in disbelief at the King of Supremacy, who had just stabbed another scattered player to death. Kings of the World, what do you mean by this? What do we mean? We send you to your demise. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the King of Supremacy charged forward, dispatching the already weakened warrior with a flurry of strikes. At that moment, Kings of Glory shouted loudly, "All who wish to live, get out of our way. We, the Kings of the World, claim the boss." Why? We fought for the boss together. Why should it belong to you? Why? Simply because of our strength. With that, Kings of Glory drew back his bow, alongside his teammates, and shot down the mage player who had just spoken. Thanks to the system's protection, the red name system was temporarily suspended, allowing Kings of Glory, who had already slain several players, to continue his rampage with a white ID above his head, unleashing a torrent of arrows upon the scattered players around him. Countless beams of white light erupted, and the cries of anguish melded into a chorus. Under the ruthless massacre by the players of Kings of the World, compounded by the devastation wrought by the boss, the scattered players gradually abandoned their resistance and fled in all directions. They refrained from offending the Kingdom of Glory for the sake of a mere boss. Even the esteemed figure known as One Promise, who held the top position on the leaderboard, was eliminated for crossing the Kingdom of Glory. What chance did they, mere solitary players, have? Meanwhile, some smaller clans and teams, unwilling to surrender the nearly vanquished boss without a fight, openly rebelled against the Kingdom of Glory, only to meet their demise at its hands. As the Kingdom of Glory unleashed a massacre upon players, it simultaneously kept a vigilant eye on the boss's health. Unbeknownst to many, the health of the Skeleton King had dwindled to 10. The first kill of the level 20, one-star boss, the Golden Skeleton King, was destined to belong to none other than him. Yet, at that moment, another wave of players emerged from the safety zone. The Storm family. Chapter 73, The Oath of the City seizes the boss. In the entire 886 district, only the Storm family possessed the strength to contend with the Kingdom of Kings. Without hesitation, The players from both families immediately engaged in a fierce battle before the Skeleton King, all vying for the coveted first kill. As the foremost boss in the world of Apocalypse, the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King held immense significance. The one who secured it would claim all the rewards and ascend to the status of the leader in the 886th district. This was a confrontation between the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family, a struggle that would determine their future. Meanwhile, in the city of the undead, Zhang Yi, who had been tirelessly grinding skeletons, was oblivious to the passage of time. At long last, a golden light descended upon him. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 18. The journey back to level 18 had been arduous. Reflecting on the loss of a resurrection opportunity and the subsequent downgrade due to the actions of the Kingdom of Glory, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. Kingdom of Glory, your time is up. With that, Zhang Yi retrieved the flowing light staff from his bag, equipping it and causing his attack power to surge from 400 to an impressive 701 points. The invincible warrior, Inua Qing Cheng, had returned. Subsequently, utilizing the newly acquired skill slot from his recent level up, Zhang Yi took out the green blink from his bag and learned the skill. Ding. Congratulations. You have mastered a new skill, Blink. Checking the time, Zhang Yi prepared to open the live streaming interface when he received a notification. Ding. The streamer you follow, I like you, has started broadcasting. Hurry to the live room and take a look. Upon opening the streaming interface, he found only one live broadcast, hosted by I Like You. Without delay, Zhang Yi entered the live room. I Like You was remarkably punctual. Through her perspective, Zhang Yi witnessed the Golden Skeleton King, still amidst the crowd, ruthlessly slaughtering players with its massive sword, its health bar precisely at 10, neither more nor less. Simultaneously, it appeared that two major factions were embroiled in internal conflict. Without even glancing at their IDs, it was evident they were the Kingdom of Glory and the Storm family. However, their struggle was ultimately futile, for regardless of the outcome, the boss would belong to Zhang Yi. Thus, in accordance with his previous promise to I Like You, Zhang Yi swiftly purchased 2 yachts worth a total of 20 gold in the live room, then unfollowed her and exited the stream. He then retrieved a pre-prepared town return scroll from his bag and shattered it. Whoosh! A brilliant white light illuminated the surroundings as Zhang Yi vanished from the city of the undead. When his vision cleared, he found himself in Hope Town. Brandishing the flowing light staff, Zhang Yi opened his ID and made his way towards the village entrance. At that moment, the largest exit of Hope Town was teeming with players, all gathered around, their eyes fixed on the Golden Skeleton King, whose health bar was hanging by a thread. As the players stood at a safe distance, observing the fray, they were hesitant to engage the boss. And a chorus of discontent and grievances began to ripple through the crowd. Player A remarked, "The people from the Kingdom of Glory are utterly shameless. They weren't present during the earlier battles, but now that the boss is nearly defeated, they emerge, intent on claiming it for themselves, forbidding us from participating." Player B chimed in, "And what of the Storm family? Their motives are no nobler, driven solely by self-interest, such as the essence of humanity." Player C added, "Yet their power is formidable, and we are no match for them. I can only hope they inflict mutual destruction upon each other, leaving the boss for us to claim." As the discussions echoed among the throng, a sudden shout pierced the air. "Innocent City has arrived." At that moment, the players turned to behold a figure adorned with the title of Level 18 Beastmaster, a man named Innocent City, who emerged from the village wielding a shimmering silver staff, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The imposing presence of Zhang Yi stirred a wave of excitement among the players gathered at the village entrance, all eyes fixated upon him. A young male assassin exclaimed, "Wow! Is this powerhouse gearing up to challenge the two opposing factions for the boss?" A middle-aged knight added, "I have a feeling he is targeting the Kingdom of Glory. Just look at the murderous intent in his eyes. It's likely he bears a grudge from being slain in the undead city. Didn't he recently declare that the real game is just beginning?" A curvaceous archer chimed in, "Oh my, Innocent City is so handsome. I eagerly await his performance. It seems the Kingdom of Glory is in for a rough time." However, just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, Zhang Yi abruptly halted, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to enter a nearby noodle shop. The players stood in stunned silence. Some incredulous, rushing to the shop's entrance only to witness Zhang Yi leisurely savoring a bowl of beef noodles. What audacity! With the two rival factions fiercely battling the boss outside, this individual remained unfazed, indulging in his meal. After quickly finishing his noodles, Zhang Yi patted his belly and contentedly declared, "I'm full. Time to get to work." With that, he exited the noodle shop, glancing toward the village entrance, where the boss's health bar hovered at a mere 5. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the surrounding players, Zhang Yi once again grasped his radiant staff and strode forth. Observing this man with an extraordinary mindset, the players dared not utter a word or pose a question, silently parting to grant him passage. At that moment, the battle outside had escalated into a fierce climax, no longer resembling the earlier ease with which the 25-level, 2-star top-tier weapons crushed the 1-star, inferior equipment of other players. Now, the Storm Angels, despite their level, found themselves lacking significant advantages against the players from the Kingdom of Glory, unable to sway the tide of battle in their favor as they had before. Thus, the players of the Storm family were nearly annihilated, as the battlefield became increasingly dominated by the Kingdom of Glory, as if the Golden Skeleton King had already fallen into their grasp. Until, emerging calmly from the safety zone, a beastmaster clad in black robes, wielding a staff, appeared. Inua Ching-chung, a player from the Kingdom of Glory, noticing Zhang Yi approaching, hastily exclaimed, "Captain, Inua Ching-chung is coming to seize the boss." Seize the boss? The player known as Wang Zhirong, who had just shot down a member of the Storm family, disdainfully glanced at Zhang Yi and remarked, "That guy has already been defeated by us once. He has nothing now. I figured out his weaknesses, and a volley of fire from a group of mages and archers will take him down in an instant." Pausing momentarily, Wang Zhirong continued, "Let us not bother with that useless one for now. Just send a few warriors to hold him off and prevent him from causing any disruption. The rest of you, prepare to take the boss, and remember, the final blow is mine." With a command given, 2 warriors and a knight from the Kingdom of Glory charged towards Zhang Yi, swords and shields at the ready. Chapter 74. Slaying the Skeleton King. One could not help but wonder if the formidable player, Inua Ching-chung, would once again fall victim to a swift barrage of attacks, just as he did previously. It was indeed a possibility, for after all, Inua Ching-chung was but a mortal, not a deity. As Zhang Yi stepped out of the safety zone, the players who had previously made way for him instinctively merged back, their gazes converging upon him. Zhang Yi, however, remained composed, his attention fixed on the 3 approaching players from Wang Zhitianxia, waiting patiently for them to enter within a 50-meter effective attack range. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Yi continued his advance towards the boss, brandishing his staff. A chain of lightning surged forth, striking the trio as they approached. -668, -701, -1,298 critical hit. The staggering damage numbers erupted above their heads, and one unfortunate level 16 warrior, caught in the back, was obliterated in an instant, dissipating into a wisp of white light. Following this, Zhang Yi unleashed a fireball spell in conjunction with a regular attack, swiftly dispatching the 2 remaining knights and warriors from Wang Zhitianxia, who were already battered. Although many had witnessed Inua Ching-chung's awe-inspiring 1v1000 performance in the City of the Undead during a live broadcast, the sheer ferocity of Zhang Yi's onslaught, claiming 3 lives in less than 10 seconds, left countless spectators astounded. Player A, good heavens. Inua Ching-chung's damage output is astonishing. His area of effect skills can even annihilate warriors. His attack power must be tremendous. Player B, last time in the City of the Undead, he was taken down while protecting that girl. Now, without any distractions, Inua Ching-chung can unleash his full wrath. It seems today will be quite a spectacle. Amidst the fervent discussions, the players from Wang Zhitianxia found themselves taken aback by Zhang Yi's effortless dispatching of 3 of their own, who had attempted to obstruct him. Yet, upon observing that the Skeleton King's health had dwindled to a mere 3, they reluctantly set aside their astonishment. The leader of Wang Zhitianxia commanded his comrades, "Hold Inua Ching-chung back. Do not let him approach. Once I secure the boss, I shall deal with him." With that, dozens of players from Wang Zhitianxia surged towards Zhang Yi, weapons drawn. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi continued his steady approach towards the boss, the radiant staff in his hand shimmering with silver light. He activated a multiple attack. Boom, 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 boom. With each swing of the radiant staff, he unleashed 2 magical orbs simultaneously, thanks to his 41 points of agility, granting him a speed akin to that of an assassin. Countless magical orbs rained down upon the players of Wang Zhetianxia, as if an entire battalion of mages were assaulting them, rather than just Zhang Yi alone. Zhang Yi did not focus on a specific target, allowing the split magical orbs to chaotically bombard the throng of players from Wang Zhetianxia. A myriad of damage numbers erupted above their heads for 01. -432, -868 critical hit, -449, -394, upon activating the multiple attack feature. Each magical orb inflicted only 60 of its potential damage. However, under the substantial magical enhancement bestowed upon Zhang Yi, even this diminished damage was sufficient to deliver a devastating blow to the group of players, ranging from levels 16 to 17 of the Kingdom of Glory. Before they could even approach, several brilliant flashes of white light erupted, annihilating the fragile assassins along the way. As the remaining warriors and knights drew near, they found themselves gravely wounded. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi proceeded to reap them one by one. Even the few warriors who managed to close the distance found their strikes against Zhang Yi, whose physical defense stood at 156 points, resulted in merely a few insignificant points of damage, insufficient to even breach the undead robe's undead shield. The outcome they faced was swift annihilation, as Zhang Yi unleashed a magical orb that obliterated them. With the enhanced 25-level, 3-star radiant staff in hand, he stood unopposed. At that moment, the boss's health dwindled to a mere 1, the Storm family was utterly vanquished, and Zhang Yi emerged as the sole contender in the realm of glory. Stop him, everyone. Cease your attacks. I shall deliver the final blow. Under the rallying cries of the Kingdom of Glory, the surrounding players ceased their onslaught against the boss, intentionally leaving the Skeletal King, barely clinging to life, for the glory of their champion. Observing that Zhang Yi was at least 60 to 70 meters away from the Golden Skeleton King, far beyond his effective attack range, and faced with a formidable barrier of Kingdom of Glory players, the champion laughed triumphantly. You think you can contend with me for the boss? Are you worthy? Once I claim the first kill of the Skeleton King and seize all rewards and spoils, I shall torment you as one would a mere dog. Prepare to be trampled underfoot. With that, the champion eagerly nocked an arrow, aiming at the Skeletal King whose health was nearly depleted. Farewell, my darling. The first kill of the 20-level, 1-star boss shall be mine. Just as the fiery arrow was loosed, a blazing fireball suddenly soared above the champion's head, striking the Skeletal King first and causing a crimson damage notification to appear. 861. The last remnants of the Skeletal King's health were obliterated, while the champion's fire arrow arrived just a moment too late, deemed an invalid attack by the system. How could I fall to the hands of you insignificant insects? Roared the Skeletal King. This town shall ultimately become the domain of General Rocky. With a deafening roar, the Skeletal King's massive form collapsed, crushing several players from the Kingdom of Glory beneath its weight. Simultaneously, countless golden rays cascaded from all directions, bestowing the players who participated in this boss battle with the experience of the 20-level, 1-star boss, the Golden Skeleton King. Advancing a level has become a certainty, and for some players with particularly high damage contributions, they have even managed to ascend 2 levels in a single sweep. Above Zhang Yi, 3 radiant beams of golden light cascaded down. Ding. Congratulations, you have delivered the final blow to the level 20, 1-star boss, the Death God, Golden Skeleton King, earning you a final blow experience reward of 600, 000, and 2 for 100 prestige. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Ding. Congratulations. You have ascended to level 20. Ding. Congratulations, you have advanced to level 21. The next level up requires 350, 000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have achieved the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King on the entire server. The system will announce this to all players. Would you prefer to display or conceal your ID? Chapter 75. The first kill across the server announcement. Ding. Congratulations to the player from Safe Zone 886 in District 8 for achieving the first kill of the Death God, Golden Skeleton King, completing the boss first kill achievement, and receiving rewards. Level 1, Gold 100, Reputation 12,000, 5-star treasure chest, 1, and a resurrection opportunity 1. Server announcement, ding. Server announcement, ding. Congratulations to Safe Zone 886 in District 8 for becoming the first safe zone across the server to defeat the Golden Skeleton King. All players in Safe Zone 886 are rewarded with Level 1, Gold 3, Reputation 1000, 2-star treasure chest, 1, and a resurrection opportunity 1. Server announcement, ding. The cross-server chat function has temporarily been activated. This session will last for 1 hour, allowing players to speak in the cross-server channel by spending a certain amount of gold. Furthermore, this cross-server chat will conceal the identities and levels of all participating players. As a series of server announcements echoed, the freshly opened cross-server chat channel was instantly inundated with a flurry of messages. Children, tremble. Player from District 4, Zone 250. Well, is District 8 really that impressive? It's only 7 o'clock, and you've already taken down the boss within an hour of its appearance? Are you using hacks? Why does the boss in our zone still have 50 health left? Curse the Thunder Mother. Player from District 6, Zone 886. Curse the Thunder Mother. That got my blood boiling. It turns out it was Safe Zone 886 in District 8, not my Zone 886 in District 6. I was unnecessarily excited. Love in the City. Player from District 25, Zone 999. Wow, the rewards for the first kill are incredible. Everyone in the safe zone gets Level 1 and 3 gold. I'm so envious. I want that too. Ultimate kill. Player from District 18, Zone 364. The one who got the first kill must be rolling in riches. 100 gold and a 5-star treasure chest. That's a tremendous profit. This reward will launch them skyward. Helshura. Player from District 1, Zone 1. Damn. I was just a step behind. If only I had been a bit quicker, the first kill reward would have been ours. I love Binshi. Player from District 1, Zone 89. What you said is unbelievable. Just a little bit more? I don't believe a word of it. Server announcement, ding. Congratulations to Safe Zone 1 in District 1 for becoming the second safe zone across the server to defeat the Golden Skeleton King. All players in Zone 1 are rewarded with 80 experience at their current level, Gold 2, Reputation 800, 2-star treasure chest, 1, and a resurrection opportunity 1. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. Thankfully, they narrowly avoided losing the first kill to another player. Indeed, there are always those who surpass us, and Zhang Yi had previously rushed to accept the quest and pushed the Hunt Skeleton. Task progressed to an impressive 955 points. Yet he had not anticipated that another zone would nearly claim victory in slaying the boss. Zhang Yi was thoroughly satisfied, having secured the first kill of the boss across the entire server. Besides the substantial experience rewards from defeating the level 21 star boss, which propelled him up 3 levels, the personal achievement rewards and regional bonuses further elevated him by 2 additional levels. Consequently, Zhang Yi's level ascended from 18 to an astonishing 23, an elevation of 5 levels in an instant. However, the announcement disseminated by the system left the players of King S Glory utterly astounded. This was a scenario they could scarcely have envisioned. They had presumed that the boss would undoubtedly belong to them, only to discover that it had been snatched away by the player known as Inua Qingqing. But how had he managed to seize the boss? In their shock, the players of King S Glory turned to see that Inua Qingqing had inexplicably closed the distance from over 60 or 70 meters to within 50 meters of the Skeleton King. How could this be possible? How could he possess such extraordinary speed, effortlessly breaking through the throng of King S Glory players and teleporting to this position? Before long, King S Glory deduced the answer. He must have employed a blink ability. It must be said that King S Glory was indeed correct in their assumption, witnessing the prize that had been so tantalizingly close now being claimed by another, particularly by someone he detested. Inua Qingqing sent King S Glory into a fit of rage. How dare you steal my boss, Inua Qingqing? You are courting death. Zhang Yi remained unfazed. Oh, your boss? Enraged, King S Glory immediately commanded, everyone, attack. The final blow belongs to me, and all the loot is mine. Do not allow him a chance to approach the spoils. With that, as a multitude of King S Glory players surged towards Zhang Yi, King S Glory rushed towards the corpse of the Golden Skeleton King. Surrounding the remains were mountains of gold coins, equipment, enhancement stones, chests, and skill books, each item clearly a treasure of immense value. These were the true riches of the Skeleton King boss. In comparison, the first kill achievement was trivial. As long as he obtained these spoils, King S Glory would still soar to great heights. However, Zhang Yi was not about to permit the players of King S Glory to claim the boss's loot. The spoils of the Skeleton King rightfully belonged to him, and without his consent, none could touch them. With a flourish, he brandished his staff, casting fireball at his target, King S Glory, who was within his effective attack range of 50 meters and rapidly approaching the corpse of the Skeleton King. Boom! With precise anticipation, Zhang Yi launched a fireball from nearly 40 meters away, striking King S Glory amidst the throng of players, inflicting a critical hit of -1926. Even after receiving the boss's rewards, King S Glory, now at level 19, was still merely an archer. Despite investing significantly in health points, his total HP could not possibly exceed 1200. Thus, with a full health bar abruptly emptied, the champion of Honor of Kings, racing towards the mountainous pile of spoils, suddenly collapsed to the ground, transforming into a beam of white light and vanishing. Instantaneous demise. Upon ascending from level 18 to level 23, Zhang Yi promptly allocated all 25 points gained from this remarkable 5-level leap into intelligence, elevating his magical attack power to an impressive 736 points, coupled with the Silver Bone Ring's Advanced Severe Injury talent, which produced a damage coefficient of 145, and the critical hit from the Fireball spell. It was evident that such power was beyond what Honor of Kings could withstand. Chapter 76, Frenzied Slaughterding. You have vanquished the player Glory of Kings. The opponent was white-named, and due to the system's protection phase, you have not accrued any sin points. As Zhang Yi unleashed a fireball spell that obliterated Glory of Kings, players from the faction of King S domain surged forward, obeying the commands of the sub-captains, King S Return and King S Supreme, to launch an assault on Zhang Yi. While they commanded their subordinates to restrain Zhang Yi, King S Return and King S Supreme darted toward the boss. At this moment, however, Zhang Yi's focus was not on the players from King S domain. Avenging them could wait. His primary concern lay with the spoils of the Skeleton King. Boom! A chain of lightning descended, severely damaging 3 approaching players from King S domain. Subsequently, a basic attack triggered a multi-strike effect, annihilating them. Just at that moment, the Blink ability with a mere 15-second cooldown had completed its second cooldown. Zhang Yi swiftly utilized Blink to vanish from his original position, causing the surrounding players from King S domain to miss their attacks. In the next instant, Zhang Yi reappeared closer to the boss. With the 10 damage bonus from the green quality Blink, he unleashed another fireball spell against the level 19 assassin, King S Supreme, dealing a staggering 1098 points of damage, instantly eliminating him. Wow! Witnessing King S Supreme transform into a fleeting white light, King S Return was taken aback and hurried toward the boss. As long as I acquire the spoils of the Skeleton King, being eliminated is inconsequential, he thought. But he was overly optimistic. As he rushed closer to the corpse of the Skeleton King, Zhang Yi once again waved his luminous staff, launching a basic attack spell that struck King S Return in the back, inflicting over 700 points of damage, though he did not manage to kill him. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated from the skies, a deafening dragon-esque cry. Players from all directions instinctively looked up. Zhang Yi felt a jolt of excitement. What a stroke of luck! Roar! Following another dragon's cry, a colossal fire dragon tore through the fabric of space, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of searing dragon flames upon the ground. Whoosh! The hellish dragon flames instantly engulfed all players from King S domain within a 100-meter radius around Zhang Yi. Under the scorching blaze, each player found their health diminished by a staggering 1154 points of true damage. Whoosh! 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 Within the area consumed by the hellish dragon flames, over 40%, at least 100 players, including mages, archers, and priests from King S domain, were obliterated into streams of white light. The remaining players, clinging to a sliver of health, could not withstand the relentless burn of the hellish dragon flames, which inflicted 271 points of damage per second. In an instant, the remaining 60% of archers, warriors, and knights, including King S' return who was but a step away from the spoils, were all incinerated by the dragon flames. Ding. You have slain the player, King S Canyon. Sin points 0. Ding. You have slain the player, King S General. Sin points 0. Ding. You have slain the player, Run, Kings. Sin points 0. In the blink of an eye, a barren radius of 100 meters encircled Zhang Yi, with not a blade of grass thriving within it, while the ID above his head remained a pristine white, beyond the consuming reach of the hell dragon flame. The fortunate players who had survived stood in a state of utter bewilderment. The crowd erupted in animated discussion. Player A exclaimed, "So it turns out the dragon flame I witnessed while farming octopus monsters on a middle school map was indeed triggered by Inua Ching Ching." Player B chimed in, "This damage is astonishing. The area of effect is simply obliterating everything in sight. That magic scroll must cost at least several hundred gold coins. How could he possibly afford it?" Player C countered, "How do you know it's a scroll? Could it not be a skill he possesses?" Player D retorted vehemently, "I refuse to believe that such a powerful area attack could be a player's innate ability. This is undoubtedly a high-level magic scroll." As the surrounding spectators engaged in fervent debate, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity presented by the absence of foes in the vicinity. Swiftly making his way to the corpse of the Skeleton King, he reached out to touch the mountain of spoils that had accumulated. And a series of delightful system notifications rang in his ears. "Ding, congratulations, you have acquired 15 gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a 3-star treasure chest. 1. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired 21 gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you have received the skill book, Undead Storm. 1. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the equipment, Golden Bow of the Fallen One." No fewer than a dozen notifications reached his ears, just as Zhang Yi gathered all the spoils. Players from the Kingdom of Glory, including those he had previously dispatched, began to converge on his position, having returned from the safety of their resurrection springs. Given that they were still within the system's protective phase, any deaths occurring within 1 kilometer of the safe zone would not deplete their resurrection chances, and dying once would only incur a loss of 10 experience. Upon returning from the resurrection spring, the player from Kingdom of Glory, still at level 19, was incensed to find that Zhang Yi had claimed all the treasures beside the Skeleton King's corpse. "Damn it, Inua Ching Cheng. I advise you to return everything dropped by the boss. Otherwise, you're finished." Zhang Yi, unperturbed, rose to his feet and faced the furious player, casually stating, "What kind of skill is it to demand a hand over my spoils? If you have the ability, kill me and claim them for yourself." Zhang Yi's provocation thoroughly enraged the player from Kingdom of Glory. "This is the system's protective phase. The safe zone cannot shield you now. I will reduce you to level 0 today." With the shimmering flowing light staff in hand, Zhang Yi declared, "Come and try to kill me. I offer you one last chance. If I do not bring you down to level 0 and claim all your equipment, I will take your surname. Brothers, attack." With that command, countless players from Kingdom of Glory surged towards Zhang Yi. As he lifted the flowing light staff, a chain of lightning split through the air, instantly obliterating the 3 assassins at the forefront of the charge. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated through the air, reminiscent of a dragon's fierce cry. The infernal dragon flames. With a resounding whoosh, a torrent of hellfire erupted, annihilating hundreds of players from the Kingdom of Kings within a 100-meter radius of Zhang Yi in an instant, as the players from the Kingdom of Kings surged forward. Undeterred by their losses, Zhang Yi continued to wield his staff, resembling a mobile artillery unit. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of multiple attacks triggered the dual magical orbs, leaving the players from the Kingdom of Kings with little chance to approach Zhang Yi as they fell lifelessly within mere 30 meters of his position. Chapter 77. The glory of the king has fallen again due to the considerable distance. The mages and archers attempting to unleash a concentrated barrage from 40 to 50 meters away found it exceedingly difficult to strike Zhang Yi. In the world of Apocalypse, the farther the distance, the lower the accuracy of ranged professions. With an agility attribute of 41, Zhang Yi skillfully maneuvered, effortlessly evading the attacks of the opposing mages and archers, a stark contrast to the earlier experience in the City of the Undead, where they had been overwhelmed in a single onslaught. Observing that even the concentrated fire from the mages and archers was ineffective, The onlookers, including the Glory of Kings, who stood 50 meters away, swallowed hard in disbelief. How has this fellow suddenly become so formidable? Why does he seem different from the Zhang Yi we encountered in the City of the Undead? King Supreme, sharing the same bewilderment, remarked, Captain, have you noticed? This Inua Qing Cheng. I even feel that he allowed us to defeat him this afternoon. King Supreme pondered, his movements, his maneuvers. I refuse to believe he was incapable this afternoon. Was he truly defeated just to protect that girl? After a moment of silence, the Glory of Kings suddenly had an epiphany. The area within 1 kilometer of the safe zone is currently under a protective phase. Killing does not incur a red name. This rascal did this on purpose. He must have feigned weakness to avoid a red name, knowing all along that the system would activate protection when the boss invaded the safe zone, just as the Glory of Kings found this notion unfathomable. Zhang Yi unexpectedly flashed from 60 or 70 meters away, instantly appearing within 50 meters of him, exclaiming, I told you, the game has only just begun. As the words left his lips, a fireball hurtled towards the Glory of Kings, and before he could react, he was eliminated in a single strike. What the hell? A blinding light erupted, and the Glory of Kings vanished amidst the throng of players, unable to be shielded even by the multitude of allies from the Kingdom of Kings. Meanwhile, a subtle smile crept across Zhang Yi's face. The Glory of Kings had indeed guessed correctly. Zhang Yi had deliberately allowed himself to be defeated earlier, in the City of the Undead. He could not afford to indulge too freely, for should he incur a red name, the repercussions would be unbearable. Therefore, he had cleverly used the pretext of protecting Han Yara to provide the Kingdom of Kings with an opportunity to eliminate him easily. As a reborn individual from 8 years in the future, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that when the boss invasion commenced, all safe zones would activate system protection, during which player kills would not incur a red name. Thus, what Zhang Yi exhibited now was his unreserved, true strength. Consequently, under Zhang Yi's relentless onslaught, the death toll among the players of the Kingdom of Kings surged dramatically, with countless bursts of white light illuminating the surroundings, igniting a fervor among the distant onlookers. Player A, Inua Qing Qing is incredible. Player B, a true 1v1000. I wish to stream this for someone to witness. Does this game support cross-region streaming now? Soon. A multitude of players surged forth from the safe zone, including members of the Storm family, who joined the fray. Brothers, let's slay them. We are currently in the system's protection phase, so do not falter. Let us annihilate the people of the Kingdom of Kings and send them back to level 0. With the command of Storm Angel, the players of the Storm family immediately clashed with those from the Kingdom of Kings. The participation of the Storm family was akin to divine intervention for Zhang Yi, as the top 2 players from the 886th district joined forces to mount a vigorous counterattack against the 1,000-strong team of the Kingdom of Kings. Consequently, chaos ensued, with screams mingling with flashes of white light, creating a cacophony of battle. The glint of blades reflected the tumult of the skirmish. Due to the system's protection, the penalties for death were significantly reduced, resulting in players from both the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family continuously dying and resurrecting, charging into battle like an unending war, leaving spectators in awe from afar. Spectator A, who do you think will win this battle? Spectator B, I bet a pack of spicy strips on the Kingdom of Kings. After all, they have the numbers, over 1,000 of them, while the Storm family and Inua Qing Cheng have barely half that. Spectator C, who cares who wins or loses? It doesn't concern us. There is nothing to lose. It's boring. I'm going out to grind monsters and level up. After half an hour of combat, the average levels of players from both the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family had plummeted from level 20 to 18. Zhang Yi, a level 23 Beastmaster, had not died even once and was already responsible for at least 400 deaths among the Kingdom of Kings players. With fatigue setting in, he switched his staff to his left hand to continue the fight. 1 hour later, the returning warrior of the kingdom, now level 16, exclaimed, "What the hell? Are we still fighting? It's dark out. Don't you eat?" No sooner had he spoken than he was cleaved into white light by the level 17 Storm Dragon King, who stepped on the still unrevived corpse of the returning warrior and spat disdainfully, saying, "Curse you. Trash. Has spit." 2 hours later, the average levels of players from both teams had dropped to 12, and the chat channel in the 886 district erupted. Elegant Butterfly, Male, level 19 knight. My god. Have the players from the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family gone mad? Is it really necessary to fight this hard? Matt Fleet. Male. Level 20 archer. I barely managed to raise my level after securing a regional first kill on a boss. And look at these two teams, they've all dropped by several levels, with many now in single digits. What a pity. Little Bridge and Flowing Water. Female. Level 18 mage. Did you notice? Players from the Kingdom of Kings and the Storm family have each died dozens of times. Yet Inua Ching Chung has not died even once. Supreme Starshine. Male. Level 19 Beastmaster indeed. His damage output is phenomenal. Anyone from the Kingdom of Kings who approaches him meets their demise. Inua Ching Chung has claimed at least over 1,000 kills. Miss Neo. Female. Level 18 Priest. My goodness. The consequences of lacking system protection are simply unimaginable. Mad Flea. Without system protection, how dare they strike so recklessly? In the blink of an eye, it was already 9:30 in the evening, with merely half an hour remaining until the cessation of system protection. At that moment, Zhang Yi had already driven the King of Glory to the Resurrection Spring. Observing the newly resurrected King of Glory, whose level had plummeted to level 1, Zhang Yi stood guard at the Resurrection Spring, elegantly wielding his staff. Fireball technique. Boom. The freshly revived King of Glory fell once more. Chapter 78. Bountiful harvests. Surrounding the Resurrection Spring were numerous players from the Kingdom of Glory, their levels having plummeted to around 10. Stripped of many high-level equipment that could no longer be utilized, their attributes had significantly diminished, rendering them incapable of posing any threat to Zhang Yi. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as their captain, Glory of Kings, was repeatedly vanquished by Zhang Yi, only to resurrect time and again from the spring. Inua Ching Ching. If you dare to kill me again, I will have my chance for revenge, Glory of Kings declared, but before he could finish, Zhang Yi struck him down once more. 3 seconds later, Glory of Kings resurrected, clad only in a pair of underpants, his face contorted with rage. Inua Ching Ching. You. But before he could complete his sentence, he was eliminated again. Inua Ching Chung. Brother. Father. Grandfather. The onlookers from the Kingdom of Glory turned away, unable to witness the spectacle any longer. As the clock struck 10, a regional announcement echoed. Ding. Attention players, the system's protective effect has expired. The safe zone is now back to normal. Just then, Zhang Yi's fireball struck the freshly resurrected Glory of Kings, but the damage was nullified. Instantly, Glory of Kings regained his swagger, strutting out from the Resurrection Spring, defiantly standing before Zhang Yi in his underpants, and taunted, "Come and kill me. If you dare." "Do it again." Zhang Yi lowered his staff, his expression impassive as he regarded Glory of Kings. "If you have the courage, remain in the safe zone for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I will slay you every time I see you." After a pause, Zhang Yi added, "You should have only one resurrection opportunity left from the system's reward, correct?" Glory of Kings fell silent, suddenly rendered speechless. Zhang Yi then casually scanned the surrounding players from the Kingdom of Glory, causing those who had perished at his hands over 10 times to instinctively retreat in fear. "Remember what I said, the game has only just begun." With that, Zhang Yi turned and walked away, leaving the players of the Kingdom of Glory trembling with trepidation. Glory of Kings, reduced to level 1, glared at Zhang Yi's receding figure, gritting his teeth and vowing, "One day, I will make you pay 100-fold. Inua Ching Chung. As long as I don't die, I will not let this go." At that moment, a level 12 assassin, King of Supremacy, hurriedly interjected, "Captain, perhaps we should avoid provoking Inua Ching Ching. He is far too terrifying." "Damn you. He reduced me to level 1. This debt cannot simply be written off." Glory of Kings kicked King of Supremacy and shouted, "Give me your pants to wear." Having just purchased a pair of trousers from the store, which are of level 10, I find them unsuitable for you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yi, having just completed a grueling battle that lasted over 3 hours, felt an immense sense of elation. As he caressed his slightly hungry stomach, he entered a modest restaurant on the street. The bowl of beef noodles he consumed prior to the fight had long been digested, proving insufficient. Thus, Zhang Yi ordered a lamb hot pot along with a bottle of fine wine, amounting to a total of 8 gold coins at his level 23. With a reward of 100 gold coins for his first boss kill, along with an additional 3 gold coins from the overall district prize. And over 120 gold coins dropped by the Skeleton King, Zhang Yi's total assets had now reached an impressive 227 gold coins. Therefore, an almost 2 gold coin dinner was merely a trifling expense for the affluent Zhang Yi. As he settled into the restaurant, his presence immediately sparked a fervent discussion among the other players dining nearby. Player A exclaimed, "Look, isn't that Inuwa Chi-Cheng? He single-handedly annihilated the entire Wangzhe Tian'ang tonight. And rumor has it he even reduced the team leader, Wangzhe Rongyao, back to level 1. Player B chimed in, "Indeed, he is truly formidable, a genuine powerhouse. He embodies the glory of our 886 district." Player C added, "However, it seems both the Storm family and Wangzhe Tian'ang suffered significant losses tonight. Even the Storm Angel has fallen to level 15, and he was previously ranked second on the leaderboard." Player D remarked, "Isn't that a good thing? It spares us from the tyranny of Wangzhe Tian'ang, who always bullies others. Let us see how they manage to intimidate anyone now." The chatter of these independent players did not disturb Zhang Yi as he savored his hot pot. While relishing the lamb, he finally took a moment to review his earnings from the evening. Opening his backpack, he found it brimming with treasures dropped by the Skeleton King and rewards from the system, each item worth a fortune. Zhang Yi took stock: 3 2-star treasure chests, 1 3-star chest, and 1 5-star chest. He also acquired 3 skill books for pieces of equipment and countless enhancement stones. Not to mention 5 first-tier energy crystals that had dropped. With the 3 he had previously collected, Zhang Yi now possessed 8 first-tier energy crystals, just 2 short of the mission's requirement. Setting the treasure chests aside for the moment, as his keys were all for 2-star chests and he had not anticipated acquiring a 3-star or even a 5-star chest so swiftly, he examined the 4 pieces of equipment dropped by the Skeleton King. To his delight, he discovered that all were of 3-star quality. The level 22 3-star archer weapon, the Wraith's Golden Bell. The level 23-star warrior knight armor, the Skeleton King's battle armor. The level 22 3-star mage boots, the boots of the Reaper. The level 21 3-star assassin ring, the Skeleton King's battle ring. Each piece of equipment was an exceptional treasure of the highest caliber at this stage. Any one of them, enhanced to level 25, could instantly elevate an ordinary player to the ranks of a top-tier deity. However, among the 4 pieces of equipment, Zhang Yi is only able to utilize 1, Death God's Boots, quality, 3 stars level, 22 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 55 additional attributes, agility 12 additional attributes, agility 10 class, mage. Beast Master description: these boots, infused with the formidable consciousness of the Death God, Golden Skeleton King, are imbued with the power of the Reaper, bestowing protection upon the wearer. Not yet identified. With dual agility bonuses, they are indeed a rarity among rarities. Given that speed has always been a vulnerability for mages, the previous 35 points of agility granted by the Radiant One significantly enhanced Zhang Yi's operational capacity. It can be said that his ability to navigate seamlessly among the multitude of players in the Kingdom of Kings tonight is largely attributed to those 35 points of agility. Furthermore, these Death God's boots, with their dual agility enhancement, once identified and further augmented, could potentially yield nearly 100 points of agility. Chapter 79, Purple Skill Book. Undead Storm gazing at the level 4, 1-star man-eater boots adorning his feet, Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. These boots have arrived at the perfect moment. However, in their unidentifiable state, he was unable to enhance or utilize them. Thus, Zhang Yi placed the Death Goddess boots, along with 3 other pieces of equipment into his backpack. As for those 3 items, he certainly intended to auction them. At this stage, selling a 3-star piece of equipment for over 200 gold coins is hardly unreasonable, particularly for weapons and rings, which are even more precious. Next, Zhang Yi's attention shifted to the 3 skill books. Remarkably, 2 of them were blue skill books and 1 was purple. His eyes were immediately drawn to the purple skill book, Undead Storm, quality, purple. Description: chanting a spell, after 1 second of casting, it summons a 20 by 20 rectangular magic array at any location within a 50-meter radius around the user. Countless undead will emerge from the array, relentlessly assaulting all hostile targets within, inflicting 30 magic damage every 0. 5 seconds, while also applying a 30 slow effect that lasts for 3 seconds. Consumption: 95, calculated based on your level 23. Cooldown time: 120 seconds. Class: Mage, Beastmaster. For Beastmasters, single damage is reduced to 25. Consumption of skill slots: 4. What a remarkable purple area of effect skill. No wonder it was the first drop from the boss, the Golden Skeleton King. Truly impressive. Zhang Yi was filled with delight. In the world of Armageddon, area of effect skills are exceedingly rare, and the purple quality, Undead Storm, is nothing short of a divine ability at this moment. Although he was eager to learn this skill that he could utilize, the purple skill consumed a staggering 4 skill slots, while he currently had only 1 remaining. Moreover, the spells Fireball, Chain Lightning, and Blink were immensely beneficial in the early stages. It seemed imprudent to replace them with the 2-minute cooldown of Undead Storm. He resolved to wait until reaching level 30 to unlock 4 skill slots before proceeding. Consequently, he stored Undead Storm in his bag and turned his attention to the other 2 blue skill books. Unfortunately, these 2 were not applicable to him. One was a Knight's Undead Stab, and the other was a Priest's Undead Healing. All 3 skill books dropped by the Skeleton King were related to the undead. At present, green skill books are already considered rare treasures, while blue quality ones are worth their weight in gold. In the world of Armageddon, undead skills tend to focus on damage, making them highly sought after by many players pursuing high output. Selling these 2 skill books for over 100 gold coins would be no problem. Crucially, having just concluded the boss invasion battle, every player in Zone 886 received a system reward of 3 gold coins, so money was not an issue for them. Additionally, the Skeleton King dropped over 100 level 2 enhancement stones, as well as several quality magic scrolls. Attack buff scroll quality increases attack power by 20 for half an hour. Effects do not stack. Defense buff scroll premium upon usage increases defense by 20 for half an hour. Speed buff scroll premium upon usage enhances attack speed and movement speed by 20 for half an hour. Life buff scroll premium upon usage raises maximum health by 20 for half an hour. A total of 8 premium scrolls were dropped by the Skeleton King, with 2 of each type. The market price for such premium buff scrolls in the shop is no less than 5 gold coins each, and they may not even be available in stock. Hence, these scrolls are indeed priceless. Utilizing such rare scrolls for daily monster grinding would be a tremendous waste. Their true value will reveal itself in due time. Therefore, Zhang Yi decided to store these scrolls in his bag, using 3 spare 2-star keys from his inventory. He opened 3 2-star treasure chests dropped by the Skeleton King and received 3 pieces of 2-star equipment. The market price for 2-star equipment has plummeted significantly. Items around level 20 are valued at approximately 5 to 6 gold coins. Thus, selling the 3 pieces could yield a fair sum of over 10 gold coins, which is quite satisfactory. The greatest anticipation, of course, lies with the 3-star treasure chest and the rare 5-star treasure chest awarded for the first kill achievement. It is estimated that the 3-star treasure chest may bestow upon Zhang Yi a remarkable 3-star item. As for the 5-star chest, its contents remain a mystery. But it is certain that whatever is revealed will not disappoint Zhang Yi. Should he be fortunate enough to unveil a 5-star item, it would be a monumental leap in his journey. Zhang Yi is aware that a 5-star key is not inexpensive, so he plans to purchase one from the shop while returning to identify the Death Goddess boots. Overall, the first kill of the Skeleton King has significantly elevated Zhang Yi's prowess, rendering him nearly invincible within the 886 area. And even the entire realm of King S Dominion cannot contend with him. Zhang Yi also intends to conclude this novice journey once he accomplishes a few key tasks: the hidden quest, acquire rare materials; the hidden dungeon, Dragon Emperor's Tomb; and the forthcoming regional dungeon, Energy City. He aims to complete these within a week, if conditions permit. He hopes to assemble a complete set of undead gear in the undead capital, which would elevate him to level 30, allowing him to venture to the main city. After tallying the rewards from the recent boss invasion, Zhang Yi resumed his meal. At that moment, at a nearby table filled with young women, several of them cast admiring glances in his direction. How enviable it is to be the sister who was valiantly protected by Inua Qingqing in the undead capital. Indeed, it appears that Inua Qingqing must hold significant importance, otherwise one would not risk their life for her. Observing the young gentleman Qingqing, he appears rather youthful, suggesting he is likely not married yet, but rather has a girlfriend. Oh, how splendid it would be to have such an impressive and clean-cut boyfriend. However, if he has a girlfriend, does that imply there might still be a chance for us? But alas, with a girlfriend as beautiful as hers, what confidence do we possess to compete? The young women rested their chins in their hands, gazing at Zhang Yi, collectively sighing. Their conversation inadvertently reminded Zhang Yi of something significant. Han Yaru. It seemed that after returning from the city of the dead in the afternoon, he had neglected her. Opening his friend list, he noticed that the soul friend, Yaru, had a red one in the lower right corner of her avatar, indicating an unread message. Zhang Yi clicked on the message, and 4 words came into view. I want to see you. Chapter 80. First Love. Han Yaru. As Zhang Yi glanced at the time, he realized that the message from Han Yaru had been sent at 7 in the evening, right after the defeat of the Skeleton King boss. At that moment, Zhang Yi was engaged in a relentless slaughter of players in the realm of kings, which explained why he had overlooked her message. Now, however, the clock had already struck past 10. Initially, he had no intention of responding to her. But after a moment's hesitation, he decided to send a message back. Where are you? Ding dong. Almost instantly, Han Yaru replied, as if she had been waiting by her screen. I'm at the Hope Inn, room 302. Zhang Yi paused momentarily. Has she already checked in? After finishing his meal, Zhang Yi rose from the dining hall and made his way to the Hope Inn in the town. 302. Just as he knocked on the door, it swung open, and a graceful figure dashed out from within. Zhang Yi was suddenly enveloped in warmth, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance reminiscent of a young girl, a scent that felt achingly familiar. Zhang Yi, please don't abandon me again. Han Yaru's plea struck a chord within him, yet he coldly pushed her away. Don't do this. Han Yaru looked at him with tear-streaked eyes, saying, I have nothing left. I am utterly alone. Realizing something, Zhang Yi glanced into the vacant room behind her and inquired, Where are Huozi and your brother? Han Yaru could only weep silently, her lips sealed. The truth dawned on Zhang Yi. When Lu Xing had slain her in the afternoon, Guan Hao and Han Feng had already lost their chances of resurrection. He had not considered this earlier, as he had assumed they would have the opportunity to revive. He had never anticipated that Guan Hao and Han Feng had charged into the encirclement of the realm of kings to aid him without any chance of coming back. As this realization washed over him, Zhang Yi felt his eyes moisten, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. It appeared that Lu Xing had also met his end, leaving Zhang Yi as the sole survivor of the once inseparable trio. A pang of regret coursed through Zhang Yi, for it was he who had inadvertently led to the demise of Guan Hao and Han Feng. Yet, in truth, even without Zhang Yi, the course of fate would have remained unchanged. The betrayal by Lu Xing was the root of their tragedy. Had today's events in the city of the dead not transpired, Lu Xing would have betrayed Guan Hao and Han Feng for other reasons, ultimately leading to their deaths. Zhang Yi had merely accelerated the progression of this life as history, hastening the inevitable. Zhang Yi, you are all I have left. Han Yaru sobbed, helplessly drawing closer to him, once more enveloping him in her embrace. This time, Zhang Yi did not push her away. After Han Yaru had wept to her heart's content and released him, she looked into his eyes, shimmering with tears, and asked, Why did you not want me 3 years ago? Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment. Before he could respond, Han Yaru continued, It was because of my father. Wasn't he it? Zhang Yi was taken aback. Yaru, I knew it. Han Yaru remarked, It must have been my father who sought you out. Otherwise, you would never have so callously abandoned me. Indeed, 3 years prior, Zhang Yi had vanished without a trace, prompted by Han Yaru's father, the chairman of the renowned Han Corporation, who had discreetly approached Zhang Yi with an offer of 1 million to sever ties with his daughter. In the eyes of Han Yaru's father, Zhang Yi, an orphan without any background, was unworthy of his daughter. Zhang Yi was acutely aware of this disparity. When he first entered into a relationship with Han Yaru, he was oblivious to her affluent upbringing, and by the time he discovered the truth, he was already deeply enamored with her. Consequently, Zhang Yi acquiesced to Han Yaru's father's demands and, with a heavy heart, departed silently from Han Yaru and Guan Hao. However, he did not accept the 1 million offered by her father, although he often regretted the decision in the years that followed. Zhang Yi sighed. It is all in the past. Yet, I still harbor feelings for you. Han Yara replied, you are the only person I've ever truly liked, Zhang Yi. I cannot forget you. You still have feelings for me, don't you? As she spoke, Han Yaru lifted her head from Zhang Yi's embrace, gazing into his eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Zhang Yi, please do not leave me again. Zhang Yi's heart stirred. After all, Han Yaru was his first love. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. You are weary. Allow me to help you back to rest. With that, he gently supported the delicate Han Yaru, who seemed as if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away, guiding her to the bedside and settling her down. Just as he was about to turn away, Han Yaru suddenly grasped his arm. As he turned, her soft lips drew near, and she enveloped Zhang Yi in her embrace, spinning him around and pushing him onto the bed. In that moment, Zhang Yi found himself unable to control his impulses, instinctively running his fingers through Han Yaru's silky hair. With a swift motion, he found her warm body beneath him. As dawn's light filtered through the window, illuminating the room, Zhang Yi awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he was alone in the bed, his arm draped over the adjacent pillow, tingling with numbness. The lingering scent of youthful fragrance filled the air. Han Yaru was nowhere to be found. Zhang Yi quickly sat up, seemingly realizing something, and threw aside the covers. His gaze fell upon a crimson stain on the white sheets. To his astonishment, Han Yaru was indeed a maiden. This implied that after parting ways with Zhang Yi 3 years ago, she had not taken another suitor. Given Han Yaru's exceptional qualities, countless admirers must have pursued her. Yet she had undoubtedly turned them all away, just as Guan Hao and Lu Xing had previously stated. Han Yaru's heart and mind had always belonged to one person, Zhang Yi. No one else could ever fill that void. Zhang Yi swallowed hard. Staring at the emptiness beside him, a profound sense of desolation washing over him. Hastily opening his friend list, Zhang Yi was poised to send a message to Han Yaru inquiring about her whereabouts, when, coincidentally, a message from Han Yaru arrived. I apologize, Zhang Yi. I promised not to disturb you again, yet I couldn't help myself yesterday. I am also grateful to you for spending one last night with me. I am utterly content now. I shall no longer intrude upon your life, nor will I be a burden to you. Farewell, never to meet again. Zhang Yi swiftly composed a message, intending to ask where she had gone, but was met with a system notification. Ding, the recipient is not your friend and cannot receive private messages. Han Yaru had removed Zhang Yi from her friend list. Chapter 81, The Orange Skill Book. Thus, Zhang Yi deleted Han Yaru from his friends list and searched for her ID to re-add her. The result, however, was, Ding, the other party has declined your friend request. Ding, the other party has declined your friend request. Ding. After several consecutive rejections, Zhang Yi sent a message in the regional chat channel. Han Yaru, you have 1 minute to return to my side. He was uncertain about his current feelings. But having claimed Han Yaru's first experience just the night before, it seemed utterly irresponsible to abandon her now. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi's message in the regional chat did not summon Han Yaru. Instead, it ignited a flurry of excitement among the spectators in Zone 886 Shaowenwen, female. Level 19 priest who is Han Yaru, to be named directly by the renowned Inua Qingcheng, and asked to return. Wow, how envious. Pity, Tiantan Do Wei Dao. Female, level 18 mage, she must be the priestess he risked his life to protect yesterday in the undead city. I saw her ID. Which is indeed Yaru. 1 row, female, level 20 assassin, how enviable. This lady is so lucky to become the girlfriend of our esteemed Inua Qingcheng, the number 1 player in Zone 886. Slightly conflicted, Jia's high-end operation, female, level 19 warrior, she must have her own merits to be Inua Qingcheng's girlfriend. Did you all see how beautiful that Yara lady was? She is truly stunning, no exaggeration, her beauty surpassing all of us present. Without receiving a response from Han Yaru in the regional chat, Zhang Yi searched through Hope Town once more, yet still could not locate her. It appeared she had already left the safety zone. Zhang Yi understood that if Han Yaru wished to evade him, no matter how far he searched, he would be unable to find her. Unless she desired to see him, she would remain hidden, for this was how she often reacted during their quarrels. Despite this, Zhang Yi did not abandon his search for Han Yaru. He continued to post messages in the regional chat every 10 minutes, offering a bounty of 100 gold coins to anyone who could locate her and inform him. On another front, Zhang Yi began his tasks for the day. In this world of survival of the fittest, he could not solely focus on finding Han Yaru, as neglecting his own strength would allow others to surpass him. Zhang Yi needed to continue expanding his advantages, for soon, a battle for supremacy would ensue. This time, it would be an interregional war, referred to in his past life as the energy conflict. Zhang Yi made his way to the appraisal center. The appraisal fee for Samsung equipment is not insignificant. Zhang Yi expended 5 gold coins to commission the proprietor of the appraisal shop to authenticate the Death Goddess boots. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, and astonishingly, the appraisal was successful on the first attempt without triggering a high-level appraisal. Zhang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment as he retrieved the authenticated Death Goddess boots. After the appraisal, the basic defense of the boots increased from 60 to 70 points. Subsequently, Zhang Yi extracted the remaining 25 level 3 enhancement stones from his bag, which were left from the previous enhancement of the flowing light staff, to proceed with the enhancement. Ding! Ding! Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your equipment, Death Goddess Boots, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Godspeed. To his surprise, the exclusive talent unlocked this time was an active skill, Godspeed. Upon use, it increases movement speed by 50 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Typically, talents unlocked at maximum enhancement level are passive. The chance of unlocking an active skill is exceedingly rare, and once an active skill is unlocked, the value of the equipment can increase tenfold. Thus, Zhang Yi promptly replaced his current footwear, the carnivorous worm boots, with the Death Goddess boots. He opened his status bar and beheld a rapid surge in defense. Physical defense 373, magical defense 342. With such defense, in the current safe zone, unless one possesses a 3-star weapon, no one could breach Zhang Yi's defenses. Coupled with an agility attribute soaring to 132 points, he could land a critical hit almost every 2 strikes, truly invincible. However, this data would still be inadequate against the guardian of the hidden dungeon, the Dragon Emperor's tomb, and the Dragon Blood Swordsman. Zhang Yi must continue to strive for greater strength. Following this, Zhang Yi spent 18 gold coins to have the other 3 pieces of equipment dropped by the Skeleton King, Undead Golden Bow, Skeleton King S Armor, and Skeleton King S Ring authenticated. None triggered a high-level appraisal. All remained at 3-star quality. Nevertheless, their basic attributes were significantly enhanced post-appraisal. In addition to these 3 pieces, Zhang Yi had a plethora of miscellaneous equipment and items in his bag. Feeling rather uninterested in setting up a stall, he opted for a trip to the auction house in town, where he entrusted the system with all items he wished to sell. The auction house operated to the benefit of players, as it required no management. One simply needed to list items and set prices, after which the system would automatically deposit earnings into the seller's account upon successful transactions. However, the downside was that while listing was free, the system would collect a 5 fee from each successful transaction. Zhang Yi listed the remaining 2-star equipment at the market's average price, while he placed the Undead Golden Bow, the Skeleton King S Armor, and the Skeleton King S Ring in a bidding format, each starting at a price of 50 gold coins. In this bidding format, players cannot directly purchase equipment but must bid, with the highest bidder winning once the auction time expired. Furthermore, the system's fees were higher in this mode, reaching 10. Finally, Zhang Yi also listed the skill book, Undead Stab, starting at the same price of 50 gold coins. As for the priest's skill, Undead Healing, Zhang Yi hesitated momentarily, ultimately deciding to keep it in his bag. Having achieved the first kill of the Skeleton King, Zhang Yi found himself quite occupied. After tending to earlier matters, he made his way to the shop, only to discover that the price of a 5-star key had skyrocketed to a staggering 50 gold coins. The 3-star key was merely 5 gold coins. A young man must not be overly cautious, for one cannot capture a wolf without risking their child, remarked the shopkeeper with a greedy glint in his eye. Although it was possible to acquire high-star treasure chest keys by defeating elite lords and above, Zhang Yi could not afford to wait. Glancing at his assets totaling 210 gold coins, he withdrew 55 coins to purchase 1 5-star key and 1 3-star key, prioritizing the opening of the 5-star chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Orange Skill Book, Sword Shadow Storm 1. Ding. Congratulations. You are the first player in the 8th District to acquire an Orange Skill Book. The system will announce this across the entire region. Please choose to make your ID public or hidden. Chapter 82, Shadow Blade Storm concerning the public announcement of the community. It bears significance for the district or even the entire server's hidden dynamics. Thus, the announcement reverberated throughout the 8th District. Ding. Congratulations to player for acquiring the Orange Skill Book, Shadow Blade Storm, achieving the milestone, Strongest Skill, and receiving the rewards. Human Reputation 1200, Gold 10. Upon opening his inventory, Zhang Yi discovered indeed an Orange Skill Book, quietly resting within his pack. Shadow Blade Storm, Quality, Orange Description. After a brief accumulation of energy in the blade, the user releases a sword formation within a radius of 35 meters, simultaneously manifesting 100 sword shadows that swirl within the formation, inflicting 20 physical damage every 33 seconds to enemies within the area for a duration of 3 seconds. Moreover, once the sword formation is fully established, all hostile targets within it are unable to escape before the cessation of the Shadow Blade Storm. During this time, the user is rendered unable to perform other actions, entering a state of invulnerability with damage reduction of 80. Consumption, 122 cooldown, 110 seconds class. Warrior skill slot consumption. 5 Zhang Yi's current emotional state cannot simply be described as exhilaration. One must understand that in his previous life, he attained his first orange skill a mere 3 months after the launch of the game. Yet now, it is only the 4th day since the launch. Upon the triggering of the system-wide announcement, the regional chat interface erupted instantaneously. Carefree, District 452, Male, Level 20 Archer Heavens. I don't even possess a green skill. And someone has already obtained an orange skill book. Who is this incredible player? Apocalypse, District 498, Male. Level 19 Assassin. I reckon it's the fellow from District 886 who secured the first kill of the Skeleton King boss. As I recall, the system rewarded him with a 5-star chest. This orange skill must have emerged from that chest. Dominating the crowd. District 885, Male. Level 22 Archer Brother who acquired this orange skill book. Please DM me. Price is not an issue, starting at 1,000 gold. Dominating the crowd. Brother who acquired this orange skill book. Please DM me. Price is not an issue, starting at 1,000 gold. Dominating the crowd. As the player from District 885, known as Dominating the Crowd, activated spam mode, players from other districts were left astonished. Sweet Girl, District 800, Female, Level 20 Priest. Wow. This uncle from District 885 is quite wealthy, offering 1,000 gold. If the skill book were in my possession, I would certainly sell it to you. Big Meat Knife, District 12. Male, Level 29. It appears to be another top-tier team leader. I am in awe. Had an ordinary player obtained this orange skill, they might have succumbed to the temptation of selling it for 1,000 gold, for at this stage, such an amount could procure a full set of top-tier equipment alongside several blue and purple skills. However, Zhang Yi would not entertain the thought of selling, not even for 10,000 gold. Despite the fact that Shadow Blade Storm is a warrior skill, Zhang Yi, as a beastmaster, cannot utilize it. However, this does not imply that the book lacks utility for him. If memory serves, the exceptional magical beast awarded for completing the Dragon Emperor's tomb was of the warrior variety. Thus, Zhang Yi intends to reserve this exquisite area of effect skill book for the extraordinary magical beast he is about to tame. Furthermore, the ID pride of the hero strikes a familiar chord with Zhang Yi. If he recalls correctly, it belongs to the captain of the strongest team in Zone 885, who was also the conqueror of the hidden dungeon, Dragon Emperor's tomb, in his previous life. This individual is poised to become Zhang Yi's greatest adversary in the impending energy struggle in Zone 886. Consequently, Zhang Yi is even less inclined to sell the skill book to his foes. It is evident that, although Shadow Blade Storm and Undead Storm belong to a similar category of skills, the disparity in quality results in a significant difference between the two, which can be discerned through various details. For instance, Undead Storm merely slows down foes, while Shadow Blade Storm ensnares them forcibly, boasting a considerably higher damage coefficient. The 5-star treasure chest truly proves its worth. Subsequently, Zhang Yi opened the remaining 3-star treasure chest, but fortune did not favor him this time, yielding a mere 50 gold coins. However, after deducting the 5 coins spent on the key, he still profited 45 coins, a commendable sum, especially considering that gathering this amount through questing and monster slaying would take him an entire week. Having settled these matters, Zhang Yi opted not to accept any quests in the safe zone, and instead made his way directly to the city of the undead. At this juncture, he had a more pressing mission: to conquer the city of the undead. Engaging in other tasks would merely squander the time Zhang Yi had allocated for farming the undead set and pursuing the hidden quest for rare materials. On his way to the city of the undead, Zhang Yi opened the chat interface and noted that no one had sent him a private message. Undeterred, he posted a message in the regional channel seeking Han Yaru. He then opened his friends list and attempted once more to add Han Yaru as a friend, only to be met with the silence of an ignored request. It appeared that he would have to wait for Han Yaru to regain her composure before she would seek him out again. Unexpectedly, during his journey to the city of the undead, Zhang Yi stumbled upon a group of players from Kingdom of Heroes grinding levels against biochemical behemoths in a level 15 wild area. Ever since Zhang Yi and the Storm family had raised their average level to around 11 or 12 the previous night, the players of the Storm family had been tirelessly leveling up, and now, after considerable effort, they had managed to bring their average level back to approximately 14. Observing the group of over a dozen players from Kingdom of Heroes engaged in monster slaying, a peculiar smile spread across Zhang Yi's face as he brandished his glimmering staff and approached them. Before long, a chorus of anguished screams echoed through the air. Ding, you have slain the player Kingdom Little Pig, sin value 100. Ding, you have slain the player Kingdom Awesome, sin value 100. In a mere span of seconds, a multitude of white lights illuminated the map, marking the demise of numerous players from the Kingdom of Kings who were engrossed in leveling up, leaving behind a scattered array of loot upon the ground. Zhang Yi, indifferent to the fallen treasures, thought to himself, what valuable items could these players of levels 13 and 14 possibly yield? With a nonchalant demeanor, he stowed away his staff and departed, his purple ID drawing astonished gazes from the nearby independent players who were also engaged in their training. Bystander A remarked, could it be that Inua Ching Chung has become a ruthless killer overnight? Bystander B replied, indeed, the Kingdom of Kings has brought this upon themselves. They previously bullied the novice players, and now their retribution has arrived. Chapter 83. The devilish speed of monster farming. Given Zhang Yi's current prowess, he could effortlessly venture into the 3rd level of the undead city to farm level 26 to 30 undead creatures. However, the mechanics of this particular map dictate a gradual progression. Players must commence from the 1st level and conquer each subsequent layer in order to ascend. Upon inspecting his challenge progress, Zhang Yi noted that his hunting statistics for skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, undead mages, and undead assassins were all nearing an impressive 800, just a stone's throw away from completion. After all, he had spent almost the entire previous day farming in the undead city. Yet, due to the limitation of the Undead Exorcism quest, which could only be accepted once per day, Zhang Yi was unwilling to squander this singular opportunity on lower-tier difficulties. He thus opted for a level 5 difficulty quest with a coefficient of 500, Undead Exorcism, which required him to hunt 400 level 24 and above skeleton shield guards and 400 level 24 and above undead paladins within the day. Once the quest was accepted, Zhang Yi, adorned with a purple ID, confidently strode into the undead city, drawing the attention of countless players. According to the game's mechanics, a player with a purple name faced a 100 equipment drop upon death. In the 886 district, it was common knowledge that every piece of gear worn by the top-ranked deity, Inua Ching Chung, held immense value. Unaware that Zhang Yi's equipment was bound, many players cast covetous glances at his gear, yet most refrained from provoking him. A handful of avaricious players, however, blinded by greed, recklessly sought to eliminate Zhang Yi, only to elevate his notoriety further with each failed attempt. Zhang Yi's current attributes rendered him virtually invincible. Even archers and assassins equipped with armor-piercing abilities posed no threat. The limitations of their basic armor-piercing skills paled in comparison to Zhang Yi's formidable defense, exceeding 370 points. even after accounting for the armor penetration. Those archers and assassins could hardly inflict any damage upon him. As fate would have it, upon entering the first level of the Undead City, Zhang Yi encountered a group of players from the Kingdom of Kings, around levels 14 to 15, who were teaming up to farm level 15 and 16 skeletons and undead. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi decided to assist them by sending them back to Hope Town, gratis. At the Resurrection Spring in Hope Town, several recently revived players from the Kingdom of Kings wore bewildered expressions. What just happened? Wasn't I farming? How did I suddenly die? Upon reviewing the combat log, they discovered the cause of their demise. Nua Qing Chung. In the Undead City, first level, third area, as the average player level rose, an increasing number of players dared to venture into the third area to farm level 19 to 20 skeletons and undead. However, despite their higher levels, the lack of commensurate equipment made these players struggle against the advanced skeletons and undead. Consequently, as they found it challenging to cope with these formidable foes, Zhang Yi, wielding the Radiant Staff, began to farm solo. Boom. With a swift motion, a fireball was conjured and unleashed upon a level 20 skeletal archer within effective attack range, inflicting a staggering 963 points of damage, resulting in an instant kill. Ding! You have slain a level 19 skeletal archer, earning 60 experience points and reducing your sin value by 1. The experience value of a level 19 creature is typically 100 points. However, due to Zhang Yi's elevated level, the final yield was diminished by a significant 40. In the world of Apocalypse, players who engage monsters 5 levels or more beneath their own receive an additional experience bonus, whereas defeating creatures of lower levels results in a decrease in rewards. Alongside experience, monetary gains were substantially reduced, effectively serving as a means to accrue sin value. Solo farming proved to be a sluggish endeavor. Therefore, activating the multiple attacks feature of the Glimmering Staff, Zhang Yi commenced a massacre in the third area of the City of the Undead. Boom, boom, boom. With an impressive boost of 132 points in agility, Zhang Yi, wielding his staff with a swiftness surpassing that of archers and assassins, unleashed a barrage of magical spheres, obliterating the surrounding skeletons and undead from distances of 30 to 50 meters. Observers, struggling to dispatch 2 skeletal or undead foes simultaneously, were left utterly astounded by the spectacle. Player A: my goodness, how can there be such a disparity among humans? Is it possible that he is the favored child of the Heavenly Fortune group? Player B: goodness. Let us keep our distance. We might accidentally become collateral damage. Thus, under Zhang Yi's explosive output, he accomplished the 4 kill challenges in just an hour. Only upon reaching 1,000 for all 4 kill progressions did the system notification finally chime. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the challenge of the first layer of the City of the Undead, and the teleportation array to the second layer is now open. As soon as the announcement faded, a luminous curtain appeared before Zhang Yi, allowing him to step into the light reserved for those who have completed the first layer challenge. As his vision shifted, Zhang Yi found himself in the second layer of the City of the Undead. The layout mirrored that of the first layer. Yet the creatures here had transformed into skeletal shield guards wielding large blades and undead paladins mounted on spectral steeds, brandishing skeletal longbows. The level 21 to 23 creatures no longer sufficed for the level 23 Zhang Yi. He proceeded directly through the first area of the second layer, arriving at the second area, where both the skeletal shield guards and undead paladins had escalated to levels 24 to 25. In comparison to Zhang Yi's data, even the level 25 shield guard and holy knight exhibit relatively modest attributes. However, each possesses a rather formidable talent: skeleton shield guard, physical common monster, level 25, talent, retaliation. The skeleton shield guard reflects 10 of the damage it receives back to the attacker, physical attack 390, physical defense 280, magic defense 240, health points 3250, skills, shield strike, cleave. Description: much akin to knights among humans, these skeleton shield guards exhibit formidable defensive capabilities. It is advisable not to challenge them without a sufficiently high attack power. Undead Holy Knight, physical common monster, level 25, talent, undead shot, The arrows of the undead Holy Knight are imbued with necromantic power, dealing additional damage equal to 10 of the enemy's maximum health with each hit. Physical attack, 485, physical defense, 220, magic defense, 185, health points, 1980, skills, barrage. Undead arrow, description. In contrast to the skeleton shield guard, the undead Holy Knight boasts impressive offensive capabilities. However, its frail vitality is a notable vulnerability, and the undead shot talent further enhances its potential for devastating output. Monsters of level 25 appear to be quite formidable adversaries. Chapter 84. Fortune awaits at present. The only player who has entered the second level of the City of the Undead is Zhang Yi. Without further ado, he brandishes the flowing light staff and begins his assault. Boom. Activating a multiple attack, 2 magical orbs emerge from his standard attack, striking the 2 skeletal shield guards ahead. 696 critical hit, minus 696 critical hit. The golden numbers of critical damage leap from the heads of the skeletal shield guards, a testament to the impressive critical hit rate brought by his 132 agility attribute. After all, at this stage, even a level 20 assassin fully dedicated to agility, bolstered by equipment bonuses, can only reach a level of agility comparable to Zhang Yi. Yet, Zhang Yi is a mage, with a foundational 6-star agility growth as a beastmaster. Coupled with the 5-star bonus from his dragon lineage, his agility growth stands at an impressive 11 stars, merely 1 star shy of the assassin. Currently, Zhang Yi embodies a fusion of a violent assassin and a mage. However, while inflicting damage upon the 2 skeletal shield guards, he triggers the reflective damage talent, resulting in 2 instances of 45 points of damage appearing above his head. The damage reduction talent of the magician's pants grants him a reprieve of 25 points of damage reduction, as the 2 skeletal shield guards, wielding their massive blades and shields, slowly advance. Zhang Yi, with the swiftness afforded by his 132 agility, unleashes a rapid flurry of attacks, achieving a critical strike every 2 blows. Before the guards can close the distance, he obliterates them from over 10 meters away. Ding, you have slain a level 25 skeletal shield guard. Experience 220. Sin value -1. Ding, you have slain a level 25 skeletal shield guard. Experience 220. Sin value -1. Although he effortlessly dispatches the 2 shield guards without sustaining any hits. The effect of the reflective damage talent inflicts over 400 points of damage upon Zhang Yi himself, with 2/3 of his health remaining and not yet restored. He locks onto his next target. A chain of lightning draws the attention of 2 undead paladins and another skeletal shield guard. Employing multiple attacks in conjunction with Fireball, he unleashes a series of explosive damages upon the 537, -537, -1002 critical hit, -1668 critical hit, -348, -744 critical hit. A mournful wail escapes as one of the undead paladins is instantly annihilated, leaving the remaining 2 severely weakened. One fortunate paladin manages to land a necromancer's arrow strike on Zhang Yi, and soon after, both succumb to their fates. The combination of skill damage and the enhancement from the necromancer's shot talent results in a near 300-point depletion of Zhang Yi's health. Quite a significant blow. After eliminating these skeletal guards and paladins, Zhang Yi finds his health nearly depleted, promptly retrieving a level 5 health potion from his pack and downing it in one go, instantly restoring 1,000 health points. The inherent damage from these skeletal guards and undead paladins poses little threat to Zhang Yi. Rather, it is their talents that prove to be the most troublesome. He typically engages 3 at a time, and after each wave, he nearly exhausts a level 5 potion to recover. The price of the level 5 health potion has soared to a staggering 40 copper coins, while the copper coins dropped by level 25 monsters hover around a mere 15. Essentially, the earnings from slaying these creatures are entirely consumed by necessities. At this moment, how delightful it would be to have a healer by one's side. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's inventory is well stocked with potions, allowing him to sustain his endeavors for a significant portion of the day. Thus, he continues his grind. The challenge of conquering the second tier demands the extermination of 1,000 skeletal shield guards and 1,000 undead paladins. At the pace Zhang Yi is progressing, he estimates that he could complete this task within a day and a half, or at most 2 days. In the vast city of the undead, he is the only living soul. The solitary hours spent battling monsters often feel tedious and monotonous. As Zhang Yi combats the skeletal shield guards and undead paladins, he opens the chat interface to check if anyone has contacted him regarding the whereabouts of Han Yaro. There are no private messages, but he does come across a recent conversation in the regional chat just a moment ago. Return to Roots, Mail. Level 17 Beastmaster 3 pieces of 3-star equipment have been listed in the auction house. Has everyone seen it? Shame, Mail. Level 19 Assassin, I saw it. So what? The starting bid is 50 gold coins. Can you afford that? Wow. Mail. Level 20 Archer, wow, I saw it too. There's even a top-tier weapon. The Golden Bow of the Undead. I really want it. Sweet. Female. Level 18 Mage, who do you think listed those 3-star items? Even 2-star equipment is so rare these days. It's astonishing that someone has obtained 3-star gear and put it up for auction without using it. Shame. Who else could it be but the illustrious Inua Chingcheng? Those 3 items are all related to the undead, obviously dropped by the Skeleton King. Yesterday, all the loot from the Skeleton King's first kill was claimed by Inua Chingcheng. Those items are undoubtedly his, along with that Blue Knight skill book. One word, 9 seals, Mail, level 20 Assassin. Honestly, can you lend me some money? I want to buy that Skeleton King ring. Once I make some profit, I will repay you double. Rogue, Mail, level 20 Priest. We might as well give up on that idea. I'm currently at the auction house. The bidding for those 3 pieces has already exceeded 100 coins. Even if you borrow money, you won't be able to afford it. The Storm family and the Royal Kingdom are competing in the bids. Reading through the chat records in the regional channel, Zhang Yi starts to feel a sense of anticipation. With only 2 or 3 hours having passed since he listed the 3 pieces of equipment, the price has already escalated to 100 gold coins. By the time the 24-hour auction concludes, what might the final price reach? Zhang Yi senses that fortune is smiling upon him. There is no rush. He allows them to continue their bidding while he persists in his challenges and quests in the city of the undead. He grinds through the morning and well into the afternoon, and by around 2 o'clock, after countless encounters with skeletal shield guards and undead paladins, Zhang Yi checks his quest interface and discovers that the level 5 Undead Exorcism quest is now marked as completed. 400 skeleton shield guards and undead paladins have been vanquished by Zhang Yi. The efficiency of this solo endeavor is nothing short of extraordinary. Noticing that his potions were nearly depleted, Zhang Yi made his way to the outskirts of the undead city, where he submitted his quest to the undead merchant, Alo. Ding, congratulations. You have completed the level 5 quest, Undead Exorcism, earning rewards of experience points 180,000, gold 2, level 2 enhancement stones 15, human reputation 168, and a level 1 energy crystal 1, as well as the equipment, Undead Necklace 1. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully completed this week's Elite Survival Task, Advanced Task, receiving the reward of an additional Resurrection Opportunity 1. The survival task has been upgraded to Extreme Enhancement, Nightmare Level, details of which can be reviewed in the task interface. Chapter 85, Bidding Ultimate Enhancement, Nightmare Level Survival Task Description. You are required to elevate your level by at least 5 levels before the end of this week. Task Reward, 1 additional Resurrection Opportunity. If your cumulative Resurrection Opportunities reach 5 upon completion of the task, this reward will automatically convert to another equivalent reward. Failure penalty, death. This survival task is particularly advantageous for players of lower levels, as they find it easier to level up. With Zhang Yi currently at level 23, progression has become exceedingly challenging, even when soloing in a level 25 map. From morning until now, including task rewards, he has only managed to advance the experience bar to 95. It is somewhat regrettable. How splendid it would have been if this task had emerged before confronting the Skeleton King. For defeating the Skeleton King, along with various rewards, would have allowed Zhang Yi to level up by 5, thereby completing the task. However, today is merely Wednesday, and there are still 4 days remaining. Even if he levels up once a day, it will suffice to accomplish this task. Zhang Yi's ambition is to reach level 30 within this week. Among the task rewards, he is particularly pleased with a piece of the Undead set, the level 23 2-star undead necklace. At level 23, he can equip it perfectly, without hesitation. He retrieves 25 level 2 enhancement stones from his bag and initiates a wave of divine enhancement. Ding. Ding. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your equipment, Undead Necklace, has reached enhancement level 25, unlocking the exclusive talent, Energy Attack. Energy Attack, a passive talent that grants the wearer an additional 8 of their maximum energy value as damage with each normal or skill attack. This talent is indeed remarkable. Even when calculating Zhang Yi's current energy cap of 795 points without the Undead Necklace, Energy Attack would augment his damage per strike by 64 points. This is even more cost-effective than Advanced Severe Injury. However, it is a pity that the Eternal Chain he is currently equipped with possesses the Skill Enhancement talent, which significantly boosts skill damage by 20. What a loss for such a premium talent. Thus, he replaces the Eternal Chain with the Undead Necklace. Ding, congratulations on activating the Undead Set, Mage Set 2-piece bonus, granting a set bonus of 5 casting speed. After equipping the Undead Necklace, he glances at his status bar, where his energy cap has now reached 900, meaning that Energy Attack can bestow an additional 72 points of damage per attack. This is the second 2-star Mage Undead Set equipment Zhang Yi has acquired since farming in the City of Undead. As the ordinary skeleton undead he farmed on the first and second floors yielded only 1-star set pieces, even as drops. Zhang Yi understands that only the skeletons and undead on the 3rd floor, at levels 26 to 30, can drop 2-star undead equipment. Having farmed in the City of Undead for such an extended period, Zhang Yi's sin value has long been purged, restoring his white name. Upon utilizing the return scroll, Zhang Yi, famished beyond measure upon his arrival in Hope Town, sought sustenance at a local eatery, replenishing his hunger to its fullest. He subsequently ventured to the auction house, where he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the 3 pieces of 3-star equipment dropped by the Skeleton King had garnered bids of 170 gold, 180 gold, and 250 gold respectively. Moreover, all the 2-star equipment available for direct sale had been acquired by other players. After deducting the system's 5 handling fee, Zhang Yi profited a total of 25 gold coins from this venture. Notably, the highest bidders for the 3 pieces of equipment were all revealed to be from the group Wang Zhirong Yao, which astonished Zhang Yi. Following the recent boss battle, while the Wang Zhitianxia had suffered significant level losses, Wang Zhirong Yao had been reduced to level 1 by Zhang Yi's hand, making them the largest beneficiaries of the situation. The system rewarded each player in the 886 area with 3 gold coins, leading to a collective bounty of 3,000 gold coins for Wang Zhitianxia, which could be freely accessed by Wang Zhirong Yao. This, indeed, was the foundation for their willingness to bid so extravagantly on these 3 pieces of equipment. Thus, Zhang Yi decided to adjust the auction duration from the original 24 hours to 12 hours, effectively having the system's fees upon the auction's conclusion. He understood that no one could afford to bid higher than this, especially not the Storm family, who had incurred substantial losses themselves. The system's reward should be allocated to bolster the entire team, and investing it in these 3 pieces of equipment would sever their team's future prospects. As for the eventual acquisition of the 3 pieces by Wang Zhitianxia, Zhang Yi remained unconcerned, confident that they would not regain their strength through these 3-star items. For he harbored a nefarious plan of his own. With Zhang Yi's adjustment to the auction time, Wang Zhirong Yao, who had painstakingly risen from level 1 to level 11 over the course of a half-day with the assistance of his teammates, suddenly received a system notification. Ding. The auction time for the items Wraith Gold Bow, Skeleton King Armor, and Skeleton King Ring has been modified by the seller. The auction end time has changed from 8 a.m. tomorrow to 8 p.m. tonight. Should there be no higher bidders by 8 p.m., the items will be automatically sent to your inventory, and the corresponding gold will be deducted from your account. Startled, Wang Zhirong Yao jumped at the notification, fearing someone had outbid him. Yet, he pondered the reason behind the alteration in bidding time. Why would they change it? He mused. I don't care, replied Wang Zhirong Yao, unconcerned. It's better this way. Those items will arrive in my possession sooner. At that moment, the level 15 knight, Wang Zhigui, remarked, however, It is said that the seller of these items is Inua Ching-chung, and they all dropped from the Skeleton King. What does it matter who it belongs to? Once I buy them, they are mine. A hero does not question origins, nor does a divine item inquire about its provenance," exclaimed the captain, showcasing his eloquence. As the supreme champion clapped his hands, an epiphany struck him, prompting him to address Glory of Kings. Captain. I have heard from our comrades that many of them encountered an attack from Inua Ching-chung in the wilderness today. That Inua Ching-chung, whenever he comes across anyone from our Kingdom of Glory, immediately resorts to violence. With the recent acquisition of the boss's first kill, he has grown increasingly arrogant. Once I obtain that 3-star weapon, the golden bow of the undead, I shall seek vengeance upon him. Glory of Kings gritted his teeth and declared, Inua Ching-chung, I intend to make you experience the bitter taste of being reduced to level 0. Before he could finish, Return of the King interjected, Captain. The minimum level in this game is 1. There is no level 0. Silence, you fool. Glory of Kings kicked Return of the King and commanded, send someone to the auction house to keep a watchful eye. We must be wary of that stormy turd to prevent him from making a last-minute bid. Aside from him, I fear no one. No one can outbid me for the golden bow of the undead. It must be mine. Chapter 86. The Golden Bow of the Fallen. After enjoying a leisurely lunch within the safe zone, Zhang Yi opted for a lavish 5-star room at the inn to rejuvenate himself. At this moment, Zhang Yi felt no hesitation in spending his gold coins. For his night approached at 8 o'clock, he would soon acquire 3 pieces of 3-star equipment along with the skill book, Undead Puncture, instantly elevating him to the status of a wealthy magnate with over 800 gold coins to his name. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, having rested sufficiently, Zhang Yi returned to the City of the Undead to continue his challenges on the 2nd floor, tirelessly collecting divine bones and undead insight. Meanwhile, after enduring the tedious afternoon, by 7 o'clock in the evening, the player known as King of Glory, having diligently advanced to level 14, eagerly led his companions back to the safe zone. Upon arriving at the auction house, he was greeted by the sight of a constant influx of players. The auction house was indeed a captivating hub of activity. King of Glory hurried to the auction points for the Golden Bow of the Fallen, Skeleton King's Armor, and Skeleton King's Ring, only to find them surrounded by a throng of eager players, all eyeing the coveted 3-star equipment with envy. A 21st level warrior gazed intently at the 20-level 3-star Skeleton King's Armor within the auction cabinet, exclaiming, if this piece were mine, my health would at least double. A 20-level rogue, leaning against the transparent counter encasing the 21-level 3-star Skeleton King's Ring, drooled with desire. This is so tempting. I absolutely want this ring. If I wear it, I could take down Inua Ching-chung in a single combo. Do you believe me? The crowd responded with scoffs. Among them, a tall 20-level archer clad in a midriff-bearing outfit chimed in, I really want that bow. Whoever buys it for me, I'll be their girlfriend. Okay? Witnessing the fervent admiration for the 3 pieces of equipment, King of Glory felt an immense sense of pride as he prepared to claim ownership of them. Clearing his throat, he approached the counter, drawing envious gazes from the surrounding crowd. King of Glory had indeed bid the highest price. All 3 pieces were his. A true captain of the realm, he was affluent enough to spend over 600 gold coins without a flicker of hesitation in his eye. While basking in his triumph, King of Glory began to search for the presence of the Storm Angel among the crowd. Upon failing to locate her, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Clearly, the Storm Angel lacked the financial means to compete with him. Just as King of Glory reveled in his good fortune, he suddenly spotted a figure cloaked in black, lingering near the counter. The player, identified as an 18-level Beastmaster, Jenny Turtle, was somewhat unsettling. King of Glory, however, dismissed the warning from his companion, the Supreme King, stating, no worries, aside from the Storm family, no one can afford these 3 pieces of equipment. As the clock struck 8, the esteemed player of Honor of Kings prepared to acquire his coveted equipment. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. The bidding price for the item, Golden Bow of the Fallen, you were pursuing has been surpassed by another player. Please return to the auction house to rebid. Startled, Honor of Kings gazed across the room, spotting the Beastmaster Squirtle engaged in a bidding frenzy at the auction counter. Alarmed, Honor of Kings dashed forward, determined to outbid Squirtle, only to receive another notification. Ding. The bidding time for the equipment Golden Bow of the Fallen has concluded. Regrettably, you have not secured this item, as it has been successfully acquired by player Squirtle for 251 gold coins. Immediately following this, Honor of Kings witnessed the Beastmaster Squirtle exiting the auction house, proudly holding the Golden Bow of the Fallen. Awaiting him outside was Storm Angel, who eagerly joined Squirtle and claimed the bow from his grasp. How careless! This Squirtle was affiliated with the despicable Storm family. Infuriated, Honor of Kings rushed to the entrance of the auction house and unleashed a stream of invective at Storm Angel. How dare you, Storm! You waited until the final second to snatch it away. With a serene smile, Storm Angel replied, "Isn't the last second still part of the bidding time?" He then provocatively waved the recently acquired Golden Bow of the Fallen before Honor of Kings, declaring, "This bow is now mine. It would only languish in your possession. Here, it can realize its true potential." Trapped within the safety zone, Honor of Kings could only watch helplessly as Storm Angel departed with the bow. Fortunately, aside from the Golden Bow of the Fallen, two other pieces of equipment, the Skull King armor and the Skull King ring, remained available and were successfully bid upon by Honor of Kings for 170 and 180 gold coins, respectively. Clearly, the resources of the Storm family paled in comparison to those of Honor of Kings. They dared to contest only the highest valued Golden Bow and refrained from pursuing the other two items, determined to keep an eye on Storm Angel. Honor of Kings planned to eliminate him once he left to reclaim the Golden Bow. Unexpectedly, after acquiring the bow, Storm Angel took his wife, Storm Fantasy, to a hotel for the night. Enraged, Honor of Kings gritted his teeth and entrusted the Skull King armor and the Skull King ring to his knights, returning King and Supreme Assassin, stating, "You two better not disappoint me. I am placing all my hopes in you. Train diligently and level up swiftly to over 20. With these two pieces of equipment, the honor of our realm rests upon your shoulders." Seeing their captain's generosity, returning King and Supreme Assassin were filled with excitement. "Thank you, Captain. We shall forego sleep tonight and grind through the night to elevate our levels as quickly as possible. In the realm of Honor of Kings." Wang Ji pondered, "This will not do. I must join you all in an all-night leveling session, lest I remain forever behind." Unable to catch up with Inua Ching, he called upon the brothers whose levels were below 15, declaring, "Tonight, we shall grind through the night until our fatigue is exhausted." The captain remarked, "In our entire team, you are the only one with a level below 15. Wang Ji, in a fit of frustration, delivered a sharp kick to Wang Jizun and commanded, "Gather the others. We are going out to level up." Enough with the chatter. Thus, after replenishing their supplies and enjoying a meal, Wang Ji, along with Wang Ji Gui Lai and several dozen players from Wang Ji Tianxia, departed from the safety of their zone. Just as they stepped beyond the boundaries of safety, a shadow quietly trailed behind them. Chapter 87. I remove all equipment to fight you, designating an 18-level map, Death Canyon, as the battleground for the night. As the players of the King S Glory made their way towards it, King S Glory casually noticed that King S Supreme frequently glanced back. Thus, King S Glory turned to look as well, only to see nothing remarkable aside from the ebb and flow of casual players. It is said that dogs can perceive what humans cannot. What are you staring at? With a furrowed brow, King S Supreme turned back once more and remarked, "Captain, that person behind us seems to have been following us since they emerged from the safe zone." A shiver ran down King S Glory's spine upon hearing this, and he turned to look again, indeed spotting a black-robed sorcerer, deliberately obscuring his magical hat and concealing his ID, stealthily trailing them. Consequently, King S Glory halted, spun around, and called out to the sorcerer, "Hey, why are you following us? Do you wish to die?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the sorcerer, who had been standing several dozen meters away, lifted his head, revealing a face that left King S Glory and his companions utterly astounded. It was Inua Ching. In an instant, the members of King S Glory were so frightened that they stumbled backward. King S Glory felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He had been careful to observe his surroundings upon exiting and had not noticed Inua Ching nearby, which had emboldened him to come out. Who would have thought he had been marked by Inua Ching, and had it not been for King S Supreme's warning, he would have remained oblivious. With a rustle, Upon seeing Zhang Yi, the immediate reaction of King S Glory S players was to prepare for battle, even though they knew that, despite their numbers, they stood no chance against Zhang Yi. Now at level 24, Zhang Yi far surpassed their average level of merely 16. King S Glory, aghast, stared at Zhang Yi and stammered, What do you want? What do you think?" Under the moonlight, Zhang Yi's smile appeared somewhat sinister. King S Glory swallowed hard. "The person who killed your two friends yesterday was your other friend, Lu Xuanda. It has nothing to do with me." "So?" Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, drawing forth his glimmering staff and gradually advancing toward the players of King S Glory. "Captain, this lunatic has been killing anyone from King S Glory he encounters in the wild these past few days. We must flee." Following King S return S urgent advice. King S Glory nodded. "You all hold him off. I'll make a run for it." With that, King S Glory was the first to turn and sprint away, with the others hastily following suit, none daring to remain and confront Zhang Yi, for that would be tantamount to seeking death. However, just as the group of King S Glory had barely taken a few steps, Zhang Yi inexplicably appeared before them in the blink of an eye. How could this guy be so fast? King S Return pondered incredulously. The distance of a blink shouldn't be this far. Indeed, Zhang Yi, benefiting from the 50 movement speed boost of the Death Goddess boots and its active ability Swift, pursued for a short distance before utilizing Flash to teleport directly in front of the players from the Kingdom of Glory, denying them the opportunity to feel any fear. He stood a mere 10 meters away, and before their very eyes, he proceeded to remove all of his equipment. To avoid accusations of overpowering them, he declared, "Let us do this. I shall remove all my equipment except for my boots and face you in combat. What say you?" This audacious act left the players from the Kingdom of Glory utterly bewildered, as well as astonishing the onlookers nearby. Bystander A. What is Inua Qingsheng thinking? How can he fight without any equipment? Isn't this akin to courting death? Bystander B. Indeed, it seems he has become somewhat arrogant lately. Without any equipment bonuses, his defense must be 0, and his health likely only 200 or 300 points. A single player from the Kingdom of Glory could easily eliminate Inua Qingsheng in 1 or 2 hits. Bystander C. But he is still wearing boots, right? Those do provide some defense. Bystander D. What difference does it make? Relying solely on a pair of boots for defense is utterly futile. Despite Zhang Yi's candidness, the players from the Kingdom of Glory remained suspicious, hesitating to approach him. What trick is he up to? One pondered. Who knows? Remarked the Supreme King of Glory. Yet, he has removed all his equipment. Even if he is trying to deceive us, it will take time for him to re-equip. And that time is sufficient for us to eliminate him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even if we are only at a few levels. Defeating someone with 0 attributes like Inua Qingsheng is more than feasible. Brothers, charge and take him down, with the Supreme King's command. The players from the Kingdom of Glory ceased their hesitation, brandishing their weapons as they surged toward Zhang Yi. To fear a defenseless opponent would be utterly cowardly. As the others rushed toward Zhang Yi, only one player from the Kingdom of Glory remained stationary, seemingly enlightened. He shouted urgently, "Brothers, retreat. Do not engage him. We have fallen into a trap." However, the fervent cries of the crowd drowned out his warning, and the Supreme King and his allies charged forward without hesitation. Leading the assault, the assassin Supreme King of Glory swiftly closed the distance, delivering a piercing strike in conjunction with a barrage of spells and arrows from the rear. Yet, in the next moment, the damage inflicted upon Zhang Yi was nothing short of astonishing. 42. -1. -1. Apart from the armor-piercing strike from the Supreme King, the rest of the attacks barely scratched Zhang Yi, inflicting only 1 point of damage. How is this possible? The players from the Kingdom of Glory were left dumbfounded. How can this individual, devoid of any equipment, possess such formidable defense? As the players of the game King of Glory found themselves in a state of bewilderment, Zhang Yi, equipped solely with a pair of level 22, 3-star enhanced 25 Death God boots, rendered all players unable to inflict any damage upon him. Upon hearing the battle notifications echoing in his ears, a slight smile graced his lips. Ding. Player, Supreme King, has launched a malicious attack against you, inflicting 42 points of damage. The opponent's name has turned gray. Ding. Player, King's Arrow, has executed a malicious assault, dealing 1 point of damage. The opponent's name has turned gray. Ding. Observing the multitude of gray names before him, Zhang Yi swiftly equipped the Radiant Staff, leveraging the full attack power boost provided by the ring he had yet to remove. He unleashed a fireball towards the Supreme King, minus 1,744 critical hit. Instant kill. With a thud, the Supreme King dropped an item before transforming into a beam of white light and vanishing. Zhang Yi's gaze, however, was fixated on the equipment dropped by the Supreme King, the Skeletal King's Battle Ring. Chapter 88. The Return of the Belongings. Ding. You have slain the player, Supreme King. Due to the opponent's gray name, you have gained 0 evil points. It was only now that the late-arriving Night King comprehended Zhang Yi's deliberate provocation, enticing them to initiate an attack that would result in gray names. Thus, when Zhang Yi subsequently killed them, he would incur no evil points and would have a 100 chance of looting a piece of equipment from them. However, by the time the Night King realized this, it was too late to halt his charge. Like a raging bull, he barreled towards Zhang Yi, slamming his shield against him, causing Zhang Yi to stagger back a few steps while inflicting a mandatory damage of 1 point as a consequence of his own gray name. Then, the now gray Night King, filled with dread, gazed upon Zhang Yi, who had just obliterated the Supreme King. Boom. With astonishing speed, Zhang Yi unleashed a lightning chain, locking onto a single target, enhancing the damage coefficient to 120. Combined with a basic attack, he dealt 2 critical hits of over 1,600 damage and an additional 700 regular damage, thus vanquishing him. With a soft thud, a piece of equipment dropped from the Night King's lifeless form, the Skeleton King's armor. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. The game mechanics dictate that when a player dies and drops equipment, there is a high probability that it will be a piece of unused gear from their inventory. Both the Supreme King and the Night King were now gray names, ensuring a 100 drop of an item either from their person or their bags upon death. Observing the 2 items on the ground, valued at a total of 350 gold pieces, the 3-star Skeleton King's armor and the Skeleton King's ring, players from the Honor of Kings were astonished, rushing forward while shouting, "Quick, pick up the equipment." Previously, the group of players from the Kingdom of Kings that was closest to Zhang Yi dashed towards the dropped items, hoping to seize them before he could. However, Zhang Yi, who had followed specifically for these 2 pieces of equipment, would never allow the hard-earned loot to fall back into the hands of the Kingdom of Kings. At that moment, having just attacked Zhang Yi, all the players from the Kingdom of Kings had turned gray. Thus, armed only with a Radiant Staff and a silver bone ring for a boost in attack power, Zhang Yi began to swing his staff with fervor. The effects of multiple attacks unleashed countless magic orbs that rained down upon the crowd of players from the Kingdom of Kings, inflicting chaotic damage. High damage numbers popped up above their heads for 98, minus 954 critical hit, minus 988 critical hit, minus 480, raining down like a storm. The players of the Kingdom of Kings, whose average levels had plummeted to 15 or 16, were utterly unable to withstand the ferocity of Zhang Yi, a level 24 Beastmaster. One by one, they perished beneath the relentless onslaught of his Radiant Staff. The players from Honor of Kings stood in stunned silence. Such speed, such critical hit rate. Could this truly be a mage? In an instant, more than 20 players from the Kingdom of Kings were annihilated at Zhang Yi's hands, transforming into a pile of gold and enhancement stones scattered across the ground, with the ID still displaying in white. Zhang Yi calmly donned all his gear before leisurely collecting the Skeleton King's armor and ring from the ground. A bounty of 350 gold coins. What a windfall. Wang Zhirong was on the brink of tears from frustration, yet felt powerless, unable to retaliate. Despair etched on his face. He implored Zhang Yi, "Brother, could you return my equipment?" I purchased it with money, sure," Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. "How much did you pay?" "I'll sell it back to you." Wang Zhirong struggled to suppress his inner fury and responded, "All right, just put it back on the auction house, and I'll buy it." "Fine. Let's discuss it tonight or tomorrow morning," Zhang Yi replied, suddenly approaching Wang Zhirong with his flowing light staff. "What are you doing? Don't be so ruthless. What do you think?" Just as the words left his lips, he cast a fireball spell, dealing a staggering critical hit of over 1,900 points, instantly obliterating Wang Zhirong. As the only player with a white name in the realm of Wang Zhetianxia, Zhang Yi gained 100 points of evil value after vanquishing Wang Zhirong, causing his ID to turn red. The items dropped by Wang Zhetianxia as players hardly caught Zhang Yi's attention. He deemed them unworthy of his time and turned to leave. For he had already secured the two most vital treasures, the Skeleton King's armor and ring. While these items held no value for him, they represented a substantial bounty for other players. Thus, as Zhang Yi departed, nearby players rushed to scramble for the dropped goods. At the Revival Spring in Hopetown, Wang Zhirong, having spent his last chance to revive, found himself back at level 13 after finally reaching level 14, utterly despondent. Inua Qingcheng is my nemesis. How unfortunate I am to be placed in the same safe zone as him. He lamented, unaware that in his previous life, Zhang Yi had shared similar sentiments. At that moment, Wang Zhizun and Wang Zhiguilai emerged from the Revival Spring alongside Wang Zhirong, their teeth clenched in frustration. Captain, this Inua Qingcheng is utterly detestable. Should we not rally the entire team once more to eliminate him? What nonsense! Wang Zhirong retorted. Are you not tired of being humiliated? Can't you see that the gap between us is not something numbers can bridge? Then what should we do? Wang Zhiguilai asked. He has just taken back the Gearbot for 350 gold coins and wiped us out again. Are we to accept this? Certainly not. Wang Zhirong seemed to devise a new strategy. If we cannot confront him directly, we shall simply shift our focus to another target. As he spoke, he promptly accessed the regional chat channel in Honor of Kings, searching for the ID and finding Inua Qingcheng. After blocking the user, he proceeded to send several messages in the regional chat. Honor of Kings, I am offering a bounty of 200 gold coins. Double the price for Inua Qingcheng. Whoever discovers Yero's whereabouts, please message me privately. Honor of Kings, I am offering a bounty of 200 gold coins. Double the price for Inua Qingcheng. Whoever discovers Yero's whereabouts, please message me privately. Honor of Kings. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yi arrived at the City of the Undead and entered the second level to commence his endeavors. With ample hunger, fatigue, and supplies, he engaged in a marathon session throughout the night, continuing until precisely 8 o'clock the following morning when, amidst the floating void, an announcement echoed throughout the entire server. Chapter 89, Regional Instance, City of Energy Server Announcement. Ding. Attention all players across the servers, a new challenge is about to commence. To enhance the gaming experience, the system will unveil the regional instance, City of Energy, this weekend. For further details, please refer to the game homepage. Server announcement. Ding. Attention all players across the servers, a new challenge is about to commence. To enhance the gaming experience, the system will unveil the regional instance, City of Energy, this weekend. For further details, please refer to the game homepage. Server announcement. Ding. Server announcement. Ding. With each pair of adjacent safe zones serving as units, the dual region chat channel has been temporarily activated, remaining open until the conclusion of the City of Energy instance. Server announcement. Ding. Having heard the repeated server announcements, Zhang Yi could not help but exclaim, is the final challenge for novice players finally about to begin? Meanwhile, in the newly activated dual region chat channel, players across various servers began discussing the City of Energy instance. In the 886th district, where Zhang Yi resided, they were also involved in the conversation. Their assigned region was, in fact, competing against the 885th district within the City of Energy instance. Dual District Chat Channel 885-886, Unprecedented Scum, District 885, Male. Level 21 Mage City of Energy? What is that? Is there anyone who can explain it? Little Red Riding Hood, District 885, Female. Level 21 Assassin. Isn't there an introduction on the game homepage? Just take a look for yourself. However, I did see this event mentioned on the Apocalypse official site. You can think of the City of Energy as a battleground that opens between every two adjacent safe zones. In the City of Energy, defeating instance monsters grants energy points, and eliminating players from opposing districts allows you to plunder their energy. Once the instance concludes, the accumulated energy of all players from both safe zones will be tallied, and the district with the most energy will reward all its players. Additionally, The energy obtained by players can be exchanged for various premium equipment and items in the energy shop after the instance ends. Sweetie, District 886, female. Level 20 mage, how thrilling. I hope the older brothers and sisters from District 885 will go easy on us. Scoundrel, District 886, male. Level 21 priest, what are you talking about? Can our 886 district really be bullied by those from 885? Don't worry, sweetie. Just stick close to Scoundrel, and I will protect you. Iron Man, District 885, male, level 29. You pathetic players from 886, just wait to be crushed. The player with the ID Iron Man ignited a fierce exchange between the two districts. Storm Dragon King, District 886, male, level 17 warrior, watch your words. Who has the trash here? Once the City of Energy instance opens, we shall see. Spider-Man, District 885, male, level 20 warrior, what? You don't accept being called trash? What a joke. You even have a level 17 player in your district. How can you dare to claim you're not trash? In the realm of honor of kings. A player from Zone 886, a mere level 15 archer, proclaimed, you pathetic fools, cease your incessant chatter. Wait until I, from the illustrious first team of Zone 886, reign supreme in the dungeons and utterly obliterate you. To which Iron Man responded, my goodness, there's even a level 15 among you. Truly. Zone 886 is a treasure trove of hidden talents. A level 22 assassin from Zone 885, named Flying Shadow, retorted, what is this reign supreme? Have you all heard of our legendary mythical family from Zone 885? Believe me, a single family from our zone could annihilate your entire Zone 886 in an instant. Meteor Shower, a level 21 archer from Zone 885, chimed in, our top-ranked deity from Zone 885 stands unrivaled, capable of vanquishing you all. Dancing Miracle. A level 20 sorceress from Zone 886 scoffed, ha. You think you have deities? Our own promise of the city deity can take on 1,000 of you. As the banter escalated among players from the two zones, Zhang Yi, seemingly unfazed, closed the chat interface. To him, verbal disputes were utterly trivial. The world of Apocalypse thrived on merit. However, he recalled the mention of the mythical family, a formidable team not to be underestimated. In his previous life, he had witnessed the tyrannical reign supreme of Zone 886 suffer at the hands of the mythical family during the Energy City dungeon. Moreover, the mythical family had subsequently conquered the hidden dungeon, the Dragon Emperor's tomb, underscoring their formidable prowess as the backbone of Zone 885. Yet, in this new life, Zhang Yi regarded the mythical family with indifference. He opened the game's main interface, locating the introduction to the Energy City dungeon. The dungeon was set to commence on September 3, 2025, which was merely 2 days away, on Saturday at 10 in the morning. The requirements for entry included reaching level 20, with the dungeon lasting 3 days and 2 nights until the following Monday at 10 in the evening. In Energy City, defeating monsters would yield energy, and slaying players from rival zones would grant a 10 energy gain from them. Upon the dungeon's conclusion, players could utilize their accumulated energy in the Energy Mall to exchange for experience points, currency, prestige, or rewards such as equipment and skill books. Furthermore, to incentivize player participation, the system would implement a system sanctuary mechanism, akin to previous encounters with the Skeleton King boss invading safe zones. Players who perished within the Energy City dungeon would not lose their resurrection opportunities or drop items, only suffering a 10 penalty to their experience points. It was still Thursday, leaving 2 days until the dungeon's opening. Until then, there was much to attend to. By 8 in the morning, the progress of the Undead Capital's second floor challenge had reached 80, with Zhang Yi approaching level 25. Upon checking his attributes, he realized that his relentless efforts throughout the night had reduced his fatigue to a precarious 10. Continuing further was unfeasible. He needed to rest. Consequently, Zhang Yi shattered a return scroll, instantly transporting himself back to Hope Town, not hurrying to sleep. Zhang Yi promptly visited the auction house and discovered that the blue skill book, Undead Stab, which had been up for bidding for 24 hours, had sold for 80 gold coins. After deducting a 5 transaction fee, Zhang Yi received 76 gold coins. Thus, his total assets had astonishingly reached a remarkable 830 gold coins. Subsequently, Zhang Yi listed the Skeleton King's armor and Skeleton King's ring, setting the price uniformly at 200 gold coins, opting for a direct listing rather than an auction. Zhang Yi's intent was unmistakable. He was waiting for the illustrious player, Wang Zhongyao, to purchase these two items, and he was confident that they would. Indeed, shortly after departing from the auction house and planning to enjoy a meal before resting at the inn, he received a notification from the system. Ding. The equipment, Skeleton King's armor, you consigned at the auction house has been purchased by another player. The system has charged a 5 fee, and you have earned 190 gold coins. Ding. The equipment, Skeleton King's ring, you consigned at the auction house has also been purchased by another player. The system has charged a 5 fee, and you have earned 190 gold coins. Chapter 90. Found Hanyara once again. I have acquired 380 gold coins, and what's more, this sum was effortlessly obtained. How exhilarating. In this life, the sensation of dominating the realm of champions is simply delightful. I can only imagine that at this very moment, the creators of Honor of Kings are fuming, having spent more than double the price to procure those two pieces of equipment. After finishing my meal, Zhang Yi sent another message in the regional channel seeking traces of Hanyaru, yet still received no response. Whether out of sympathy or lingering affection, Zhang Yi felt a tinge of concern for Hanyaru. Without Han Feng, Guan Hao, and the others, she is alone in this world, making her susceptible to bullying. As she had previously expressed, apart from Zhang Yi, she possessed nothing, and now, she has even lost Zhang Yi. Hanyaru, where on earth are you? With his fatigue level dropping to 7, Zhang Yi checked into a 5-star room at the Hope Inn. At Zhang Yi's current level, the cost for a 5-star room had reached 50 silver coins per hour, with a fatigue recovery rate of 1 every 2 minutes. For someone like Zhang Yi, who possessed over 200 gold coins, this expenditure was trivial. After sleeping from 8 in the morning until noon, Zhang Yi's fatigue was fully restored. A much quicker recovery than in a 1-star room, which would require at least 10 hours to replenish fully. Upon waking, Zhang Yi glanced at his message interface, only to find no new notifications. Tens of thousands of players in Zone 886 had seen Zhang Yi's bounty notice, with so many eyes. It was perplexing that no one had spotted Hanyara yet. There were only two possibilities. Either Hanyara had concealed her ID, or she had already departed from Zone 886. Zhang Yi hoped for the former. Collecting his thoughts, his next objective remained clear. In the afternoon, he planned to return to the City of the Undead to complete the challenge on the 2nd level, unlocking the direct passage to the 3rd level, while simultaneously accepting a level 6 to 7 difficulty task, Undead Exorcism, in hopes of acquiring a complete set of Mage Undead gear. He had amassed an abundance of 1-star undead gear from the 1st and 2nd levels. He was even on the verge of piecing together a 1-star undead set for warriors and assassins. Around 1 in the afternoon, Zhang Yi arrived at the City of the Undead and proceeded directly to the 2nd level to begin his grind. At this moment, apart from Zhang Yi, there were no other players visible on the 2nd level, clearly indicating that no one had yet completed the challenge on the 1st level. After spending the entire afternoon, he finally completed the 2nd level challenge. By around 4 o'clock, having successfully reached level 25, Zhang Yi heard the pleasant notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations on completing the City of the Undead 2nd level challenge. The teleportation array to the 3rd level has been activated. It was only at this moment that a couple of teams of players began to arrive at the 2nd level after finishing the 1st level challenge, while Zhang Yi had already entered the 3rd level through the light curtain. This scene astonished the newly arrived players on the 2nd level. Player A, what the hell? Did someone just activate the teleportation array to the 3rd level? Player B, my heavens, we have just entered the 2nd level, and someone has already completed the challenges there. Player C, it must be Inua Changqing. He has always played solo. It's terrifying, almost monstrous. The 3rd level is populated with the most formidable creatures of the Undead City. Level 26 to 30 skeleton guards and undead protectors. Not only are they of high level, but these two types of monsters also represent the pinnacle of power in the Undead City, possessing exceptional talents. Prior to this, all the monsters Zhang Yi had encountered were of ordinary talent, with only the Skeleton King boasting an epic level talent, followed by the rare talent of the Dragon Emperor Guardian, Dragon Blood Swordsman. The Skeleton Guard's talent, Guardian, increases its own damage reduction by 15 and, when attacked, reduces the enemy's attack speed by 20. The Undead Protector's talent, Offense, increases its own damage by 15 and can reduce the enemy's movement speed by 20 with its attacks. The combination of the Skeleton Guard and Undead Protector, both endowed with exceptional talents, can significantly diminish a player's combat capability. Estimated to require a team of 5 level 25 players to contend with them at best. After all, they are capable of guaranteeing the drop of 2-star equipment, far superior to monsters below level 25. Before entering the Undead City, Zhang Yi had accepted a level 6 difficulty quest to hunt down 200 skeleton guards and undead protectors, each between levels 26 to 28. Thus, upon reaching the 3rd level, Zhang Yi, wielding the glimmering staff, commenced his hunt. Indeed, even at level 25, fully equipped with 25 enhancements, including 2 pieces of 3-star equipment, Zhang Yi found it somewhat challenging to solo the lowest level skeleton guards and undead protectors of level 26. Fortunately, by confronting only 1 to 2 at a time, he managed to cope without any life-threatening danger, though the pace of monster farming was rather slow. Starting at 4 in the afternoon, this endeavor lasted 6 hours, and only by 10 at night did Zhang Yi finally complete the level 6 difficulty quest, Undead Purification. Consequently, after submitting the quest to the undead merchant, Zhang Yi did not return, bolstered by ample stamina. He ventured back to the 3rd level of the Undead City to continue his farming. The 5 pieces of 2-star equipment he acquired in the afternoon, including 3 pieces of the Undead set, had given him a taste of success. If he farmed here for a week, Zhang Yi felt confident that he could gather an entire set of the 2-star mage undead gear, not to mention 1 set each of the 7 major classes of the undead gear, despite already possessing 3-star weapons and shoes. The foundational attributes of said equipment far exceed those of ordinary equipment of the same level and star rating. It is no exaggeration to say that a level 32-star undead staff offers greater value and superior attributes compared to Zhang Yi's current level 18 3-star glimmering staff. Moreover, the 50 attack speed bonus from the 7-piece mage undead set explains why. Even as he begins to pursue 3-star equipment, Zhang Yi remains devoted to collecting 2-star sets. Determined to swiftly amass a complete set of 30-level, 2-star mage undead equipment, Zhang Yi has prepared for an all-nighter. As midnight descends, darkness engulfs the earth. In the quaint town of Hope, the night at 10 o'clock remains vibrant and bustling, with numerous casual players coming and going. Some return from a day spent laboring outside, seeking a meal and rest, while others, having replenished their energy, prepare to form parties to venture forth and hunt monsters to level up. Meanwhile, the players named Glory of Kings and Glory Return have just returned from the wilderness. Suddenly, Glory of Kings receives a friend request notification. Ding. Player, Liang Shanbua, wishes to add you as a friend. Upon accepting the request, Glory of Kings is immediately greeted with an exhilarating message from Liang Shanbua. I have found the player with the ID Yaru. Chapter 91. Tracking Han Yaru. King of Glory suddenly felt a jolt and quickly replied with a message. Where are you? Are you certain it is her? Absolutely. Although she concealed her ID, I personally witnessed that she was the one whom Inua Qin Chung risked her life to protect back in the city of the undead. The other party did not immediately inform King of Glory, but continued to inquire. Yao Gu, does what you said earlier in the regional channel still hold true? Indeed. King of Glory responded, inform me of her location, and when I find her, I shall reward you with 200 gold coins. All right, I trust you. Now go. As he spoke, the player named Liang Shanbua, a level 22 archer, sent a location. King of Glory, brimming with excitement, said, Brother, stay close to her and remember to provide me with real-time updates. I am heading your way immediately. Liang Shanbua, no problem. Ending the conversation, King of Glory promptly clicked on the location sent by Liang Shanbua. Upon opening the map, he discovered that Liang Shanbua was currently in the wilderness, quite a distance from the safe zone. Time was of the essence. Without hesitation, King of Glory gathered his team and rushed over. Just as the members of King of Glory hurried out, their actions were noticed by players from the Storm family who were idly wandering in the safe zone. Observing the hurried exit of King of Glory, Storm Dragon King expressed his confusion. What are they up to? They seem rather sneaky, Storm Angel pondered for a moment. It appears they only rushed out after receiving some information. Could it be that one of their members has stumbled upon an elite monster or a boss in the wilderness? After a brief pause, Storm Angel declared, "Let us follow them. If there is an opportunity for gain, we cannot allow them to seize it alone." In the wilderness, on a road resembling a desolate city, a priestess girl donned in a light blue robe, her ID concealed, walked slowly and alone. This priestess girl was none other than Han Yaro. With a vacant gaze fixed ahead, Han Yara seemed to have lost her spirit, trudging along the road. Her striking beauty and ethereal aura capturing the attention of numerous passing players. Bystander A, look quickly, that girl is stunning. Why is she walking alone at night? Isn't she afraid of being targeted by a creep? Bystander B, she is indeed beautiful. Hey, should we go and strike up a conversation? Bystander C, I think we should pass on that. We ought to have some self-awareness. How could such an exceptional girl ever be interested in us? Unless we are leaders of a powerful faction like King of Glory or possess the prowess of the top player Inua Ching Ching. We stand no chance of winning her favor. Han Yaru paid no heed to the comments of the passers-by, and at that moment, a notification chimed. Player, Inua Ching Chong, has sent a friend request via ID search. Gazing at the friend request that had popped up multiple times today, Han Yaro once again pressed the decline button. Han Yaro, he no longer loves you? Can't you see that? His feelings for you are nothing more than mere sympathy. Han Yaro wept to herself, lamenting. He is now the #1 deity on the celestial leaderboard. What are you? Merely a burden, incapable of anything but dragging him down. So be it, Han Yaro, from this moment forth, do not disturb him again. As she cried, she wandered aimlessly towards an indistinct destination. Meanwhile, lurking in the darkness a few dozen meters behind her was a man who followed her silently. Above his head, a white ID read, Level 22 Archer, Liang Shanbua. He trailed behind Han Yaru, eventually arriving at the boundary between District 886 and District 885. Seeing Han Yaru step through the shimmering barrier into District 885 without hesitation, the archer Liang Shanbua was momentarily taken aback. He quickly sent a message to Wang Ji. Yao Gu, she has entered District 885. What should I do? Should I follow her in? What does she seek in District 885? Wang Ji replied promptly. Follow her, continue tracking her, and send me your location. I'm on my way. However, the regional restrictions mean that if I enter District 885, I will expose my identity and suffer attribute suppression. Right now, the conflict between District 885 and District 886 is at a boiling point in the Energy City instance. I fear what? Don't you have a revival chance left? Liang Shanbua hesitated. I do have a revival chance, but isn't that sufficient? If you are killed by their players, I will mobilize all of Wang Ji's forces to avenge you and additionally compensate you with 100 gold coins for your losses. Wang Ji's words instantly bolstered Liang Shanbua's confidence. All right, Yao Gu, I shall continue to follow her. With that, Liang Shanbua hastened to catch up with Han Yaru. Meanwhile, Han Yaru had just passed through the white barrier that signified the regional boundary, entering a city ruined severely damaged, over 80% destroyed, teeming with biomutants. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Han Yaru's ears. Ding, please note, you have entered a territory not belonging to you, District 885. Within this area, you will experience a suppression of all attributes by 30, and your ID cannot be concealed, being forcibly marked with a red zone indicator. The regional barrier will have a 10-minute cooldown. After 10 minutes, you may pass back into District 886. As the system notification faded, an ID appeared above Han Yaru's head. District 886 Level 19 Priest, Yaru. Apart from the standard white ID display, the additional red marker for District 886 stood out prominently. In the ruins near the boundary between the two districts, there were several high-level biomonsters around level 22. Han Yaru, being underleveled and suffering a 30 attribute suppression, dared not advance further alone, thus she chose to halt her progress. Opening her friends list, Han Yaru gazed at her solitary friend and sent him a message. Cousin, I've arrived, where are you? Ding dong. After a minute, the other party replied. I was just busy battling monsters and didn't notice your message. My apologies, Yaru. It's all right. Have you arrived? Please send me your location and don't go anywhere. Just wait for me right there. I'll come find you shortly. Okay. Hanyaru immediately sent her current location to the friend she referred to as her cousin. Then, she closed the friend interface. And a sudden gust of cold wind swept past her, causing Hanyaru to wrap her arms around her shoulders, feeling a slight chill. At that moment, several players from Zone 885, who were grinding monsters in the wild area, seemed to have noticed Hanyaru and suddenly approached her. Chapter 92. The Dead Bird Faces the Sky. 3 players approached, all appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age. One was a level 22 warrior, another a level 22 archer, and the last a level 21 priest, a rather typical leveling trio. As they neared, Hanyaru instinctively stepped back. But upon reaching the boundary between zones 885 and 886, she found herself halted by an invisible barrier akin to a wall. Simultaneously, a notification sounded. Ding, the area barrier is cooling down. You may pass again in 8 minutes and 32 seconds. At that moment, the trio had closed the distance to Hanyaru, eyeing her with insidious intent. The leader, a level 22 silver-armored warrior with the ID, smiled and addressed her. Little sister, what brings you out here alone at this late hour? The wilderness is teeming with monsters. It's quite perilous. Would you like us brothers to escort you back to the safe zone? Feeling a surge of trepidation, Hanyaru lowered her gaze and refrained from making eye contact, replying, "No, thank you. I'm waiting for someone." Who might that be? Before she could respond, another level 22 archer, known as, chuckled. Could it be you're waiting for me, dear sister? At this, the shortest and least leveled among them, a level 21 priest named, scoffed, "Galaxy. You shameless fool. Clearly, she's waiting for me." He then turned to Hanyaru, leering, "Isn't that right, little sister? It's been ages since I've seen such a rare beauty. Besides, she's not even from our district, so let us entertain ourselves, brothers." With that, the 3 strangers extended their hands toward Hanyaru with predatory intent. Not far off, Liang Shambua, who had just passed through the barrier into zone 885 and was hiding behind a large stone slab, witnessed the unfolding scene. He quickly opened his friends list, located, and sent a message. "Yao Gu, how long until you arrive? She's being targeted by some thugs in zone 885, and it's getting dangerous." Meanwhile, hastening towards zone 885, received Liang Shambua's message and couldn't help but think, what is this woman doing? Venturing into zone 885 alone at night is akin to walking into a lion's den. He promptly replied, "I'll be there in a few minutes. Keep them occupied. Do not let them harm her." Liang Shambua replied, somewhat exasperated, "But there are 3 of them. How can I hold them off alone? If it weren't for this area's 30 attribute suppression, I'd stand a better chance. Right now, it feels like a father beating his son insisted. Brother, whatever it takes, you must delay them. I'll raise the reward to 300. You must protect her from harm. Just hold on for 5 minutes. And I'll be there." With that, close the chat window. At this moment, alongside the illustrious King of Glory, the returning king observed the recent exchange between King of Glory and Liang Shambua. Somewhat perplexed, he inquired, "Captain, are we not supposed to capture Hanyaru and use her as leverage against Inua Qingcheng? If that is our intent, why does it matter who mistreats her? As long as she remains alive when we arrive, you know nothing." King of Glory retorted while sprinting, delivering a swift kick that sent the returning king tumbling into a roadside ditch. Bewildered, the returning king emerged from the water, exclaiming, "What the heck? Are we changing plans again?" In zone 885, under the oppressive presence of 3 lecherous men, Hanyaru brandished her wand in a desperate attempt at self-defense. Her eyes filled with trepidation. She had not anticipated encountering such a situation upon her arrival in zone 885. Meanwhile, hiding behind a nearby stone slab, Liang Shambua summoned his courage and drew a flaming longbow from his back, declaring, "For 300 gold coins, I shall risk it all." As Liang Shambua prepared to charge forth with his bow and arrow, a sudden scream pierced the air. The cry did not emanate from Hanyaru, but from the most despicable of the 3 men, the priest known as Li Zhantiandi. When Liang Shambua appeared ahead, he beheld a brilliant flash of white light, revealing that only 2 of the 3 players remained, while the priest had met his demise. "Damn it, As the priest fell, his comrades, Ni Zhan Song Qiong and Zhu Zhanin He, turned to see a formidable archer clad in silver chainmail, wielding a golden longbow, approaching with an imposing presence. Above him, a crimson ID glowed ominously, level 24 archer, AOC Kun Xiong. Startled, Ni Zhan Song Qiong and Zhu Zhanin He stumbled backward in fear at the sudden appearance of AOC Kun Xiong. The latter halted, his gaze icy as he addressed them harshly. You seek death. Initially bewildered by the unexpected attack, the duo suddenly grasped the gravity of their situation. Casting a glance back at Han Yaru, they promptly knelt before AOC Kun Xiong, pleading, "Spare us, esteemed one. We had no idea she was your friend. Had we known, even with tenfold courage, we would never have dared offend your companion." Nearby, Liang Shanbua, having overheard the title esteemed one, nearly spat out his drink in disbelief. What the heck? Esteemed one? Meanwhile, AOC Kun Xiong, a level 24 archer, a veritable force within Zone 886, seemingly disregarded their apologies, raising his golden longbow and aiming it at them, declaring, "Spare you? That is not an option. You shall pay with your lives." As soon as the words were spoken, a flurry of arrows was unleashed with an astonishing speed that defied the ordinary, as if a tempest of arrows had been released upon the battlefield. In a mere second, dozens of arrows were loosed from the bow, raining down upon the two combatants, Zhan and Zhu Zhan. The projectiles struck with such swiftness that they had no time to evade. In the blink of an eye, they were pierced as if they were mere hedgehogs. Damage figures, soaring between 200 to 300 points, erupted continuously above their heads, leaving them with no opportunity for retaliation. In an instant, their health bars were utterly depleted. A double kill. Chapter 93. Overlord of the arena. As two beams of white light illuminated before Han Yaru, Liang Shanbua, who was hiding behind a nearby stone slab, was utterly taken aback. The players, against the heavens and battle of the galaxy, were both level 22 and appeared to be exceptionally well-equipped. In the hands of the Overlord, they had not even lasted a single second before being swiftly eliminated. What was most terrifying was the Overlord's astonishing attack speed, 10 consecutive shots in a mere second. Surely, he must have activated some sort of speed hack. On the battlefield, having effortlessly dispatched those three players, the Overlord, now bearing a deep crimson ID above his head, approached Han Yaru. He cast a disdainful glance at the items that had fallen to the ground, his attention entirely focused on her. "Yaru, I'm sorry for being late. Are you all right? Did they bully you?" "No." Han Yaru shook her head, her eyes filled with gratitude as she regarded the Overlord. "Cousin, thank you for saving me." The Overlord smiled. "It's nothing. It's only natural that I protect you." His gaze darkened as he added, "These foolish individuals dared to bully my cousin. They are truly courting death." A fierce glint of killing intent suddenly flickered in his eyes. Noticing Han Yaru's silence, he worried that his intense emotions had frightened her, and he quickly regained his composure. "Yaru, I'm genuinely happy that you sought me out. I'm sorry for bothering you, cousin," Han Yaru replied, a hint of shame in her voice. "My brother and the others were all killed, and I truly had no way out." As thoughts of her brother Han Feng surfaced, her eyes misted with tears. Hearing this, the Overlord's anger surged. "Who killed your brother? Tell me, Yaru, and I will avenge him." Han Yaru shook her head and said, "Cousin, may I stay in your 885 district for a while? I'll return to our 886 district in a few days." In truth, Han Yaru sought refuge in the 885 district solely to escape Zhang Yi. Upon hearing her request, the Overlord's expression brightened. "Of course, stay in our 885 district for as long as you wish. Rest assured, with me here, no one will dare to bully you." "Thank you, cousin." Han Yaru beamed with gratitude, then curiously inquired, "By the way, how are you so powerful?" Those three were defeated in an instant. Han Yaru's praise ignited a spark of excitement in the Overlord. "Yaru, let me escort you back to the safe zone. We can chat more along the way." Han Yaru nodded. "All right." Thus, the Overlord led Han Yaru away. Meanwhile, Liang Shanbua, who was hiding nearby, grew anxious. Just as he was about to open his friend list to contact Wang Zhirong, a group of players suddenly burst into the area from behind the barrier. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that it was 7 or 8 players from Wang Zhi Tianxia, and Wang Zhirong was among them. Liang Shanbua hurriedly ran to join Wang Zhirong. Yao Gu, you finally made it. Where are the others? As he surveyed the surroundings, Wang Zhirong was taken aback upon noticing the spoils scattered on the ground ahead. Did I not instruct you to protect her? Has she still fallen victim? Not at all, Brother Yao, Liang Shanbo interjected. The players who bullied her have been eliminated. After I sent you a message, I intended to confront them. But out of nowhere, an archer appeared and single-handedly dispatched all three of them. He even took that Yaro with him. What? Was it coercion? Wang Zhirong inquired, astonished. Not quite, Liang Shanbo replied. I overheard Yaro refer to that archer as cousin, and it seems she came here specifically to find him. Cousin? 1 against 3. That formidable? Yang Shanbo, still shaken, remarked, Indeed, I sensed his prowess was on par with the legendary player Inua Qingcheng from our district. You should have seen his attack speed. It was astonishing, and his damage output was extraordinarily high. It left me utterly speechless. Wang Zhirong, however, was unconcerned with such matters. In which direction did they head? That way, Liang Shanbo indicated, pointing to the direction where AOC Kun Xiong and Han Yaro had departed. He then addressed Wang Zhirong. Brother Yao, my task is complete, so. About the 200 gold we agreed upon. To his surprise, Wang Zhirong promptly retrieved exactly 200 gold coins from his bag and traded them to Liang Shanbo. He then led several members of Wang Zhitianxia towards the direction Liang Shanbo had indicated. Seeing this, Liang Shanbo hastily called out, Brother Yao, that archer is too powerful. You and your companions won't stand a chance against him. Please, do not pursue. Ignoring Liang Shanbo's warnings, Wang Zhirong continued to chase after AOC Kun Xiong. Liang Shanbo shook his head, muttering, ignoring the counsel of the wise will lead to immediate regret. As he prepared to leave District 885 and return to his own area, a large group of players suddenly surged into the barrier of the front area. The Storm family. Encountering Feng Baotian Shi and his companions, Liang Shanbo wore a baffled expression. What was happening? Were Wang Zhitianxia and the Storm family planning to vie for Inua Qingcheng's affections? Feng Baotian Shi, having just witnessed Wang Zhitianxia's members enter, scanned the surroundings and directly inquired of Liang Shanbo, where is Wang Zhirong? Knowing he had just seen them enter, Liang Shanbo felt the pressure of not wanting to offend either party. He pointed in the direction they had departed, saying, that way. Without hesitation, Feng Baotian Shi immediately led his group in pursuit. Meanwhile, AOC Kun Xiong, escorting Han Yaro towards the safety zone of 885, turned to the silent Han Yaro and reassured her, Yaro, rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall bully you. Seemingly lost in thought, Han Yaro was drawn back to the present, glanced at AOC Kun Xiong, and smiled, saying, Thank you, cousin, with an air of superiority. He deliberately showcased his prowess before Han Yaro. I am currently the top contender in the 885th district, leading a prestigious guild of 2,000 elite warriors. The AO Shi family. In the entire 885 district, there exists no rival capable of challenging me. All who encounter me must yield in deference. After boasting of his achievements, he cast a proud glance at Han Yaro, expecting her to gaze at him with admiration. To his dismay, she appeared lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to his words. Feeling a touch of awkwardness, he fell silent. After a moment of shared silence, he suddenly turned and embraced Han Yaro. Yaro, from this day forth, allow me to be your protector. Chapter 94. The Supreme Being of Zone 885. Brother, what are you doing? Han Yaro exclaimed, startled as she hastily withdrew several steps. Her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed at Ao Shi Kun Xiong. Ao Shi Kun Xiong, exuding an air of calmness, replied, Yaro, after all this time, do you truly remain unaware of my feelings for you? Han Yaro, taken aback, retorted, but you are my cousin. Indeed, you have acknowledged that I am your cousin. Not your brother, Ao Shi Kun Xiong stated, drawing closer to Han Yaro. Yaro, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time, but I refrained from expressing them, believing you understood. Before Han Yaro could respond, he continued, moreover, you even remembered my game ID, going so far as to search for it to add me as a friend. Surely, it wasn't merely to draw nearer to me? Ao Shi Kun Xiong's self-indulgence left Han Yaro astonished yet again. That ID is what you shared with me via WeChat before entering the game, saying that if I needed anything, I could reach out to you. I had no intention of contacting you, but in the end, you sought me out. After a brief pause, Aoshir Kun Xiong added, let us set that aside and discuss what truly matters. You are aware of the current state of the world. Without formidable strength, one cannot progress. I possess the strength to protect you. As long as you agree to be with me, Yaru, I swear I will not allow anyone to bully you. No, stop. Han Yara shook her head in disbelief, retreating further. Just as she turned to escape, Aoshir Kun Xiong seized her arm, pulling her into an embrace. Yara, I genuinely like you. Please grant me this chance, he pleaded. Let me go. Han Yara struggled with all her might, but her strength paled in comparison to Aoshir Kun Xiong's. Her efforts were futile against him. At that moment, a shout rang out. Stop. Release that girl. Aoshir Kun Xiong turned towards the voice, noticing a group of players swiftly approaching. Each bore the title Wangzhe before their ID, marked with a red emblem of Zone 886. Aoshir Kun Xiong held onto Han Yara firmly. Unfazed as he addressed the players from Wangzhe Tianxia, what audacity! You dare come from Zone 886 to stir trouble in my Zone 885? Wangzhe Rongyao pointed at Han Yara, declaring, you dare lay a hand on my woman? You are courting death. Your woman? Aoshir Kun Xiong's attention was piqued by Wangzhe Rongyao's assertion. Pulling Han Yara behind him, he coldly scrutinized Wangzhe Rongyao. So, you are the ex-boyfriend that Yara has been unable to forget these past 3 years? Even Han Yara found it astonishing that Wangzhe Rongyao was the one to utter such words. And he had chased her all the way from Zone 886 to 885. What was his intention? Wangzhe Rongyao did not respond to Aoshir Kun Xiong's inquiry, but instead pointed at him and said, what are you supposed to be? You are limited to 3 numbers. Release your grace, unless you wish to die a disgraceful death at home. Observing the level indicators of 16 to 18 above the heads of the opponents in the game Honor of Kings, the player arrogantly scoffed. Trash from District 886 dares to act recklessly before me? Honor of Kings retorted with a huff. I see you have not heard of the supremacy of District 886. The arrogant player, unfazed, replied, it seems you are unfamiliar with the illustrious family of District 885. Very well, let us compare our strengths. With that, Honor of Kings commanded, brothers, charge forth and seize them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the players of Supremacy of Kings brandished their weapons and rushed toward the arrogant player. Though the opponents boasted higher levels, Honor of Kings felt confident of victory due to his numerical advantage of 8 against 1. Could he possibly possess the prowess of a legendary player? Meanwhile, the arrogant player unsheathed his longbow from his back, gripping it in his left hand, his eyes radiating a deadly intent, seeking death. With that, he drew his bow and aimed at the approaching players of Supremacy of Kings, unleashing a flurry of arrows at lightning speed, raining down upon the crowd with devastating precision. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air as the first 2 17-level warriors from Supremacy of Kings were instantly slain, suffering continuous damage of 200 to 300 points. The remaining players were similarly battered, losing half their strength before even closing in on the enemy. Honor of Kings was taken aback. What the hell? His attack speed is alarmingly fast, at least 4 to 5 times that of a normal player. How is this possible? While Honor of Kings was still in shock. Aside from Supreme King and Return of the King, all 5 other players from Supremacy of Kings had been annihilated by the arrogant player. With a 30 attribute suppression, coupled with a level disparity of 6 to 8 and the impressive damage and swift attack speed of the arrogant player, the members of Supremacy of Kings were like fragile chickens before him. The player's ID glowed a menacing red, while Honor of Kings and his companions dared not approach any further. The arrogant player chuckled lightly. What's wrong? Have you become timid? Did you not claim your team, Supremacy of Kings, was the top squad of District 886? It appears that all of you from District 886 are nothing but trash, even inferior to yourselves. A warrior's pride may be slain, but never insulted. This insolent fellow was truly infuriating. Honor of Kings, gritting his teeth, commanded Supreme King and Return of the King, you two, go and strike him. The two hurriedly retreated, shaking their heads in panic. Captain, he is the top player of District 885. Good heavens! Honor of Kings was astounded. He is indeed on par with a legendary player. No wonder he is so formidable. Regret washed over Honor of Kings as he realized he had traveled such a great distance only to face death, for he had no chances of resurrection remaining. Damn it! How can I protect your woman when I can't even safeguard my own? Amidst the pangs of regret, Honor of Kings unleashed its final gambit. I caution you. The woman behind you is none other than the wife of our district's top deity, Inua Qingqing, ranked first in the 886th district. Should you dare to utter a single word against her, beware, for our district's supreme deity shall descend upon your entire safe zone with wrath. To his astonishment, the arrogant conqueror remained unfazed by Honor of King's threats, for he held no belief in its nonsensical proclamations. Let him come find me. No sooner had the words left his lips than a barrage of rapid-fire shots erupted, instantly obliterating the figures of King S Return and King S Supreme. Who stood behind Honor of Kings? With his gaze fixed solely upon the remaining Honor of Kings, the conqueror prepared to draw his bowstring. Yet, from the debris surrounding him, a formidable throng of players surged forth. The Storm Family. Chapter 95. The rescue by 2 battalions upon witnessing the encircling group of players, whose IDs prominently featured the prefix Storm and bore the unmistakable red insignia of Zone 886, Ao Shirkun Xiong could not help but feel a sense of wonder. Is your row truly held in such high esteem within your 886th district? You have mobilized 2 entire battalions to safeguard her? Yet, even Hanya Ro herself was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of both the Storm Family and the warriors of the realm, coming to her aid. Could it possibly be a result of the bounty message that Zhang Yi had been incessantly broadcasting in the regional channel? Without uttering a word, the players of the Storm Family, who had stealthily approached and surrounded Ao Shirkun Xiong, immediately launched a concentrated assault, relying on their numerical superiority. A contingent of archers and mages, all at levels 17 to 18, unleashed a volley that severely depleted Ao Shirkun Xiong's health, bringing it down to less than half. However, undeterred, Ao Shirkun Xiong swiftly consumed a health potion, restoring his vitality to over 80%. Drawing back his bow, he retaliated. With an astonishing speed exceeding 5-fold that of an average player, a multitude of arrows rained down from Ao Shirkun Xiong's bow, striking the surrounding Storm Family players indiscriminately. In an instant, brilliant white lights erupted in all directions as the Storm Family players, unable to withstand the onslaught, fell like the warriors of the realm before them, swiftly dispatched as they drew near Ao Shirkun Xiong. Stunned by the rapid-fire assault, the Storm Angel, unlike the still bewildered members of the warriors of the realm, quickly grasped the situation. He possessed a legendary-level talent for attack speed and realized the necessity of maintaining distance. Ranged brothers, concentrate your fire and suppress him. Create an opportunity for Hanyuro. At the Storm Angel's command, the surrounding players of the Storm Family refrained from advancing closer to Ao Shirkun Xiong, while the mages and archers intensified their barrage against him. Fortunately, the Storm Family had dispatched a substantial force. Initially believing that the warriors of the realm had some covert operation, they had sent over 50 individuals to investigate, only to discover that Hanyuro, the girlfriend of Inua Qingqing, was in peril. The Storm Angel, who had previously sought to forge a closer bond with Inua Qingqing, was determined not to remain idle, even if all his comrades fell to Ao Shirkun Xiong's arrows. The sheer number of Storm Family members would provide ample distraction for Ao Shirkun Xiong to engage for quite some time. Meanwhile, Hanyuro, sheltered behind Ao Shirkun Xiong, observed the concerted efforts of both the warriors of the realm and the Storm Family to rescue her. Seizing the opportunity presented by the distraction of the Storm Family players, she deftly slipped away from Ao Shirkun Xiong's side. The moment was seized by Wang Zhirongyao, who rushed to escort Hanyuro, disregarding everything else as he led her toward the regional barrier. Damn you! Wang Zhirongyao, trying to steal my glory. Seeing Wang Zhirongyao escape with Hanyuro, the Storm Angel quickly issued a command. Cease fire. Retreat. Pursue Wang Zhirongyao. Do not let him abscond with Hanyuro. As his words echoed, the players of the Storm Family began their retreat. Observing the retreating players of the Storm Family, whose health bars had dwindled to half following the recent skirmish with the Mage Archer, the haughty figure refrained from pursuing them. Instead, gritting his teeth, he declared, "Yuru, just wait. I shall claim you." Meanwhile, the illustrious King of Glory had just escorted Han Yuru through the barrier. Returning to the realm of District 886, when a cold arrow suddenly struck him in the rear. "What the hell?" King of Glory exclaimed, turning around to confront the assailant. Storm Angel, who had crossed the barrier to launch an attack. "What is wrong with you? What do you think you're doing at this time? Whenever it may be. It does not deter me from confronting you." Storm Angel swiftly approached, discarding his bow and engaging in a brawl with King of Glory. "I saved Hanyaru. This credit belongs to the Storm family. You speak nonsense. Without the sacrifices made by the Kingdom of Glory, she would have been long perished at the hands of that arrogant foe by the time your Storm family arrived. Hanyaru is mine. Get lost. She is mine. 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 You will pay for the debt regarding my golden bow of the undead, and I have yet to settle that with you." As the two engaged in this heated exchange, Hanyaru, crouching nearby, began to sob quietly. The loss of Zhang Yi, the betrayal of Lu Xing, the death of Han Feng, and the sudden transformation of her cousin had stripped her of the last remnants of hope in this world. After a long while, she stood up and, after thanking both Storm Angel and King of Glory, she aimlessly walked towards Hopetown. The two, having ceased their quarrel, chose not to disturb Hanyaru in her despondent state, instead silently escorting her to ensure her safe arrival at Hopetown. Once they witnessed her entering the safety zone, they felt a sense of relief. At the entrance of Hopetown, King of Glory inquired of Storm Angel, "What are you doing here?" Storm Angel retorted, "You exerted so much effort to find Hanyaru. Was it not to exploit her for vengeance against Inua Qingqing? I never expected you would save her. Have you truly turned over a new leaf? What business is it of yours? Should you follow me again, I shall break all 3 of your legs." After a pause, King of Glory added, "However, I must admit, thanks for saving my life just now." With that, he strode confidently into the town. The passing players, witnessing the interaction between Storm Angel and King of Glory, were left in disbelief. Hadn't the Storm family and the Kingdom of Glory been at odds? How had they suddenly become amicable? Who knows? Perhaps it was due to the impending opening of the Energy City dungeon. At this moment, all in District 886 were united, and infighting seemed pointless. Upon returning to the safety zone, King of Glory reunited with the resurrected king returns. The Supreme King was perplexed, asking, "Captain, why did we save that Hanyaru? And now, why have we let her go? Are you truly that dim? In the realm of honor of kings." It was remarked that using Hanyaru to threaten Inua Qingqing was merely a transient tactic. Even if we were to eliminate Inua Qingqing once more, what would it truly change? He possesses the opportunity to revive, and in the grand scheme of things, the most prudent approach would be to transform our adversary into an ally. Both Wang Zhizun and Wang Zhigui suddenly realized this, pondering whether Inua Qingqing would appreciate such an overture. Should he not reciprocate our goodwill, our efforts may prove futile and thankless. His response to our gesture is beyond our control. We can only proceed as best we can and leave the rest to fate. Wang Zhizun sighed deeply, filled with a multitude of regrets for having opposed Inua Qingqing previously. Had they chosen to forge an alliance from the outset, the Kingdom of Kings might have soared to new heights by now. Suddenly recalling something, Wang Zhizun urgently inquired of Wang Zhigui and Wang Zhizun, "What of our equipment? It hasn't been lost, has it?" "Nay, the armor and ring remain intact," came the reassuring reply. "That is a relief." Wang Zhizun exhaled. "We shall rely on these 2 pieces of gear to exact our vengeance upon that arrogant knave in Energy City." Meanwhile, Hanyaru, having returned to Hopetown, found herself crouched in a secluded alley, overwhelmed by tears, the passage of time a blur. When she finally lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of Zhang Yi standing beside her. Chapter 96. I will surely win you over. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, Hanyaru stood up, her eyes swollen from tears, gazing at him. With a hoarse voice, she inquired, "Zhang Yi, is it out of pity for me that you have come?" Without addressing her question, Zhang Yi, who had rushed back from the city of the undead after hearing players mention Hanyaru's return to the safe zone, retorted, "Why did you leave without a word this morning? Why have you persistently declined my friend requests? Do you think my presence last night was born of sympathy?" He continued, "Yet, you should at least afford me the chance to respond to your inquiries." Pausing for a moment, Zhang Yi pressed on, "I have heard about your intentions in Area 885. What is it that you seek there?" Hanyaru, taken aback by his scrutiny, was about to elucidate when a sudden growl from her stomach interrupted the moment. Biting her lip, she lowered her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Zhang Yi sighed in resignation. Let me take you to eat something. He led Han Yara to a quaint restaurant in the town, ordering without consulting her preferences. Summoning an NPC server, he commanded 2 steaks, 1 medium and the other medium well, and 2 glasses of red wine, with 1 diluted with a third of Sprite. Han Yara's clear, captivating eyes quietly observed Zhang Yi as he placed the order. She was astonished that he remembered her fondness for medium well steak and the necessity of diluting red wine with Sprite. However, she refrained from speaking, fearing her feelings might be misconstrued, jeopardizing the fragile closeness they had just begun to cultivate. Before long, the server arrived with their meals. Both sat in silence, heads bowed, until Zhang Yi finally broke the quiet, saying, "Next time, do not leave without a word." Han Yara, still focused on her steak, paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. At that moment, the conversations of several players dining in the same restaurant drifted to Zhang Yi's ears. Player A exclaimed, "Look at our district's chat channel combined with Area 885. The so-called top deity from their region is spamming the chat." Player B added, "Incredible. He has the audacity to explicitly declare his intention to win over Han Yara. Isn't she the girlfriend of Inua Qingcheng? Is he openly challenging Inua Qingcheng?" Listening to their discussions, Zhang Yi took a bite of his perfectly cut steak while opening the dual district chat interface. To his astonishment, he found a player with the ID Pride of the Heroes engaging in a spamming frenzy. Pride of the Heroes, Area 885, male. Level 24 Archer. The trash of Area 886 cannot protect you. Only by my side will you find safety, Han Yara. I will surely win you over. Pride of the Heroes, Kings of the World, Storm Family. I have taken note of you. Await the slaughter of the Pride family in Energy City. The provocative messages from Pride of the Heroes instantly ignited a fervor among the players of Area 886. Black Horse, Region 886, male, Level 22 Assassin Ba. You lot from Region 885 are the real trash. What a pathetic family. Just wait to be humiliated. Observing the brazen proclamations of arrogance in the regional chat, Han Yara swiftly explained to Zhang Yi, "He is my cousin." Zhang Yi remained silent, while other players in the restaurant began to whisper among themselves. The audacity of that arrogant individual to openly provoke others. How could Inua Qingcheng tolerate such bullying of his woman? Indeed, if it were me, even if I couldn't confront that arrogant player through the screen, I would at least make a statement in the region to retaliate. Such submission only emboldens him to think we truly fear him. Han Yara glanced at Zhang Yi without uttering a word. At that moment, Zhang Yi lifted his head, noticing the fatigue and anxiety etched on Han Yara's face, and said, "With me around, no one can harm you." After speaking, he resumed eating his steak, while Han Yara gazed deeply at him, nodding in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, Zhang Yi continued, "Once we finish eating, I'll take you to the hotel for some rest." "What about you?" Han Yara inquired. "It's late. I too shall prepare for bed." Thus, after their meal, Zhang Yi escorted Han Yara to the Hope Hotel, reserving 2 5-star rooms. Upon arriving at her room's door, as Zhang Yi was about to head to his own, Han Yara suddenly called out, "Zhang Yi." He paused, turned to face her, and said, "I'm sorry. I lost control last night." Han Yara shook her head, gently biting her lip as she replied, "It was my own impulsiveness, Zhang Yi. I rest early." "Zhang Yi," Han Yara called out again, seemingly anxious. "Tomorrow, will I be able to see you again? Rest well tonight and the morning. I will take you to level up." With that, Zhang Yi entered his room. Standing at the door, Han Yara's fair cheeks lit up with a reassuring smile before she too turned and entered her room. Back in his room, after Zhang Yi had just finished showering and lay down on the bed, a notification chimed. "Ding. Player Yaru has accepted your friend request." Almost immediately, Han Yara sent a message, "Good night, heart." In the adjacent room, Han Yara lay in bed, gazing at their chat interface, tossing and turning restlessly until, after a long while, she finally saw Zhang Yi respond with a simple "good." Only then could she peacefully drift into slumber. It was now midnight. Zhang Yi had only managed to sleep for 2 hours, recovering his fatigue to 70%. He then departed the hotel, heading to the blacksmith to repair his nearly depleted radiant staff and death's boots. Alone, he returned to the undead city. Time was of the essence. Zhang Yi's plan was to conclude the regional dungeon, City of Energy, complete the hidden quest, acquire rare materials, and afterward, immediately tackle the hidden dungeon, Dragon Emperor's Tomb. By then, he would likely have reached level 30, allowing him to proceed with his second-class change in the main city. Accomplishing such a multitude of tasks within a limited time frame is indeed a formidable challenge, thus Zhang Yi must exert greater effort. The tasks in the City of the Undead have been refreshed today, however, given Zhang Yi's current prowess. It would be quite arduous to confront the level 29 to 30 skeletal sentinels and the undead guardians in the third tier of the secondary zone. Therefore, he opted to undertake a level 6 difficulty quest, Exorcism of the Undead, in the first tier of the third zone, targeting the level 26 skeletal sentinels and undead guardians. Tirelessly grinding until 7 in the morning, a beam of golden light descended, heralding Zhang Yi's ascension to level 26. After stretching languidly, he unconsciously opened his friend list, only to discover 12 unread messages from Han Yara. Chapter 97, Remunerated Investment, Euro, 2025-92, 532 Good morning, Heart, 540 Zhang Yi. Are you still asleep? I dreamed of you last night, disappointed. 541 Sleep a little longer. I want to disturb you. 620 When you wake up. Well, would you like to eat? I'll go buy it for you. 621 Never mind. I'll wait until you wake up. Otherwise, it'll get cold and 1 tea tastes good. 630 Zhang Yi, are you still not awake? 645 Zhang Yi. Where have you gone? Why didn't I see you in your room? 645 Have you abandoned me again? Crying 646 Zhang Yi. Where are you? Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. Crying. Upon reading these messages, Zhang Yi paused momentarily, not responding to Han Yaro immediately. Instead, he first submitted his quest to the necromancer merchant, then shattered a return scroll to teleport back to Hope Town. By a little past 7 in the morning, many players, having restored their vigor from a night's rest, formed groups to collect quests from the NPCs in town, engaging in cheerful banter as they headed into the wilderness. Today marked the 6th day since the server opened and also the 6th day since the apocalyptic crisis erupted. Gradually, players began to acclimatize to this new world. It is noteworthy that, apart from being digitized, this world bore a striking resemblance to reality. Nearly everything present in the real world could also be found in the apocalypse world. Thus, Zhang Yi visited a breakfast shop, spending 10 silver coins on a serving of soup dumplings and 2 meat buns, along with 2 cups of soybean milk before returning to the Hope Inn. As he approached his door, he spotted Han Yaro sitting on the bed, hugging her knees, looking utterly lost. Upon hearing the commotion and seeing Zhang Yi at the door, she quickly scrambled off the bed and rushed over to embrace him, crying, "Where have you been? I thought you had left me again, you fool." Zhang Yi replied, "I went out to buy breakfast." Han Yaro released him, her eyes lighting up as she noticed the soup dumplings and soybean milk in his hands, instantly alleviating her unease. "You remember I like soup dumplings well. Eat quickly. After you're done, I'll take you out to level up." "All right." Han Yaro wiped her tears, took the soup dumplings and soybean milk from Zhang Yi, and quietly began to eat at the edge of the bed. Zhang Yi also indulged in a meat bun that cost 2 silver coins. In the apocalypse world, prices increased as players' average levels rose. Zhang Yi recalled that in his previous life, many players who had reached the maximum level and were devoid of ambitions opened eateries in the game's main city to earn a living. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Yi took Han Yaro to the auction house. Over the past few days, he had amassed countless 1-star equipment, white skill books, and even a complete 1-star undead set, while grinding in the City of the Undead, capturing several low-star, low-quality beasts of the undead type. These items held no value for Zhang Yi, so he listed them on the auction house at market prices as determined by the system. Han Yaro, with a mere level of 18, donned equipment that appeared rather unimpressive. Given her current state, she could indeed only be regarded as a burden lingering beside Zhang Yi. However, the profession of Han Yaro, one that Zhang Yi greatly valued, was a priest. With Zhang Yi's enhancement and armament, Han Yaro could transform into a formidable healer capable of supporting him in daily battles. Thus, he placed all the level 17 and 18 priest gear he had crafted onto the auction house, and without hesitation, Spend a total of 30 gold coins to acquire a complete set of level 20, 1-star priest, undead set for Han Yaro. Though the difference in levels may seem slight, the impact is substantial. The quality of the set significantly influences its attributes. The full 1-star priest, undead set, comprising 7 pieces, could augment the wearer's healing output by 30. Were it a complete 2-star set, the healing increase would soar to 50, and a full 3-star set could achieve an astonishing 80. The expenditure of 30 gold coins was but a trifling sum for Zhang Yi, who possessed over 1,200 gold coins in total assets. However, for an average player in the current phase, and for Han Yaro, it represented a large fortune. As Zhang Yi selected the priest undead set and prepared to finalize the transaction, the total price of 2 gold coins prompted Han Yaro to urgently interject. "Please don't buy me equipment. I can't repay you." Zhang Yi reassured her, "It's fine. I never said you had to pay me back." With that, he cleared his shopping cart, and a complete priest set materialized in his inventory. Han Yaro was taken aback. 30 gold coins was an amount she could scarcely amass in half a month, let alone a week. Yet Zhang Yi had spent it on her without a moment's hesitation. He retrieved the undead set from his bag and handed it to Han Yaro. Having nearly exhausted his stock of level 1 enhancement stones, Zhang Yi had little left. He then proceeded to the auction house, where he purchased 3,000 level 1 enhancement stones at an average price of 3 silver coins each, totaling 90 gold coins. The enhancement process had to be undertaken solely by Han Yaro, as she could not benefit from Zhang Yi's extraordinary enhancements. Each piece of equipment would require approximately 400 enhancement stones to reach a 25 level, making 3,000 stones a necessity. After Zhang Yi emptied his cart, nearly all enhancement stones vanished from the auction house, sending players into a frenzy. Within the crowded auction house, a level 22 warrior, eyeing a batch of 100 level 1 enhancement stones priced at 6 gold coins, exclaimed, "What the hell? Who clicked so fast?" A young archer had just listed 50 level 1 enhancement stones when the notification chimed. "You have sold level 1 enhancement stone x50, earning 35 gold. The throng of players vying for enhancement stones reacted with shock. Who is the benefactor that bought up all the enhancement stones? The entire auction house is cleared out. This is insane. How much gold did they just spend? Zhang Yi's actions left Han Yaro, who had been closely following him, utterly astonished. "Zhang Yi, why did you buy so many enhancement stones? That must have cost a fortune." "For you," he replied. Zhang Yi generously bestowed upon Han Yaro 3,000 level 1 enhancement stones. A notification echoed in her ears. "Ding, you have received a gift from player Inua Ching Ching, level 1 enhancement stone, 3,000. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Han Yaro's exquisite eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhang Yi. "If you do not wish to become a burden, your strength must keep pace." With that, Zhang Yi took the lead and exited the auction house. "I shall take a brief rest to recover my stamina. You should enhance your equipment in the meantime."